Chapter 291 Sawajan. When Celia walked out of the cabin and stepped onto the wooden steps, the tax collector's distinctive shrill voice swept across her ears like a hurricane. "Who is the person in charge of your ship? If you don't come out, don't blame Master Martinson for being rude. This is the territory of Viscount Lamlington of Tampa Town." Celia's vision expanded as her body rose higher and higher. A short, round-bellied, noble-dressed human man with several guards in leather armor appeared in front of her eyes, pointing at several cat-like humans on the huge deck. Behind him, Celia also saw a three-masted sailing ship that was almost as high as the Blackfire, lying across the Blackfire's forward route. From the crossed swords on it, Celia vaguely remembered that it was indeed the emblem of the noble Lamlington of Tampa Town. The tax officer in front of him looked familiar. Martinson? Celia thought for a moment, but without much hesitation, she went straight up and asked calmly, "What do you want from me?" "Of course. Untie these damn oil canvases and the cabins. Let me check to see if you have any contraband. And collect the head tax by the way." After hearing the voice, the human man named Martinson subconsciously responded and spoke wantonly. However, when he heard the slightly familiar voice, he felt something was wrong, and hurriedly looked back, and saw the gray-haired girl walking up from the steps. Her face immediately changed, and her tone seemed to be strangled, and she said in shock, You are the person in charge of this ship. Is it you?" "It's me." Celia only now remembered who the person in front of her was. He was the tax collector of Tampa Town who had been severely punished by her captain, Maglicia, for failing to pay the final payment of the bounty coins and intending to embezzle them. He said coldly, "Hey, your name is she." Martinson took a step back slightly, and his head shrank, like a sea turtle standing upright with its head shrunk. And with his clown-like smile, he looked particularly funny. "Celia, what's the matter? Or, come with me to Viscount Lamlington. Ask whether there is a right to levy taxes on ships and inspect goods in the open sea." Celia interrupted him with a frown. If she was not worried about escalating the situation, she would even want to blow this chubby fat man directly into the sea with a strong wind. No. Misunderstanding. All misunderstanding. Miss Celia. Goodbye. Martinson showed a flattering smile, waved his hands repeatedly, and then kicked and beat the Lamlington family guards, who came with him back to the ship. Lord Celia. So powerful. Do you know him? Livia looked at the back of the tax officer who left in disgrace, and her eyes were almost full of stars. The curiosity of the cat-like person also made her want to explore the truth. However, she got nothing except a head bang that Celia personally hit. "Let's go!" "Livia, don't stay here. Go to Loda Valley as soon as possible and wait for the master to come back." Celia took a deep look at the sailboat that left her and sailed to Tampa Inner Harbor, and said to Livia, who was rubbing her head behind her, "Okay." Livia knew that this was not a joke, and immediately replied seriously. A storm seemed to disappear with Celia's appearance. On the other side, the flattering look on the face of Tampa tax officer Martinson, who had just stepped back on the ship, had not completely disappeared, and he continued to flatter a plain-looking guard behind him. "Lord 4, you can go down and tell the priest Gorn that there is nothing unusual about the soul gem. The people on that ship are all professionals, who are no more than level 3. After saying that, Martinson also handed a blue diamond gem hidden in his waist to the guard. "The things your Viscount wants will be sent to you by an envoy later. I hope your Viscount is ready." After hearing this, the guard named for showed a cold expression on his ordinary face, and said proudly, Yes, except for the boatload of sacrifices that we agreed on earlier. Plus that thing. We are ready and waiting for the envoy to come." Martinson nodded and bowed, very attentive. Paul didn't say anything when he saw this. He took the gemstone without much hesitation, and found an opportunity to jump into the sea silently. But if someone was watching him in the sea all the time, they would find that his guard appearance quickly disintegrated the next second after he jumped into the water. The skin seemed to dissolve in the water, like a large piece of melted white wax, and the shape of the body began to twist and deform with the splashing waves. The limbs and torso changed from human form to a humanoid creature with scales in 1 second. It has a long fishtail. The arms and legs end in webbed claws, and its head resembles a piranha. It is undoubtedly the most prosperous Shawa fisherman among all the marine races. Of course, the wax-like melting and deformation just now also proves that the guard in front of him named for is a shapeshifter. Of course, these have nothing to do with Gordon. At this time, Gordon, who has turned into a seabird, is communicating with Celia through the divine power link to confirm the location. It is flying non-stop towards the black fire. That is, the direction of Loda Valley. On the other side, Celia, who had just interrupted the divine power communication with Gordon and confirmed that her location was in the sea area east of the lower half of the Forgotten Forest, began to prepare for Gordon's return without stopping, such as exquisitely cooked food and fine wine. This is what it likes. However, when the food was almost ready, Gordon did not wait, but waited for layer after layer of fog. It's foggy at sea. The milky white fog instantly covered the sun, which was already losing its heat, and the whole ship was shrouded in the vast sea of fog. This sudden fog made the cat-like people on the deck feel a little depressed and uneasy, and also startled Celia, who was making afternoon barbecue for the greedy pseudo-dragonlins in the cabin kitchen. She walked out of the kitchen under the cabin and walked to the deck to find that there was indeed a thick fog around the hull, floating in the sea, and human visibility was only about 10 meters. It was definitely impossible to sail like this. Celia immediately stopped the black fire, but she did not put away the sails, but only dropped the anchor to fix the ship, mainly to prevent the ship from accidentally hitting the reef in the thick fog. After confirming the direction by listening to the sound of waves hitting the shore, Celia sent someone to collect the anchor, and then began to chant the spell. Third ring spell. Wind spell. An invisible wind also surrounded Celia, and both the wizard robe and the silk skirt were blown slightly, like waves, one after another. She held the thunder short staff that Gordon had just given her, and the storm magic in her blood slowly awakened with the spell in her mouth. Then the surging magic followed the guidance, gradually gathered from her heart to the cyan hexagonal gem inlaid on the top of the oak short staff. The cyan gem, which was originally slightly dim in the mist, became particularly dazzling at this moment. It seemed that something was activated, that a crisp shout sounded in the mist. An invisible straight line of wind with a width of 50 meters was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, blowing away all the thick fog that had originally enveloped the black fire, leaving only the waves on the sea surface that were rolled up by the wind to prove the power of the wind just now. Similarly, the wind caused ripples on the sea surface, and after the vision was restored, everyone saw a shadow rising and falling in the surging waves, approaching them. Everyone could clearly see that the shadow occasionally emerged from the water. The iconic fish head with sharp teeth and the slender fish tail like a snake. Shalwa fishmen. They were so dense that the number was incalculable. At least more than 400. In addition, not far away, sharks with fins twice as large as the sharks driven by the cat-like people could be seen patrolling back and forth on the distant coast. There was no doubt that this was at least a large tribe of Shalwa fishmen, and they were the kind that went out in full force. This means that they were being targeted. Thinking of this, many cat-like people present were still in fear. If the thick fog had not been blown away by the wind in time, they might not have reacted at all. When the enemy approached, it would have been too late. Dock immediately, after discovering that they were surrounded. Celia immediately issued an order. On the one hand, she asked a group of cat-like people to go to the cabin to inform the dog-headed people and goblins to prepare for battle. And on the other hand, she ordered the cat-like people to lower the ropes, adjust the sails, and drive the black fire to the coast under the cliff in the west. Only on land can they have a chance of winning. However, when she was about to escape, she realized how vicious the ambush of these Shalwa fishmen was. The ambush location was well chosen. They did not choose to ambush at the coast with shrubs not far from the Forgotten Forest, but chose the coastline of the Forgotten Forest that had long since turned into a steep cliff due to the terrain, so that even if the ship docked, they would have no way to escape. The only way out was the two narrow coastlines less than 10 meters wide on the left and right. If Celia guessed correctly, this place should be completely submerged when the tide rises. But she knew that if they did not choose to dock now, they would not be the opponents of these Shalwa fishmen if they stayed on the sea. Fortunately, Celia discovered these Shalwa fishmen early, and they were not completely surrounded. Although the three directions from the east, south, and north were close to the encirclement posture, the coastline on the west still had a chance to go ashore because the sea water was too shallow. Of course, not only Celia was a little panicked, but the Shalwa fishmen on the other side were also a little panicked in the face of this sudden strong wind. Although they were not injured, they had captured the sacrifices successfully many times in the past. even if there were powerful characters that more than a dozen Shawa warriors could not take down. They could often sink the ship with the help of the chieftain or the shark companion and kill him alive in the sea. In the distance, a group of Shawa chieftains were riding on the backs of several huge rays, holding fishbone staffs, with golden rings on their arms, and strange runes painted on their exposed scales. They were even more angry because the hidden nest they used together was broken by the scaleless female wizard. And they screamed in anger, making fish-like sounds such as woo-woo-woo. Woo-woo-woo. We can't let the sacrifice land. Woo-woo-woo. The fishman language of the Shawa leader Crazy Claw was immediately spread throughout the sea through the loudspeaker of the Shawa priestess, who was accompanying him and riding a violent shark. Sure enough, with the order of the leader of the Shawa fishmen, suddenly, dozens of elite Shawa fishmen and the Shawa fishmen took the harpoons and spears made of fish bones, and the sharks they had raised since childhood, and took the lead and quickly approached the black giant ship that was about to escape and sail to the shore. At the same time, more than 10 giant sharks, under the order of the Shawa fishmen, kept hitting the port side of the Blackfire intermittently on the left side, trying to make the three-masted sailing ship collapse and sink into the deep sea. At the same time, on the starboard side, at the bow and stern, there were elite Shawa fishmen climbing on the deck with long ropes made of seaweed. They are hunters in the sea, but also skilled sailors. They are not unfamiliar with boarding battles. Shawa fishmen can survive on land for a short time. Their scales will lock in moisture, and they will not become dehydrated as long as they stay on land for no more than half an hour. The Shawa fishmen climbed very fast. Almost as soon as the dragon-veined cat-like creatures and dog-headed people below walked out of the cabin under the deck. In the east, south and north directions of the Blackfire, there was an endless stream of wet Shawa fishmen who had just walked out of the sea, with long tails and ferocious fish heads, and were almost 2 meters tall. Some of them had 2 arms or 4 arms. As soon as they boarded the deck, they stood upright on their feet and shouted frantically, "Woo-walla," and rushed to all parts of the deck, rushing towards those seemingly weak humans. "You? Stop them! Wild Wind! Tear the enemies in front of you!" Celia ordered the reinforcements, who had just come out of the cabin, while shouting wildly in her heart. And at the same time, the staff in her hand was waving up and down, and the wind was mixed with wind blades, and instantly blew the Shawa fishmen, who had just rushed up from the side of the ship, along with the broken railings, into the sea dozens of meters away, and scattered. The bloody smell spread all over the sea. The heavy three-masted sailing ship, which was more than 40 meters long, slowly moved to the west. At the same time, on the deck, the cat-like man who had returned to his original form rose and fell on the mast of the sailing ship to avoid the attack of the Shawa fishmen. The sturdy goblin in armor was fighting with the Shawa fishmen, and the dog-headed warlock in a robe was waving his staff, and the violent fire element gathered into a ball, pointing directly at the enemy. Scenes appeared in front of Celia, but at this moment, all she thought about was the angle of the bow. Finally, the angle of the giant ship's deflection was perfectly aimed at the west coast. This time, the girl, who was a storm warlock, did not hesitate. She stood at the stern. The cyan gem on the thunder short staff in her right hand reappeared. A strong wind that could sweep everything directly filled the slightly bulging sails of the Blackfire with full power, and directly brought this sailing ship weighing hundreds of tons, and rushed to the shore full of gravel and rocks in front of thousands of creatures. Chapter 292. The sun rises. The ancient elf-style black sailboat rushed to the east coast of the Forgotten Forest with a wild momentum, which was the west coast relative to Celia. As it moved forward, everyone on the boat could hear and feel the rumbling friction and dizzying bumps from the bottom of the boat. Obviously, the boat had hit the bottom and was about to run aground. But this was not enough. Celia looked at the distant coast with a stern look. She forced herself to be energetic, clenched her teeth, and endured the dizziness. The thunder staff in her hand once again shone with a green luster in the cumbersome spells, although the luster of the gem this time was much lighter than the previous 2 times. Her third ring spell slot had been drained, but fortunately, it was enough. The gray-haired girl with wind elements lingering around her raised the thunder staff. The third wave of strong winds passed through again, and the sails that had been slowly deflated once again swelled up a powerful arc as if they were taking drugs. The strong wind that continued this time also caused the Blackfire, which was supposed to be stranded 20 meters away from the coast, to stop, continuing to plow the soil. The three-masted sailing ship, which was more than 40 meters long, continued to move northwest for 15 meters in this shallow sea area that was only thigh deep. Finally, at a beautiful angle, the ship intersected with the coastline, forming a posture that was narrow in the north and wide in the south. After casting the spell, Celia suddenly felt a surge of weakness, dizziness, and nausea caused by the bumps, so she couldn't help but bend over and hold her forehead, squatting on the ground. But she still did not forget to command the cat-like person beside her to lower the stairs on the side of the ship, so that some of the goblins and dog-headed people on the ship could go down and fight on the cliff. At the same time, her brain was spinning rapidly. How many people should be deployed on this ship to defend the Blackfire? This sailboat blocking the vast sea will surely become the commanding heights for the two sides to fight for. So this will definitely be the place where the battle will be the most intense. She must not let the Shawa fishmen occupy this advantageous terrain. However, before Celia could think of a clear candidate, she heard the creepy sound of claws scratching wood from behind her. The Shawa fishmen are coming up again. Celia subconsciously turned around and saw a Shawa fishman, who was several heads taller than her, jumped onto the railing. The distance between him and Celia was only a railing less than 2 meters high and 5 or 6 meters away. It was biting a shark dagger, carrying a javelin on its back, and wearing black leather armor made of unknown fish skin, which covered all the delicate scales on its chest. It was a typical Shawa fishman javelin thrower, and an elite in the Shawa fishman hunting team. Celia, who had faced Shawa fishmen more than once, was no longer at the age where she would feel weak in the face of monsters. Although the cat-like warrior or dragon-veined creature closest to her was 10 meters away and could not rescue her in time, her third-level spell slots had been used up. However, she still showed no fear on her face. Facing the series of provocative wooala and other fishmen calls from the Shawa fishmen who suddenly appeared, she called Liz directly in her heart. "Cover me, Liz!" The role of the magic pet was reflected at this moment. The silver light of the pseudo-dragon was like a moving blade in the sun, with extraordinary speed. The Shawa fishman didn't even see clearly. Or rather, its attention was all attracted by the scaleless female in front of it. Then it found that its field of vision became smaller. And then, there was a huge pain in its eye sockets. Woo wow! The severe pain made the fishman scream. And this time the sound contained a shrill cry in anger. This also made the one-eyed Shawa fishman immediately set its sights on the shadow that attacked it, while it cursed the guy who just attacked it in the most vicious fishman language. It pulled out a bone spear more than 1 meter long with its right hand, bent down, and looked up vigilantly. It was afraid that if it was not careful, it would become blind. But it was not old yet. However, it only heard a whoosh in its ears. It felt its neck was cold. And then, there was a severe pain. Was it hit by an arrow? The Shawa fishman subconsciously wanted to touch the arrow shaft, but it touched nothing. In addition to the red blood on its claws, there was only a finger-sized hole that was bleeding continuously. But it couldn't plug this hole no matter how hard it tried. Finally, it couldn't hold on any longer, and the bone spear let go, sliding onto the deck, filled with the smell of fish and blood. Its 2-meter-tall body collapsed to the ground, half leaning on the railing, closing its unwilling fish eye. Before it died, it didn't even have time to call on the great Sekala, the god of the Sawajan, asking him to accept the people who fought for him and go to the kingdom of God where there was sea water everywhere and no land. Celia, who cooperated with her magic pet and easily dealt with a Sawajan spear thrower, didn't even look at the fallen Sawajan. Her goal now was to try her best to implement her orders. She was now joining several other high-end forces on the fleet, such as the dragon-veined Grush, the dragon-veined dog-headed man, the Catman, etc. After joining together, they firmly protected the stairs leading to the coast to prevent it from being disturbed by the Shawa fishmen on the ships. And as the Catman came down in a line, goblins, dog-headed troops, and scattered Shawa fishmen on the ship were eliminated. Celia gradually turned her attention to the open sea. The sea surfaced hundreds of meters east of the ship. There were Shawa fishmen who she had just used the ship to accelerate and then caught up with. She could clearly see that on the way beating sea surface, there were at least 30 or 40 giant sharks with their fins erected, and they were coming towards her direction quickly. There was a bigger one behind, and its fins alone were as big as a person. Not only that, she also saw the Shawa fishmen chiefs holding bone staffs sitting on the backs of more than a dozen black-skinned and white-bottomed rays. In addition, there were also Shawa fishmen hiding under the waves, swaying their tails like a school of sardines, rushing towards them. Obviously, this was a battle where the Shawa fisherman's nest was in full force. However, as a voice sounded in her mind, Celia's eyes gradually became colder. After the battle with the pirates on Rika Island, she had grown a lot. At least facing such a scene again, she was no longer afraid. She began to be well organized and made good defenses on the coast and the Blackfire after communicating with other dragon-vein creatures. Of course, the biggest motivation that supported her was that she knew clearly the god she believed in, her only master, the molten dragon that had always been named after Hope. On the way, clang, hua, 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 harpoons and spears, scimitars and bone hammers. When they collided, all kinds of strange sounds were instantly emitted, but they were all drowned in the sound of waves. But the second battle started again, as hundreds of Shawa fishmen warriors landed on the shore. The Shawa fishmen held sharp forks and spears, and fought the enemies in front of them without fear of life and death. They would not stop until the last drop of blood was shed by both sides, and the storm and tide on the sea were brewing and beating. The Shawa fishmen chiefs sitting on the backs of the manta rays were following the orders of the leader and trying to use the next group spell. Control the water level. They wanted to submerge that coast and the group of sacrifices in the deep sea. As the supreme giant shark, the joyful hunter, the call of the deep sea, the only god of the Shawa fishmen, the sacrifice of Sakura. However, a Shawa fishman quietly left the army of Shawa fishmen during the sacrificial feast, and its appearance was also nameless when it left, and gradually became exactly the same as the appearance of the previous Shawa fishman leader. Gordon saw from a distance that the blood under the strait was flowing along the ocean current towards the north. He also understood where the source of the blood came from. Now it felt that every beat of its heart was lingering in its ears. It was only after the change in the number of believers and the many talent fragments in the divine power panel that it knew that the Black Fire was being attacked by Shawa fishmen. Although it had learned from Celia through the divine power link at the first time, they had already built a resistance line to fight against the monsters under the ocean. Shawa fishmen. On land. But it could not change the fact that it could not arrive immediately. Anger and powerlessness accumulated over time. And now the sound of anger is like thunder. They. How dare they? At this time, Gordon was flying hundreds of meters in the sky. Anyone could read the flame of anger from the round pupils of the bird. However, burning was burning. When Gordon really saw the black fire stranded on the beach about a few thousand meters away from it in a straight line, it calmed down instead. However, it looked at the tide that was constantly rising like a tsunami under the control of the Shawa fisherman priest, and fiercely beat against the cliff. And the flapping of its wings could not help but speed up a bit. But when it got closer and closer, it saw the blood-soaked believers behind the black fire, holding weapons and fighting with the oncoming Shawa fisherman warriors, and won the victory. Of course, more of it was the corpses of the Shawa fishermen that followed the backflow into the sea. Its flapping speed slowed down, as if giving up, gliding towards that sea area. The fire in its heart, originally called calmness, also went out. Instead, the flames called tyranny burned from its body from the inside out. Burning this weak body, a huge molten dragon was reborn from the wreckage. Its arrival announced the end. So, whether in the sea or on the coast, all creatures felt the majestic momentum coming from the southern sky, and the roar that seemed to tear the sea apart, instantly sweeping across the entire sea. Dirty, stupid fish people like volcanic ash. Tell me, who is it? Give you the courage. Attack my followers. The red dragon roared like thunder and landed in the shallow sea in front of the black fire like a meteorite. The boiling steam slowly concealed its body. Until later, even people with good eyesight could only vaguely see the pair of vertical pupils that never extinguished and burned with flames through the mist. As the huge molten dragon fell, the reactions of the two sides were different. The Shawa fishmen were like a tide, moving away from the source of the heat, while the followers relying on the black fire shouted loudly. Praises such as my lord were endless. Answer me. Malmin. Gordon Claus reached forward and swept a Shawa fisherman chieftain, who had no time to escape, and was riding on a ray onto his claws. It bared its ferocious fangs, and stared at the person in front of it who seemed to be the hot, loach-like Shawa fisherman twisted in its claws and asked. However, the hot breath on Gordon's body, which was far above the boiling point, directly made the Shawa fisherman gills red and swollen in a short time. and he couldn't make a sound at all. But Gordon didn't intend to let it speak. It smiled slightly, as if it had got the answer, and clenched its dragon claws casually. The almost cooked fish meat and fragile fish scales squeezed out from its gap. After casually swiping the claws into the sea and removing all the dirt on the claws, the noise here soon ended with the megalodon, which was not much smaller than the molten dragon, with most of its head completely exposed. Red Dragon. Leave. The great Sekala will forgive your rudeness. You will gain the friendship of Sharp Claws. Riding on the back of the megalodon, the leader of the Shawa fishmen, Sharp Claw, communicated with the red dragon in the sea surrounded by mist in an unskilled common language. It has a shark-like head and a tail that is several sections thicker than that of ordinary Shawa fishmen. Although the overall height is not much different, the size and weight are several times different. But there was no response in the steam. And when the Shawa fisherman leader wanted to ask again, the ferocious shark under his feet twisted uneasily. Sharp Claw, who had tamed sharks countless times, understood that this was a sign that it was going to get out of control. There is danger. It subconsciously thought of this, and it immediately put the protective amulet given to it by the chief priest Gorn when it was traveling, a piece of dark green fish scales on its chest. The next moment, the surging and hot magma torrent broke through the rolling mist, and with a look of contempt, it directly covered the hundreds of meters of sea area including the megalodon. For a time, the raging fire swayed in the sky with smoky mist. But in front of the fierce shark, a dark green shield quickly unfolded, not only isolating the lava breath, but also gradually purifying the boiling lava in the surrounding sea area, turning it into cool seawater. Under the shield, the burned Shawa fishmen also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scale of protection of Sekala. Red Dragon. Leave while my lord is not angry. I can ignore what you do. Even if you are a dragon, you are just a mortal, and mortals cannot break God. Sharp Claw advised. It only wanted the batch of sacrifices in front of it, and did not want to fight with the red dragon in front of it. It believed that even if it was chaotic evil, the red dragon in front of it would make a choice that suited it, facing an impenetrable barrier and offending a god. However, there was still no response. This time, it was even longer than before. Just when Sharp Claw thought that the dragon had left on the rising mist, it heard someone take a deep breath. The originally calm, slowly rising mist also formed a large vortex of clouds and mist. The flames flickered in the mist until a sunlight core gently spit out. Melting core. Many years later, the turbulent years had long ended, and the surviving old fishermen would always mention to their grandchildren that there was such an afternoon in that year. The second sun rose from the sea. Chapter 293 Arrival and Departure at the eastern coast of the Forgotten Forest. Under the cliff. After the molten core, which was a natural talent, was spit out by Gordon, the situation began to move in an irreversible direction. The molten core grew larger and larger with the subsequent irrigation of the magma fire, before reaching the dark green Sakura's scale of shelter. Shield wall. The walnut-sized molten core had become the size of a basketball, and the fiery red color had turned into a strange white-red color that made it impossible to look directly at it. Like a small sun, the shelter scale that Sakura specially gave to the Shawa fishmen, which could resist all damage, blocked this strange white ball of lava at the first time. But after the inexplicable and vast power was poured into it, the previously indestructible shelter scale instantly became like a foam board, collapsing at the touch of a finger. The hot and violent breath instantly filled the sharp claws in all directions. But it was far less shocking than what it felt in its heart. No! How is this possible? God item, even if it is a legend, cannot be crushed so easily. This red dragon in front of me? This is absolutely impossible. Sharp claws broke the fishbone ornament that it loved to play with on the saddle. Muttering in its mouth, its eyes were red, and the muscles under each scale were bulging high, which was very similar to the bloody fury state unique to the Shawa fishmen. It was hard not to wonder if the Shawa fishmen leader in front of him had a cerebral hemorrhage due to anxiety. However, this lava fireball did not disappear with Sharp Claw's denial, but seemed to be absorbing its angry fire, converting it into its own nutrients, continuing to expand and expand, emitting its scorching light to the surroundings. The violent shark under the Sharp Claw's feet was the first one who couldn't stand it. As soon as the shelter wall was broken, it didn't listen to the Sharp Claw's orders. It turned over and took the lead to drill into the deep sea. Other creatures such as the Shawa fishmen followed suit. Only the clumsy and stupid sharks were a beat slower. But because of their underwater speed, they didn't fall far behind the quick-reacting Shawa fishmen. However, the place where they ambushed was originally a shallow sea area on the continental plate, with the deepest depth not exceeding 500 meters. The deepest point of the nearby ocean area near the coast is no more than 50 meters. No matter how they fled to the bottom and hid in the reefs, the gurgling sound of boiling sea water still followed them. All creatures could see a huge hot light source as long as they looked back, which made every grain of sand and stone and every swaying seaweed on the seabed that had been dark for thousands of years shine brightly. This scene was like a round sun hanging high in the water, and countless shadows were sneaking and escaping wherever the sun went. But as the brightness of the blazing white sun became higher and higher, and its size became larger and larger, about the size of the red dragon, countless Shawa fishmen who were still fleeing to the eastern trench, their figures were reflected on the reefs and the beach on the seabed. As the thousands of white lights burst out from the sun behind them, the figures instantly erased the traces of their existence in the white light as if someone was using an eraser. At the same time, on the sea surface, Gordon also saw a spectacular scene of thousands of water columns just emerging from the water, and then being swallowed by the huge white light emitted from the seabed, and then gathered into a semicircle and exploded on the sea surface. It didn't come back to its senses until the white light faded. It turned out that when the power of the literal molten core in the data was transformed into reality, the scene created was beyond Gordon's imagination. At least after the scorching sun in front of him, Gordon's worldview had been refreshed. It turned out that he could be so strong? It just wanted to give it a try. The huge molten dragon opened its mouth, standing upright on the shallow sea, staring at the aftermath of the war in the distance in a daze, floating like a dead fish on the sea surface surrounded by water vapor, and the vaguely visible remains of the Shawa fishmen, with wisps of burnt fireworks on it. A scene after the smoke of gunpowder. It made it easy for Gordon to think of the last life, when the firecrackers exploded underwater, and the white mist lingering on the water surface was also like this. Gordon sniffed, as if he wanted to recall the past. But the smell immediately made Gordon pinch his basketball-sized nostrils with 2 claws. What's that smell? Gordon's face looked as disgusting as if he had eaten a fly. The smell was like cooked liquid, extremely pungent. It quickly flapped its dragon wings to get rid of the annoying smell that came with the wind. And then it put down its claws on its nostrils with confidence. At the same time, Gordon understood why Shawa fishmen and sharks were equated in the bronze dragon diet. After all, taste cannot be deceived. Among the more broken bodies in the distance, there were also more than 10-meter-long giant sharks and manta rays mixed in, all of which were signs of burning and tearing. And the arrogant Shawa fishmen leader just now had completely disappeared, leaving only its mount, the half-broken body of the violent shark, lying on the sea more than 1,000 meters away. Even though it was as fast as a swordfish, it still couldn't avoid the underwater explosion. But Gordon's attention had already been attracted by other things at this time. That is, the information data that emerged in his mind after the use of the molten core. This is recorded in the Dragon Heritage. Gordon also knew why the power of the molten core this time was far beyond his imagination. Because this is a product that is difficult to replicate for ordinary molten dragons. Before the molten dragon was hatched, the molten core was rooted in the body of the dragon as an organ. But with the growth of the years, until the real dragon reached the adolescent stage, it gradually developed into a scale that can be used by the real dragon. And this molten fire core, after it was born, every time the body grows, every time the soul rests, the blood supply organ of the heart will transport the essence there until it is saturated, and then wait for the next expansion and cycle again. And the explosion, just now, was the first explosion of a molten dragon in its adolescence after accumulating and compressing the essence for decades. This means that after 10 days, when the molten core is restored, the amount of essence contained in it will definitely be far less than the essence accumulated over 20 years, and its power will not be as strong as the latter. This is why Gordon said it is difficult to copy, including himself, because most of the molten dragons, after the ban is lifted, have tasted the pleasure and can't hold on for more than 20 years without spitting out the molten core in their bodies. And even for Gordon, there is no guarantee that the molten core will stay in its body for a year next time. This is also a big killer. What a pity. Seeing this, Gordon couldn't help but sigh and inhale at the same time. The refreshing feeling transmitted from the oral cavity to the brain was like the cool breeze inhaled after chewing mint candy in the mouth. And every scale from the nose tip to the tail tip opened because of this spitting. And it was simply unobstructed all over the body. This also made it understand why it was difficult for most molten dragons to suppress their desire for destruction. Because only after destruction can they be purified from the bottom of their hearts, both physically and mentally, and enjoy this long-lost pleasure. As for why the molten core just dissolved the shield of the Shawa fishman, it was due to another attempt by Gordon. After being blocked, it knew that it was related to God, so it naturally tried to connect its divine power with the molten core. It was this decision that allowed Gordon molten core to successfully break through the barrier constructed by divine power. The divine power barrier of the Shawa fishman god, Sekala, almost collapsed after its crazy divine power was injected. However, the divine power spent by Gordon was pitifully small, and it did not even use up its bottom line of 10 points of divine power. It only spent less than 3 points of divine power to offset the divine power on this dark green scale. Gordon guessed that this was related to the loss of divine power by the gods in the turbulent years. After all, even if it is the demon lord of the abyss, it is not difficult to reach out to the chaotic Io continent now. It makes no sense that the divine power item left behind will be broken by its demigod power. Of course, it is also possible that the leader of the Shawa fishmen who is using this divine power item is too weak and cannot fully exert the full power of the item. Anyway, the final result is that it wins a lot. After solving the puzzle, Gordon looked at the various talented light groups, like glowing jellyfish floating on the ocean with the corpse. This kind of harvest pleasure made Gordon feel the joy of vegetable farmers harvesting in the vegetable fields. Come on! Come on! As Gordon consciousness turned into a large net, the talent light balls in the distance were like little elves, rushing into its chest. One after another, the talent data reading information was jumping on the panel of its retina. But Gordon's eyes changed from ecstasy at the beginning to numbness, and finally gave up. It was too much. It couldn't bear it at all. Forced to the end, Gordon could only close the panel, stop thinking, and absorb the talent light balls at will. And as the last light ball on the sea surface floated from the gap in the corner to Gordon's chest, Gordon turned his head slowly and looked at the people behind the boat who were afraid of it like a god. Dared not breathe, but their faces were full of joy. Goblins supporting each other, dog-headed men who wanted to howl, cat-like people licking their wounds and wagging their tails, dragon-veined creatures with blood on their chests but looking happy. Now, can I ask what happened? These things happened just after I left. However, Gordon did not continue to ask. The sea area where the explosion just happened would inevitably attract prying eyes, and taking this opportunity to leave was the right way. It's a pity that the Blackfire has maximized its value in the successive battles and the aftermath just now. Now, it is a stranded ship that cannot sail on the sea. Therefore, Gordon asked everyone to pack their luggage on the ship and head north first, and talk about anything on the way. Fortunately, the Forgotten Forest is the northern outpost with snow and wind, a frozen wasteland, and only in summer is the grass green all year round. The Lothal Valley is located in the southeast corner of the long-lasting Mata River in the frozen wasteland. It is not remote, but the appearance of Winter City and the tides that sweep in from time to time have made it lose the meaning of its existence. On the road, Gordon, who turned into a bear, was at the front of the team. He looked back at the wooden barrel carefully carried by 4 dog-headed men. Drops of seawater seeped out from the cracks under the barrel. Nina was sleeping quietly in it. Even such a fierce battle seemed unable to shake the sleep on her face. As early as Celia knew that the battle was coming, Nina was transferred to the safest position on the ship. The cabin was once used as a storage room for storing treasures and valuable items. The walls were made of ironwood. Even the fireball spell could not leave any scorch marks on it. Therefore, she was not affected by the battle. But the water in the barrel was spilled a lot because of the bumps of the ship. Go on. Gordon turned his head to look at Celia and the pseudo-dragonless, who seemed to be resting because of the fatigue of the battle. His words were not as cold as before. But even if it was someone else, if they knew what it had gained at this time, they would probably be grinning from ear to ear. Gordon had gradually sorted out the gains just now while chatting. The number of second-level talents gained exceeded the 400 mark. The third-level ones were more than 100 and nearly 200. The fourth-level ones were also 30 or 40. And the fifth-level ones were 4. But from the talent information, Gordon did not seem to find a talent that matched the Shawa Fishman leader. as the dragon-veined creature in front pushed aside the frosted branches. The first wisp of cold wind came from the north to greet everyone. Celia also told Gordon everything she knew, including how many seabirds she saw resting on the hull when she was in a daze. With the supermemory brought by the sorcerer, she told Gordon everything. Gordon said nothing after listening, as if he was sorting out his thoughts. Celia didn't say much, but just respectfully took her leave, and then volunteered to be the guide of the Northland and go ahead to open the way. She has been here more than once. As the sun set, wisps of golden light surged under the waves on the sea, before the last beam of light disappeared at the entrance of Loda Valley. The black shadow in the front row used a weapon to break the ice cone formed by water, and then let the biting cold explode again under its feet, turning into a pile of ice chips. They arrived at Loda Valley. The two mountains that formed Loda Valley were more than 5 times larger than the crater on the previous Rika Island. Unfortunately, both the top and the bottom of the mountain were bare, with only a few cold-resistant, worthless weeds struggling tenaciously in the cracks of the gravel. Gordon looked up at the 2 towering peaks covered with ice and snow, followed the team in front, and plunged into the only entrance to the west of the valley. Above his head was a mountain with only a crack in the sky, and under his feet was frozen soil that had not melted and was like ice. This dark and narrow mountain path. Not long after, a seabird that did not belong to the northern climate flew out of the quiet and peaceful valley. It headed south. At this time, the leader of the Shawa fishmen, Sharp Claw, dragged his exhausted body with half of his tail broken, and returned to their underwater base on the backs of several surviving Shawa fishmen and sharks. Dark Tide City, 50 miles from the coast. However, Sharp Claw, who was about to find a priest in the tribe to heal his wounds, was surrounded by the Shawa fishmen warriors, who were guarding Dark Tide City after entering the city gate. Sharp Claw was stunned. These Shawa fishmen are not ordinary Shawa fishmen. In addition to the standard armor, the root of their tridents is branded with a great white shark pattern. This is the emblem of their great giant shark Sekala. These are all warriors of the temple. Just when Sharp Claw wanted to ask these temple warriors why they stopped them, he heard a Shawa fishman temple warrior in front of him holding a trident, almost stabbing its throat. Then he shouted loudly to the Shawa fishman behind him, "Go and tell the priest I caught this hateful blasphemer." "Yes, my lord." The Shawa fishman warrior lowered his head and quickly went to the temple with a giant shark head carved on the highest point in the underwater city constructed with underwater corals and reefs. At this moment, apart from its anxious face, it also had an imperceptible smile. It twisted like water waves, revealing a hint of white wax. Chapter 294. Nosatos let his slender tail swing in a perfect arc in the water again, and quickly moved away from the Dark Tide City, the fortress of the Shawa fishmen below where he had stayed in the sea for decades. There, it was dark and confined, mixed with the excrement of the Shawa fishmen and the sharks they raised, and there was no sunlight all year round. If it were not for those things, or if those things were related to its advancement, it would not have stayed in the city for 3 or 4 years in order to find an opportunity. The scenery on both sides moved quickly under its streamlined posture. It was not without some benefits to transform into a Shawa fishman for so many years. At least its speed in the sea was a few points faster than the fastest grayfin shark raised by the Shawa fishmen after the special training in the past few years. Sathatha's current location has left the coral reef area outside the Dark Tide City, and is about to head to the shallow sea area covered by ivory white fine sand. The water there is clear and clean. Occasionally, when the sun is just right, you can see the refracted light on the seabed. Sometimes Sathath can't stand it, so he will choose to be here and empty his mind. As a temple guard, it doesn't matter if it occasionally skips classes. Anyway, that big stupid shark has never cared about his people. It hasn't performed a miracle for more than 10 years. If it weren't for the fact that the Shawa fishmen have no other gods to believe in, I'm afraid that lazy and decadent big stupid shark would have been abandoned by his people long ago. However, when it was about to reach the shallow sea area where the white content increased significantly in the dark vision, Sathath suddenly stopped. It keenly felt the traces of spell fluctuations in front of it, and the ripple induction that the Shawa fishman race was born with, which made it clearly feel that something was coming in its direction. This place is located at the junction of coral reefs and shallow seas. It has nowhere to hide. However, the expression on the face of the ferocious fish head of Sathath remained unchanged, and the fish eyes moved slightly. It did not intend to hide. It immediately turned around and rushed towards the dark tide city. However, its speed slowed down a lot, and its slender tail suddenly became wrinkled and ugly under the shape-shifting talent of the shapeshifter, which did not conform to the aesthetics of the Shawa fish girl in the tribe at all. Sure enough, within 10 seconds, a huge shadow passed above it from behind, completely covering its shadow reflected on the white gravel on the seabed. Looking up, it was a giant unicorn shark covered with scales, and there was a Shawa fishman wearing secret silver armor beside it, which looked very expensive. The materials of the giant shark's scales and the armor of the Shawa fishman warriors are all from the silver crown stone vein, one of the 3 underwater veins in the dark tide city. The silver crowns produced there are like silver chalcedony, with bright metallic black lines, extremely hard, and better anti-magic effect than ordinary magic metals. But it is difficult to mine. It takes several years to mine such a large armor. Thaltos knows all these. He also understands what they are. The most elite existence in the Dark Tide City Legion. The Tide Hunters. On weekdays, their tasks are mostly to guard the Dark Tide City and the temple. They are rarely dispatched. There are less than 20 groups in the entire Dark Tide City. In addition to the high cost, there are not many Shawa fishmen who can meet the requirements of professional advancement. In addition to the master-level trident proficiency, it is not something that every Shawa fishman warrior can do to subdue a horned shark from the sea of 1,000 sharks by force. My lord, as a shapeshifter, it has the natural qualities of bluffing and camouflage. Before the shadow covered it, its emotions had already been brewing. It just made it look like a fish returning home, as if it had seen a savior. Its eyes were shrouded in a layer of mist that was difficult to see underwater. The Tide Hunter, who was much taller than it, silently looked down at the humble and cowardly poor creature in front of him with his indifferent fish eyes. After careful observation, it asked, "Have you seen any strange creatures passing by nearby?" This time, they were teleported to the sea 20 miles away from Dark Tide City by the priest using the temple's teleportation technique, just to catch the shameful thief. What creature? Satos looked confused. And then he said in a trembling voice, as if he had reacted immediately, "Did something happen to Dark Tide City?" It immediately ignored the gaze of the Tide Hunter in front of it, and cast its eyes on Dark Tide City hidden in the thick seaweed and reefs. Its neck was several sections long. "Answer me. Have you seen any other creatures? You coward." The expression on the face of the Tide Hunter was already unconcealed contempt, and his voice was also a bit reprimanding. The Shawa fishmen take war very seriously. As long as they are defeated, they will hardly allow any living Shawa fishmen to return. If they return, they will definitely wear the hat of a coward. And if they want to take off the shame, it often takes hundreds or thousands of times more blood to wash it off. To use the sacrificial prayer of the great Shawa fishman god, the giant shark Sekala, it is that the powerful shark is not afraid of death, but only enjoys and welcomes its arrival. No, no, powerful Tide Hunter, Lord Giant Shark's patron. I didn't see the creature you mentioned. I only know that we were attacked by a dragon just now. Satos tried to make his voice closer to fear and confusion, so that the Tide Hunter in front of him could reasonably read his emotions from his voice. All this information was also known by Sharp Claw, the leader of the Shawa fishmen who escaped in a panic, and the commander-in-chief of Dark Tide City. Presumably, the information of their defeat is now known to the whole city. But for a Shawa fishman rushing to Dark Tide City, it is very reasonable. Humph. Waste. You are now recruited by me. Patrol the sea area, and use this to notify me if you find anything unusual, no matter what it is. The same applies to the Shawa fishmen. But sir, my tail is injured. Sir! The Tide Hunter dropped a scale engraved with magic patterns, and when it was in the posture of a butterfly flying, it had already left Satos far away with its shark partner, looking for the reef-filled sea behind Satos, even leaving behind Satos a sad cry. Most Tide Hunters still believe that the hateful thief had not left Dark Tide City for too long. With its speed, it was likely that it had not even reached 5 miles outside the city. And here, it was already 10 miles away from Dark Tide City. Sathoth had a dejected look on his face until the fish shadow disappeared. Then he wiped the tears of fear from his eyes, shook his stiff tail, and then lowered his head and slowly patrolled in this sea area according to the Tide Hunter's instructions. After 2 or 3 more waves of Tide Hunter's inspections, Tatsuya felt that there were no more Tide Hunters outside the sea area, and then he showed a relieved expression, easily stuffed the fish scale with magic patterns under a turtle that was swimming slowly at the same speed as him, and then used a hint to tell it not to leave the sea area. Its tail regained its luster and slenderness again, and with a light flick, its body sprinted towards the shallow sea area at a high speed, like an arrow from a string. When the tide hunter who had handed Tatsuif the fish scale found the slow turtle according to the position of the scale, his face, which was originally about to praise him for his loyalty, froze. After the shark partner confirmed that there was no Shawa fishman around, its face completely collapsed, and the trident tightly grasped in his hand burst out, directly shooting the 10-meter-high reef not far away. Its face was particularly hideous, because it knew that it seemed to have been fooled by that hateful thief, just like those Sawajan fishmen who had just been executed. At this time, Sathith had crossed the shallow sea and came to the land. That is, the human town closest to Dark Tide City, Tampa. There was another deal waiting for it there, when it transformed into a guard with an ordinary face. Wakeful, Sathith had just emerged from the bottom of the water, with a human face. He squinted his eyes, and felt the afterglow of the sunset, and the sun gave his body a layer of gold. Having waited for news at the Tampa town pier for a day, and in the afternoon, the underwater sun that was enough to cause the town to talk about for a month increased his anxiety. At this time, the extremely anxious Tampa tax officer, who was also the steward of Viscount Lamlington, Martinton, was walking back and forth at the end of a long pier extending to the ocean. Frowning, the bloated belly in the past seemed to sense the owner's mood, and now it was a little thin, without confidence, and full of emptiness. Martinton, you did a good job. The face of Sathith enjoying the afterglow immediately turned into a devil like crawling from hell, with a hideous face, and it had already entered the play. Martinton paused after hearing this, and quickly turned his head to look at the guard, Forel, who only half of his body emerged from the sea. He cried and retorted quickly, "It's none of my business. Lord Forel, you were there at the time and saw that the detection gem on the ship did not react at all. The leader was the fledgling who was a second-level wizard 2 years ago. What ability did she have to ruin your good deeds? Since he learned about the bodies of the Shawa fishmen all over the sea, he knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully, and it was unknown whether the previous transaction would still count. Then I don't care. The priest is furious. This sacrifice failed. You have to pay a sufficient price. Otherwise, the descendants of the giant shark don't mind using you humans as a knife." For grabbing the dock planks with both hands, he climbed from the sea to the dock, and turned back to the sweaty Martinton, who was squatting on the ground beside him. "When the time comes, your fishermen will be the food we offer to the great giant shark. But our lord is almost dying. If we don't, I have brought something to solve the thirst disease." Sathith interrupted Martinton's continued narration and said directly, "What? Isn't it true?" Martinton was a little speechless, but a hint of surprise immediately appeared on his face. He didn't expect that they could get what they wanted after the sacrifice failed. But this requires a price. 3 times. 3 times the price you promised. I can heal your lord first. Sato stretched out 3 fingers and said leisurely, but there was no emotion in his expression except indifference, without any pleasure obtained from blackmail, as if it was extremely reluctant. "Okay. I promise." Martinton did not hesitate. The condition of Viscount Lamlington, them Colin, was getting worse and worse. The consequences of thirst had made him no longer satisfied with drinking water, but soaked in water like a thirsty fish. If it had been a few more days, he might have died in the water he needed most, just like the curse of the whale angel when he left. "Them Colin, I curse you. You will drown in endless water, and your soul will sink into the deep sea forever. Then lead the way. The patience of the chief priest Gorn is running out. I hope you should understand the consequences of offending my Dark Tide City." Sato's looked solemn, as if he was doing things for Dark Tide City wholeheartedly. "Got it. Lord 4. I have someone prepare what you want now. As long as you remove the curse cast by that bitch angel, I will let the Viscount reward you." Martinton nodded and bowed hurriedly, and then quickly took Sato's to the most gorgeous manor in the southwest corner of Tampa town. And their departure also startled the seabirds that were perched on the railings of the dock and combing their feathers, and had not yet returned to their nests, until the seabirds' calls were getting farther and farther away from Sato's, until they disappeared. "Goodbye, ocean," Sato said silently in his heart. He showed an imperceptible smile, but when he looked at Martinton, who was hunched over and trying to please him, He returned to indifference and walked towards the carriage parked at the dock without saying a word. "Master, Ford is here, waiting for your summons outside," Martington said with an embarrassed look, looking at the Viscount lying in a round bathtub with a diameter of 3 meters and a depth of 1 meter, wearing only a pair of shorts. "Why don't you invite him in? Why are you standing there? I'm tired of living in the water. Even with the underwater breathing potion, I feel extremely uncomfortable. If I can't leave the water for the rest of my life, believe me, I will go crazy." The Viscount with blonde hair and blue eyes, Vim Collin, was shouting in the water with a crazy look on his face. Although there was a magic potion that made him not so uncomfortable underwater, the amount of the potion could only support him for a few days at most. And with the increasing thirst for water, the bathtub would sooner or later be unable to bear his absorption. And the deep sea outside Tampa would be his home. And that coincided with Sally's curse. Whenever he thought of this, Vim Collin wished that he had not patrolled his territory on the seashore that day. And he would not have seen the stranded mermaid Sally. And the following things would not have happened. Although she is different from a mermaid, she has the lower body of a whale and the upper body of a human, and calls herself a whale angel. But Vim Collin has always called her the beautiful mermaid lady. "Master," he said, he wanted 5 times the reward we agreed on at the beginning. And today's sacrifice failed. Martington shrank his head and looked at the human male face that was about to emerge from the water, whispering, "What? Damn it! How dare he?" This lowly omitted. "Never mind," agreed to him quickly. "I've had enough." Mr. Vim Collin cursed the man greed wantonly, then spit out a bubble, and said indignantly, "As a coastal town with both fishery and port trade, Tampa town is not badly developed. The permanent population is about 8,000, and the number of adventurers and merchants who run there can easily reach 10,000. As the well-deserved ruling line of Tampa town, the Lamlington family has been in power in Tampa for about 100 years. The first generation of knights who came out of the kingdom with refugees to open up the country was already the grandfather of Vim Collin. The family savings obtained by the 4 generations have also grown day by day in the past 100 years. Not to mention paying the money to remove the curse once. Even if they pay 10 times, they will not blink an eye. Unfortunately, he provoked the whale angel this time. This curse with the kind side made all the orderly and kind side church priests in the town shake their heads and refuse. No matter how high the price Vim Collin offered to ask their priests to come for treatment, they would always be rejected. The matter came to an end only after the reward was secretly taken down by a human guard named Four. Although he represented the Shawa fishmen who rarely allied with humans. But the Viscount could not care too much about the curse. The consequences of water thirst had already made him unable to stay away from his bathtub made of gilded film. Moreover, it only wanted a boat of sacrifices with a life force of 1,000. Compared with the torture brought by water thirst, Vim Collin naturally agreed without hesitation. But the 50,000 gold coins attached made him feel a little distressed. Now the reward of 250,000 gold coins made him feel a little painful. This was the tax revenue of the town for 10 years. But the shadow of the death curse was always with him. Not to mention 250,000. As long as Viscount Lamlington's family assets were not completely drained, Vim Collin would hesitate again and finally agree. Who told him that thirst for water made him lose the qualification to return to the land? Besides, he had never heard of any Viscount who couldn't even patrol the territory. This would be a shame. And he didn't want it. 250,000 is 250,000. Sooner or later, he would make these Shawa fishmen spit out the principal and interest. Damn it! After receiving the exact order, Martington quietly left the room, and then whispered in his ear before Forel entered. "One is mine, Lord Forel. Don't forget." Forel was stunned at first, and when he saw the fat behind the flattering smile, his cold face remained expressionless, nodded slightly, and then walked in resolutely. When Vim Collin held Thardos and turned into a sharp claw from the Shawa fishman's sacrificial temple, he stole the tears of the ocean for the first time, which had the ability to remove any curse below the legendary level, and the blue water drop-shaped magic gem refused to let go. For and Martington were already looking at the materials worth 250,000 gold coins being carried out of Viscount Lamlington's warehouse. And they smiled at each other in understanding, until for left with the treasure. Martington muttered at the door, "Maybe the master can also take out 500,000. After saying that, he smiled again, as if laughing at his own greed. shook his head, closed the door of the manor, and turned back to please his master who had just been freed from the curse. On the other side, Sathith walked in a strange town. His face had changed into that of a stranger after passing through several alleys, except for the seabirds passing in the sky, and he shook off the eyes from the Viscount's manor. He had become mortal. The name he used in Winter City 5 years ago. Now everything is in hand. The apprentice of Mortar, who is eager to learn arcane knowledge, should also return to Winter City with some adventures and tuition fees. The shapeshifter Tatsuif couldn't help but smile. But as he drove the carriage to leave Tampa town overnight, a hand knocked on the door of his carriage. What's going on? Tatsuith's face was very calm. And at the same time, the rings with flash and teleportation spells were ready at any time. He asked vigilantly without opening the door. Oga? What's the matter? Oga was the coachman he hired at the carriage and horse shop. He was an experienced old coachman who had driven horses to Winter City more than once. He fine. Cute little thing. The magnificent and deep voice came from top to bottom. No longer old, but with a king majesty. This made Sathith subconsciously use the spell stored in the ring directly. The spell suddenly appeared. But Sathith found that after the light of the teleportation spell flashed, he had entered an area that did not belong to the Forgotten Forest. This is a void and desolate space. Where is this? Before Sathith could see clearly, his eyes were covered by a huge shadow. He looked at the only living creature in the space besides him. The black-scaled dragon standing upright more than 10 meters tall, with a dazzling luster all over its body, and trembled. Giant dragon? Sir, do we have any misunderstanding? No. Gordon grinned. Chapter 295 Breath. Bet no. The temporary demiplane brought by the talent of the death-desperate situation is different from the demiplane Cyan City in Galmadon. It has no sun, moon, stars, and can't see the bright starlight of the starry sky. The only thing that shines is the flickering singularity at the top of the semicircular arc. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Only the raging breath of destruction wandering in it. If it were ordinary humans, even if Gordon didn't do it, they would become crazy people who only know killing and destruction under the erosion of the wind of destruction in about a day. At this time, the death-desperate situation was quiet. Whether it was the suffocating wind or the light source above the arc, they all stopped after the voice of the black-scaled dragon. The wind stopped whistling. The singularity stopped flickering. And the whole space was dim. In the demiplane, Sathith could only hear the beating of his heart. And he could hear a pin drop. Then why did you bring me here? Gods, I am just a poor and innocent apprentice of a wizard. Lord Dragon, my status prevents me from promising you too many things like a princess. And no one is willing to pay a high price to redeem me. I think you caught the wrong person. The palace of Amen is worthy of your greatness. Sato still wanted to struggle and get away with it. Although he felt the gaze of those greedy eyes, he still wanted to try. But when Satos heard the sarcasm of the black-scaled dragon, his eloquent speech was immediately awkward, and the expression on his face changed from humbleness at the beginning to stiffness later. The 220,000 gold coins of Viscount Lamlington's family. I think they should be hidden in a space wonder in your body now. The dragon spoke in a leisurely tone, with an inquiring look in his eyes, as if he wanted to see through his body. No, this is impossible. I carefully observed that there was no pursuer. Who are you? Tatsuith was incredulous, thinking carefully that he seemed not to have provoked the dragon in the past few years. He had been working hard for the things in the temple of the Shawa fishmen in the past few years. Even if he wanted to provoke it, it would not have the time. Could it be Martinton? Want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Or is Viscount Lamlington planning to default on his debt? No, that's not right. If there was a dragon behind to assist, Martinton and the others would definitely not be as cool as they are now. The dragon would squeeze the last drop of fat from them. Tatsuith shook his head quickly and put the impossible things out of his mind. However, as the memories were connected, a bold guess soon emerged in Tatsuith's heart. He trembled as he looked at the dragon that was looking down at him like an ant, and thought to himself, could it be the dragon that sent that useless Sharpclaw home today? But it doesn't look like it. Sharpclaw said it was a red dragon. But the one in front of us is black. No. Who is it? But no matter how much he thought, the dragon deep voice came again. And Sathith shuddered again. You don't need to care who I am. But I care about who you are. Gordon stretched out his claws, intending to grab the human in front of him, who was dressed like a wizard apprentice. and observe him carefully. Just now, when it turned into a flying bird, it saw that the human in front of it had changed its appearance many times. But the distance was too far, so it didn't know whether it used magic items like it did or relied on its own talent to transform. However, its claws missed, and the human in front of him dodged its claws with an extremely delicate sliding step. Such agility is completely inconsistent with his identity as a wizard apprentice. Compared with an apprentice, he is more like a wanderer who is proficient in sneak attacks and stealth. Or a ranger. Sir Dragon, perhaps we can talk. While using the wanderer's agile steps to avoid the dragon attack, Satha shouted loudly at the dragon that was rushing towards him. But the dragon only responded to its naive words with its increasingly fast claws. And the dragon soon discovered its own naivety. Gordon was very upset at this time. This demiplane is not big, but it is enough for the slippery human. Oh no! Halfling in front of him to play for a long time. In the blink of an eye, Gordon found that the human mage apprentice under his nose had turned into a halfling with more flexible hands and feet in a moment. With fur like beasts on his hands and feet, and well-fitting leather armor and short boots. Perhaps this is its true face. Of course, the most important thing is that Gordon felt that his fear auras seemed to be completely ineffective for the creature in front of him. Moreover, after turning into a halfling, his body was as agile as those agile mountain cats. Even in midair, he could use his waist to relay and avoid Gordon's huge tail sweeping down. But soon, Gordon found that he was wrong again. Gordon looked at the halfling who was about to be torn apart by the giant claws. Suddenly, a god descended from heaven and looked like a dwarf, holding up an extremely handy 2-person high iron tower shield, which was like a towering mountain and blocked the giant claws. Gordon knew that this was definitely not a solution. If the final victory condition was just to compare endurance, then even if he caught it, it would be a shameful victory. Maybe it's it? Although it knew that the guy in front of it, who could transform into various humanoid creatures, must have a high professional level, even higher than the pirate Kumal, it still felt indescribable resentment. However, with the recollection of the dragon heritage and the details of the transformation during the battle, it quickly thought of what the human in front of it was. This is a shapeshifter with a professional level. It is very likely that it is a shapeshifter on the path of mimic. Only this kind of shapeshifter can explain his various skills. First, he was as agile as a cat, and now he is as immovable as a mountain. It can be said to be two extremes. After guessing the origin of the creature in front of him, Gordon, who originally only wanted to come here to rob and explore the origin of the sacrifice, immediately changed his mind. Perhaps catching it and making it his subordinate is a good choice. But how to catch it? Gordon looked at the shapeshifter in front of him, which was slippery and had the strength of a high-level warrior. If he fought head-on, although it might be the winner in the end, Gordon's physical condition might not be very optimistic, and he might delay his journey to the other world. And in the end, he might only get the body of the shapeshifter. However, Gordon's mind turned, and he quickly thought of a targeted method from the habits of the shapeshifter. However, in order not to alert the shapeshifter, Gordon did not waste his 5-set acting skills. "You forced me to do this," the recovered dragon roared at the shapeshifter, with a face full of resentment. It pretended that the fire of anger from the blood of the molten dragon had overwhelmed its desire to obtain treasure, and it just wanted to burn everything in front of it to ashes. So, Satha saw the black dragon stop attacking and felt the dragon breath. But the moment of brewing breath also gave him a chance to breathe, and even had time to wipe the sweat on his forehead. It must be said that the feeling of dancing on the tip of the knife just now reminded him of 30 years ago, when he pretended to be two people and dealt with a moon elf mother and daughter at the same time. "Now we can talk. Sir, your breath is useless to me. If you don't believe it, we can make a bet. If I win, you have to let me go." Satha felt a sudden heat wave in the demiplane, which also made him understand what kind of real dragon the creature in front of him was. But his face remained unchanged, and he even suddenly wanted to make a bet with Gordon. In fact, he had already observed the dragon anger, and felt that the dragon in front of him might agree to his bet out of pride. However, his heart was already in turmoil, and he was also uneasy, because the dragon move in front of him easily reminded him of the dragon in the mouth of Sharp Claw this afternoon. Under its scales flowed magma like a stream, and the red light burned the entire demiplane red, and all the characteristics were very similar. Gordon looked at the halfling with a solemn face, and began to doubt whether there was something wrong with his tactics. Originally, He planned to cover the entire space with magma, so that even the most cunning mouse would not be able to run in the air. But after hearing what the halfling said, he felt that his hopes seemed to be dashed. However, just when Gotan was about to refuse and spit lava in its face, he suddenly felt another force engraved in his body. It was this force that made Gotan hesitate for a while. And then he replied with a short syllable. Okay. Bet. When Gotan said this, the anger on his face did not decrease at all, as if his reason was completely affected by anger. Then, for the sake of safety, you will take the great lord of the nine hells, the Duke of the Devil, the most powerful Grand Duke Bayer under Asmodeus, and General Malphite of the First Legion as your contract. If you breach the contract, let it take away your soul and your treasure house. Do you agree? Tatsuya struck while the iron was hot, and quickly added an oath, and took out a blank contract. Only the bottom column was signed with Malphite's hell language. This was a blank contract that Tatsuya had purchased from an antique dealer. It could let a powerful devil in hell be a witness, and the soul of the person who breached the contract would be devoured by it. For all true dragons, whether they are chromatic dragons or metallic dragons, losing their treasures is tantamount to killing them. Especially for dragons at this stage. No matter which nest they are in, the treasure house inside is enough to rival a small kingdom. This is also the reason why countless adventurers are eager to slay dragons. But before Tatsuya could continue, the surging fire elements in front of him gathered into a river, turned into magma, and rushed out of its throat as big as a jar. Gordon's eyes were fierce and violent. It was not stupid enough to give its life to a contract. Before it grew into a legend, it had to stay away from the devils and demons in the abyss and the nine hells. Moreover, it seems that this strange shapeshifter really treated it as a fool. I don't know if it pretended to be too good or it was intentional. But no matter what, since it dared to provoke me, it must have been prepared to bear the consequences of failure. After seeing the hell contract, Gordon knew that he could no longer play dumb, since it can't be subdued. Then destroy it. It looked at the figure rolling in the sea of fire and smiled grimly. But on the other side, Sathath was rolling in the magma in frustration. This dragon didn't fall for it. At this time, it looked like a humanoid creature covered with fiery red scales and a lizard head. Whether it was hands or claws, it was enscathed in the magma. This is another characteristic of the shapeshifter, the way of transfiguration. In addition to the low-level effect of being able to imitate the enemy's appearance, the higher-level one can also imitate the opponent's talents and even skills. Later, it can even perfectly imitate the memory, so that the gods can't see whether you are real or fake. And Tatsuya has only reached the second step on this road, and can only imitate the opponent's talents. So, it transformed into a fire-immune fire lizard man. This creature was when Tatsuya was transformed into an Aemin merchant, in the southern mountains of the Sural Desert, in the settlements of several active volcanoes, and came into contact with this reclusive race. In order to break through trade barriers, and exchange gold and resources from these fire lizard men, it killed a fire lizard man, pretended to be its appearance, and went into the tribe to inquire about the news. So it also learned how to get the gold in these fire lizard men's tribes. The body was immersed in the magma, just like swimming in a lake, picking large pieces of gold and other ores produced by the eruption underwater, and also understood that the fire lizard men have the characteristics of fire immunity. Unexpectedly, it came in handy now, before Tsados could think about it. The next moment, another hot lava torrent engulfed his thin lizard body. Gordon's breath was very large this time, and he shook his head intentionally to evenly disperse the lava, so that when he finished spitting, half of the plain was a trickle of lava, spreading and converging towards the low-lying flat land. The shapeshifter who turned into a lizard man showed a smile of surviving a disaster, wiped the lava on his body, and shouted loudly to the bowing dragon, "Sir Dragon, I've said that your breath is useless to me. Now you should fulfill your promise. Let me out. Of course, in order to repay your kindness, I am willing to offer 100,000 gold coins as your reward." Although Sathath didn't understand whether the dragon in front of him was evil or good. In general, most dragons were proud. As long as they were given a way out, they would be more willing to let go of an inconspicuous insect than to suffer the shame of breach of contract. Except for the five-colored dragons, who were born to like deception and took pleasure in lies. Although he failed to successfully sign the contract just now, Sathath felt that he still had to fight for it. After all, the dragon in front of him at least just agreed verbally. Didn't he? However, there was no response. Only the sound of inhaling again resounded throughout the red-hot demi-plane. This silent answer really made Sathith a little helpless. The dragon species is indeed proud and stubborn. It seems that he can only talk to the dragon in front of him after another round of breath. Of course, Sathith did not forget to continue to stimulate the real dragon in front of him. My lord dragon, I told you that your breath is useless to me. I can swim in it. It showed a sincere smile, as if it wanted to advise the dragon in front of it not to waste its essence. However, as the white light suddenly appeared and blocked the fire, the scales on Sathith's back stood up. Sathith looked up at the dragon in front of him blankly. Its mouth, nose and eyes were surrounded by flashing lightning, and magma and lightning surrounded its body, like a minister submitting to his king. It was like a storm master. Sathith rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Then, he swallowed the word swimming, and finally rolled and crawled away from where he was. The next second, the white lightning as thick as a water tank hit the deformed monster whose running speed was far slower than that of the halfling just now. Breath conversion lightning. Chapter 296 Contract after being electrocuted. The shapeshifter that turned into a fire lizard man immediately collapsed to the ground, with its entire head half buried in the fiery red magma. If it weren't for the bonus of racial talent, it might have been suffocated to death by the thick liquid. Gordon was delighted to see the shapeshifter that had completely lost its ability to resist. This was its early plan, using the magma breath to transform the environment of the demiplane into a lava surface. And then it could limit the range, so that the shapeshifter in front of it would have to fight it head-on, instead of fighting and running, playing guerrilla tactics. It's just that Gordon didn't expect it to be able to transform into a creature immune to fire. But the final result is the same. As for the process, Gordon doesn't care. All its attention is now on the fire lizard man, and its claws are still lightly scratching the sticky magma. Obviously, this lightning strike did not directly kill the shapeshifter in front of it. But this time, Gordon stretched out his claws and picked up the shapeshifter in front of him like a dead fish. This shapeshifter was no longer as agile and powerful as before, and it was limp. Gordon used his other claw to fiddle with the tail of the salamander lying in his palm, and watched the reaction of this strange creature with interest. As it wished, the salamander's stiff tail curled up. Gordon himself is a dragon, and he is more familiar with the habits of dragon-like creatures. The tail and abdomen are the sensitive points of most dragon-like creatures, or reptiles, and it is commendable that the shapeshifter in front of him also has this reaction. You know, most shapeshifters can only change themselves. Apart from their appearance, the only thing they rely on is their memories and experience gained as shapeshifters. And this has reached the biological instinct and can be regarded as a shapeshifter. Obviously, this shapeshifter is different from ordinary shapeshifters. But there is no need for Gordon to say more. Otherwise, it would not be able to fight the dragon head-on. It must be the best shapeshifter. It's just that Gordon was a little curious about the toy he just got, so he teased it a few more times. Besides, the shapeshifter is now in a paralyzed state, so no matter how much he asked, the shapeshifter can only reply with a string of meaningless sentences, which makes people puzzled. Now it is more about whether to kill it or not. The shapeshifter's talent makes it a little envious. But the shapeshifter's talent is not just shapeshifting. Apart from these, the talent accumulated by changing identities for many years is probably not much less than that of Gordon. Moreover, if the shapeshifter is aimed at the advanced mimic, they have more talents. Although there is a probability of random shape-shifting, it is not high. Therefore, how to deal with this shapeshifter requires Gordon to consider carefully. If killing the shapeshifter can give it a 100% chance of getting the transfiguration it needs, then Gordon will kill the shapeshifter in front of it without hesitation. But the countless experiences of absorbing talents before told it that it can't. Everything is random. But the probability of obtaining core talents is higher. After all, there are also scenes in previous battles where it kills third-level opponents and gives it other third-level talents. Never mind. Let's harvest a wave of spoils first. Gordon looked at the salamander, who still hadn't eliminated the paralysis effect, smiled, and the dragon claws began to reach out to the dimensional bag on its chest. With a meaningless groan, the shapeshifter, who was paralyzed by the electric shock, opened his eyes in a daze, and then saw the huge dragon head no more than 30 centimeters away from its head. The shapeshifter subconsciously turned over, and then immediately retreated, and kicked the ground hard with his feet, intending to escape from here. However, when it turned over, the above steps were closed by its powerful claws. making it impossible for it to move and escape. It became a prisoner in the dragon claws. It only needed a thought from the dragon to become another nameless soul that died under the dragon claws. Before Sathith could think about it, or even say no, he heard a deep voice like a nightmare. I always prefer to talk in this posture. After all, both sides are protected. Right? Gordon put the shapeshifter in his claws in front of him and said so. The reason he said this was to respond to the shapeshifter's statement that he wanted to talk to it. But Gordon always hated being passive. He only liked being active. In this regard, Sathith, the shapeshifter, could only be speechless. But at the same time, he felt fortunate. As long as it didn't die, it would be fine. After all, it didn't want to die in this place without knowing why. You are right. It's a pity that I am so stupid that I can't understand this truth earlier, Mr. Dragon. Therefore, it was still very respectful and polite. As always, as if it was not a prisoner in the dragon claws, but a minister in the luxurious etiquette hall, meeting the king, and was not affected by the situation at all. Ha ha ha. Okay. You can tell me what you think. Well, this interesting shapeshifter. Now, please give me a reason not to kill you. Gordon laughed 3 times at the shapeshifter's words that were both praise and criticism, and the echo made the entire demiplane rumble. However, its action was very simple. It just exerted a little force on its claws, and the shapeshifter understood its position. The person in front of it was not the king, but a giant dragon. I can give you a lot of treasures. I have a lot of gold coins on me. I can give you everything I got from Lamlington. Dragon Pavilion. The shapeshifter screamed immediately after feeling the pain of being squeezed in his body. But before it finished, it was interrupted by the dimensional bag hanging on the hook of Gordon's other claw. Are you talking about this? But it's already mine. Why do I need you to give it to me, Mr. Shapeshifter? The dragon shook its trophy politely, and the shapeshifter's expression changed from dullness at the beginning to despair later. However, Gordon exerted a little more force on his claws, which made the shapeshifter, whose body and tail were in his claws, a little breathless, and anger returned to the shapeshifter's face. Its adjustment speed was very fast. After knowing that its wealth had been harvested by the dragon, it immediately thought of another way to seek wealth. It endured the pain in its ribs and said to the dragon in front of it, which was already running out of patience, Ahem. But this is my only wealth. Lord Dragon, perhaps you will need a broker who is familiar with the kingdoms and city-states on the continent. I traveled around the world as a merchant 10 years ago. I guarantee that I can make every penny of your gold coins worthwhile, and never waste a single copper coin. I can start with the goddess of Woking that I believe in. No! Don't! Before Sathith finished his self-proclaimed sincere words, his thin body was crushed again by the dragon claws covered with hard dragon scales, which made him cry out in pain. Maybe my attitude just now gave you a false impression. Then let me change the rules. Gordon looked at the salamander, who was no longer in human form under his claws, but could still scream, and said slowly, while increasing the strength in his hands, making the salamander, whose lower body was originally folded together, hear a crisp sound. Then, there was a cry of pain that was different from the salamander's words just now, and its originally tight and beautiful red scales began to disappear like sand, replaced by a creature with skin like melted white wax. A slender head, skinny limbs, and a noseless face. A standard shapeshifter. The only difference is that it is narrower and slimmer than the shapeshifter in Gordon Dragon Heritage. From a distance, it looks like a tall, straight, peeled tree. Sign this, or I don't mind being a kind person and helping those humans to eradicate you notorious shapeshifters. Gordon slapped the blank devil treaty he got from the shapeshifter with one claw, and placed it in front of the shapeshifter, saying that it was undeniable. After all, to be honest, in human society, the reputation of shapeshifters is often not as good as that of dragons. Although those metal dragons who like to fish for law enforcement are often criticized, they are still a small matter compared to some evil shapeshifters who like to destroy couples by mimicking unfaithful partners or replace the entire high-level people of the power with shapeshifters. This kind of behavior of manipulating and deceiving humans like toys is probably something that even 10 golden dragons teamed up to fish for law enforcement can't catch up with. What is this? After seeing the familiar paper and the densely written rules on it, Sathith asked with a trembling voice. It's just a 30-year slave contract. As a price, before the contract ends, You can make a request to me. No matter what it is. I will try my best to satisfy you. Gordon said very easily. When the shapeshifter was sleeping, it naturally obtained the blank contract that the shapeshifter had just taken out. After studying and matching it with the devil contract in the dragon heritage. After identification, Gordon found that the creator of this contract was indeed a devil leading to a certain layer of the 9 hells. Although he was not a Grand Duke or Lord. Just looking at the strong hell breath left on the contract, Gordon also understood that this creator was probably related to the deep hell refiner. A high-level devil in hell. Close to the top of the ruling system. High-level devils occupy authoritative positions in the power system of hell. And their strength is undoubtedly strong. With it as a guarantee, Gordon wrote this seemingly fair contract without any psychological pressure. After all, the devil contract pursues fairness. Since Gordon wants the shapeshifter to be a slave for 30 years, then Gordon must pay the corresponding price, so that the contract can be established. Although the devil is fair, there are still loopholes, as long as it cannot be detected on the surface. Even if the devil knows that this is a treaty with hidden traps, it will still agree to the establishment of this contract. And Gordon regulations have intentionally or unintentionally added an item that the servant must obey the master orders. It seems nothing, but sometimes it is very useful. For example, before the end of the contract, before the contract person speaks, order it to make a request to yourself, such as taking something, giving him a gold coin, or renewing the contract again. Anyway, there are many tricks. Although the master cannot force the slave to die, the devil contract can only guarantee a limited amount of protection under the layers of patches. However, this is also a normal operation among the devils. Gordon only borrowed the operation of an elder in the dragon heritage, and made a slight change to turn it into a devil contract with the will of hell. The price of violation is also very heavy. The violator will fall into the 9 layers of hell, and the soul will turn into maggots, and then be cast into soul gold coins, which will become nutrients in the bloody battle, or a resource for other mid-level devils to be promoted. No! Even if I am crushed to death by you on the spot, I will not sign this contract. I refuse. The shapeshifter shouted, although it did not notice the trap of the contract after a quick reading. It was certain that the dragon had bad intentions. If you sign a contract and violate it, you will fall into hell. In hell, even if he is as evil as him. He does not want to stay there. TSK. That's a pity. I just don't know whether your soul will be accepted by the gods and enter the kingdom of God. Or, Gordon sighed as he looked at the shapeshifter who would rather die than surrender. You should know that most shapeshifters are not vassalized by any gods, and most of them don't believe in them. After all, as shapeshifters, most of them don't even have names. From birth to death, they have always used other people's identities. Believing in the gods is even more out of reach for them, who have changed their identities frequently. And the problem is that in this turbulent year, the gods have lost their sense of touch. And whether they can return to the kingdom of God is another matter. The soul is likely to go to the Styx, and the final fate is likely to be fished out of the Styx by the devil or the demon, and then eaten as a delicious dessert. Moreover, the existence of the wall of the faithless is enough to scare many shapeshifters, especially powerful shapeshifters like Sathath, who have certain strength. The probability of entering the wall is not small. After hearing the dragon hesitation, Sathath naturally understood what it wanted to say, and immediately understood his fate after death. The only thought was that his originally pale eyeballs lost the last trace of blood at this time, and were extremely white. The words that came to his lips were swallowed back silently, and he was speechless. It took a long time to hesitate, but was immediately interrupted by Gordon. Forget it. I fulfill your wish. I hope you can go peacefully. Go with peace of mind. I will keep your belongings for you, Gordon said with a smile. But his hands did not stop at all, and increased the strength. The threat of death was approaching, and the thoughts in his head were flying around. The two-pronged approach made the shapeshifter, who was already undetermined, completely compromised, and overwhelmed his determination to die. I sign. Dragon Pavilion. Gordon squeezed his claws tighter, and the space between his claws was not enough for a thin shapeshifter to breathe. The shapeshifter realized that he had said the wrong thing, and immediately changed his words loudly. I sign. Master. Chapter 297 Settlement and Harvest. When the devil contract filled with densely written rules turned into a pool of ashes after the self-igniting flames. The shapeshifter. Oh no. Sathath had already respectfully told the guy in front of him, who was nominally his master for the past 30 years, the cause and effect of a series of events according to its requirements, including the reason why it chose to lurk in the Shawa Fishman tribe and Dark Tide City. As you can imagine, I am a shapeshifter who is determined to embark on the legendary mimic path. In the past, I was ignorant and only knew how to use people's hearts and appearances to hide myself behind the scenes, manipulate the overall situation, and enjoy it. Many of my people, including me, are like this. But, get to the point. What are you doing here? Gordon interrupted the shapeshifter's rambling life story without hesitation. If he didn't interrupt, Gordon had no doubt that the shapeshifter would stop at how he used the change of appearance to deceive the first elf woman and hooked up with her young and wealthy father. I wanted to obtain the qualification of an apprentice of the crown of the North Arcane Wizard Krishna. Learn Arcane, so that my fifth characteristic of the Mimic can be complete, and I can advance to the Mimic. But unfortunately, my intelligence cannot reach the threshold for Krishna to recruit apprentices. So I set my sights on the ruins of the floating city of the former great arcane wizard. Perhaps their legacy can make me an arcane wizard. Later, I learned the location of the ruins of the fallen floating city through ancient data and comparison. But when I went down, except for some city debris, I didn't find a single copper coin. So I cast my suspicion on the nearby city of Shawa Fishmen, Dark Tide City. Sure enough, after I sneaked into the city, I found many abandoned golem wreckages, and determined that the relics of the floating city were most likely in the hands of the Shawa Fishmen. So, in order to find opportunities, I did not leave the Shawa Fishmen city, and stayed there for several years. Until recently, when they were about to sacrifice the big stupid shark, I found an opportunity, and returned to the old nest in advance. I used the appearance of the leader Shark Claw twice to successfully deceive the sacrifice, and obtain some of the relics of the floating city. Finally, I used the last wave of the real owner to return to attract the attention of all Shawa Fishmen, including that old fox gone. After the raccoon, I transformed into a priest and looted the last relics of the floating city. And the reason why I used Martinton in Tampa Town to help Viscount Lanlington remove the curse was mainly because I considered that the Arcanist was a money-burning profession. And the Shawa Fishman also had a magical artifact that could remove the curse. So I wanted to exchange some gold coins from him to facilitate my future study as an Arcanist, so that I would not have to go back to my old profession because of financial constraints. The shapeshifter just explained the cause and effect of this matter in a nearly low voice, and Gordon was also fascinated for a while. The relics of the great Arcanist? Where are they? There are none in the dimensional bag. The problem is that Gordon did not find any magical artifacts related to the great Arcanist in the shapeshifter's dimensional bag, let alone the artifacts. Except for gold coins and some daily necessities. It is rare to find a single item worth more than 10 gold coins. Well, I'm hiding here. Master. The contract stipulated that he could not lie. So Satos could only put his legs together and twist his buttocks a little embarrassedly. Fuck. It's amazing. Pour out the stuff. Quickly. Gordon held his forehead and sighed, unable to bear to look. Will he have to look there for the spoils next time? It wasn't long. And when Gordon and his new servant, the shapeshifter, left the demi-plane, Gordon looked down from the mountain trail and could still see the faint candlelight of the prosperous town above Tampa, which was located a few mountains away. It was obviously not time for the shops to close yet, and the banquet and dance had not yet dispersed. But it was deserted in Gordon, except for 2 limp pack horses and a fainted driver. It was deserted, and the insects in the mountains were gone. Master, do you want it? The shapeshifter looked at the driver who still had this breath on the ground and made a gesture to the dragon. But what the shapeshifter didn't expect was that the dragon, who threatened to kill it at every turn, shook his head at this moment, indicating not to kill him. Although the shapeshifter was a little confused. He had already obeyed Gordon's orders, so he could only follow the dragon silently without saying a word. He only wanted to live well for the next 30 years. If he was not worried that the dragon would commit suicide and implicate it, he would not bother to remind it. But Gordon turned a deaf ear to it, as if he did not see the doubt on the shapeshifter's face, and spoke directly to him. Push him to wake up. Then let him take us back to Tampa Town. As Gordon said this, his body began to change. The 20-meter-long dragon suddenly turned into a spirited jungle black cat. Its neck and ankles had brown patterns, and there was a small tuft of white hair on its head. Yes, Master. The shapeshifter looked a little strange. He vaguely guessed something. But he still followed Gordon's order and woke up the unconscious driver. After a while, the middle-aged driver, whose face was full of vicissitudes, opened his confused eyes under the push of Satos. But his subconscious reaction was, "Master Mature, there is a monster. Such a big monster. Mature is the name of Satos, the apprentice of the mage, and the driver naturally knows it." But his shouting was soon interrupted by Satos. "Don't make a fuss. I have driven it away. But this road is probably impossible to go. Let's go back the same way, and go back to Tampa Town first," Satos said to the driver half-truthfully, without any strangeness on his face. "Master Mature, what exactly is that monster? I just felt dizzy and fainted." The middle-aged driver, who had recovered, was unusually talkative. He combed the packhorse's hair to make it recover as soon as possible, and talked to the shapeshifter standing on the road behind him, no longer looking fainted by fear. "Maybe a giant? I just realized something was wrong. When I came out, I saw a huge black shadow in the jungle, about 7 or 8 meters high. But when it saw the badge on my chest, it took the initiative to retreat." "Humph. It was smart." Mature told the driver half-truthfully about something that didn't exist, and intentionally or unintentionally threw a big black pot on the jungle giant wandering nearby. Of course, he didn't forget to show off his arcane badge. But it's only October now. They are haunting the outskirts of the Forgotten Forest. Shouldn't it be the end of December? Damn. Their legs seem to be faster than those wizards. "Oh no, Master Mature. I'm not mocking you." The middle-aged driver seemed to accept this statement. Mumbling, time passed as the two chatted casually. About half an hour later, the frightened and fainted packhorse stood up under the guidance of the driver and pulled the carriage back to Tampa Town. But what the driver didn't expect was that the mage, who was always taciturn and didn't talk much, didn't choose to stay in the carriage to meditate this time when he returned to the city, but stayed with him all the time, chatting with him in the dim moonlight and starlight between the gaps in the jungle. Maybe he is worried that the giant will attack again. This mage is really a good man. The middle-aged driver thought so. So, when he returned to Tampa Town, he held Satos' hand again, thanked him profusely, and said that it would be great if all the masters in Tampa Town were like him. However, when the coachman pulled the carriage back to the post station, he scratched his head as he watched Satos leave. He seemed to have seen a wild cat jumping out of the carriage just now. Judging from the color of its fur, it should not be a cat from Tampa Town, but a mountain cat in the forest. "When did you get on the carriage?" The coachman was a little confused, but he didn't think for long. The fatigue of traveling all night overwhelmed his will. "Go to bed early. I still have to continue pulling the carriage tomorrow. I hope the master I meet tomorrow can be as easy to talk to as today." The coachman thought so. On the other side, Satos had followed the raised tail of Gordon, who had turned into a mountain cat, and came to the largest manor in Tampa Town. "Master, what is this?" Satos asked a perfect question. Although he had a vague guess in his heart, the result still needed Gordon to tell him in person. However, what reached his ears were only those 4 cold syllables, which formed a greeting without warmth. "Welcome home." After hearing this, Sathith understood and stopped asking. He used the agility of the ranger and climbed over the high wall with Gordon to the center of the brightly lit manor, where people were singing and dancing to celebrate the recovery of Viscount Landlington. When Gordon transformed into a bird again and left the seaside town, his gains could no longer be described as rich. It was more appropriate to describe him as getting rich overnight. Whether it was the more than 200,000 gold coins in hand, the batch of floating city relics, the loyalty of a powerful shapeshifter, or the invisible territory of the town, all of these were things Gordon had not thought of before he set out. He originally just wanted to find out the black hand that harmed Celia and the black fire to calm his anger. What was unexpected was that the Martinton that Celia mentioned actually stayed at the dock and refused to leave, as if he was waiting for something. So Gordon continued to wait. Anyway, he didn't need this time. It was this wait that led to this fruitful harvest. Gordon was already a little impatient and wanted to return to the new nest to slowly savor the rewards brought by this battle. It didn't need to worry about the shapeshifter Sathith at all. With many years of experience, it was not difficult for it to imitate a nobleman who suddenly changed after suffering. Moreover, Martinton, the tax officer who was most familiar with Viscount Bibcolin of Landlington, had his bloated and fat body fed to the fish in the ocean. Compared with the tax officer, The other people in the manor were more loyal to the Lamlington family than Viscount Vimcolin. As for the Shahwa fishmen, it had long forgotten him. As long as those fishmen were not stupid, they would not think of taking revenge on a dragon living on land. Moreover, it was very difficult for them to find the trace of Godin. At least Godin did not give anyone the opportunity to discover the connection between it and the survivors of the fleet. Even if a powerful spellcaster used prophecy to infer Godin whereabouts, it would probably be useless. A small part of the reason was due to the instability of the magic network brought about by the turbulent years, and another part came from the relics of the great Arcanist that Godin had just obtained from the shapeshifter. The magic item called Eternal Mist by the Arcanist was a small puzzle lock. Placed near the residence, it can form a mist, which makes most prophecy and exploration spells invalid, unless the prophecy spell can penetrate the plane space. According to Tatsuith, in ancient books, this small puzzle named Eternal Mist is more than that. The complete puzzle was once blessed by the core of the floating city, the Nether Core, and it is said that it can even isolate the will of the gods and exclude the divine power, just like a kingdom of God. Of course, it not only harvested a puzzle, but also several good magic items. A ring that controls and stores the Iron Golem, a headband that increases the power and level of arcane magic, and a halo orb that can distort the will of others. And Tatsuith's goal, the arcane crystal that increases intelligence and arcane power. In addition, it also obtains several books recording legendary spells, which even have spells that exceed the 9th ring and reach the 10th ring, with preparation materials and casting actions. Everything is available. Unfortunately, it is no longer possible to perform it on the current Io continent, under the control of the Goddess of Magic. The authority of the magic network is only limited to the 9th ring, and it is impossible to perform it higher. But these books are of no use to Gordon at present, and can only be placed in a corner to gather dust. After all, so far, his highest caster level is still the 2nd level warlock level due to Age Awakening, and his planeswalker level is still the 1st level. This makes Gordon very distressed about its upgrade method. There is no clear statement in Galmadon Planeswalker notes. There are only intermittent records of when he gained new abilities. Gordon can only guess that the upgrade is probably related to the number of worlds explored and the length of stay. In this way, Gordon rushed to fly towards the Loda Valley, while thinking about the information about the Planeswalker in his mind. It is about to go to a new world, and it cannot allow it to have more daydreaming. Of course, before that, he will definitely digest the fragments in his body well before traveling through the plains. Gordon looked at the motionless 3-digit number in his retina and smiled without saying a word. When Gordon returned to Loda Valley again, the originally empty valley was already filled with stars and fire, as well as the existence of buildings. Obviously, when Gordon left, they were not idle, and were working overtime to build their new home. This made Gordon reluctant to tell them that they were about to move out. After all, he and Satos had discussed it, and were ready to control Tampa Town step by step, whether it was the dock or the town. And this required manpower. The cat-turned-human was obviously a good helper. However, when Gordon saw the small figure trying to move things on the frozen grass, all his thoughts were thrown out of his mind. Nina woke up. It turned into a flying bird and rushed down quickly. At the moment before falling to the ground, its body had already changed from a bird to a giant. A black dragon that was 24 meters long including its tail. The little figure turned around when he heard the noise behind him. Gordon heard the familiar voice that he had not heard for a long time. Wow! Mr. Gordon. You are back. Chapter 298 Planning and Taking a Nap. Wow! Mr. Gordon. You're back. Nina's surprise and joy were beyond words. She almost immediately rushed to the place where Gordon landed. She ignored the dust raised by the dragon wings when she landed, and rushed to Gordon through the gray ice chips. Now Gordon could see Nina's appearance clearly, compared to the peaceful sleeping face he saw in the water last time. The silver-haired girl after waking up was more eye-catching. Her form this time was not the half-dragon that Gordon saw last time, but a pure human form, just like when Gordon met her when she was born in the sewer. But now she was no longer the beggar of the past, and Gordon was no longer the dragonling of the past. After this sleep, she completely changed back from her previous petite form. The reverse growth phenomenon caused by the incomplete bloodline of the dragonling seemed to have returned all at once after this sleep, making Nina a lot bigger and taller now. Of course, this is compared to the little girl she was on Rika Island. Now, she exudes more of the breath of youth. Not innocence, She is 1.6 meters tall. Moreover, although she is still dressed as a wizard, from the temperament of her clothes, Nina has already faintly revealed the majesty of a real dragon. This is a subtle change brought by blood. However, compared with the past, Nina now prefers water blue and bright blue clothes. I don't know if it is because of the nature brought by the ocean dragon blood in her body, but this is irrelevant to Gordon. Well, Nina, when did you wake up? It leaned over and looked at the girl whose eyes reflected it and asked. I woke up not long after you left, Mr. Gordon, Nina answered cheerfully. She naturally concealed her distress-stamping behavior because she missed the awakening time and could not see Gordon in the first place. At that time, Celia comforted her for a long time before calming her down, who had just woken up and was slightly irritable like a dragon. Really? That's a pity. But it doesn't matter. I have already dealt with it. Let's go. Let's go in first. Gordon looked at Nina, who was not much bigger than an ant under his feet, and then looked at his body. So without thinking too much, he immediately used the power of the ring and transformed into the jungle cat he had transformed into before. As the magic ripples emerged, the huge black dragon landed safely. When the dust and ice fell to the ground, there was only a black cat and a silver-haired girl wearing a water blue wizard robe. This cat has shiny black fur, a slightly round cat-like face, and a tuft of white hair on its head, which makes people want to rub it. Nina knew that the cat in front of her was the incarnation of Gordon, so she hugged it almost immediately and let Gordon ride in her arms like Liz. This was not the first time she stroked Mr. Gordon, but this time she was more relaxed and leisurely than the last time. By the way, how are Gio and the others? On the way? Gordon asked casually. He remembered that before he left, he had instructed the dog-headed leader to take his people to dig a nest in the underground furnace he found in Loda Valley last time. They are resting now. They have been digging all night. Nina smoothed the slightly messy hair on Gordon's body while walking slowly towards the halfway point of the mountain in Loda Valley. The time she could hold Mr. Gordon was short, so she had to cherish it. What are you doing here? Gordon asked curiously. He saw the items that Nina held with the magician's hand. They were a few common winter flowers in the north, with roots and soil, suspended in the air. Well, it's like this, Mr. Gordon. I was just outside looking for some decorations for the nest. It's too monotonous inside, with all black walls. By the way, Mr. Gordon, I have chosen my living location this time. It's just above your nest. Hee hee. You won't mind? Right? Nina showed a playful smile and gently waved Gordon front paws, as if she could hear Gordon words, I don't care, as long as you don't feel hot. In response, Gordon could only sigh and ignore Nina's little movements, then moved his buttocks to make himself more comfortable and stable in Nina's arms. However, it must be said that the changes brought about by Nina's sleep this time at least made Gordon's riding experience much better than last time. At least it was not hard. Just walking and walking. It only took 15 minutes to reach the halfway point of the mountain, but Nina carried Gordon for more than half an hour. If it weren't for the fact that this cat and a man were real dragons with strong physiques under their appearance, I'm afraid that with the amount of hair and clothes, they would have frozen to death outside and couldn't go back. Didn't you see that those cat-like people outside were working around the fire? Or around the dragon descendants with the blood of the molten dragon? Only Nina dared to be so blatant, wearing a light robe jacket and a set of summer clothes, and dared to walk freely in the valley. So, Mr. Gordon, you now have another territory. A human town? Walking halfway up the mountain to the entrance of the underground furnace, Nina hugged the black cat and leaned sideways, letting a goblin who was bowing and saluting pass by, exclaiming in a low voice, her distinct aqua-blue vertical pupils shining particularly brightly under the candlelight in the passage. That's not the case. Just let the shapeshifter control this port town, and I control the shapeshifter. It's that simple. Gordon briefly explained to Nina that the territory did not belong to him. It was stolen, not relying on strength, and could only be owned for a short time. So don't have too high expectations for the human town. Gordon's expectation for him was just to make creatures like cat-shaped people self-sufficient, and to control some profitable trade in his hands. After all, he also had to make a living, and if his income was not enough to make ends meet, he would continue to subsidize. Even if Gordon did not have most of the bad habits of the dragon, it was still unacceptable to him. Of course, if possible, Gordon would not mind these cat-like people expanding their worshipped cult gift church from this town. After all, his cult would not carry out evil bloody sacrifices. And the believers were not those who wanted to destroy the world or oppress the weak. It was not an evil cult in any way. It should be able to survive quietly on this continent full of gods. The tolerance of the Io continent is quite strong. Of course, all this is based on the premise that Gordon's identity is not exposed. Its strength does not allow it to enter the eyes of the strong in this world too early. Therefore, Gordon's plan actually needs to be carefully considered. How to quietly expand the scale of believers. And Gordon subconsciously thought of using the talent of the planeswalker to go to other planes and preach under other identities. And then use the hands of the sects there to infiltrate the Io world and spread faith everywhere, so that it can perfectly hide itself behind the scenes. Even if there are risks, their first step should be to find another plane first, rather than looking for it in the Io continent. Of course, this is just a preliminary outline, and how to fill in the details also requires Gordon to think about it. Anyway, the tone has been set. As long as it is not too far away, Gordon can accept it. Just when Gordon was thinking for a moment, Nina had already nodded in agreement, indicating that she knew, and said some nonsense that Gordon couldn't help laughing and crying, such as she would build this place into a territory that is not inferior to Winter City in the future. At that time, Gordon will be the master here, and she will help to manage it. Gordon almost suggested that she first learn how to manage the 300 or 400 believers, and see the magnificent city standing at the junction of the frozen wasteland with her own eyes, and then think about whether this goal can be said out loud. Compared with this, Gordon might as well believe that she can fill its nests with tons of gold coins one by one. However, Gordon only thought about the above words in his heart, and Gordon would not directly hit Nina's confidence. Therefore, it was just a tactful reminder to Nina that she should think about how to earn the first gold coin now, and keep her feet on the ground. Even the ancient dragon with infinite power and huge body was hatched from a dragon egg and grew up step by step. Nina gladly accepted this, clenching her fist and saying that she wanted to do something big with Gordon. Just when Nina and Gordon were chatting happily, Celia appeared at a corner of the passage behind them. As soon as she knew that Gordon had returned, she hurried out of the hut on the hillside, followed the instructions of the cat-like man, and followed into the passage. With the blessing of the wind element, she easily caught up with Nina, who was walking in. However, seeing the cat in Nina's arms and her intimate expression, her face was a little embarrassed. But in order to get a reply as soon as possible, she resolutely broke the peaceful atmosphere between the two. Therefore, she first called Nina, then met the eyes of the black cat, and immediately bowed her head and praised. "My lord, you are back. I have something to report to you." "Well, what's going on?" Gordon enjoyed Nina's touch, but still resisted the urge to squint and asked seriously. Before leaving, it told Celia several things to do, such as cleaning up the traces of their coming here and investigating the nearby forces. Of course, the most important thing was to settle down completely in Loda Valley. In the previous battle, except for the loss of a ship, the supplies on the ship were gone. Although there is a sea area near Loda Valley, it does not mean that more than 400 creatures can survive. There is no natural fishing ground here. After all, the closer to human civilization, the less abundant the surrounding resources are, especially food. Not to mention that this is the north. Celia separated several things in an orderly manner and told them to Gordon one by one, including her plan to go to Winter City tomorrow to seek help from the Southern Chamber of Commerce. But before going, she must get the consent of Gordon, which is why she is in a hurry to find Gordon. After hearing this, Gordon did not object. After all, the arable land area in the north is still too small, and it is unrealistic to want to cultivate it. If you hunt directly for food, the efficiency is too low. Therefore, Celia plans to order a batch of food from the Southern Chamber of Commerce to solve the current urgent problem. Even if Celia doesn't say it, he plans to entrust her to do it. The three of them gathered together and talked mostly about business. After the business was over, Gordon and Nina said goodbye to Celia, who was going to rest and set off tomorrow, and followed the passage to the underground furnace, the site of the original blacksmith shop. With the efforts of many kobolds day and night, the area here is twice as large as when Gordon came before, and it can barely accommodate Gordon's huge body. But this is obviously not enough as a dragon nest. It can only be said to be a cage. But it's only been a day, and Gordon believes that as long as they are given enough time, The dog-headed men can still complete a hidden underground nest. But there is no place to stay today. Although Gordon has become a demigod, his immortality allows him to not need to sleep or eat. But as a soul, he can still be empty for a short time. Gordon also wants to use this opportunity to relieve his stress. Although many things have not overwhelmed him, a quiet place can still make him happy physically and mentally. Why don't you sleep at my place today, Mr. Gordon? It's just a little simple. Nina made her invitation appropriately, and her blue eyes looked at the black cat in front of her without blinking, her eyes full of tenderness. Gordon subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, turning into a cat to empty his mind was a bit weird. He preferred to use his petrification talent to turn into a giant dragon stone statue, standing on the top of the mountain in Loda Valley, overlooking the endless snow and the new territory under him. This was his duty as a king, and he had no choice but to do it. However, as a cold wind swept through the passage, Nina subconsciously hugged Gordon tighter in her arms, and Gordon felt the warmth and softness coming from the tip of his tail. It suddenly repented and remembered that taking care of the newborn dragon seemed to be the duty of every older dragon. As Gadouin, who had seen Nina transform into a dragon, and as an elder who was older than Nina, it was obliged to do so. After all, both Tiamat, the mother of evil dragons, and Bahamut, the king of good dragons, had emphasized this in their doctrines. Of course, the former's care was mostly slavery and free work. So, Nina held Gadouin and returned from the passage, leaving the underground furnace and heading to the residence above the underground furnace cave halfway up the mountain. What shocked Gadouin was that there was an oval hot spring more than 10 meters long in the middle of Nina Hut Hall. It seemed to have been used as a shower room in the valley. The spring water was clean and clear, and it was still steaming hot and spreading around. And he actually didn't notice it last time. But after Nina's explanation, he realized that it was because of Nina's bloodline as a foreign dragon, and her instinctive talent came into play. Guiding water sources can inject water in the mountains into the nest through magic. This is also what many foreign dragons living in the belly of the mountain or in underground rivers often do. It is said that the legendary foreign dragon can open the gate of water elements at any time to summon the ocean waves and gallop at will. So, Gordon spent this night in the hot spring. However, this time, there was a petite foreign dragon in the water, which occasionally showed its dragon head and danced happily in the hot spring. Chapter 299 Walking Sea Chart. The next day, among the towering mountains in the frozen wasteland, a few more wisps of smoke drifted from the gaps of the unknown valleys to the gray sky, gradually assimilating without attracting anyone's attention. If you look down at this time, you will see about 10 ant-sized black dots at the exit of the valley, slowly walking out of the valley. This is a team of 10 people led by a gray-robed man. From the bright chin exposed by the gray-robed man, it can be inferred that this is a young and beautiful woman, who never wears any weapons, and the admiring eyes around her. She is very likely a spellcaster. At this time, she was closing her eyes and keeping silent, but her lips moved slightly, as if she was talking to someone. But not long after, before leaving the valley for 50 meters, the sound of footsteps of the crowd walking in the thin snow layer was broken. A pleasant voice came from behind with a hurried clapping sound. Sister Celia, a water-blue dragon that was less than 3 meters long, appeared at the entrance full of ice cones. But the figure was gone in the blink of an eye. Before everyone had time to appreciate the dragon's graceful figure, the dragon turned into a short silver-haired girl in the next second. Her face was petite and cute, and there was no trace of dragon at all. Her face was anxious and nervous. Nina! Why are you here? Celia showed a surprised smile. The reason why she didn't say goodbye to Nina was just because she didn't want to make her worry. This was also the reason why she took 9 capable cat-like people to Winter City, just after praying in the morning. But she didn't expect that she would be discovered. Although she didn't plan to leave quietly, it was too fast. Before Liz, who was flying in the sky, could identify the direction, Nina arrived. Mr. Gordon and I are here to see you off. I heard. Nina pursed her lower lip and looked at Celia, who had grown into a qualified leader without knowing when. Her eyes were full of worry. She had learned from Gordon that Celia's actions were risky. After all, in order to purchase things, she brought a lot of wealth from the Purple Dragon Lair. Although Celia was a 3rd-level warlock, if she was not careful, she would still be targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Don't worry, Nina. This is not my first time to Winter City. Liz is familiar with the route. Celia first looked up at the top of the valley covered by thick clouds. and then smiled and waved to Nina, indicating that Nina should not send her off again, and laughed. Sister Celia, you know, that's not what I'm talking about. Nina didn't show a relieved smile on her face, but lowered her head and said in a low voice. Celia smiled helplessly when she heard this, walked out of the team, came to Nina, and hugged her gently, after putting her slightly thin chin on Nina's little head. Feeling the caress of silver hair, Celia said slowly, Nina, not everything in this world is perfect. Some things have to be done by someone. Well, the master has helped me many times. Let me help the master this time. After all, who says that only I am familiar with the North? Right? Oh, no. There is also Liz. Ha ha. Celia listened to the correction from Liz in her heart and quickly added with a smile. But the little girl in her arms still didn't move, so Celia could only let go of her hand, squatted down, looked at the girl in parallel, and said sincerely, Nina, don't worry. It's just a trip to Winter City. The master has already told me, with its blessing and help, I will definitely be fine. You don't believe me, but you don't believe your Mr. Gordon? Celia couldn't help laughing after she said that, and Nina also laughed, wiped the corners of her eyes, and said with a smile, Okay then, Sister Celia, you must come back safely. Mr. Gordon and I will wait for you at home. Yes, I will, Celia promised, of course, although Winter City is a day's journey. As an adventurer, she was an adventurer who had lived in the North. Camping and trekking were child's play. What's more, she was a spellcaster. The magic rope spell could solve all kinds of problems. She still had a few scrolls hidden in her ring. The two chatted for a few minutes until the snowflakes fell from the sky, and then they reluctantly separated. Celia soon returned to the team, leading those who followed her, heading north. And then her figure gradually disappeared under the vast frozen land, which was the direction of Winter City. Nina's expression at this time was just like when she was 6 years old, holding Grandma Orlon's hand at the door of the orphanage, watching Celia being taken away by the kind couple opposite. And she kept looking and looking. Of course, it was not only Nina who watched Celia leave, but also the black-scaled dragon standing on the top of the mountain. Goton. It let the wind and snow create mist on its dark and hot scales, and it stared at the direction where the team disappeared in the distance without blinking. Although Gordon had considered letting the shapeshifter Sathith in Tampa Town in the south take charge of this matter. After all, there was basically no risk for him to do it. But Celia's duty to go to Winter City was not only to buy food, but also to do other things. For example, to make its new nest safer. After a pirate invasion, Gordon would never take the protection of the nest lightly. In fact, it is okay to change someone, but it seems that Celia is the only one Gordon can use at present. The others are either too young and unusable, or their faith is not enough, and Gordon is not at ease. Moreover, none of them is more familiar with the North than Celia. So even if Gordon doesn't want Celia to go, he can't find a second candidate. One of Celia's duties is to purchase some time delay spell scrolls needed for the nest in the magic shop of Winter City, such as summoning guard monsters and releasing powerful spells. In addition, there are also spells such as alarm traps and magic guards. Gordon asked Celia to arrange as much as possible. He was never stingy in this regard, because gold coins were just a different way to accompany him. In addition, Gordon also asked Celia to collect information about dragon strange objects as much as possible, such as the nest guards commonly used in dragon nests, or the equipment and glyphs used by dragons, which would improve Gordon's own combat power. Of course, this premise is that Celia does not attract attention when collecting information. Gordon does not want Celia to be the initiator and attract a bunch of dragon slayers. He is very busy now, and has no time to deal with those greedy adventurers. It is true that this is a bit difficult for Celia, but it is a challenge, and Gordon did not force her. As long as Celia follows its instructions, it will be the safest way. After all, it has already considered the purchaser, and nothing is safer than a shapeshifter buying goods and disappearing. Anyway, it is its own decision whether to go to other planes, even if the astral projection of the legendary pocket watch plane scale is cooled down. It doesn't matter if it doesn't use it. Compared to rushing into the next world, Gordon prefers to arrange everything properly and open the door to the next journey after confirming that nothing is missed. Seeing that the time is almost up, Gordon did not hesitate. The dragon wings slightly opened, and the whole valley could hear its rumbling roar. Let's go. It's time to get going. Nina! In the mist surrounding the mountain, a huge creature was slowly descending. When Nina heard this, she knew that the time had come. But she still stood on tiptoe and looked into the distance. After confirming that Celia had taken the cat-like people to Winter City, she whispered, "Here we go, Mr. Gordon." She naturally knew that her and Mr. Gordon identities were not suitable for entering a city controlled by humans, especially spellcasters. After all, there were many crazy wizards who wanted to catch a dragon to experiment with spells or enhance themselves, and it was very risky to go rashly. Therefore, she and Gordon could only stay outside of society and look for opportunities. Today, they also had a mission to go to Rika Island to pick up the large number of dragon beasts stranded overseas. They naturally would not stay in Loda Valley. Gordon had already told several tribal leaders early in the morning that when it would go out with Nina later, everything in the valley should be stable. The leader of the Blackfire clan, Grush, is responsible for the underground. The leader of the Cathuman clan, Luvia, is responsible for the surface. And the Dragonborn assists. If something really happens, then hide in the underground furnace. Call to the statue with divine thoughts. And then hold on and wait for help. Of course, this is just the worst plan. And the probability of being found is shockingly small. After all, Gordon has checked the 10-mile radius of Lahal Valley. Except for some small beasts, such as bears, leopards, wolves and other creatures. It can be basically confirmed that Lahal Valley is isolated from the world, which is commonly known as a bird-free place. Both land and water trade routes go around Lahal Valley. You know, Winter City is right in front. Who would take a detour and take a long way? Not long after, two inconspicuous birds flew out of the valley. Keep a low profile. This is what Gordon told. And Nina did not refuse. For her, this is her first long-distance flight. If she was not worried about Celia in the distance, she would even jump up happily now. Gordon, however, looked at the seabirds that were sometimes up and sometimes down, sometimes left and sometimes right beside him, and felt quite envious and happy. He knew this when he bathed in the hot spring with Nina yesterday. Nina's physique is not ordinary. Nina, who has the blood of a foreign dragon, has a natural physique that is friendly to the magic network compared to other young dragons of the same kind because of the power of the spellcaster in her body. In addition, the strange power in her body has transformed her. This makes her a foreign dragon a little impure compared to other foreign dragons of the same kind who are still wild at this stage. In short, Nina prefers the powerful magic dragons such as the silver dragon among the metal dragons, rather than the foreign dragons with strong bodies that can easily overturn ships and roll up large whirlpools. This also led to her, like the silver dragon hatchling, having a talent that can be regarded as advanced transfiguration after the bloodline is completely transformed. This is why she can transform into a seabird. However, the types that can be transformed during the hatchling period are relatively rare. And unlike the arbitrary transformation of the shapeshifter, hers is more inclined to pinch the face rather than copy. But this is enough to make Gordon, who has been running around for a transformation, from Kalandu to the fairy wilds, envious. At this time, a seabird with a little blue feathers passed in front of Gordon. "Mr. Gordon, look at how I fly. I feel like I'm driving the wind. Woohoo! Unfortunately, it's not as comfortable as sitting on your back, Mr. Gordon. At the Kalanda Pier last time. Ha ha. Don't believe it? Well then, next time, Mr. Gordon can wait for Nina to grow up, and then try sitting on my back. Hee hee." In an instant, Nina's silver bell-like words rang in Gordon's mind. It was a little speechless, since it opened up divine communication to Nina. Nina has been enjoying using this ability similar to telepathic communication. Almost every few seconds, a string of words is thrown at her, as if there are endless things to say. "Nina, pay attention to the road. If you keep flying like this, you will deviate from the route. If we go over the land, it is easy to encounter foraging birds of prey. If you are caught by your small body, I will not save you," Gordon reminded jokingly, and gave Nina some popular science. He felt that this reminder was still necessary. "Wow! Then Nina will eat it." Nina heard Gordon joke and replied immediately. But she was keenly aware from his words that she seemed to have influenced Gordon. So she didn't need Gordon reminders afterwards. She had less deviations from the navigation, except for a few times when she saw something new. She would lower her altitude and mingle with other seabirds, circling in the sky to observe the surface of the earth. She did not make the same mistake as before. Most of the time, she followed Gordon's tail closely, overlooking the earth that she had never looked at seriously. However, Nina chattering is still inevitable. She is now like a baby who knows the world in a different way. She is excited about the dragon inheritance knowledge that is gushing out like a spring in her mind. Her vision is all over the land below, trying to find something new that she has never seen before. Before flying over Tampa Town and arriving at the Blue Dragon Corner, the following conversation took place. Mr. Gordon, look, do you know what that is? This is a floating mud monster. It will eat people. It's just like the stinky mud monster in the sewer. Nina pointed to a large black spot in the ocean below and said, it was a garbage dump on the sea, composed of driftwood, animal carcasses, shipwrecks, and stones. Each object was linked by a transparent mucus. If it weren't for the amazing vision of birds and dragons, ordinary people would probably just think of it as a floating object caused by the convergence of ocean currents. So what? Let's go! I don't have the energy to trouble it now. Gordon naturally recognized that this was a monster unique to the sea. A floating mud monster. But only for this time. But, Mr. Gordon, in the dragon heritage of Ocean Dragon, do you know that this floating mud monster has another name? What? Gordon, who didn't know the dragon heritage of Ocean Dragon, asked. But he was familiar with the precious volcanic minerals. It's a walking sea chart. Mr. Gordon, let's go down. It can help us migrate. Nina said so, with stars shining in her bright bird eyes. Especially spirited. At this time, a sea breeze blew, and the sun was just. Chapter 300 Recovery. Memory. Dream walking sea chart? This was the first time that Gordon had heard of this. But the dragon heritage of each dragon species was different. Just like the bottom demon fish in different areas. So Gordon was not too surprised. After all, it was the memories and knowledge points left by their ancestors. These inherited memories given to newborns did not come out of thin air, but were inherited from generation to generation in this bloodline. It was natural that the young ocean dragon had a deeper understanding of the ocean than Gordon, who was a molten dragon. After hearing what Nina said, Gordon no longer hesitated and followed Nina to fly towards the sea where the mud monsters were floating. Anyway, it was still early and Gordon's favorite noontime had not arrived yet. As long as he could get to Rika Island in the evening, he didn't care about anything else. Mr. Gordon, we will land from behind it, so it can't see us and won't care about us. Its prey is those larger creatures or ships. Nina flapped her wings carefully, first spitting in the air, while confirming the blind spot of the floating mud monster on the sea, and patiently explained in Gordon's mind through the characteristics of divine communication. This thing also has a head? Gordon looked at the large mass of transparent liquid condensed in the seawater and the piles of marine garbage, and couldn't help but sigh. Of course it does. Although it is a creature that relies on instinct, it still has eyes. Hidden there. You see? That is its mouth. And then the stomach. Nina was not surprised, but introduced the various parts of this aquatic mud monster to Gordon one by one like a butcher cutting a cow. And Gordon also learned how to determine the direction of its head from the degree of digestion of objects in the aquatic mud monster. Soon, Nina and Gordon quietly rested on a pile of floating wooden boards, like the most ordinary birds. Then Gordon saw Nina taking light steps, jumping and fluttering on this wide and thick floating arc belt with a diameter of about 12 or 3 meters, until she reached the head position that Nina had just explained to her. Nina, who had transformed into a seabird, restored her appearance as a young ocean dragon, with the help of the bright sunshine and the waves. Her water blue scales actually reflected colorful patterns, which were extremely beautiful. Of course, after Nina transformed into a young dragon, the imposing pressure and unique ocean dragon breath emanating from her body were naturally felt by the aquatic mud monster below. Although it had no intelligence, it would still subconsciously resist when encountering a strong creature. As a result, the originally motionless floating garbage belt on the sea suddenly reversed. In front of Gordon, the originally intact wood chips flew across the sea. The stones rose up, and the undead, ghouls, and other creatures parasitizing on it also emerged from various parts of its body one by one, with their teeth and claws bared, and suddenly turned into a sea cemetery. However, as the webbed claws of the ocean dragon gently pressed through the invisible and transparent mucus, a natural magic power was guided into the mucus through her claws. and the noise outside stopped one after another. The ghouls covered with seaweed were afraid to move forward, and the skeletons of the undead continued to turn into a residual soul on the floating belt. It is indeed worthy of the inheritance of the dragon. Even if the aquatic mud monster is so much larger than Nina, it has no power to resist when encountering a creature like the ocean dragon. After all the habits and weaknesses are known to her. Coupled with this perfect transformation, it is difficult not to win. Gordon sighed, and Nina's work didn't take long. Probably less than 3 minutes. Gordon found that the floating belt covering more than 10 square meters suddenly collapsed. The dead bones sank to the bottom. The wooden boards drifted with the waves, and all kinds of garbage gathered by the aquatic mud monster disappeared in an instant. And Gordon kept watching the young ocean dragon floating in the water, closing his eyes and letting the waves hit his dorsal fin, and slowly opened his blue vertical pupils. Nina's pleasant voice also sounded in Gordon's heart again. "Mr. Gordon, we are so lucky. This mud monster has lived for 5 years. And in these 5 years, it has traveled thousands of miles of sea area along the sea current. It knows everything about underwater creatures. I already have a perfect migration route." And, speaking of this, Nina was a little confused, and her voice was a little weird. "And what?" Gordon asked. "I don't know how to describe it. The memory that came up overlapped with the memory I absorbed from this mud monster, and the fragments of memory deep in my mind also came up. Mr. Gordon, let me smooth it out. My head hurts." Nina, who turned into a seabird, shook her head. If it weren't flying now, Gordon even thought it would hold her little head with its wings. Gordon quickly turned into an albatross that was much larger than a seabird and held Nina, who was full of pain. However, the consequence of the memory fragments was that Nina's transformation failed, and she instantly turned back into a young dragon. The 3-meter-long body was simply a giant for the albatross, with a wingspan of only 3 meters. So, Gordon gave up struggling, and both he and Nina fell into the surging waves and sank into the shallow sea not far from the coastline. Of course, it was mainly because Gordon felt that sinking into the sea might make Nina feel better. Otherwise it would be no problem for it to transform into its original form, hug Nina, and fly high into the sky. After being underwater, there were dense and towering coral reefs all around, and Gordon and Nina were hidden in this coral reef. Gordon watched Nina's scales open and close slightly, absorbing the nourishment of the seawater, and her tense expression relaxed slightly. And then he was relieved. But Nina's voice was still bad. "There are a lot of people from Kalando, rushing in." Her expression was a little sad, and she was talking nonsense, which made Gordon a little confused for a while. However, outside, the fish that were foraging in this coral reef were frightened away by the sudden appearance of 2 giant dragons, one black and one blue, one big and one small, and left the coral reef far away, letting the predators that had been lurking outside have a good time. Under Gordon's deliberate restraint of dragon power, the range was limited to the coral reef. Inside, intermittent words were still being spoken. "Mr. Gordon, I found the location of a treasure nest of a mother ocean dragon." After a while, Gordon's mind rang with the slightly sad words of Nina, who was lying in his arms at this time. Gordon also found out the reason why Nina was like this from these clues. In short, this aquatic mud monster once passed through the territory of a legendary ocean dragon and marked it as dangerous in his memory. And because Nina had the same fate as Gordon, she was experimented by the crazy alchemist and merged with the dragon egg that lost the soul of the young dragon, thus possessing the blood of the ocean dragon. However, Nina's soul was far less robust than Gordon, causing many of the memories of the young dragon in the egg to sink to the bottom. Until today, when she absorbed the memories of the aquatic mud monster, those memories slowly revived, including witnessing the scene of how the group of rampant adventurers plundered the treasure house of the ocean dragon, which was why Nina cried. However, the sadness on Nina's face was just the product of the remaining soul fragments of the young dragon. Nina said first after she sorted out her thoughts and summarized the memory fragments one by one. "Mr. Gordon, I seem to be able to realize my dream." She has regained her original clever and cute appearance, and her tone is mixed with undisguised joy. She almost danced in the seawater, if she was not nestled in Gordon's arms at this time. Chapter 301 Storm Islands. Gordon naturally knew what Nina's dream was. "Mr. Gordon, although there is little money now, gold coins will pile up into mountains in the future, filling up the entire space." The echoes seemed to still linger in its ears. At the same time, it also appeared in its mind that in the dirty river channel of the sewer, in the cramped and leaky shelter, the ragged silver-haired girl gestured to the ground with only a few silver coins and copper coins, and the blueprint was drawn to it. Hee. Thinking of this, it couldn't help laughing. However, Nina's somewhat anxious voice came from the outside world. Mr. Gordon, what are you laughing at? Really? I will definitely fulfill my dream this time. Nina, who had been paying attention to Gordon's expression, immediately felt a little embarrassed when she saw the black dragon laughing foolishly. But at the end, her tone was much weaker. After all, she had been eating and using Mr. Gordon money for so many days, and she didn't make a single gold coin, and even lost a lot. Although she didn't talk about her dream every day, she definitely said it more than once in front of Gordon. It was normal for Gordon to be contemptuous, but this time was really different. Nina looked at the memories that emerged in her mind and overlapped with the memories of the aquatic mud monster with the walking sea chart. An unparalleled self-confidence made her shout deafeningly. Mr. Gordon, please believe me. This time, it's really different. Nina emphasized word by word, and her webbed little claws gently tapped Gordon's thick and hard black scales, making a thumping sound underwater to prove her determination. The treasure house in its memory was not the one that was emptied by the nobles of Kalandu, but a nest that the legendary ocean dragon had set up somewhere else, which was specially used to avoid the tides at sea and to take a vacation. But the wealth there was not inferior to the first treasure house, or even more, because every time the ocean dragon slept, including its birth, it was there, which was extremely hidden. If it weren't for the movement of the dragon eggs in the memory fragments, Nina would never know it. However, her seriousness was soon conquered by the huge dragon head that Gordon leaned down, and she smiled happily. The black dragon rubbed the head of the aquamarine dragon with its chin with erected sharp scales. The sound was neither hurried nor slow, but in Nina's ears it was like a holy sound, and the magnificent and long sound instantly cleansed her heart. I believe you. I have always believed in you. Really? Nina was still a little caught off guard when she saw that Gordon had expressed his trust in her so directly for the first time, and she even asked back in a daze. Really? Gordon replied without hesitation. His ferocious dragon face showed no impatience of being questioned. His eyes were as calm and gentle as the sea. From that day on, Gordon naturally didn't say this, but his mind still recalled Nina sitting at the end of the river in the shelter, looking and waiting when she didn't find it. But in the end, she didn't wait for it to come back. She had a lonely and confused look on her face, just like it used to be. However, Gordon's memory was soon broken by Nina's little action. When Gordon came to his senses, a slender dragon tail appeared in his right eye, and the other end was near his outer ear. Nina swam up and near its right ear, which was its blind spot, but it did not prevent Gordon from feeling the touch from the scales. He felt that Nina was rubbing its outer ear with black bone spurs with her delicate scales, as if she was brewing something. Then, accompanied by the violent sound of bubbles bursting and Nina's sweet voice with a little childishness, it sounded in Gordon's outer ear that specially collected sounds. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Thank you for always believing in me. Nina is very happy. Very happy. And the outside world saw such a picture. In the seabed bright with direct sunlight, in the dense and tall coral reefs, the young dragon crawled to the ear of the huge black dragon, as if whispering, and the black dragon put its claws under the dragon tail to support it, as if afraid that the dragon would fall. Warm and beautiful. However, this picture did not freeze for a few seconds. Like a turbulent current, the huge black dragon soared upward, and the endless sea water immediately rushed in all directions. Gordon did not forget his mission today. Some things can be said on the way. After all, spiritual communication does not affect their journey. Besides, his original intention of coming to the seabed was to relieve Nina's headache, and now that the memory has been digested, there is no reason for him to stay in the water. So, the seabed lost two dragons again, and under the blue sky, there was a pair of inseparable seabirds. You said that the other nest of the ocean dragon is in an inland lake in the Storm Islands? Are you sure? Above the blue sky, Gordon listened to Nina's narration of existence and memory clues in her mind. His memory was a little dazed, and he seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. After Nina described it in detail, Gordon suddenly realized it. His face changed, and he couldn't help cursing. Damn. It's that. It remembered. The Storm Islands were once described in the navigation notes of the pirate leader Cunal, and it was also heard from Celia and others. It is the farthest border of human civilization. At the same time, the infamous Misty Port is also located in this island chain. The Storm Islands, the largest island chain overseas, consists of hundreds of islands of different sizes, and the creatures on them are also diverse. In addition to the common Shawa fishmen, there are also ogre tribes, knoll tribes, snake men and other evil creatures living in this island. Of course, it is said that many people have seen dragons flying over the islands, and there are different opinions on whether there are dragons nesting in the islands. If it weren't for Gotan knowing that the dragon cult was very active in that area, Gotan might have been tempted by that wild land overseas. After all, it seemed not bad to live there. At least it was much better than the desolate Lathal Valley where he was now. But the activeness of the dragon cult made him feel a sense of crisis. He had a clear view of the situation. These evil sects that worship dragons must be good at dealing with dragons that don't obey them. The mastermind behind that sect is Tiamat. A young dragon like him that took the initiative to come to the door is simply a dessert that was delivered to the door and was easily swallowed. But people die for money, and birds die for food. Although the Storm Islands are not suitable for Gotan to build a nest, it shouldn't be a big problem to go there and grab the treasure and run away. After all, the islands are so big, and with its transformed body size, I'm afraid no one will notice it if it sneaks in. Moreover, the location of the nest is combined with the description and direction in the floating mud monster memory, so Nina can accurately locate it and arrive easily without taking any detours. It's just that it takes too long to sail. It takes half a month to sail from Rika Island to Storm Islands by boat. Flying may be faster, but it still takes 5 or 6 days. However, I always feel that something is wrong. Oh, right. Defense. Defense of the dragon nest. No dragon will not set traps in its own nest. And Gordon is no exception. You know, the traps set by a legendary ocean dragon are probably no less than those of the purple dragon. And there are no rocks for it to exploit. And it does not rule out the possibility that the nest has been occupied by someone. In short, it's dangerous. Therefore, Gordon frowned and sighed. Let's finish the work at hand first. Nina! This matter still needs to be considered in the long run. Chapter 302 Migration Road. Although Nina was unwilling, she thought carefully. Although the legendary ocean dragon carried her unimpeded when migrating in the memory fragments, from the various glittering magic inscriptions engraved on the underwater cave passages she recalled, it was obvious that the dragon was particularly serious about protecting its treasure house. What Mr. Gordon said was not unreasonable. When the strength was low, it was still too dangerous to take the initiative to go to the lair of a legendary ocean dragon alone. They were not those adventurers who were not afraid of death. Well, I know, Mr. Gordon. After this thought activity, Nina came out of this psychological activity that seemed to be a struggle between heaven and man. Before there is no strength or opportunity. Put aside this treasure house belonging to the legendary ocean dragon lair. However, it is in the inner sea lake of the Storm Islands anyway, and it can't run away. Nina thought so, and then said to Gordon, and Gordon heard Nina's response in her heart without any displeasure. So he was relieved. After all, it was still afraid that the little money grubber Nina in front of it would sacrifice her life for a vain treasure that it didn't know whether it existed or not. Fortunately, Nina was as obedient as it thought, and she was rational, and was not overwhelmed by the memory. After the matter of the ocean dragon treasure house came to an end, the journey of the two dragons also came to an end with the rising and setting of the sun. When Gordon took Nina back to the familiar yet unfamiliar volcanic island, the night had quietly covered this world with a layer of delicate gauze. The mist was sparse, the moon was high, and under the bright moonlight, the two seabirds turned into two giant dragons of different shapes and colors, gently touching their claws on the mud that was originally an overseas reef sea area, and sighed together. Nina lamented that she was not able to participate in the battle to defend the island and felt guilty. And Gordon lamented that the location of Rika Island was so good. The volcanic temperature was suitable, and it was on a route that overseas ships did not often pass through. It was simply the best place to build a nest. If it weren't for those damn pirates, it might have been in the nest now, preparing for the next plane trip. Damn it! Every time he thought of this, Gordon was so angry that he wanted to kill the pirates who had trespassed into his cave directly. Unfortunately, at that time, it was sleeping soundly, and its divinity had not been stimulated at that time. So it was inevitable that it would be sleepy. But even if he hated it, Gordon still did not forget what his purpose was. Well, cowardly Morwu, go and call them all back. With the help of its powerful hind legs, the huge black dragon stood upright on the ground with both feet, overlooking the underwater fish-like man in front of it that was summoned by it, and ordered. This coward who used to be a member of the fish tribe now calls himself Morwu. He has the same name as Morwu, the fallen fish who dared to start a war to overthrow the deep-sea demon fish empire in the history of the fish. But Gordon certainly didn't know this. The reason why it didn't call it a coward but called it a new name was that it felt it necessary to remove the title of coward from it. After all, Morwu's will was not simple to be able to stay on Rika Island for so long and become a second-level fish warrior in a short period of time. Of course, the most important thing is that among Gordon divine believers, its degree of belief in Gordon is a devout belief. Although it is not as good as those fanatics, it is also commendable. Yes, Master. Morwu's voice was powerful and full of energy. His appearance and expression were no longer the ragged and timid ones that Gordon had seen when he first saw him. His fist-sized fish eyes were full of loyalty. Not bad. Morwu's change made me a dragon. A little surprised, Gordon watched the back of the fishman Morwu gradually walk into the sea. As Morwu dived into the sea, his swaying fins gradually disappeared under the waves. He couldn't help but sigh to the little Nina beside him. At this time, Nina was hanging behind Gordon, holding his thick tail, and not knowing what she was doing. After hearing Gordon talking to her, she woke up from a dream and hurriedly nodded at the dragon head, whose cheek scales were a little red due to Gordon's rising body temperature. Under Gordon's intentional control, Nina touched its body temperature, which was actually about the same as the hot spring temperature, still within the acceptable range. Yes. Morwu is very self-disciplined. In addition to accompanying Liz to catch fish, it mostly trains itself underwater and often fights with ferocious marine creatures that invade Rika Island. However, last time Morwu fought with a giant sea snake, Sister Celia immediately asked Liz to bring the dragon beast to support. However, she was stunned when she saw the scene. The sea snake was dead, and its body was full of trident holes. Mr. Gordon, guess where Morwu is? Nina not only kept it a secret, but also hid her claws behind her, shaking her head, like an actor on the stage. In the belly of the sea snake? Gordon made a random guess, and his voice was extremely soft at the moment. That's right. At that time, Morwu was embarrassingly sticking his head out of a hole in the belly of the sea snake. Mr. Gordon, do you know? That fish head almost scared Liz to death. Nina also replied very straightforwardly, revealing a bit of cunning in her words. When it told me that, its face looked as if there was a fishbone in its throat. Liz, it is still too timid, Gordon said indisputably. Yes. Liz. Speaking of this, Nina's interest came back, and she began to talk about the many small things that happened on the island during the year when Gordon was asleep. Although Gordon had heard it once or even twice when they first met again. But now there is nothing to do. Gordon simply lay on the new land cast by volcanic rocks, waiting for Morwu's return, and patiently listening to the young dragon in front of him sharing its life, experiences, and interesting things. From time to time, he would show Nina a knowing smile to encourage her. This little story will not end until Morwu returns with a group of dragon beasts. A paragraph. And the new migration journey also began after the black molten dragon spread its wings and let out a shocking roar. After Gordon counted the number of dragon beasts and found that it was correct, it did not stay on Rika Island for long, and did not even return to the volcanic cave. It took about 300 or 400 five-color guard dragon beasts, and the 8 lava dragon beasts that were promoted from its dragon vein ceremony and stepped into the ocean. However, before Gordon left, he did receive an unexpected surprise from his followers. Is this for me? Gordon looked at the fish-transformed Morwu, who dragged a large box out of the sea with some effort, opened the lid, and piled up various gems, gold and silver, and porcelain inside. This is your trophy, Master. Morwu bowed and replied, not daring to take credit. Oh, is it mine? Gordon was a little surprised. When did he get these things and leave them in the ocean? Well, Master, I collected these from the pirate shipwreck, Morwu simply reminded him, and made Gordon understand why he said that. Last time, Due to the volcanic eruption, the trophies were almost all put aside. Moving away from Rika Island as soon as possible was the main thing. Moreover, Gordon was in the freshness of digging for divine power at that time, and things like treasure trophies had long been forgotten by him. But he didn't expect that he would be reminded by a fish-transformed person, and he took the initiative to offer it, which made Gordon feel very relieved. It's rare to see such a worry-free fish-transformed person, so Gordon showed his big mouth full of sharp teeth, and the sulfur smell from his mouth almost made the fish-transformed person in front of him faint. The fishman could only cover his ears, and let the scorching wind erode his half-dried fish scales. After a long time, he heard the echo of tinnitus. Well done! Gordon was not stingy with praise. And of course, he was not stingy with rewards. After Gordon accepted the treasures offered by the fishman Morwu, Gordon quietly added Morwu's name to the quota for the next Dragon Vein promotion ceremony. Morwu still had a smile and piety on his face. And after hearing Gordon praise, it was even more obvious. Okay, let's go! Gordon put the box in his pocket without even looking at it, and then looked up at the moonlight in the sky. At this time, the sound of waves around the island had gradually calmed down. Gordon knew that time did not allow them to waste time on Rika Island. It planned the migration route with Nina on the way, and must strive to cross the sea where ships often sail before dawn. The eastern section of the new route, which was once the place where floating mud monsters often foraged. Only in this way can they return to Loda Valley with a large number of dragon beasts on the morning of the third day. Otherwise, the shallow sea area in the eastern section of the new route is only a 30-meter deep submarine plain. The migration of dragon beasts cannot be hidden from those experienced sailors. It does not want its forces to be discovered too early. Otherwise, the loss of the certificate of Tiamat gift will easily betray these clues and suspect it. It just wants to make a fortune quietly. You know, it didn't even use the 5-color dragon beasts to rob merchant ships, thereby arousing public anger and letting the caravan owners hire adventurers to target the Dragon Witch cultists. It was because it was afraid of alerting the snakes and attracting their attention. Gordon felt that he was not qualified to play with fire now. And with Gordon order, 5 kinds of dragon beasts, big or small, with different colors, walked towards the ocean one after another. These dragon beasts can swim, but most of the dragon beasts' habits are more like the colored dragon body. A few will not take the initiative to go into the water unless necessary. After all, red dragons love hot environments, and so do dragon beasts. If they are not hungry, who would go to the sea to suffer? However, under Gordon order, this nature has been overwhelmed by the order, and they can only dive into the water one by one. And under the guidance of Nina, who has transformed into a swordfish, they swim towards the western continent. Suddenly, a huge dragon group consisting of hundreds of dragon beasts was formed, and a magnificent landscape was formed in the ocean. And Gordon is an inconspicuous fish in the dragon beast group. It must be said that Nina has the memory of the floating mud monster, and Gordon does not need to rigidly start from Kalanda's position and go north along the coast. They have a closer route. The floating mud monster has various maps of the coastal waters of the western continent in its mind, and Nina can easily make a safe path that points obliquely to the direction of Loda Valley, completely avoiding the territory of various powerful creatures in the ocean. Heading west, however, to be honest, Gordon looked at the hundreds of meters long dragon beasts, and felt that most of the unintelligent ones would not come up to cause trouble, while the wise ones, the weak ones, would investigate, fearing the number of dragon beasts and dare not take action. And the strong ones might recognize the identity of the 5-colored dragon beasts and choose to remain silent. Sometimes, identity is an extremely huge backing, and the Dragon Witch cult is still like this, as are the temples of other gods. The underwater journey is more boring than Gordon thought. At least it is boring. However, Nina had a lot of fun. As an ocean dragon, it was the first time for her to sail such a long distance in the ocean. It was fun to lead the dragon beasts. When she was a dragon man before, she mostly swam in the ocean for a short time. Although it was very comfortable, she was somewhat restrained at that time. After all, she was not used to the way of swimming that relied on twisting her tail to propel her body. Now that her body and mind are one, she no longer has that kind of trouble. Although Nina rarely shows her true dragon form to people other than Gordon, she still has no pressure in front of the dragon beast. But fortunately, Nina still knows that her mission is important. So although she moves up and down from time to time, she still does not deviate from the route. She also successfully crossed the eastern section of the new route before the sun rose the next day, when there were only a few ships on this route. The sailors did not discover the undercurrent surging underwater. The journey afterwards was much more pleasant than Gordon had imagined. Except that at the beginning, it would use the fish that could be transformed in the transformation ring to swim with the dragon beast. But later, Gordon would just lie quietly in the gap between the protruding volcanic rocks behind a lava dragon beast, like a salted fish turned sideways. After all, who doesn't like a ride? Moreover, there was no opportunity for Gordon to take action in the middle of the journey, because almost all the ferocious fish or other marine creatures, when they encountered this long dragon beast, ran away in the next second. It can be said to be very deterrent. Of course, Gordon knew in his heart that the reason why he had no rivals was due to Nina's deliberate route selection. First, it avoided the living range of those unintelligent but large creatures. Second, it bypassed the territory of kind creatures and tried to choose disordered areas. Otherwise, this migration journey would definitely not be as easy as Gordon saw. You know, there are still many people who don't buy into Tiamat account. There are no less than 100 races that believe in gods in the ocean. They don't care about these things. Just swallow them directly. However, this kind of thing did not happen after all. As the snow on the top of the mountain in Loda Valley appeared in Gordon's eyes, it finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the migration has not yet ended, and Gordon has no intention of placing these dragon beasts around Loda Valley. What is the difference between that and trying to cover up the truth? It will not make such a low-level mistake. Its goal is the trade road that stretches across the frozen wasteland. This is the place where the dragon beasts are located after it discovered Loda Valley. Chapter 303 Trade Route. And, mark it, Mr. Gordon, are you really going to let these dragon beasts take root in this wasteland? After landing, Nina turned into a silver-haired girl that Gordon was familiar with. She leaned her tender shoulders on the slightly hot, strong lower limbs, and watched the black dots of the dragon beasts leaving Loda Valley with a flickering look. Just now, 300 or 400 dragon beasts of various colors, including the lava dragon beasts that were like small giants, were divided into two groups by Gordon as soon as they landed. Except for a few powerful red guard dragon beasts, the lava dragon beasts were left in the underground furnace. The rest of the Gordons were dispersed to the west of the frozen wasteland. In addition to restricting their range of activities, Gordon can be said to have allowed them to take root in this place and gave them the greatest authority, which is commonly known as the free-range policy. If anyone knew about this operation, they would think that the huge black dragon in front of them was extremely stupid. After all, it was illogical to throw away the group of dragon beasts that they had brought back with great effort. But Gordon has his own considerations. He has deeper thoughts about dispersing the dragon beasts in the frozen wasteland, although he is not sure whether the future will be as he expected. The worst result is only the loss of a few hundred dragon beasts that he cultivated with meat. Gordon can still afford the gamble. Therefore, for Nina's question about the dragon beasts, Gordon explained very naturally. Nina, you have to know, this is no longer Rika Island. The risk of raising these dragon beasts around here is much higher than before. As long as one is discovered, we will definitely be inseparable from the cultists. If Winter City wants to take action, we may have to move away again. Do you know? Gordon's patient explanation was swept away by the cold wind and blew to the south of the frozen wasteland, leaving a creepy howl on this vast and dark land. Nina nodded as if she understood, but she was still confused and couldn't help asking, "But Mr. Gordon, if you are afraid of risks, why don't you bring them here in the first place? In addition to Rika Island, there should be many islands where dragon beasts can live. It seems better to migrate them to those islands than to disperse them here." Obviously, Nina still misses the departure of the dragon beasts. After all, she spent a lot of effort and led them back after a day. Although she didn't question Gordon's decision, she still wanted an explanation. Then look, what is there? Gordon raised his sharp and long middle claw and pointed to a winding road hidden in the snow in the frozen wasteland in the distance. Although the wheel tracks were pitifully few compared to other trade routes, they still left a long and faint historical scar on the surface of the frozen soil. Trade route. Nina also had the ultra-long-range vision of dragons. Even the snow could not block her eyes. She replied immediately. On the way from Blanche to Kalandu, she had seen many such marks, all caused by the heavy goods carried by the merchants. What would the dragon beast do if it was not restrained near the trade route? Gordon saw that Nina had said the most important term in its plan. And he persuaded her. There will be an attack. There will be casualties on both the merchants and the dragon beasts. Just like the goblins and dog-headed men outside Blanche. Except that the claws and teeth of these dragon beasts are much more powerful than the stones and wooden thorns of dog-headed men and goblins. Nina's eyes suddenly brightened up, as if she had grasped something. But she was not sure. She could only cast a curious look at the huge black dragon she was relying on, and seemed to have thought of something, blurting out, "But, Mr. Gordon, this is an abandoned trade road, and there has been no new wheel marks for a long time. The dragon beasts are waiting here, and it is estimated that they may not wait for 100 days to wait for a poor guy." Nina naturally knew that there was a once abandoned trade road around Loda Valley. Before the construction of Winter City, countless caravans from Kalandu in the south, and even Jim Bay would gather here, or go to the north. The settlements deep in the mountains traded with the barbarians living in the north, using salt, wine, supplies, and food in exchange for the animal furs and other materials they had accumulated, or traded locally in Lot Al Valley. But with the establishment of Winter City, this trade route has been replaced by another new trade route that is shorter and faster and can reach Winter City. And this once golden road has disappeared. Yes, Nina, you are right. This is an abandoned trade route. But look, Gordon nodded undeniably, agreeing with Nina's opinion. But it still took its time to let Nina see what was happening in the distance. Nina looked over and found that the black spots representing the dragon beasts had arrived at the abandoned trade route. But they did not stop at all and continued to head west. "Mr. Gordon, what do you mean?" After seeing this, Nina could no longer bear it. She opened her eyes wide and looked up at the giant dragon in front of her. "I didn't say anything." After seeing that Nina had guessed the dragon beast's goal, Gordon smiled, denied it at first, and then continued to ask the girl a question. "Then Nina, what will the merchants do to protect their goods and their lives from being taken away by the dragon beast?" Nina was a little excited. She felt that she had grasped something. After hearing this question, she immediately answered honestly, "Well, we will report to the Adventurers Association in the city, issue a reward to invite adventurers to come and drive away these dragon beasts, and increase the number of people for the caravan." The silver-haired girl lowered her head and counted on her fingers to list the possibilities of the merchants encountering dragon beasts one by one. After listening, Gordon shook his head, his short and thick neck slightly bent, looked down at the girl who was tightly pressed against his thigh, and said with a hint of meaning, "No, Nina, you forgot this. This is the north, the uninhabited north." It waved its claws to emphasize that this is the north, and then continued, "They will choose another option. That is, to choose another trade route that can lead to Winter City. Although it is a detour, they will spend more than one day's supplies. And they don't need to spend more money to hire adventurers or guards to ensure the safety of the goods. Nina, you have to know that merchants are always like this. They will choose the solution that is most beneficial to them, not those flashy solutions." Gordon told Nina everything with his subjective conjectures. But even so, Nina couldn't help asking another question. But how do they know that there is another trade route without dragon beast attacks? Her voice was mixed with the cold wind, and she seemed a little confused. "Oh, don't worry. Someone will tell them." Gordon was not affected by Nina at all. He smiled gently. His tone was calm, and his eyes were deep, as if he saw the future. "But Mr. Gordon, if this continues, what will we get in the end?" After hearing this, Nina's face looked even more confused, as if her mind was led into a maze by Gordon, and she couldn't get out at all. And she couldn't figure out the purpose of releasing dragon beasts into the frozen wasteland. Is it just to make the merchants heading to the north change their routes, and then make it easier to rob? Or to collect taxes? But that's too naive. Those cunning merchants won't willingly pay a copper coin that's not worth it. Information. The most valuable thing about merchants from all over the world is information, which is what I lack. In response to Nina, Gordon said so. It did not hide its intention, at least from Nina. As for intelligence, although the shapeshifter Sathath has successfully transformed into the noble lord of Tampa Town, it is not difficult to obtain intelligence from it, and it can even be said to be simple. But Gordon still wants to set up an intelligence agency by himself. And by the way, he can also disseminate some of his own information through this channel. Information? Mr. Gordon, what do you mean? Nina opened her mouth wide, and her heart which was originally shrouded in fog, was immediately untied. Yes, I plan to build a hotel. Or a tavern. There. Gordon pointed to a hill a few miles away from Loda Valley. There was a natural depression there. Even the spell fossilized to mud did not need to be used. It was a natural safe haven. Building a residence there was perfect. Moreover, it can also become our first stronghold in the true sense of expanding to this continent in the future. When Gordon said this, his sharp teeth were slightly exposed at the bottom of his mouth, and his sharp and long claws were clenched like a hollow circle. Moreover, when his vision was cast on this wasteland that was motionless in the cold wind, his eyes were hot and full of ambition and hope. Here, this is my territory, Gordon shouted in his heart. The cold wind outside became more violent, like the silent roar of a giant dragon, giving the wasteland endless pressure. It wanted to fight back, drive out the outsider who was plotting against it. But Gordon was not affected at all. No matter how cold the wind was, it still stood still. The violent and hot lava blood flowed in every blood vessel of its body. If it weren't for Gordon's intentional suppression, the snow on the top of the mountain would probably evaporate in a short time by the heat radiating from its body. The molten dragon brought the girl, flapping its huge wings, and landed from the top of the mountain full of howling cold wind to this sheltered place blocked by natural barriers. When Gordon and Nina returned to the valley, the leaders of various tribes who had been waiting below, and the dragon descendants born from its scales, gathered on a flat ground in the valley, waiting for its arrival. And there was a blazing flame next to it, illuminating the dark valley rock wall. The sky in the north is always so gloomy at any time. Nina jumped down from the claws of Gordon first. She was already a little tired after a day and night of sleepless navigation. After landing, she parted with Gordon and went to her own cabin, intending to take a good rest in the indoor hot spring that made the dragon comfortable. After all, she did not have the bug-like divinity of Gordon, who could stay awake all the time and be energetic almost at any time. Celia had not returned yet. The business in Winter City was obviously not that simple, and could not produce results in a short time. However, Gordon still used divine power to communicate with Celia and learned that they would be back for about 3 days. She had already negotiated the food and exchanged the items she got from Gordon for equivalent gold coins. Now she was quietly purchasing scrolls and magic shops all over the city, and other materials that Gordon had asked her to. According to Celia, the monthly underground market in Winter City will be open in 2 days, and there may be many things that Gordon expected, including the nest guard that Gordon had told Celia about. This was what Celia heard from the adventurers next door while eating in a tavern. It is said that not long ago, someone finally took action against Mykonos, the undisputed white dragon king of the north, the strongest ancient white dragon in the world, and the bounty order of 10 million gold coins that Celia had seen in the Kalandu Adventure Association. However, this time the action was only aimed at Mykonos, the spouse of the white dragon, an old white dragon living in the Ice Blade Mountains north of Winter City, and was dubbed by the busybodies Ice Crown Queen. The name comes from the fact that the horns and fins on its head have been completely covered by ice, just like an ice crown. Many adventurers have witnessed her attacking the settlements of northerners, and even fighting with frost giants and gaining the upper hand. This time, the Ice Crown Queen and her treasure hidden under the ice fell into the hands of a group of adventurers. But due to the uneven distribution of the spoils and the interference of outsiders, the treasure and body of the white dragon disappeared in the chaos. The cold wind guard in the white dragon lair, a magical artifact that can form a lingering death cold wind outside the lair, is said to appear in this underground market. After a brief understanding, Gordon told Celia not to be impulsive and stop communicating. It planned to wait until the underground market and then buy the appropriate items in the underground market through Celia narration. Of course, it's not that Gordon doesn't want to talk, but the scope of Winter City has far exceeded the range of its divine power. If you want to communicate with Celia continuously, you need to spend extra divine power every second and every minute to maintain it. And it depends on the distance. Shortly after Nina left, Gordon told everyone present that he planned to build a tavern or hotel on the abandoned trade road to collect information. However, he planned to let the cat-like people take full charge of the tavern affairs, and the goblins and dog-headed people only needed to dig an underground nest for him in the underground furnace that could accommodate his dragon body. But even so, after inspecting the progress, Gordon still clearly felt the shortage of manpower. The area of the underground furnace was expanded by less than 3/10 in 2 days. And the progress was slow, compared with its underground kingdom blueprint. It needs more manpower. Perhaps we should select a few suitable races from the north to transform the nest for the future great molten dragon king. Gordon thought so. However, the more urgent thing is not the race, but the legendary pocket watch of the Planeswalker is about to cool down in the next few days. So the question is, should we develop power first or develop our own strength first? Gordon was a little hesitant, but in the end, he simply didn't think about it. After dismissing his subordinates, he went into Nina's house. After all, it's more comfortable to soak in hot springs. It has already thought that before the underground nest is fully developed, it plans to live here permanently. Hot spring. So fragrant. It looked at the aqua blue dragonfly floating on the surface of the hot spring, shaking the spring water with its tail from time to time. And after noticing its arrival, it came back to its senses. The cat-like vertical pupil showed a cunning smile. Chapter 304 Mercenaries. Brokers. Sneak attacks. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In addition to visiting the underground furnace from time to time, Gordon spent the rest of the time with Nina in the room or outdoors. The two dragons had a lot of fun. And on the way, they also encountered a small group of migrating wild yaks on a plain near the Forgotten Forest not far from Loda Valley. This also allowed it and Nina to successfully taste the delicious food belonging to this wild land. At the same time, it also liberated the taste of Loda Valley's followers from the endless sea fish soup. It can even be said that the taste of beef bone stew has made many people full of energy. And the efficiency of building houses has increased a bit. Of course, this may still be because the thick velvet clothes made of yak hair will be rewarded to the top few in efficiency. Celia, how is the situation over there? At this time, in the surging white mist of the hot spring, a slender black cat was using divine power to communicate with Celia in the mind with a serious face. However, it was squatting on the head of a young dragon with aqua blue scales, a cicada wing-like dorsal fin, and a crown-like trident horn, which looked a bit funny. In less than 3 seconds, Celia communication was transmitted to Gordon's mind in time. Master, I am being led by a broker from Winter City, and will soon arrive at a special underground market. There is no danger at the moment. I am pretending to be a female mercenary who has goods and is eager to sell them. Celia's voice was neither hurried nor slow, and her words were very logical, which made people feel inexplicably relieved. The reason why she chose this was mainly because she was mainly observing the market this time, and did not intend to buy. Got it. I find you in half an hour. Gordon was a little shocked by the cost of super distance divine power communication. Just one call had consumed 1/10 of the divine power gained by its believers' prayers for a day. It had to save it. Knowing that Celia was safe, it felt relieved. Okay, Master. On the other side, in the snowy building road that had never changed in Winter City, Celia, dressed in dirty mercenary clothes, was following the broker in front with her head down. Her face was gray and white, weather-beaten, and her ordinary face and her messy yellow had a sense of embarrassment and joy. It was impossible to tell that she had just communicated with a dragon over a long distance through divine power transmission. Hey, woman! Hurry up! The broker in front had already nimbly passed through the crowd and walked to an alley between domed buildings under the sound of horse hooves of the carriage passing through the city. He looked back at the stiff-faced female mercenary and curled his lips in disapproval. He looked at this unattractive female mercenary with disdain. Even worse than men. She had no breasts and no buttocks. If it weren't for the gold coin with blood on it and the dagger on her waist, his attitude might be even worse. Celia didn't care, nodded, and followed. She had bought spell scrolls in Winter City before, although she went there in different identities every time. It had attracted the attention of the forces in the city to some extent. Adventurers are most taboo about these things. Don't show off your wealth. This was what Magracia, the leader of her adventure team, the Dawn Adventure Group, told her. Disguising one's identity is not difficult for a spellcaster. A simple disguise can do it. However, if you go to a larger market, you will probably be detected by the magic detection at the door. But Celia thinks it is enough to deal with an old hand who has no spellcasting ability, is a little arrogant, and thinks he is experienced and can see through others. She moved her feet gently, stepped onto the icy stone steps, grabbed the rotten wooden railings with her hands wearing animal leather gloves, and followed the broker to the deeper part of the alley. However, When she came to a well-connected intersection, her steps stopped. Her eyes turned slightly, and the fluctuations in her heart told her that this disguise seemed to be a little more troublesome than before. But it was a little subtle whether it was big or small, and Celia planned to stay put. "Hey, woman! Come on! It's just around the corner," the broker, as usual, called out to the woman behind him, with a slight smile on his face. Although it was a small smile, Celia still saw pride in his eyes. But when Celia stopped moving forward, she couldn't help but urge her. "What's wrong? Don't you want to sell your treasure? You know, if you miss this day, you have to wait until next month, and it will be open soon." The short broker touched his buttocks and urged naturally. His acting skills in this part have reached perfection, and no one can see his intention. Sure enough, when he said this, the female mercenary who had stopped at the Fingsy intersection took half a step forward, and he was suddenly a little happy in his heart. As long as she stepped into the center, it would be difficult for her to fly away. I don't know if she is a fat sheep. It doesn't look like it. But in order to stay in the tavern longer this winter, he can only win by quantity. After all, she is so cautious, which means that the things are still worth a few dollars. Duke forced himself to comfort himself, saying that if this female mercenary hadn't spent a gold coin, he would not bother to take this ragged-looking female mercenary to the underground market, and thus would not have aroused his desire to rob. If the harvest is richer, I will reluctantly let her be a happy ghost before freezing to death. He, this native of Winter City, named Duke, who has 10 years of brokerage experience, thought so in his heart. This is not the first time he has done this, but it started this year. After all, what happened in the city this year is enough to make those big men living in the inner city anxious. They don't have the mind to care about these trivial matters now. This is also the time for him, Duke, to make a fortune. Others don't know as much as he does. In addition, Duke is very skilled in this job. As long as he robbed the man, knocked him unconscious, and stripped him naked, he would soon become one of the unknown beggars who froze to death on the streets of winter. In Winter City, no one would pursue a beggar who froze to death on the street. However, Duke's smile froze, because the female mercenary's foot retreated again. Did she notice it? The broker Duke's heart trembled, and he was about to tell his men to retreat. After all, those who could discover the lurking were all good adventurers. If they ran into an iron plate, he and his companions would not be enough to kill. But his gesture was still frozen in midair, because when the female mercenary retreated, she accidentally sat on the ground, rubbing her buttocks with a painful face. From her posture, she looked completely different from her appearance. A clever wanderer, but a clumsy peasant woman. That's it? Duke exhaled and spat, secretly sighing that he was getting more and more cowardly. He shook his head and put his other hand on the short crossbow on his waist, urging loudly, "What's going on? Come on. I help you. The underground market is about to open." 15 steps. Duke silently counted the steps and walked towards the female mercenary lying on the ground, struggling to get up from the icy ground. "Are you okay, woman?" Duke asked. 10 steps. "It's okay." She waved her hand. "Then let's go." Duke turned around and put down the short crossbow. For the sake of safety, he wanted to lead her in first. But he took a few steps and found that the female mercenary behind him did not move at all. Instead, he said hesitantly, "I have something to do and want to leave. I don't want the deposit." Duke back froze after hearing this, but he still asked back without any confusion. "Really?" After receiving the affirmative answer from the female mercenary, Duke still slowed down and did not rush to make a decision. And, at the same time, Duke quickly went through the female mercenary's behavior with him from the time they met until now. Finally, Duke, who thought he had more than 20 years of experience in judging people, confirmed that the person in front of him was just an adventurer who had been adventuring for less than a year and whose strength might not be as high as a jackal in the wild. He decided to kill the wrong person rather than let him go. Perhaps she was just an ordinary peasant woman who picked up something and planned to come to Winter City to exchange for property. So, Duke sighed, pretended to be surprised and walked forward, saying at the same time, "What's wrong? I refund your deposit. How can I be so embarrassed?" Such polite words, while his hand had already touched the short crossbow that had been strung with one hand. He was also silently counting the steps in his heart. When he was 10 steps away, he took out the short crossbow with lightning speed and aimed it at the female mercenary who was looking at him, waiting for him to take a step further and pay the deposit with hope on her face. The next second, he opened the trigger without hesitation. Swish! The crossbow arrow made a roaring sound that tore through the cold wind, and the remnant of the hurricane echoed in front of the alley. Duke's mouth just showed a trace of a grim smile, as if he was enjoying the painful howling of the prey falling in front of him. And he was completely frozen, because the crossbow arrow was off. But how could it be off? Within 10 steps, even if it was a child shooting, it would not be off. How could it be off? Duke watched the cold arrow brush the corner of the female mercenary's clothes, and the pin. The arrow went straight into the frozen wall, half a foot deep, and the tail feathers of the arrow were still trembling because of the loss of strength. Duke still couldn't accept this fact. How could his crossbow arrows miss the target? The crossbow arrows were shot so fast that he didn't know whether his arrows missed the target because of the angle of his hand or other reasons. But there was no doubt that his sneak attack failed. So, after Duke reacted, he immediately sent a signal and planned to call the ambushers to prepare for a joint encirclement. If the assassination failed, he could only crush them with force. It was necessary to fight quickly and not let the city guards come. Duke sighed in his heart. Thinking of this, his hands moved quickly and made a very regular sound. This was his signal to summon his companions hiding in the dark to take action. Come out, brothers. Let this woman see the cruelty of our lone wolf gang. Duke grinned, revealing his black and yellow teeth caused by not brushing for a long time, and grinned. But what made him a little worried was that the woman in front of him didn't seem to be as scared as he thought, but took a half step back and looked at him with a thoughtful expression. Damn! What kind of look is that? The indifference in the eyes of the female mercenary stimulated Duke's insignificant self-esteem. At the same time, as soon as Duke's voice fell, slightly heavy footsteps came from all directions of the Fingsy alley. Afterwards, burly men with the appearance of northern barbarians walked out of the shadows in various places in the alley. Most of them were wrapped in bear skin or wolf skin to resist the cold wind of the winter city. They all had weapons on their waists, some long and some short, some long axes, and some short sticks. These were all ambushers prepared by Duke, but they were no longer needed now. Break her limbs and throw her into the icy sea, he ordered in a low roar. Duke's eyes were no longer angry, as he pretended to be, but ferocious and crazy, which was very scary. However, as his voice fell, the scene of the strong men grabbing the weak sorceress like a chicken did not appear as Duke imagined. Instead, as his footsteps fell, in the entire gray world, only the endless cold wind whistled through the alley, making its roaring sound. You are still standing there. Duke was about to scold his companions, and when he didn't even have the strength to look at them, his voice stopped abruptly, because in the alley on his left, his companion Stickin, who was supposed to hold a short stick to hit the club, had his neck tilted at a strange angle, as if it was broken by some beast out of thin air, and the huge bite marks on his twisted and broken neck were constantly gushing out red and steaming blood. The red was so dazzling that Duke couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened them again, he still saw the blood-red world. He went crazy and turned his head quickly to look in other directions of the alley. Without exception, all his companions were dead. The cause of death was the bite marks of wild beasts on their necks. Moreover, this time he saw clearly who was the mastermind behind holding the corpses and making the move. The huge beasts with shiny fur, their copper bell-sized eyes emitting a dark green light, looked extremely gloomy and strange in the dark sky, the narrow alleys, and the howling cold wind. They were about 1.5 meters tall, and their tails could reach more than 3 meters when standing upright. Without exception, they were the undisputed predators on the ice field in the wild, and they were also the best hunters. No wonder these people bit off their necks without any reaction, and they couldn't even make a sound. Duke was trembling and wanted to say something, but when he saw all the cat-like beasts put down the limp corpses under their claws and bowed their heads to the female mercenary, he understood everything. So, that's how it was. Then Duke felt a silver light flashing in front of his eyes, and a sharp pain pierced his brain. And then he heard the familiar female mercenary's dry and hoarse voice faintly in his ears. Where is the underground market? Duke, who was attacked by the mind, can only stupidly reply to the information points he knew in his mind. And the statement is one by one, without any falsehood. This inquiry lasted about 10 minutes. When Duke felt that his eyes were black, he vaguely heard someone complaining in his ear. although it's a bit of a waste of time. But it's enough. When Gordon communicated with Celia in Winter City again, Celia had asked the cat-like guards to return to the hotel where they were staying, and went to the underground market alone. And Gordon had just opened his mouth. Celia spoke first. "Master, maybe there is a piece of news that will interest you. Just now, a group of scums targeted me." Chapter 305 Silver Dragon. Celia's story was not complicated, but it made Gordon laugh and cry. What kind of plot is this? Why does the protagonist of the novel have such a strong sense of déjà vu? Gordon felt that Celia had the omen of being the chosen one. She was targeted by the world wherever she went, and was even planned to be robbed by a broker in Winter City. Was the female mercenary she played so weak and helpless? Or did she look very easy to attack? However, as time passed, and Celia's slightly panicked tone of muttering was not lost, Gordon no longer showed his previous smile, but showed a solemn face. Because Celia's next words all revolved around the current situation in Winter City, and also reflected from the side how deep the disaster and impact brought by the Saints' catastrophe were. The system of Winter City is not the same as that of Kalandu. It is ruled by a council composed of 5 families with a long history in the north, and assisted by the mage association known as the North Star. At the same time, the presidents of both the Adventurer Association and the Warrior Association are high-level combat professionals in the city. It can be said that any industry related to combat has a member of the ruling class in Winter City behind it. From another perspective, it can be said without hesitation that Winter City, with a population of only 1/10 of Kalandu, or even less, is more powerful than Kalandu. After all, the North is known for its martial arts. And there is also the famous Northland Wizard Association North Star on the continent. And Gordon learned from Celia that in today's Winter City, of the 5 major families with the 5 animals of bear, lion, snake, wolf and deer as emblems, 2 are in name only. Only the more powerful bear emblem, or the deer emblem, and a wolf emblem that is no longer active in the city, are well preserved. The snake emblem family and the lion emblem family were completely wiped out, with only a few young offspring surviving. The Ice Blade Mountains, which once drove the white dragon of the north hundreds of kilometers away, were one of the sharpest spears in Winter City, and the iron guards of the Cold Castle also suffered heavy casualties. Both lived up to their former glory. The root cause of this incident was Olur, who was known as the Frost Girl, the Dawn of Ice, the Winter Girl, and the Ice and Snow Goddess. The 5 major families discovered the Winter Girl, Olur, who had become a saint through a certain ritual. It was not known whether it was the courage given to them by the god of war Tempest, or whether it was the arrogance of a dragon that dominated their minds. They attacked Olur, using the well-preserved artifact of Winter City, Quinn's Savage Hammer, and a divine poison sting collected by the northern wizards from other planes, which was said to be made from the remains of dead gods and the evil gods born. The former is used to attack the body of the god, and the latter is used to attack the soul of the god. In addition, the masters of these 2 artifacts are the selected strong men of the Snake Emblem family and the Lion Emblem family. The 2 of them can use the power of 1 + 1 greater than 2. They are doing something that countless mortals have not even dared to think about for thousands of years. But in the end, they failed, because what they didn't know was that the gods now have lost the divinity they once had. Except for the body of the gods, they are no different from mortals. Therefore, the poison dagger specially made for the gods did not dry up the power in Oral's body as those mages thought, and condensed into blocks, making it impossible for him to call out any divine power in his body and use any divine arts. He reacted. So, the nightmare came. The families of the Lion Emblem and the Snake Emblem were almost completely wiped out in this battle, and one of the 2 artifacts was completely lost, and the other needed hundreds of years of repair before it could be used again. However, this was not without cost. Oral was also beaten back and retreated to the top of the mountains. But before leaving, it used its last strength to curse the Winter City. This city is about to collapse in the endless cold wind and frost. Its vitality will be extracted, and the sun will never fall. Frost is coming. You will usher in the end of the world. Mortals dare to try to kill gods. They are really brave. After listening to these mortals' journey of death, Gordon had an indescribable feeling, not knowing whether it was sarcasm or praise. Anyway, it was very contradictory. At the same time, he also understood why the frozen wasteland was cloudy for so many days, and no sun was seen. It turned out that he had angered the god, who was called the angry goddess of winter in the mouths of the barbarians. This feels like running into a gun. Gordon was a little panicked. But it is impossible to judge the truth from the words of a broker alone. Moreover, judging from the actions in the city, as described by Celia, they obviously have no intention of giving up this great city in the north. And Gordon quickly calmed down. Even if it was true, so what? He was only at the southernmost part of the frozen wasteland, still some distance away from the real center of the north, and closer to the forgotten forest in the south. Even if Auril was angry, it would not affect him. What was there to panic about? After all, Auril was only a god with weak divine power, if converted into a saint. I am afraid that his professional level would not be too high, even if he wanted to let the howling of wind and frost blow across the entire north. I am afraid he would be powerless. Otherwise, he would have replaced Talos, the most powerful storm god among the angry gods, instead of being the last. But before Gordon had time to indulge in it for long, a trace of fear suddenly flashed through his mind, as if he had thought of something, and asked Celia, who was far away in Winter City with some nervousness. Celia, tell me quickly, how did the broker you just killed originally plan to deal with you? Gordon Bass' dragon heritage had long retrieved the information of the Frost Maiden Auril. Although it was little, Gordon could still guess from the behavior of his priests that he was an evil god who liked to torture and enjoy the pain of others. Therefore, he was a little sensitive to the broker that Celia just mentioned, which was based on his caution. He said he was going to knock me out and throw me in the snow to freeze to death. What's wrong? His body is still frozen in the alley. I'm afraid he bled out now. Did I do something wrong? Master? Celia was a little confused. Although she lived in the north, her knowledge of Auril was more about the bets that circulated in the small towns. For example, after the blizzard subsided, many small towns in the north would hold sports events to praise Auril's kindness, such as competitions to see whose tongue could stick to the ice for the longest time, or running naked around the town in the snow to see who reached the finish line first. He doesn't have any strange emblems on him, right? For example, a gray diamond background with a white snowflake in the center? Did you see it? Gordon asked again hurriedly. He no longer cared about the consumption of divine power caused by ultra-long-distance communication. The emblem of the Winter Girl. No. I searched everywhere, but I found a lot of gold coins on him. Celia shook her head, and quickly and concisely stated what she had found again. Are you sure? I am sure, Master. I have checked his body, including his teeth. There is no Winter Maiden emblem you mentioned. Celia looked very serious at this moment, not pretending to be fake, and Gordon seemed to have found confidence from her tone and breathed a sigh of relief. No, 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 Gordon murmured. He was really afraid that Celia would meet the believer of Auril. If he killed her, if the madman noticed her, he might not be able to keep the nest he had just landed. What do you think of his words? Gordon could no longer care about the underground market. Compared with those magic items, he now valued the saints more. After all, their actions affected Gordon's next action deployment, which was extremely important. After all, if there was no accurate information, it was possible that Gordon had already cut off contact with the dragon beast, stopped the construction of the hotel, and then retracted his power tentacles back to Loda Valley and retreated. Well, I think there are some lies, but there are also some truths, half true and half false. For example, although the 5 major families are now closed and there are only a few guards in the city to maintain order, it may be due to other reasons. It may also be as he said, with heavy casualties. But at least it is not difficult for me to return to Winter City. The guards at the door seem to be paid and don't care about outsiders at all. I can't see what they are guarding against. They are very relaxed. The buildings in the city are also intact, and there is no sign of Auril's rampage. Celia thought carefully and asserted. She knew that Gordon didn't like to be vague, so she simply expressed her thoughts and explained why she said so. In other words, there is someone behind this broker who is manipulating him and spreading this news that is not sure whether it is true or not. Gordon rubbed the huge dragon head that Nina reached out to him with his furry little paws, and said thoughtfully, "That's probably it. Or it is only spread in a small circle, and no one knows what it is planning." Celia added, "Then let's see first. But just in case, you can leave as soon as you finish shopping in the market today to avoid being affected. I plan to let you take charge of the things here." Gordon thought for a while, and then made a decision. Celia made a sound of understanding. She couldn't disobey Gordon's order, nor did she want to. Then let's get started. Let me see what's in the underground market of Winter City. It's quick and easy. You can describe it in your mind. Yes, Master. After Gordon finished talking about the topic of the saint, he remembered the reason for his communication this time. He visited the underground market in Winter City once a month to see if he could find some for himself. If necessary, he would let Celia take it. Of course, the premise is safety. However, the underground market has been open for so long, so there must be an option for anonymous transactions. Gordon felt that his business would not be empty. Master, there is a spell scroll on this stall that is engraved with summoning snake creatures, which is equivalent to the 5th level monster summoning spell. This is a pair of magical artifacts. 2 bright golden pins. It is said that as long as you carry one on your body, you can clearly sense the location of the other one. Master, this is. The huge underground market built temporarily from the sewers of Winter City is filled with mist in this sewer that does not emit an unpleasant odor. The colorless and odorless breath reminds people of the eternal ice of the glacier, and it feels as if all the internal organs are frozen when breathing. But the excitement of most people was enough to extinguish the chill. At least Celia was excited to stroll around the stalls wearing a mask, and then watched other people's comments, or the store owner's own comments, and repeated the equipment description to Gordon. After Gordon knew that this underground market had a kind of mysterious protection, and that the location was randomly located in any corner of Winter City, it gave up the intention of letting the shapeshifter buy it next month, and let Celia buy it directly. But its choice was still very measured. Although there were many things bought, most of them were medium-valued rare items that were not very eye-catching, and they were bought in batches and time periods. Therefore, after Celia spent all the 20,000 gold coins she brought this time, she didn't even make a splash in this underground market, except for many stall owners who scratched their heads. They felt that this stall was unusually prosperous, especially the ordinary low-level fire scrolls. They were all sold out before the market closed, and there was almost nothing left. As a result, many people who have channels to get scrolls are thinking that they can notify the wizard next time to make more scrolls. After all, apart from the taxes and booth fees paid here, they can earn more than in the magic shop. After all, the transaction tax paid to the city lord there is higher. As night fell, Celia, who had been tired in the underground market for a day and pushed open the door of the hotel with mottled snowflakes, continued to communicate with Gordon with an unchanged expression until she finished. She looked at the several bulging dimension bags in her hands that were filled with space uneasily. Although Gordon said that if you encounter trouble, things are not important. People are important. But Celia, who was full of fighting spirit, still felt that she had to protect the dragon property. Therefore, she had begun to rack her brains to ensure that the purchased goods could be delivered to Gordon as safely as possible. You know, there was a nest guard in it that she had spent 6,000 gold coins to buy from the young adventurer after bargaining, and there was no room for error. What should I do? The cold wind outside the window made the window glass and wooden frame clang. Celia leaned against the bed, stroking the silver pseudo-dragon lying in her arms. Her mind began to spread, and her eyes began to drift meaninglessly until they stopped at the gap in the window. At this time, she seemed to catch a touch of splendor in the dark night outside the window through the cold breath of wind and snow that she could smell through the gap. Is this the aurora? Celia stood up, pushed open the window, looked at the gorgeous aurora across the eastern sky in the wind and snow, and murmured in a trance. And, as the aurora ended, the wind and snow seemed to be getting stronger. Master, this is the tax for the underground market this time. The man in exquisite silk walked up the white marble steps with a pace that could make the empty silver hall dance. He bowed and took out the space bag he carried with him, and said in awe to the silver dragon lying on the silver treasure blanket in front of him. From its swept-back horns, metallic scales, and slender body, it can be seen that it is a typical metal dragon. From its cloudy eyes like melting silver, the conspicuous frills on its neck, the beak-like nose, the plate-like face armor, and the long and backward-bending horns, and from a distance, its particularly slender scales seem to blend together. There is no doubt, this is an old silver dragon, even reaching the level of an ancient dragon. Chapter 306 Gunnerat put it there. Durosi. The silver dragon voice has a unique, slender but majestic voice that slowly echoes in this silver-plated hall. As you wish, my master. the human servant named Durosi, whose full name is Durosi Mad Lion, bent his waist even deeper, and could only see the silver-white marble bricks in front of him, reflecting his pious and fanatical eyes. This time, although he still brought the wealth plundered from the underground market of Winter City to the hall of the Silver Dragon Nest hidden in the Sharp Ridge Peak, the second highest peak in the Ice Blade Mountains, through the underground teleportation array as usual. But he deeply understood that what he and his master would do next would probably make the world astonished if they were told. Even the Green Dragon, the most scheming of the evil-colored dragons, would pale in comparison to this old Silver Dragon. Thinking of this, Duloashi lowered his head even lower. His legs trembled slightly, and his palms sweated. It was not fear, but excitement. Although the excitement, this time, was far inferior to the destruction of the huge crazy lion family at the hands of the evil winter goddess. It still made Duloashi's trembling in his heart surface again. He was dominated by the old silver dragon Gunnerat, who is called Heart of Dawn and Wings of Silver Glory. The luster reflected by its scales intoxicated him. With the silver coins he deliberately exchanged or replaced. The cut silver gems and intricate silver carvings and textiles appeared from his dimensional bag, and then turned into part of the treasure mountain where the silver dragon sat. The dragon lying on the tall silver mountain. Its silver pupils slowly solidified as the treasures were put in one by one, until finally, its pupils were like a mithril ball, like a silver sun overlooking the human servants below. Of course, the silver dragon Gunnerat was also quickly calculating the income this time through the valuation technique in his mind. The tax this time is 238,615 silver coins? It seems to be much higher than last month. Gunnerat looked at the treasure mountain that had grown a few percent larger, and thought with satisfaction. At the same time, Durosi's voice also reached Gunnerat's ears just right. Master, this is 238,000. This transaction volume is much higher than last time. The scrolls are particularly popular, so the tax rate has increased slightly. It seems that someone is hoarding supplies. Don't worry about it. Your mission target is not this now. After hearing that it was just some low-level and mid-level scrolls, the silver dragon moved its claws and leaned forward, causing many silver utensils and silver coins on the mountain to fall. But it didn't care at all. Interrupted Duloashi's report, and said casually, and Duloashi nodded repeatedly. But it seemed to remember something, and before Gunnerat could think of the next sentence, it spoke again. By the way, Master, the White Dragon Nest guard has been sold. 60,000 silver coins. Who bought it? The silver dragon, which was originally in a lazy state, immediately raised its drooping wing membrane and said with high concentration, a sorceress, even though she used a simple spell to disguise herself as a female mercenary. She still couldn't hide from the magic detection barrier you set up. After all, even a shapeshifter would reveal its true form here, let alone her. And judging from the collar on her neck, it seems that she is controlled by someone. Durosi, who has been in charge of the underground market for many years, is naturally knowledgeable, and can tell at a glance that the collar worn on Celia's neck is a magical artifact used to enslave others. Then is her master behind the scenes a dragon? Or does he have any connection with dragons? It can't be that bastard. The silver dragon asked in shock, and Durosi could only lower his head and respond hurriedly. Master, as far as I know, she should have nothing to do with the Northland Overlord. According to the information we have investigated, she went to the south with the adventure group a few years ago and left the Northland. She only returned to Winter City in the past few days. These adventurers' associations have records. Durosi obviously expected that the silver dragon would be extremely sensitive to other dragons, especially the ancient white dragon Naknos in the Northland that was still listed in the Adventurers Guild's bounty column. Is that so? That's the other dragons? But it seems that no other dragons have entered the Ice Blade Mountains recently. Or, the silver dragon had no doubts when hearing Durosi's words. After all, the servant controlled by it had long lost the right to lie to it as long as its silver mark was still engraved on his chest. Before Durosi could speak, the silver dragon Gunnerat continued to talk to himself. But as long as it doesn't get involved in my plan and enter the Ice Blade Mountains, let it go. Besides, the dragons that need to guard their nests may not be able to stop this war. Whether evil or good, most silver dragons maintain their honor and reputation. They do not kill worthless enemies or fight because of insignificant hostility. At present, as long as it has nothing to do with Nikonos, and does not enter the Ice Blade Mountains, or participate in the Winter City incident, it will not arouse the anger of the Silver Dragon Gunnerat. However, it still said to Durosi, keep an eye on her. If she continues to go north after leaving Winter City, kill her directly to warn the unknown dragon to get out of the north. If it is to the south or other directions, then wait and see. Don't disturb her. If it is possible to find out the person behind her, whether it is a dragon or a human. At this critical moment, Gunnerat still raised the highest vigilance as a silver dragon, and never let go of anything that might change the plan. After Durosi completely digested it, it retracted the metal claws pressed on the marble floor, raised its head slightly, and looked down with an indescribable majesty. How's it going, Duoluashi? How's the progress of the thing I told you last time? Reporting to the master. It's very good. I have spread the news. I believe many people will be skeptical. But as the storm outside the city intensifies and the sun disappears, this news will slowly be confirmed to be true. At that time, even if they want to refute it, they have to remove this spell. Oh! At that time, they will be like clowns and puppets on the stage, and they will be controlled by the master. You it will. Duoluashi endured the majesty of the silver dragon and replied respectfully and quickly. And at the same time, he did not forget to praise the dragon in front of him for having a brain like the sea and full of wisdom. Well, is that so? What about the other families? How are they? Silver Dragon asked with a hint of sarcasm. Reporting to the master. They are trying to save my stupid brother, and the brothers and sisters of the Winter Snake family. They want to get the truth from them. But unfortunately they can never speak. The winter curse will make them like frozen corpses. They can do nothing except staring at you, and watching you reign over Winter City. As for the others, as you said, the iron guards of the cold castle are now completely in that plane, and cannot return in a short time. I believe that when those arrogant northern wizards find the gem fragments bursting out after the portal shattered, their expressions should be very exciting. As for the artifact, I have already attributed the artifact that was stolen 100 years ago, and drifted to other planes to the god known for his anger as you said. Durosi spoke without a pause. Very fluent. He told the Silver Dragon all the changes in Winter City in the past few days. As the mastermind behind the scenes, and the actual owner of the underground market, the old Silver Dragon Gunnerat opened his fins and scales more and more, and his slender neck drooped more and more, until the tip of his nose was less than 5 meters away from the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. When most of his dragon wings were suspended above the Silver Treasure Mountain, his joyful voice burst out from his snout covered with fine scales. Well, not bad. Good job. Durosi, you didn't waste my favor on you. Really good. In this way, with the arrival of the blizzard, those brave adventurers in the city, who have been unable to hold back for a long time, will soon embark on the so-called fateful journey of killing gods in order to end this storm and gain reputation. I am really looking forward to it. Duoluashi, are you looking forward to it? The Silver Dragon, who was finally in a good mood, naturally wanted to let the only intelligent creature in the hall share the rare joy in the past few hundred years with it. After all, it has waited for this opportunity for too long. Of course, I look forward to it, Master. But, Duoluashi answered respectfully. But he hesitated to speak out his doubts after that. However, with the fluid common language of the Silver Dragon urging him, he still hesitated to speak out his doubts. But, Master, what if they don't fall for it? Or if they find out that it was us who did it? Not that person. Then won't we fail? The Silver Dragon smiled at Duoluashi's doubts, lowered his head, retracted his body, curled up his body back to the treasure mountain, and said faintly, Destiny will guide them to the right path. No one can stop this war of killing gods. Not even God. His blood will be sprinkled on this barren land in the north to nourish all things. After saying this, every word and every expression of it was extremely firm, as if what it said would definitely come true. And Durosi was speechless and silent. After all, for Silver Dragon, his questioning was a sin. After he asked, Silver Dragon did not vent his anger and answered, which was a great gift from heaven. He would not ask for too much. Now he just needs to be a listener quietly, listening to this giant dragon who is only one step away from the throne of God, with its ambition and hatred, making a roar that can shake the world. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Wait until the blizzard comes. Then wake me up. Durosi. Yes, my great master, the heart of dawn of the north. The wings of silver glory. His Majesty Gunnerat. Durosi performed a very standard noble departure etiquette and paid the highest respect to the huge dragon. As Durosi's footsteps gradually moved away from the silver hall, an elegant woman in a silver robe also took her staff, smoothed the non-existent wrinkles on the robe, and walked out of the silver hall with a quiet step, bypassing the traps and rune passages, and walked to the elevator platform specially set up to lead to the outside of the mountain. As the cold wind poured into the passage, the woman walked to the elevator platform at the edge of the nest. She walked to the flat platform dozens of meters long and wide against the frost and snow in the passage. She, looking at the gray-white frozen tundra in the distance below the platform, and the mountain peaks that were as short as dwarfs around its peaks. The corners of her mouth could not help but rise slightly every time she looked at this low mountain and the silver land that was as scale-like as it. Her mood was better than ever. So, after staying here for a while, she used the summoning spell that she had mastered in the past few days to summon a snow rock that soared and hunted in the ice and snow mountains all year round. The wingspan of the snow rock was more than 10 meters. Enough for her to stand lightly on the back of the snow rock. And when she hugged its soft feather-covered neck, she would not be eroded by any cold wind. Although she was not afraid. The silver dragon incarnated as a woman exhaled a mouthful of white cold air in her body, and her silver eyes looked fearlessly beyond the mountains. Moreover, her eyes seemed to be able to cross hundreds of kilometers of space and see the huge northern city that was already covered by the aurora. Alas, she, who had transformed into a woman, had a clear and melodious voice, just like a girl, but her tender face revealed a mature and majestic temperament. She sighed again. Time was running out. After all, she looked back and found that there was not much time left until midnight. It still had to control the snow rock to weave its unfinished spell over the winter city. So it had to get there as soon as possible. So, soon, the snow rock, which was as big as a young white dragon, carried her mistress, jumped up from the lift platform, spread its wings, and flew towards the southeast of the Ice Blade Mountains. There, the colorful aurora was flickering in the sky, like an insurmountable wall, stretching across the sky, and the brightest signpost under the dark gray night sky. She was heading to the northern giant city with her mission, and the whistling wind in her ears seemed to recall the bold plan she had imagined and implemented after she learned that the Saint's catastrophe had come. With the help of Durosi Mad Lion, the insider who was bewitched by her, she used the Mad Lion and Winter Snake families as sacrifices and made a vow in front of the shrine that she would prevent the sun from rising on the sea east of Winter City as usual. And only the endless roar of the floating ice sea would greet them, until Nikonos' dragon blood is spilled and he completely falls. Never give up. She will avenge her past shame and make all those who have laughed at her pay the price. Heart of Dawn. Guardian of Winter. Wings of Silver Glory. The glory of the great silver dragon Gunnerat will once again spread over every inch of frozen soil in the north. Chapter 307 Disaster Relief. Missing. Support. Thank you. Ms. Trana. Thank you. You are simply an angel sent by God. Thank you. The great Lord of Light will appreciate your generosity. Accompanied by the first breeze of the early morning in the north, it slowly moved across the vast frozen tundra until it enveloped the entire winter city in its arms. Celia, who was wrapped in a thick fur coat and looked particularly bloated, had just opened the first floor window of the hotel and heard the above conversation through the wall of the backyard. And as a ray of silver light suddenly shot out from behind her, it gradually went away under the gray sky. Soon, Liz's words to Miss Warlock's heart also made her understand what happened outside. Someone was providing disaster relief in the square and distributing a certain amount of relief food. With the changes in the past few days, the light of the sun disappeared in the sky of Winter City. Many crops in the fields around Winter City that needed to absorb the sun regularly in the ice field had already shown a trend of withering. And crop failure was a foregone conclusion if the sun continued like this. But now most people in Winter City are still full of confidence in the future. They all believe that the clouds will be dispelled sooner or later. And on that day, the light of Pero will melt the snow on the Winter City wall and plate the frozen white wall with golden light. But that being said, as long as someone provides disaster relief, there will still be many greedy and petty residents in the city who really can't get enough food will flock there. Which led to Celia hearing someone praising the deeds of the generous early in the morning. Telana? Celia pondered over the name for a while. She only vaguely remembered that the upper-class nobles in Winter City didn't seem to have this name. Could it be that she was a rising star noble who rose after she left the north? But Celia also forgot about it as soon as she turned her head. She didn't care who provided disaster relief. She had already completed her basic goal of coming to Winter City. In addition to purchasing enough nest supplies, she also discussed with the caravan stationed in the north. In less than a week, the food shipped from the south will soon come all the way to the north along the sea route until it stops at a temporary seaport not far from Lothal Valley. At that time, Celia only needs to send cat-like people to carry the load of food that can feed hundreds of people for several years. Except for some minor episodes, Celia's mission this time can be said to be perfect. Even if Gordon did it himself, he might not be able to do better than Celia. After all, it is still risky for a dragon to lurk in a city. And with Gordon's age, it is just a child under 5 years old. If it really encounters a difficult situation, it can only be helpless. Strength determines its attitude, and the current strength cannot support Gordon's reckless behavior. If it acts recklessly, it may face waves of dragon slayers, or be directly killed. Gordon does not intend to choose these two paths. It just wants to build a nest quietly, and then quietly infiltrate its own network of power into the human world. And any behavior that may cause vigilance must be kept in mind. No matter when. It must not be reckless, and must follow the heart. At least now, it must follow the heart. Although Gordon's talents are now varied, with as many as 50 or 60. At best, Gordon is only a few points higher than ordinary dragons of the same age. If it really wants to challenge a higher level, it depends on whether its high-level talent can give it some special skills to easily crush other dragons. And Gordon's current talent does not have these. It just has more tricks than ordinary dragons. Whether it is the Earth Walk of the Thor Stone Monster, the Death Despair of the Abyss Lord, or the Fear Aura, Evil Eye Curse, Ring of Silence, Immobilization, Group, Hiding, Coercion, and Silence are all things that ordinary dragons of this age cannot do. If we really want to use this to evaluate Gordon's strength, Gordon himself estimates that it is about the level of 4th to 5th level. It is not impossible to fight with the 6th level, but it may be dangerous. After all, the 6th level monsters in this world are not like the dragons mentioned in the Dragon Heritage. They are rigid and have nothing else except data. More monsters are like Gordon, each with their own style in their growth journey. It can even be said that in a certain area for a short period of time, it is the protagonist in the novel, and it is invincible in everything it does. Otherwise, as a real dragon, it is difficult to grow to adulthood surrounded by enemies. Those who survive are not idiots. You know, even the stupidest white dragon can train several warrior levels in this long hunting career until adulthood. Not to mention other dragons. Most of the smart and cunning colored dragons will make several deals before adulthood in exchange for their own combat power. For example, green dragons and blue dragons may sign a contract with an old dragon of the same clan, spending their least valuable time to serve the old dragon, so as to obtain professional advancement, inheritance, or guidance from the old dragon. Red dragons have more choices. They can even choose to serve in the cities of Githyanki, who live on the corpses of the ancient gods of the astral world, and follow the pirates of Githyanki to plunder various planes to increase their wealth and strength. Even white dragons will exchange powerful opportunities through nearby powerful white dragon tribes, nests, or temples of Tiamat. Anyone who dares to underestimate it has already turned into an ice sculpture outside the nest, letting the cold wind blow across his extremely solidified face in the ice before the white dragon is completely tired of playing and crushed. In short, any creature that has grown to the 6th level or even higher cannot be underestimated. Most of them did not gain their strength out of thin air, and they must have their own uniqueness. Even the dragons are the same. Celia's departure from the city did not alarm anyone, or they did not notice that someone was following them. Except that Celia sent a few cat-like people to find out whether the broker they killed yesterday would cause trouble. After finding that there was no impact, Celia resolutely took the dimensional bag that had been replaced with scrolls and strange objects, followed by a group of trucks and carriages using cattle, horses, and even polar bears. Step by step, they left this majestic city lying on the border of the frozen wasteland and adjacent to the northern glacier. On the other side, on the frozen wasteland, a group of 5 carriages dressed in noble costumes were slowly and arduously driving in the wind and snow, and the horses' hooves wrapped in flannel stepped on the cold frozen soil. Step by step. How long will it take? A faint voice came from the warm carriage. Old Wezzy, the servant who was on call outside, keenly caught the master call in the wind and snow, and hurriedly responded, reporting to Master Vimkalin. We still have 1 day to reach Winter City. Although old Wezi was extremely dissatisfied with Wimkalin's random directions, he felt that Wimkalin's difficulties were just the hardships bestowed by the Lord of Light before he went to the Kingdom of God. Considering the 2 gold coins of salary, and the satisfied smiles of his family after returning home, well, let's find a place to camp later. I see you are very tired. It seems that it is almost afternoon now, and it is time to rest. By the way, after this journey, you will get more rewards as an apology for the trouble I have caused you because of my recklessness. There was a bit of kindness in Wimkalin's words, which made many servants feel the warmth from Lamlington in the cold wind. Oh, praise you, Master. You are simply the wisest patriarch in the history of Lamlington, the light of Tampa town. Indeed. And other remarks suddenly rang out in the wind and snow. But as they set up camp, when old Ouija brought a cup of hot black tea, he made himself, intending to warm up the spleen and stomach of the nobleman. He discovered the originally gorgeous carriage was already empty. The Lord of Tampa town, the only heir of the Lamlington family, Master Vimkalin, who was originally sitting on the bear skin cushion, disappeared at this time. Only the window at the back of the carriage was open wide to let in the cold wind, and the cold wind told him coldly that he was not dreaming now. So, soon, a tearing shout and scream suddenly rose from the peaceful camp, and a figure under the dark clouds also flapped its wings at a high speed and flew to the northeast of the camp. There were only 2 interdependent giant peaks in the east of the frozen wasteland, motionless in the cold wind. Many old people had been there before Winter City was built. The town of Fertile Valley in the frozen wasteland. Loda Valley. Who? Young Master. Where are you? Young Master. Young Master Vimkalin. If you hear me, please answer poor old Ouija. Old Ouija, panting, walked with difficulty in the wasteland not far from the camp, shouting loudly. This was the 2nd hour since Vimkalin disappeared. The hope of finding Vimkalin in the surrounding area was already very small, but almost no one would give up, except for a small number of mercenaries who had quietly taken advantage of the wind and snow to sneak away without even their luggage. But this did not include old Ouija and his group of Tampa people who were born and raised in the area and followed Lamlington to open up the wasteland in the north. Whether it is old Wage or the cavalry guards, their homes and roots are there. Their children, parents, lovers, and their living standards are all closely related to Tampa town. And the Lord of Tampa town disappeared under their noses. So it is impossible to go back, unless they find a clear clue. Otherwise they cannot go back to report. After all, the Lamlington family, or Tampa town, is under the full responsibility of Vimkalin as the Lord and Patriarch. But if he disappears, Vimkalin's cousins can still choose a new Lord in a short time. Although there is no title, it does not affect the new Lord to punish the culprits who harmed the previous Lord as soon as possible, so as to appease or gain the favor of the people and consolidate his own rule. Of course, these premises are based on the premise that Vimkalin's reputation has not collapsed in the mouths of the people. But these have nothing to do with old Wezi. His mind is full of Vimkalin now. His lips are slightly moving, calling Vimkalin. He is extremely hoping that the young man in aristocratic clothes can appear in front of him. But there is only the cold wind and the frozen earth without a single weed, and only the whistling sound lingers in his ears. I hope that Captain Marion will have a harvest. Old Wezi finally lost his strength, slowly moving his legs frozen by the cold, step by step approaching the camp with a burning bonfire. He has done his best, and he can only leave the next thing to the gods. But before old Wezi prayed for the grace of the Lord of Light, Marion and his men came back from the west of the camp. Old Wezi looked at them eagerly and counted. But the number was still wrong. It was still 7 when he went out, not the 8 he imagined to be surrounded by the guards. Is there really no hope? As time went by, the gray clouds could no longer cover the low night sky. The whole world was about to darken, and the sun was about to set. A woof! Fear sprouted in old Wezi's heart, and the long wolf howl that came from nowhere in the frozen wasteland intensified the fear in old Wezi's heart. His teeth trembled slightly, and even if a blazing fire ignited around him, it could not dispel the slightest chill in his body. Maybe I should die. Only by dying, I won't implicate my poor Annie, Comer, and Lina, my wife. Oh, damn it! I didn't let her live a good day. I'm so sorry. Old Ouija looked at the lifeless camp under the orange firelight and thought pessimistically. Although he has not taken action yet, Old Ouija believes that if this continues, Vim Colin will not return and no clues will be found. Sooner or later, in order not to implicate his family, he will die alone in this wasteland and become the winter food for those wild beasts. Master, what's wrong with you? Quick! Come on! Master Vim Colin, I'm back! The exclamation from the camp woke up the half-asleep old Ouija from his dream. Or rather, he shuddered. Found it? Vim Colin? Or are you dreaming? Old Ouija's heart tightened, and he immediately grasped his waist, which was soft from sitting and lying for a long time. It hurts. It hurts. It's not a dream. Old Ouija looked at the young nobleman, who was supported by a few unknown people, who seemed to be hunters living in the north, and felt as if he was dreaming. Master Vim Colin. He is really back. From the clothes, he was 100% sure that this was the outfit of Vim Colin. When he saw the blue eyes like stars under the red ears, and the handsome face. Who else could it be but Viscount Vim Colin? The most romantic and ambiguous person with mermaids in Lamlington? He hurriedly took a few steps forward to take over the responsibility of supporting the Viscount, and carefully helped him to the carriage, which was still warm as spring under the magic device temperature-controlled light dish. I don't know if it was the warmth, or the timely delivery of black tea, that made the fainted Viscount. The Viscount slowly woke up. But what old Wesley didn't expect was that the first thing the Viscount said after waking up was not to angrily scold him for being useless, or to exclaim in ecstasy that he had survived the disaster. Instead, he asked them to invite the people who helped him back to the camp as soon as possible. Quick! Invite those who saved my life here. I want to thank it very much. The shapeshifter, who had just returned from the Gordon lair and had already discussed how to get Tampa Town to fully support the newly opened hotel in Gordon, said in a hurry. Chapter 308. The end of the journey. Although Tatsuya could mobilize all the resources of Tampa Town without doing this, considering the identity of Viscount Lamlington, it would take time to slowly transform. So he decided to play a trick to make many servants believe that it was a group of kind-hearted northern residents who saved him from the tyrannical harpy. And just when Tatsuya was trying to collude with the prepared cat-like warriors to interpret this story perfectly, the molten dragon Godin was trying to bury the eternal mist, a precious magical relic of the Nether era obtained from the shapeshifter, in the center of the underground furnace according to the instructions, which would become the location of its hall nest in the future. Molten Hall. After 2 days of hard work by the kobolds, a curved passage leading to the surface was barely built. Although there were no common rooms in the dragon nest, such as storage, cultivation, and experiments, and no passages were opened up for dragons to glide into the nest. These only needed to be filled in later. Finish the trunk first, and the twigs won't be far behind. Gordon looked at the initial hall, which was more than 4 meters high and more than 7 meters wide, and barely allowed it to lower its head and fold its wings to pass through. It nodded with satisfaction in its black cat form. In the past few days, it had dug a nest passage several kilometers long underground. These dog-headed people were doing an extraordinary job. Not bad. Skio, you did a good job. The black cat standing in front of the dog-headed man, with the iconic wings of dragons, said majestically. At the same time, its large cat-like animal eyes stared at the basket-sized pit in front of it without blinking. It seemed to be expecting the eternal mist it had planted to react immediately. When Scale heard the praise from Master Gordon, he was very excited. The holy and ethereal sound from Gordon almost instantly washed away his fatigue. His limbs, which had been fighting for 3 days, almost instantly recovered their spirits, and were full of strength again. Thank you, the Great One, for always urging us to move forward. Without your guidance, the Red Scale clan would be useless. It is our honor to work for you, Master. Scao's shouting covered the sound of the underground passage being opened and knocked by the kobolds. The other clanging sounds instantly became smaller. And Sue, with the second voice echoing, the third voice, the fourth voice. It is our honor, Master. In the end, the voices of nearly 100 kobolds gathered into thunder, resounding throughout the molten fire hall, and in the tide-like shouting of the kobolds, the location where eternal mist was buried in the underground furnace. In front of Gordon, wisps of gray mist that were barely perceptible to the naked eye gradually rose from the soil buried just 3 feet deep, in the dark cave, in the gray and white vision of the dark vision. It was particularly magical. After touching the curved top of the rocky cave, The wisps of gray mist ignored the hard and seamless soil and rocks, and easily drilled into the earth-yellow dome like a loach, and continued to rise until Gordon followed the map and walked to the outside of the valley, found the surface corresponding to the molten fire hall, and checked what effect the eternal mist had on its nest. Before it planned to carefully check the location of the nest hall, Gordon found that on the frozen ground in the distance, a few kilometers in front of the two peaks of the Loda Valley, wisps of unclear gray mist were merging with the biting cold wind, indistinguishable from each other. Of course, if it weren't for the Dragon natural super long-range vision and motion capture, Gordon probably wouldn't be able to detect the gray fog rising from the frozen soil. The effect of the eternal mist is very simple, interfering with the implementation of any prophecy spell. For example, if you use knowing the legend to ask the location of Gordon nest, or to find the whereabouts of Gordon hiding in the nest, you will get completely opposite. Or in other words, a foggy prediction result. Interference, deflection, failure, and change are its greatest functions. The reason why Gordon is so eager to put down the eternal mist now is naturally that he realizes that it is useless to stay in Loda Valley and can't do anything. It's better to try a hardy plane shuttle. Anyway, there is nothing to do now. Although it did not find anything about the other two world coordinates left by Galmadon in the Planeswalker notebook, there is no doubt that they are all coordinate objects that can help it, similar to the first world, the Fey Wilds. Otherwise, Galmadon would not have gone to great lengths to let the newly born Tower Spirit leave these three things for it. Of course, Galmadon would definitely not leave here in a hurry. But the plane travel has been put on the agenda, half a day after the Eternal Mist took effect, just as Galmadon and Nina were standing on the dome of the Molten Hall, standing on the scaffolding, and drawing the picture of the Molten Dragon fighting the two-headed giant snake at the same time. Outside the Loda Valley, Celia, who gradually revealed her silhouette from the vast land of wind and snow, also stepped deep and shallow on the frozen soil that had become snow. In this half-day's work, a foot of snow accumulated outside the valley. Celia didn't stop until she reached the foot of the mountain, the only winding entrance to the west of Loda Valley. The warlock took off her hood, revealing her white swan-like neck, which was raised high and in a trance. At the same time, the delicate collar on her neck slid down to her collarbone as she raised her head. She stared at the towering mountain for a few seconds, then touched the dimensional bag hidden under her robe. After confirming that it was safe, she waved her hand to let her and her men enter the valley. Then, Celia back disappeared into the ice and snow along with the outlines of other cat-like guards. At this time, in Tampa town in the south, a noble banquet was being held. The young noble was eloquent. He excitedly hugged a cat-like person in the hall in front of the nobles. 12 hours had passed since the shape-shifting monster Satos left the frozen wasteland and returned to Tampa town. The plan to support Loda Valley was also put on the agenda at this moment. Under the frozen hills on the northern trade route, the idle cat-like people were watching the snow outside while drinking today's fresh fish soup. They sat on the stone roof, their legs and tails dangling in the air. Under them was the three-story inn that Gordon ordered them to build on the abandoned trade route outside the Loda Valley. The foundation and the first floor of the inn have been built. If the utensils, furniture, food and kitchen utensils inside are intact, it can even be used to receive travelers. As for the west, the third small trade group looted by the dragon beasts released by Gordon also returned to the original starting point with injuries and reduced personnel. They were unwilling to watch the increasingly heavy snow and the dragon beasts raging in the snow, and their faces were full of anxiety. After all, anyone looking at the backlog of undelivered goods and the passing of time would probably be anxious and sweating. "You're back, Celia." After half a day's work, the Molten Hall, which had expanded again, finally had a place to stretch its tail and head. It lowered its dragon head and looked down at the warlock lady, one of its most loyal servants, Celia, who was not even as big as its claws. At the same time, it did not forget to use its claws to dig out a flat rock on the protruding rock wall and placed it on the floor of the hall. It stretched out its claws to signal Celia to sit down and talk. "Thanks to your gift, I am not afraid of wind and snow." Celia first performed a standard etiquette, and after speaking devoutly to the black dragon lying in the molten hall, she slowly sat on the khaki rock with gravel and soil. However, as she sat down, the invisible wind surrounding her body, when her clothes touched the rock, the wind made the gravel and soil on the surface of the rock surge to both sides. Almost instantly, The rock surface passed by the strong wind was like washed by water, as smooth and bright as a new mirror. As for Celia's gratitude to Gordon for the gift, this is not her exaggeration. This time, she was not afraid of the wind and snow, and returned directly to Loda Valley. It was indeed the credit of Celia's talent weather master, Winchant, that she got from Gordon in the grace of the deserted island last time. Because after actual combat research, Celia found that these two talents are not useless except for sailing. At least Celia found that in the wind and snow on land, the experience brought by Weather Master is also applicable. Except that her ship lost in the wind and snow was replaced by a person. And they all have the same goal. Talk about it, Celia. This trip to Winter City, due to the excessive consumption of super long-distance divine power communication, Gordon felt that he had to review the matter with Celia face to face, so that he could understand the full picture of the matter. If he missed a detail, it would be very likely to lead him astray. It was never too careful to be careful about the news about the gods. The warlock lady who heard Gordon order looked at the silver-haired girl with hopeful eyes under the huge body of the molten dragon, smiled without comment, and then cleared her throat and said softly, "If you want to listen, I'm happy to do it. Well, let me start from the beginning. I took the cat-like guard you sent me and headed north. However, within the first hour after leaving Lyle Valley, we encountered a cave bear that was out foraging. It was very troublesome and had thick skin and flesh. I had to use magic to kill it. However, its fur was sold at a good price in the city. It was really good. It tasted good too." Celia chattered while feeling the boiling fire element in the air, corroding her body from the inside out. The temperature difference between this hall and the outside world made her feel like she was back in the volcano on Rika Island. It was so hot that she had to take off the velvet wizard robe wrapped around her body after talking. After all, compared with the constant environmental adaptation magic robe, velvet can save a lot of cost. About half an hour later, in the sound of the clinking picks of the kobolds in the passage, Gordon came to his senses from Celia's long and repetitive narration. At the same time, countless introductions to forces and events were also intertwined in its mind, and finally reflected a somewhat clear but somewhat vague network. This web made Gordon a little unpredictable, but fortunately, he seemed to have a solution, especially when Gordon heard Celia say that the current winter city was shrouded in clouds, and the sun could not be seen for several days. And every day there was a colorful aurora in the east of Winter City that was enough to separate the earth. It made Gordon suddenly enlightened from the vast dragon heritage, because he found out what the spell that could make the sun disappear was. Legendary spell Eternal Frost. The caster needs to compile a spell on the magic web at midnight every day to produce a gorgeous aurora, which will dissipate before dawn. And as a price, the sun will disappear forever in the Winter City area, as if this space does not exist on the Io continent, whether it is sunrise or sunset. However, there is no definite evidence as to whether it was done by Auril. At least when Celia was there, she did not see the crazy and angry goddess attacking the city with wind, frost and snow. It was as if nothing had happened in Winter City, and it was as calm as before, although there were undercurrents. But this is not in line with Auril's character, but it is also in line with Auril to resist the sun. It is extremely contradictory. Therefore, this is the key to Gordon headache. After all, only those powerful spellcasters who are proficient in ice and snow can easily use this dangerous legendary spell. Naturally, Auril cannot get rid of suspicion, but the lack of information makes Gordon have no way to guess the suspect. After all, Celia doesn't know much. At most, she knows the titles of several powerful and well-known spellcasters in the north. There is no way to know their casting methods, and she can only speculate from the titles. But the amount of information was still too little, and after a few guesses, Gordon was at a loss. But it soon got out of this trouble, because Gordon suddenly figured it out. Whether it was Auril or not, what did it have to do with it? A little molten dragon hiding in the north? As long as it was confirmed that it would not affect itself, it did not need to care who the conspiracy was targeting. Anyway, it was not it. So, at the end of the arrival, Gordon simply stopped thinking about it, and decided to join forces with Celia and Nina, the two spellcasters, to arrange this underground nest together first. After all, with the help of spells, the speed of the construction of the Molten Hall kobolds will be greatly improved. Doubling in 3 days is not a dream. It can't consider the too far away Gordon, so it can only arm itself around to increase its sense of security. This is the top priority. As for the rest, it can't think of it. And there is no need to think about it. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to support it. Winter City is not panicking. So why should it? A weak molten dragon far away in Lothal Valley. Worry. At most, it will just leave after realizing something is wrong. It is not impossible to forcibly recall its astral consciousness when it explores in another world. It is just a bit wasteful. But it does not matter in front of its life. And with the establishment of the abandoned business road in, Gordon believes that it will not lack first-hand information in the future. It is no longer blind to this world. However, this will take time. Fortunately, it has a group of trustworthy followers, which allows Gordon to be a hands-off shopkeeper at ease. Otherwise, if it does everything by itself, it may not be able to travel in this life. So, half a month later, in the corridor covered with explosive flame traps, summoning traps, warning traps, and various restrictive inscriptions, the huge molten dragon closed its dark golden vertical pupils at the end of the curved corridor. On the high platform in the molten fire hall of thousands of square meters, it mobilized the power of the planeswalker in its body. At the same time, the golden pocket watch on the claws of Godin immediately emitted a light that could illuminate the molten hall like daylight. As the white light faded, a gorgeous portal as tall as a dragon appeared in the center of the molten hall. The deep and twisted colored ripples made the soil, which had been scorched black by Godin aura, look like a dream. Chapter 309 Roaring Sand Under the Dim Lights. The red molten fire hall was illuminated. The black dragon faced the plain gate that was as tall as a city wall, with azure crystal as the frame and gemstones as the pillars. There was some hesitation on the ferocious dragon face. Gordon was indeed a little hesitant. After all, he had read the Planeswalker notebook before leaving Rika Island last time. Except for the knowledge of Fairy Forest, which is the plane of the Fairy Wild. There was nothing else. This is why Gordon chose to go to the Fairy Forest at that time. Now it is its second plane trip. Although Gordon can still choose the relatively stable Fairy Wild. After all, there are its adventure companions and allies there. And the gains there will definitely not be much less than other places. At least it is a familiar base. But considering that the Fairy Wild cannot solve its urgent needs, what it needs most now is to gain talents and enough treasures through fighting, rather than playing house games under the protection of a group of people, or intentional care. Of course, it is not because there is a mortal enemy, the legendary purple dragon, that Gordon cannot solve at present. Everything it does is for freedom, and the strength of the dragon lies in freedom. This is also why all the young dragons they cultivate, whether they are metal dragons, colored dragons, or other kinds of true dragons, are almost expelled from the nest in their adolescence. How can a flower lying in a greenhouse survive the wind and rain and fight against the sky? Gordon looked at the two media in his hand and stood still for a while, his eyes hesitant. Which one should he use first? Before leaving, Gordon still hadn't made up his mind. However, the plain gate with blue crystal as the frame and the white gem as big as the goblin's head remained motionless. Only the iron door of the plain gate was emitting cold air around the molten fire hall like an ice storage. As if urging Gordon, Gordon ignored it and murmured, "How could it be gone?" Before leaving, Gordon, who was a little unwilling, tried to flip through the Planeswalker notebook that he carried with him and had been flipped through countless times, as if he wanted to find the answer on it. To be honest, it was a little incomprehensible. After all, it didn't make sense that the Fairy Forest was described in detail in the Planeswalker notebook, but the other two media were not. This was outrageous. Although the information had passed in the fairy wilderness for hundreds of years, the notebook more or less gave it some information in the other world. And it was better than being blind and having no clues. However, surprises always come so unexpectedly. When Gordon just turned to the third page of the notebook, it felt something was wrong. It immediately turned back and read the 8th line of the second page word by word. A sentence that Galmadin once said here. "I still can't forget the emerald light curtain." This is what Galmadin wrote when he was writing this Planeswalker notebook, recalling his past days in the Fey Wilds. After all, both the scenery and stories of the Fey Wilds made him a little nostalgic. But this sentence disappeared, replaced by another sentence that Gordon had never seen before. "I don't know what is buried under the lost taboo. Maybe when I become..." The back had been blacked out, leaving only this incomplete line of words. It was a little hard for Gordon to understand. But this sign, and the information hidden under the font made Gordon understand it almost instantly. Undoubtedly, in the past few dozen days, the Planeswalker Notebook has undergone subtle changes that Gordon could not detect. In the current Planeswalker Notebook, the original story of the Fairy Forest has disappeared, replaced by a plain story that Gordon has never seen before. Lost Taboo. What is that? Although the question was in his mind, Gordon Claus did not stop, and the Planeswalker Notebook was still turning pages. When the Planeswalker Notebook was halfway turned, Gordon found the second sentence that complemented the short sentence at the beginning, which was also something Gordon had never seen before. A few things in memory of my trip to the lost world of Apol. Galmadon. This is the beginning of everything. Gordon was immediately excited. At the same time, it uttered a few syllables clearly from its ferocious teeth. It slowly read out this sentence, and there was a sense of solemnity in its voice. If you ignore the meaning of this slightly frivolous sentence, after Gordon finished speaking, it used its other free black claw to gently take out an inconspicuous object from the dimension bag under the scales on its chest. An ordinary yellow-brown stone that seemed to have just been dug out of the sand. It was the medium called roaring sand, and it was also an indispensable material for going to the lost world of Apol. It placed this stone, which was particularly heavy under the flame, in front of its basin-sized vertical pupil, which shrank slightly. It carefully observed the medium obtained from the tower spirit, and the dark golden vertical pupil seemed to be brewing inexplicable emotions. Is this the bad taste of the legendary wizard? Even his death makes the dragon worried. It makes people doubt his purpose. Gordon spat and complained in his heart. He was slightly displeased with the unique control desire and bad taste of the wizard. But thinking of the pocket watch in his hand that had already recognized its master and other gains, Gordon still felt really interested and continued to look through it. Of course, if Gordon knew about the bad things that Joey encountered when he changed his job according to the notebook in order to change his job as a planeswalker, he would know that this bad taste was not directed at him, but at all his creatures who wanted to inherit his planeswalker legacy. Maybe he would not be so angry and annoyed. Of course, this incident also made Gordon roughly understand the meaning of this notebook. This is the replacement and inheritance of nodes. In short, the inheritance of Galmadon is an alternative adventure level-breaking system, although it is not a setting that you can only go to the next level after completing this level. But the clues given will also increase the weight of Gordon's determination to go to that world plane, which makes people feel moved. Obviously, this experiment taught Gordon that if he wanted to gain more, he would slowly follow the arranged world, and he would get what he wanted, which was probably this consciousness. It was also an alternative novice gift package given by Galmadon to his heirs. 3 worlds with resources. And if it guessed correctly, and nothing unexpected happened, the story of the world of the third medium should also appear as promised after it completed the basic tasks of the second world, and the legendary pocket watch was turned on. And as the pages of the notebook were gently twisted by Gordon thick claws, the lost world, the customs and practices of Apol, also appeared vividly in Gordon's mind as Galmadon narrated in the first-person perspective. I swear, I'm about to vomit. This is the most dizzy trip I've ever taken since I became a mage. I almost vomited the signature smoked lamb leg I had at the Hammer of the Friendly Tavern at noon. But the next moment, I swallowed it back. Oh my god! Is this the kingdom of the goddess of magic? Where did that text take me? In Galmadon notes, Apol is completely different from Io. The magic there is so abundant that even farmers can use tricks to help plow the land. The products of hiring magic are everywhere in big cities, and the use of magic can be seen almost everywhere in Apol. There were so many details, from magic lamps for daily use, invisible servants, to magic airships that could take other people, to two-way portals between major cities, etc. All of these told Gordon about the prosperity of Apol and the magical attainments of the great wizards living there. Moreover, in the following notes, Galmadon even recorded the encounter between Warrens and another elven wizard with the same profession as him in the capital of the most powerful empire, the Semunti Empire, in the center of Apol. Although it was just a quick glance, both of them could sense each other's identity. After all, the loneliness of being outside the world was too obvious and out of tune with this world. Of course, this is not unique to Apol. Even if Galmadon stayed in the original world of Io, it would be the same. Perhaps this is the way home for a planeswalker as a traveler and spectator. The only home that can make him settle down is on the road. Let's get back to the point. In short, the prosperity of Apol's world makes Galmadon feel like he has gone from the countryside, Io, to the city, Apol. returning to the memory of when he was 13 years old, taking the money he robbed and entering the surrounding city-states for the first time to buy food and weapons. But what makes Galmadon a little bit unbearable is that the whole story is less than 10 pages long. And 5 pages describe magical buildings and strange objects he has never seen before. However, Galmadon Dragon Heritage has never recorded these, which really opened Galmadon's eyes. In addition to the long sword specially used to slay dragons, there is actually a spell that can make dragons crazy? Isn't this similar to the puzzle lock in the Heritage? But looking at the lowering restrictions above, it is obvious that its ancestors did not have a deep understanding of these things. Or even none. But these did not affect Galmadon continued reading. After all, it was pure luck that Galmadon found it. If he hadn't found a low-level spell scroll that had never existed on the Io continent under the fur of a summoned creature from another world. Of course, if that were the case, it would be fine. Even a legendary wizard couldn't recognize the full spell scroll. The most important thing was that the analytical text on the scroll caught Galmadon's attention. The analysis of that text, whether it was the foundation or the general introduction, made Galmadon, who was not a legendary wizard at the time, swallow and digest it eagerly. Soon, Galmadon learned from the thoughts in it. And after successfully reading it, he also comprehended the super magic specialty. Galmadon had tasted the taste, so he was naturally reluctant to give up this sweet cake. After all, at that time, he was still carrying the blood feud of the fishing village. So he wanted to become a disciple. In order to learn more and more powerful magic, he needed to continue to explore. But the text analysis was gone. And the person who wrote this line of analysis had long disappeared. So he could only look for another clue. That was the signature below the analysis. A string of ancient language and characters that Galmadon could not understand. Even with language proficiency, it was unrecognizable. This clue also made Galmadon a planeswalker. Very busy. Fortunately, he spent a lot of money in the end and entered the library in the wizard tower of the legendary wizard who loved collecting ancient books to look for clues. Finally, in the book Lost Civilization on the 3rd level, it was discovered that the runes on the text analysis may be derived from the Apal text that was lost tens of thousands of years ago. Otherwise, the lost world Apal will continue to be buried under the dust of time and in the afterglow of the star world. Dolph Berkemlin is the meaning of that line of ancient Apal fable text. In order to decipher this line of text, Galmadon spent a week to master the Apal text. After learning, Galmadon couldn't wait to use the scroll as a disposable medium to go to the lost world. Apal. This is also the reason for the first scene that Gordon saw just now. The notebook was still being flipped through. And with the breeze coming from the passage from time to time, Gordon touched the scales that were raised behind him. He pressed it, and then continued to read this new story. The story of the high-level wizard, Galmadon. And in these 10 pages, Gordon also found out what Galmadon wanted to give it. A future, a wizard tower located in Apal. The legendary planeswalker Galmadon. Apart from wandering in the half-plane Songqing city on the Io continent, he spent quite a lot of time in Apal, because there was abundant magic power and delicate magic network there, which was better than Io in both spellcasting and research. Therefore, it was normal to have a wizard tower here. It was convenient to do anything. Of course, what attracted Gordon's attention the most was the description in the notebook. He placed a set of magic items specially used to equip planeswalkers there. Originally, he wanted to give it to the elf girl, who was also a planeswalker, and who had only met once. But no matter how much power he used in his principality, or how much money he spent in the Adventurers Guild of Abel Continent, he still couldn't find the elven girl, who had once caught a glimpse of her in the imperial capital of Warnes. That's right. Gordon also found in the back of the notebook that Galmadon actually controlled a principality in another world. Although it was small, it did not prevent him from being an emperor. Is it really a common problem for planeswalkers to experience various identities in countless planes? However, it seems that it is really interesting to build a country from scratch. While thinking about it, Gordon silently placed the medium of roaring sand in his hand, into the white gem groove of the portal. Then the yellow-brown stone with red light slowly rotated in the middle gem groove. It was not until the addition of the mithril stone in Gordon's hand that it stopped slightly. But the light of the teleportation light gate became brighter and brighter. Finally it turned into mithril. Gordon opened the door with ease, and the vast silver star world suddenly appeared in front of it. Gordon activated the pocket watch without hesitation. Star projection. The next second, its soul left its body, followed the silver line in the dark, and drifted to the star world outside the door, shaping, building the body. Soon, a huge molten dragon appeared in the void. It first opened its dark golden vertical pupils, then took a deep breath of the complex air that belonged to the star world, and moved its unfamiliar limbs. I'm back again. Long time no see. Star world. It looked at the milky white light that belonged to the main material plane in the distance and murmured. That was exactly its goal. The Lost World. EP291. Chapter 310 Star God Envoy Star. The Land of the Soul. This is a silver void that connects all the outer planes of the multiverse. At this time, a molten dragon, which is only the size of an ant compared to the extremely huge light ball of the main material plane, is thinking about dragon life. After solving the problem of where to go, there is another problem in front of Gordon. That is, during the last plane travel, because the distance between the fairy wilderness and the main material plane Io in the star realm is very short, almost sticking to each other. Its travel did not take much time. But this time is different. The location of Gordon Target Abel World is far away from where it is now, reaching hundreds or even thousands of fairy wilderness distances. You must know that the vast star realm is not as harmless as it seems. It has another nickname: the Cemetery of the Gods. In other words, the Morgue of the Gods. The disco park for adventurers. In addition to the various creatures that build their homes on the corpses of gods. The craziest and most powerful resentful entity that hates the living in the multiverse, the evil spirit, was born and active in this silver spiritual land. Here, the evil spirits that are rarely seen in the main material are springing up like mushrooms after rain. As long as you are at the right time and the right place, it is not difficult to encounter 3 or 4 in a row. An unknown golden dragon can testify to this. In addition, the base camp of the notorious looting group, the Githyanki, is also in the astral plane. These pirates roaming in the astral plane will also not let go of any valuable items in the astral plane. It is worth mentioning that both people and treasures are their targets. It is said that there is a rumor that in the garbage dump of Tuneras, the main city of the Githyanki, there are many slaves of various races who were looted by the Githyanki and brought to the astral world and then played with by the Githyanki. It can be said that they are not played with, and Gordon is about to face this problem. Although it is difficult to encounter monsters such as the Githyanki slave hunting team or the gods and evils in the chaotic astral world, it is not difficult to reach the destination safely. But everything must be fully prepared, and you can't do it blindly. It arrived at the astral world through the 9-ring spell astral projection, but it can't die before seeing the destination. That's too much. At least after knowing that the cooling time of turning the pocket watch is so long, and understanding the price, Gordon still cares about his life and death in the astral world. You can die, but you can't die worthlessly. This is Gordon's bottom line. Therefore, after entering the astral world, Gordon made careful actions and plans, and could even be said to be cautious. He gently used the power of his mind to move his body quickly towards the milky white light spot in the astral world, and his eyes looked up, down, left, right, front and back from time to time. Fortunately, apart from the light hidden in the main material plane and the other 2 lights representing the green and black lights of fairy wilds and fallen shadow underworld, the space around the astral world was unusually quiet, and nothing that Gordon was worried about might happen happened, at least for now. So, Gordon slowly put his mind at ease and became more and more skilled in flying. Soon, it went from being clumsy and unfamiliar at the beginning to being like a fish in water later, and it was extremely enjoyable. This way of action, which has no burden on the body and is supported entirely by the power of the mind, made him never feel tired of playing it several times. Although this was not his first time, but such a long distance from the EP291 world also allowed Gordon to enjoy the thrill of racing in the astral world. Gordon's huge black dragon body easily passed through the 4 elements that were free and glowing everywhere in the astral world. It was as agile as a swimming fish, swimming freely in the astral world, the famous spiritual world. If outsiders saw it, they would definitely be shocked, and they might even think it was a variant of the gem dragon, the obsidian dragon. But it was a molten dragon, not one of those gem dragons with extremely powerful psychic powers. Psychic powers are like a natural barrier for most molten dragons. This is one of the effects of the Planeswalker Talent Explorer after it is upgraded to Treasure Hunter, which increases the speed of movement in the astral and etheric planes. Although it does not directly increase Gordon's mental power, In terms of speed, it is not much slower than the movement of the same level psychic. As he gradually became familiar with the power in his body, Gordon even felt that it could achieve the same effect as Flash. That is, teleportation. So, somewhere, in the empty silver astral background, the wandering wind element suddenly twisted in the astral world, and with a huge ripple spreading from this point to all directions, there was only a buzzing sound. A huge black dragon, that was thousands of times larger than the trace wind element, suddenly appeared in this originally empty space. This is much faster. No wonder those Githyanki can move so quickly between planes. They just robbed here today, and robbed there tomorrow. Psychic powers really work. Gordon, who had just experienced the pleasure of teleportation, looked back at the emerald light ball that was about to blur and disappear, the main material plane surrounded by black light balls, and looked at the Abel world in front of him, which had become the size of a millstone in the astral mist, and was full of emotion. Of course, this is an operation that can only be done in the spiritual land and the astral world. The rules of the main material plane are completely different from here. After all, the rules of the astral world allow the casters here to cast spells without chanting time, and the mage can throw out meteor explosions as soon as he moves, which is amazing. The journey continued, as the main material plane gradually disappeared in the astral mist behind him. Other things gradually appeared in Gordon's vision, such as an extremely slender and huge thigh and a gray broken claw wrapped around it, which appeared in front of Gordon in an extremely strange posture. It held her, and she stepped on it. The body of a god. It is also very likely to be an elven god, and a demon, or a godly evil. This thought subconsciously appeared in Gordon's mind, and the dragon heritage immediately told it that the thigh in front of it was very likely the thigh of an elven creature, because only her thigh joints would have one more section than ordinary humans, making it look more slender and tall. Some green dragon's recipes even use its bones as a delicacy. As for the other claw, Gordon couldn't tell which monster it was, and could only classify it as the most likely demon, and the head of the godly evil. This is the corpse of a god, and it is also the first time that Gordon has seen it. The shock it brought to its heart is enough. They are like floating islands, silent in the desolate star world, waiting for the day of awakening. Of course, more corpses of gods, like these two corpses, disappeared under the silver curtain with the chaos of the star world, and are unknown to people. Gordon flew for a full minute before flying from the tip of the fingernail of this huge gray claw to the end. Its proud huge body is like an ant in front of these corpses of gods. After seeing the floating island of gods, Gordon also saw other creatures passing through the silver star world. Some of them were not fast. Gordon relied on his excellent dynamic vision to discover them early, and then observe from a distance, without alarming those creatures moving slowly in the star world. These are birds that are smaller than Gordon, only the size of crows, crossing the silver star space in an extremely graceful posture, and flying towards the star mist in different directions. Astral bird. This bird is covered in black feathers, has a tuft of dark red hair on its chest, and has bright green eyes. There is no knowledge about it in the dragon heritage of Molten Dragon, but this creature is mentioned in Galmadon Planeswalker notes. Galmadon even raised an astral bird in his astral residence and named it Bobo. The reason for this is that each floating island of the corpse of a god in the astral world can be called an independent demiplane. Therefore, ordinary spell transmission is invalid in the astral world, which requires the help of a messenger. Among them, the bird named Crandall from the Wild Beasts was the most popular because of its gift homeward journey, high intelligence, and the lowest cost. Over time, its name became the Star Boundary bird in the mouths of outsiders. Therefore, the Star Boundary birds that built nests in the Star Boundary were cultivated by various creatures in the Star Boundary to deliver messages, act as messengers, or detect enemy situations, and act as scouts. It is worth mentioning that because the Githyanki are good at this, some places on the Star Boundary floating island prohibit the entry of foreign Star Boundary birds. They are afraid that the Githyanki will see things they shouldn't see through the eyes of the Star Boundary birds. In addition to the Star Boundary birds, what Gotan encountered next was a bit unexpected. It saw the turbulent waves in the silver Star Boundary mist, and the golden brilliance hidden under the twisted mist made it hide subconsciously. However, even if Gotan teleported again, the dazzling gold behind it still made its back a little dazzling. Gordon looked back and saw someone looking at him with a scorching gaze at the end of his field of vision. This tall humanoid creature had long wings, and the harmonious aura he exuded from inside and outside made it impossible to look directly at him. Astral Envoy. An active law enforcer in the astral world. The mortal enemy of the Githyanki. The lowest of them is the 6th level, acting as the maintainer of order and the inheritor of kindness in the astral world. Most of them were created by the gods, and they would obey those kind gods and serve kind mortals. They supervised the travelers in the plane and provided help to capable mortals to guide them in the direction of kindness. This blonde human who looked like an angel in the previous life was holding a mace, and there was a hot female angel beside him. They were in pairs at the edge of the astral mist, and they were obviously unable to hide the fact that the 2 astral gods had discovered Gordon. However, there was no danger in their eyes, but they were mostly curious about the black molten dragon roaming in the astral world. They saw the profession of Gordon, the inheritance of the Planeswalker, a giant dragon Planeswalker, Akasi and Moradun. The 2 astral gods looked at each other subconsciously, and were both surprised. Both the profession and the race were relatively rare in the astral world. However, since Gordon was not in danger at the moment, and they still had tasks to do, therefore, the 2 celestial gods, one male and one female, did not have a deeper contact with Gordon at the first time, nor did they approach the vigilant black dragon. They just looked at each other, showed a kind smile, and disappeared in the celestial mist. But before leaving, Gordon received a message from the celestial bird sent by the celestial gods, an invitation letter and a goodwill. The invitation letter was the coordinates of the Angel Reef, the resident place of the celestial gods. These angels in the celestial world are also committed to inviting kind or orderly travelers from various external planes to their residences. They hope to use this method to guide travelers to be kind. And Gordon still has a good impression of these kind creatures, who are committed to maintaining the order of the celestial world. But it is not in the mood to go to the Angel Reef now. So it just writes down the coordinates, and then continues to move deeper into the celestial mist with the mentality of coming back to sea. Apal's milky white light is like a lighthouse, guiding it in the silver ocean. However, its speed was much slower than before, which came from another message released by the Star Bird. It was also a goodwill of the Star Envoy. The Star Envoy named Akasi told Gordon through the Star Bird that there was a star giant flying slug moving in the star space ahead. She suggested that Gordon should not rush to speed up and travel. He needed to slow down a bit to avoid this star giant flying slug that was cruising in the star world on a specific route and had no natural enemies. Gordon naturally knew what the star giant flying slug was. In Galmadon notes, he cursed this giant beast that was harder than the iron or of the hill dwarves more than once. When he just entered the star world, he could make his mage lose his dignity and flee in embarrassment every time. As Gordon slowed down a little, he really didn't fly for a few minutes. The sharp-eyed Gordon saw a long tail tumbling in the mist in the lower right corner of the astral space, causing waves of spiritual ripples from the insect-like hard shell and the linear tail. Gordon could tell that this was the astral giant fence that Galmadon and the astral god had mentioned. Huh? After the ripples caused by the astral giant fence calmed down for a few minutes, and after confirming that the figure had left this space, Gordon slowly flew. After seeing the scales and claws of the astral giant fence, it did not dare to use teleportation, and just moved slowly in the astral world. On the way, Gordon also encountered many other astral creatures. For example, a demon-hunting spider that was suspended in the astral world and only hunted demons was eating a babu demon that was several times larger than its body, or a war dragon flying in the astral world, and a graceful astral magic ship that looked like a silver shuttle. Of course, the most common ones were the dead islands standing quietly in the void. The bodies of countless gods lay quietly in this spiritual land. Gordon flew to the milky white ball of light, glanced at the silver mist behind it, and the still desolate and silent starry sky. His eyes no longer hesitated. It opened the ball of light, and with a buzzing sound, it drilled in. Chapter 311 Lily's Augustus Aber World. Tudun Desert. North. Roaring Dunes. In the endless golden desert, the fine sand on the surface of the land is colliding with each other in the air with a strong wind, making waves of roaring sounds like beasts. This sound is not loud, but it is extremely widespread. Even if the Som people living in Mitsuki Spring are dozens of miles away from the roaring dunes, they can hear the whimpering sound unique to the roaring dunes outside the window at night, which is always chilling. If there is not an extremely rare spring in the desert here, I am afraid that all the Som people will stay away from here until they migrate to the Broken Blade Canyon in the south, or the Goldenwood Forest in the west. Of course, most Som people are not afraid of this sound. But the creatures that move with this sound. Shadow of the Sand Soul. More powerful than before. Shadow of the Sand Soul. Undoubtedly, Shadow of the Sand Soul is the most feared undead creature by the living. The guard of the roaring dunes, and the source of the roaring sound. With them, the wind and sand will make a roaring sound different from other winds passing through the dunes. Roaring like thunder. They usually hide in the roaring wind and attack any creature that dares to enter their territory. When you hear this sound, it also proves that Shadow of the Sand Soul is not far away from you. And it can even be said that it will arrive in the blink of an eye. If it was before the Great Cataclysm, these Som people might not be so afraid. But after the Great Cataclysm, first the gods they once believed in abandoned them. And the original individual abilities were not strong. Shadow of the Sand Soul. After the Cataclysm, their strength was greatly enhanced. And their situation was completely different from before. After all, after the Cataclysm, the power of all priests who believed in the gods of Som dissipated with the wind. And the protective barrier that maintained the Mitsuki Spring and expelled the Shadow of the Sand Soul was also shattered. The Great Lord did not leave a single blessing for these Som people who worshipped it for hundreds and thousands of years, spanning several generations. Now they rely on a few magical artifacts that were well preserved before the Cataclysm, as well as the warriors and rangers in the tribe using extremely rare magic weapons to keep the Shadow of the Sand Soul out of the Mitsuki Spring. But even so, these ethereal, formless undead creatures will still carry fine sand and slowly erode this land. The scope of the Mitsuki Spring is getting smaller year by year. In this year, it has shrunk by 1/30 of the area, which has decreased compared with the previous year. The situation is already precarious. But this day was just like the previous days. The sun rose in the east, and the soft light just passed over the ridge of the endless mountains standing on the east coast of the Tudun Desert. The golden light spread over the desert covering hundreds of square kilometers. All the gravel was dyed with a layer of gold after being exposed to the sun. So, if you look at it from a high altitude, the desert under the sun is like a flowing golden liquid. And the sand dunes turn into golden waves, rising and falling in the sun. Mitsuki Izumi, one of the few remaining oases in the Tudun Desert, the king of the Som people, Tassiman, is telling his people solemn words. And many Som people in the audience are also serious. Today's Mayukwin is particularly grand. Even more grand than the annual God Grace Festival unique to the Soms. The tens of thousands of square meters of Mayukwin Square are packed. Not only did all the Soms in Mayukwin come to the scene, even the Soms far away in Broken Blade Canyon or Jinyulan rushed back to Mayukwin to participate in this grand event. It can be said that as long as the Soms heard the news, they would not be absent. Because today is the day to announce the abdication of the Som king. And it is also the day to start the election for the throne. This is something that all Soms will care about, because it is not only related to the Som royal family. In the history of the Soms, even if you are the son or heir of the king, you can only be a candidate for the next king, not the heir to the throne. And you need to compete with other Som competitors. Only the strongest can become the king of the Soms. However, the Soms do not accept a king who has gained power through betrayal and conspiracy. All Soms and guards will reject and despise such behavior. This nature is engraved in the genes of the Soms. Moreover, the elections are conducted under the supervision of the honorary elders of the Soms, the Sphinx tribe who live in the sand dunes near Mitsuki Spring. They are wise, and will try their best to avoid anything that violates the honor of the Soms during the king election ceremony. Moreover, anything that is opportunistic, violates the rules of the game, or even the original intention will be stopped by the Sphinx. I'm sorry that I rashly brought forward the king election ceremony. I am sorry to the people of Mitsuki Spring. And I am also sorry to Her Majesty Ramtress, who handed the crown to me last time. A rumbling sound came from the sky hundreds of meters above. It was an old voice that echoed in the quiet Mayukwin Square. The sound came from the only tall white dome building in the middle of Mayukwin Square surrounded by several tall sandy buildings. It was the tallest building in Mayukwin. Moon Tower was the place with the wine spring that could brew fine wine. And it was the name of the place that resounded throughout the Tudun Desert. Below, all the Som people who looked up had complicated expressions on their faces. But none of them spoke. There was only a slight commotion and the sound of people rubbing shoulders. Under the rumbling echo on the Moon Tower, which was enough to baptize Mayukwin. It was not noticeable. They all knew that the person who spoke was their king, His Majesty Tassimon. The echoing sound had not yet dissipated, and the voice was still speaking. It blurted out without stopping for a moment, and it was obvious that it had been brewing in his heart for a long time. But my body won't allow me to stay in this position any longer, and I've worn the Oasis crown on my head for long enough. The remaining 20 years will be handed over to you. Standing on the high tower, the old man, dressed simply in a white shirt and trousers, fumbled for the golden scepter inlaid with various gemstones and agates that supported his body, representing his status as a king, and glanced at the many candidates for the throne standing in place behind him, waiting for instructions. It seemed that he was talking to all the people, but he meant something, and these candidates naturally understood it. After all, every candidate for the throne is 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. Among the Sant people, after the failure of the battle for the throne, there is no shortage of precedents for candidates to serve in other important positions in Mitsuki Spring. Tassimon reused many candidates he had competed with, because all the Sants know it, no matter who they are, mediocre or brilliant. The people are the pillars of the Sants, but the thickest and hardest pillar will become the mountain that supports the backbone of the Sants, for people to admire and worship. And from the audience, there was a very shrill cry of pain, as if mourning the death of the old king. After a while, when many Sants gradually calmed down, that voice slowly sounded. Now, I declare, the election begins. Cheer! Give your warmest cheers to the future king, just like you cheered me 30 years ago. The aging voice was transmitted to every inch of sand and every corner of Mitsuki Spring through the unique amplification equipment, striving to let all people living in Mitsuki Spring, as long as they don't cover their ears, hear the voice of His Majesty Tassimon, the winner of the previous generation of Sant King selection ceremony, who has been in power for 30 years, and is the most respected Mitsuki God King by the Sant people except for the gods. And Quintez, who is more than 2 meters tall and has half Sant and half giant blood, stood on the side of the unique dome platform of the moon tower. As a sentinel guard, he stood still, looking at the aging back of His Majesty Tassimon, who stood in the front row in front of more than 30 elders of Mitsuki Spring and the king of more than 50,000 people. As a strong man, he still couldn't help wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. As a member of the King Guard, he naturally knew the truth of the matter and the reasons why the king selection ceremony was brought forward. The lifespan of the Sant people is no different from that of humans outside the desert. Under the premise of no disease or disaster, they all die naturally in about 100 years. And Tassimon, the man who gave him freedom as a slave and allowed him to gallop in the sea of sand, did not stay in the position of governor of Mitsuki Spring for 50 years, like the previous Sant kings. It was because of the impact of the catastrophe on Mitsuki Spring, and even the entire Tuden Desert, that Tassimon had to overdraw his lifespan to turn the tide, and save the lives of those tribesmen in distress in the crises faced by Mitsuki Spring again and again. I don't know who will be the next king. Is it Bruise or Rhine Rock? Kintz glanced at the crowd standing on the moon tower. A distance away from him is a guard, with a complicated look in his eyes. Now, his mind is full of the elites among the Sants. No matter which one, they are the objects that the Sants can boast of. They are all able to survive alone in the sea of sand after adulthood, and can tear apart the desert overlords, such as giant sand fish and sand crocodiles, with their bare hands. Blues and Rhinelock were the best among them. The former not only returned safely after staying in the sand sea for several months, but also brought back a tamed, spine-spined ancient dragon hatchling from the sand sea, causing a sensation in Mitsuki Spring. The latter was a leader in awakening psychic power. He could control the sand in front, behind, left, and right of his body. The sand sea, which was extremely dangerous to others, was like a resort to him. It was said that he had killed many shadows of sand souls that invaded Mitsuki Spring before he entered the candidate pool. Quintez tried his best to avoid direct eye contact with the candidates. He looked at the group of people, and soon his eyes were attracted by a strange candidate for the throne. This is a red-haired girl who is no older than 25 years old. Her skin is fair, unlike the Sants who live in the desert. Instead, she looks more like the Montes who live on the coast. However, the golden light in her eyes highlights her Sant blood, because only Sants have golden eyes, like the color of the sun. His own eyes are one gold and one brown, proving that he is a Sant with giant blood. And it is said that the purest Sant blood is even more golden. Rhinelock's eyes are even more golden than the girl eyes. And it is said that this is the blessing of psychic power, not in the ordinary state. Among the 20 candidates, the only 3 female candidates naturally attracted the attention of the audience. And as these candidates stood on the raised platform of the moon tower one by one, they were displayed in front of many Psalms. Quintess, who had not heard news from the outside world for a long time, also heard the name of this red-haired girl from the cheers, like a tsunami from the audience. Lollies Augustus, Lyris Augustus, standing on the high platform of the moon tower. Her resolute but unworn face overlooked the group of Psalms, who had the same pupils, and even the same hair color as her. She looked at them with some disbelief, even doubt. Her bloodline can be traced back to the former Psalm Empire, and she is the only surname that the Psalms can call a true royal family. However, as time passes, the ancient human empire and history have long been hidden under the yellow sand. Now it is just a group of former survivors huddling together for warmth in this desert. Are these the people of the Augustus Empire hundreds of years later? The Augustus princess was in deep doubt. Although this was her 3rd year here, she had been trapped in the ruins of the desert empire and didn't know what was happening outside. She had only recently rescued an Augustus citizen who was swept into the ruins by the quicksand, namely the Psalm people. From his information, she learned that a new king was about to be elected here. So she came here impatiently and helped kill several desert monsters who dared to attack her people. Although she didn't know why God played a joke on her and let her come to the world 300 years later, she was determined to restore her country and would never allow the throne to be left to other thieves. Moreover, knowing that the Psalm people had forgotten their past history, she was even more determined to engrave the surname of Augustus on the continent and reconnect the once broken history. Augustus, never absent. The empire will surely rise. And the small royal election ceremony in front of me will be the first whetstone before I become the king. Laylis thought silently while stroking the hilt of the cross knight's sword at her waist. After the event, she followed other candidates to the reception hall of the moon tower. Standing at the window, she looked at the golden desert at the end of the vision, and heard the voice of Tassimon explaining the rules. It seems that this royal election ceremony is held in the Roaring Dunes, she thought, and fell into memories. I seem to have been trapped in the desert palace there for 2 years? Chapter 312 I'm back. The king's selection ceremony was held on the 2nd day. Laylis and other competitors were treated the same as the day before, and were sent out under the eyes of all the Psalm people living in Mitsuki Spring. And soon, under the escort of Mitsuki Knight, they rode on rhinoceros beasts to the place where children can stop crying at night. Roaring Sand Dunes. The king's selection ceremony requires 20 of them to spend 7 days and 7 nights there. And the guy who brings out the most sand soul crystals will become their new king. This task was carefully considered by Tassimon, the abdicated king. Now the shadow of the sand soul in the Roaring Sand Dunes has an increasing influence and harm in the hearts of the Psalm people. And now, the Psalm people need a hero. There are many ways to become a hero, but this one is particularly suitable for Mitsuki Spring now. After all, who wouldn't want a Psalm hero who could move forward freely and kill countless enemies in the Roaring Dunes to lead Mitsuki Spring to prosperity, rather than being covered by dust and uncontrollable decline? The old tools are covered with dust, and new light is needed to sweep them away. Of course, the scope of this king's selection trial is limited to the periphery of the Roaring Dunes. Not to die together. Tassimon is not old enough to have blurred eyes and frozen thoughts. After all, he only became like this because of burning his life to release spells. On the other side, lollies, other candidates for the throne, or a small group led by Rhinoc or Blues are riding on a Rhinolike, but 2-story high, solid-scale armor. Mitsuki Spring's only war beast, the Rhino, to the Roaring Dunes. The Roaring Dunes are only a few dozen miles away from Mitsuki Spring. If you ride a camel or a wind snake, you can get there in 1 morning if you are fast. But they are rhinoceroses and walk slowly. It takes about 1 morning and 1 afternoon, which means that when they reach the Roaring Dunes, the sunset may be about to fall. Laylis didn't care about the speed, but she cared more about other things. But what Laylis didn't expect was that she paid attention to the outside world for a long time in the morning. In the end, she found that in the desert, except for their group, there was nothing but sand. The wind and sand in the sky, and the blue sky without a trace of clouds were the eternal themes. But when Laylis thought of the example of the Roaring Dunes, she understood it. After all, this is normal. This area has long been known as the Death Sand area in people mouths. In the Tutan Desert, no matter which race or creature. They all deeply understand this truth, which cannot be denied or refuted. Nowadays, only those fully armed adventurers and explorers who intend to explore here will come to this dune that is always humming and swallowing countless lives. The journey continues. When the sunset is embedded in the outline of the dune in the distance, the 2-story-high rhino finally arrives at the destination of this trip, the Roaring Dune. The knights from Mitsuki Spring have already returned halfway. In addition to the rhino and the stalking sphinx, there are only the candidates for the throne of the Somp people riding on the broad back of the rhino. They looked at the clear sky under the sunset and exhaled lightly. Just this afternoon, the situation was extremely dangerous. They saw with their own eyes that the sky in the distance was dark, and a huge black spot fell from the sky, causing a strong wind. They thought a sandstorm was coming. The Somp people who were born and raised here are not afraid of sandstorms. But when it comes to the Roaring Dunes, I'm afraid everyone will worry. After all, in addition to sand, the sandstorms here are likely to be accompanied by other creatures. But in the end, they were lucky. They didn't encounter the sandstorm they thought would come until they reached the border of the Roaring Dunes. Moreover, the weather today feels cooler than the evenings of the past, and the temperature of the sand is much hotter, although it is only a few degrees. The Somp people who are sensitive to temperature will not make mistakes. Okay, you guys go down. I take the rhino back now. But you need to be careful. Candidates, everything you say and do will be known to all the Somp people. Please don't do anything that will tarnish your reputation. The Sphinxes will come to stop your stupid behavior at any time. At this time, a strange creature lying on the back of the rhino, which was much larger than a lion, stood up and spoke to the candidates on its back in the sunset. At the same time, while it was talking, it walked forward to let its body with a lion's body and a human face be stained with golden light as much as possible. At first glance, people felt that the body of this Sphinx was shrouded in a sacred and ethereal aura. This voice awakened the candidate behind the rhino, and the sluggish rhino also moved under its command. It stretched out its long, straight tail between its legs, and twisted its head, barking, signaling these people to get off its tail, just like they had come up before. So, under the afterglow of the setting sun, ant-sized black dots slid down along the broad back of the rhino, directly along its tail, and either sat down on the soft fine sand or stood steadily on the loose sand. After everyone got off the car, the rhino carried the Sphinx, who laid down again, and walked slowly in the direction they came from. It will come here again in 7 days, and together with the Sphinx, bring back the new king of Somp, and the candidates for the throne standing in place. These heroes, who are 1 in 1,000 or even 1 in 10,000 among the Somp people, have already entered the roaring sand dunes first. They went to the sand area where the hills rose and fell one after another not far away, and seemed to be roaring. At the same time, their every move will be projected onto the stone wall of the square of Maijuquan through the surveillance inscriptions engraved on their bodies. 20 pictures, not one more and not one less. Hidden among the many candidates, Lali's is still wearing the same outfit as yesterday, which is very eye-catching. The minds of many Somp people in the square are all up and down with her perspective. It is not only these ordinary residents who care about this female Somp, but also those candidates who cast their eyes when Lali's left. Lali's is somewhat out of tune with the loose white clothes and white pants of other Somp candidates. Or in other words, her outfit is exactly the same as the knights under the command of the white-faced nobles in the south. But when she wears it, she does not show the weakness of a woman at all, but looks particularly handsome and heroic. The red knight's armor and the chain mail of the skirt are integrated into one. When walking, the sword sheath hanging on the waist collided with it, making a slightly dull metal sound. Obviously, it was very heavy. But looking at the shallow footprints on the loose sand dunes behind the red-haired female knight, it was enough to shut up all the candidates who were curious about her strength. At most, they just whispered or nagging in their hearts, and they couldn't say too much. After all, the pair of golden eyes represented the purest Somp blood, which could penetrate and destroy all rumors. And these candidates looked at Lali's. Lali's Augustus, the princess of the empire from hundreds of years ago, was also observing the candidates scattered in various places not far away, or her future subordinates, or ministers. She needed to screen these people through actual combat to see if they were qualified enough for her to accept and become her founding fathers. This is not arrogance, but the confidence and responsibility of the royal family, or pride. When the name of Augustus was given to her, it meant that she was responsible for leading the Sans, bringing the empire back to the height it should have been, returning to the top of the continent, and letting the red dragon flag be planted in every corner. However, before she figured out why the Sans had lost their history and forgotten the fundamental reason for the empire, she did not intend to expose her identity and explain the past to these Sans, who had lost their history in order to obtain the throne of the king. She preferred to use this more direct and more recognized way to firmly control the Sans tribe, which now has less than 100,000 people, in her own hands. Then slowly look for the root cause behind it. She believed that as long as she was given time, those who dared to tamper with, delete, and add to the history of the Sans would be found. And she swore that as long as Augustus' blood flowed in this world for one day, these extremely evil guys would pay the price they deserved. Swear by the dragon. At this moment, she seemed to see a bright future. Lollies walked on the ridge of the hill. She felt the breeze brushing her hair, and the sound of roaring and sobbing, revealing an innocent smile that could pull up the setting sun again. Just as Lollies was walking on the roaring sand dunes, other candidates for the throne stood on the periphery, looking at the golden sand dunes on the top. Confused. Originally, the shadow of the Sand Soul could be seen everywhere on the periphery of the sand dunes. At this moment, it was as if humans were on the day of the god birthday, and the streets were empty. The foot of the dozen or so sand dunes of the roaring dunes was also like this. Empty, with not even a sound nearby. It was even more unrealistic to think of finding the undead formed by the sand and gravel. Shadow of the Sand Soul. Only the whimpering and roaring coming from the deep dunes proved that the area they were in was the roaring dunes. Let's go! It seems that someone has been here. Breeze touched the bone dragon that had been following him, and he squinted his eyes and looked deeper into the roaring dunes. The noise there was much louder than here, and even in the sky not far away, one could see the unconscious shadow of the Sand Soul patrolling everywhere. Obviously no one had set foot there first, in the face of these monsters. Or in other words, facing them directly. Bruet showed no fear, but was eager to try. Rylock, another strong contender for the throne, squatted down slightly and inserted his hand into the sand until the back of his hand was buried. He then closed his eyes and opened them slightly. Then, the next moment, his light golden eyes instantly turned into pure gold. Just like the sun. The golden light bursting out of Reinlock's eyes instantly reflected a layer of golden light on the sand in front of him. As the palm-sized fool slowly floated up, it took shape in the air 3 inches above the ground. In less than 3 seconds, a vivid sand bird with every feather visible appeared in front of Reinlock's eyes. Moreover, the sand bird quickly told Reinlock what happened on this land and the surrounding map. After speaking, the sand bird standing on his arm collapsed instantly like a tower without support, turning into quicksand and returning to the earth. After knowing the truth, Reinlock was neither surprised nor happy. He expected the collapse of the sand bird. To be honest, he had only explored a little bit of the wonderful use of his psychic talent. As for the information, he was satisfied with this level. Did you go to the west? Will you come back in the evening? Reinlock repeated this sentence, because the will of the sand just told him scattered news. All the shadows of the sand souls outside the roaring sand dunes, at this moment, were accompanied by the strong wind and went to the west. But there are no creatures in the west. Reinrock couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. After all, the groups of sand soul shadows didn't choose the Mitsuki Spring in the south, or the Green Shade Island and Jinmu Forest in the west. Instead, they chose nothing, all of which were in the east of the Great Gobi Desert. But these had nothing to do with Reinrock. After knowing that the sand soul shadows on the periphery were likely to be maliciously manipulated, he didn't plan to stay in the roaring dunes on the periphery. Originally, I wanted to stay here for a night, but it seems, Reinrock continued to think. And at the same time, as his feet touched the ground, the soft gravel suddenly became like waves, and a triangular fin similar to a shark suddenly emerged. Reinrock was just like this, half stepping on the back of the sand shark, half holding the fin as tall as a person, and the giant shark moving freely in the sand carried him to the deeper part of the roaring dunes. As the cold moonlight fell on the land that was scorched by the sun all day, the roar of the roaring dunes became louder and louder, and at the same time, the rustling sounds of various nocturnal creatures could be heard from all directions. Lollies, who had walked almost a quarter of a circle around the outer perimeter of the roaring dunes, was also in the eyes of the people staring at her in the square. She seemed to have unconsciously walked to the halfway point of a hill. And then the next moment, her body was swallowed by the quicksand. The magic device that could transmit the image back to Mitsuki Izumi also stopped abruptly, causing a commotion in Mitsuki Izumi. But that was all for later. Lollies, who was trapped in the quicksand, was not as desperate as the Somp people imagined, but instead had a calm face, as if she was not afraid of being swallowed by the quicksand. She knew that she could use the quicksand to reach other places, because she came out from here a few months ago, and the empty and dark underground palace fell again with the sand. A red-haired female knight descended from the sky. As soon as her feet landed on the ground, and the hilt of her sword was inserted into the marble, Lolly's slightly magnetic voice echoed in the palace. Meow. Chapter 313 Sand Soul. Well, time goes back to about a month ago. Desolate. Barren. And it feels that this desert is full of dead magic areas and frenzy magic areas. This is the first feeling of Gordon after he passed through the world barrier and opened the portal to the Aber world. Similarly, he began to doubt whether the Aber world had changed in the past few hundred years. Because according to the Planeswalker notebook, this world is full of magic power, so much that farmers can even use magic to farm. Magic changes the world. Although it is not as popular as electricity in the previous life, it must have a far-reaching impact and has created many spells. In any case, it will not be like this. Just like space turbulence, the signal is extremely poor, and there are dead magic areas everywhere. The magic net here is like a tattered fishing net that has not been mended. One piece is big and one piece is dense. If it weren't for Gordon Dragon wings being larger and more powerful than those of its kind, maybe it could become the first dragon in the whole of Io to fall and die because the portal was opened at high altitude. What is this? Not long after Gordon landed, he found a creature that was trembling and hiding under the sand dunes, unconscious and condensed like the wind, which was a bit strange. It pulled it out of the sand. Just after arriving in this world, Gordon could be said to be quite strange about everything in this world. But considering that there were deserts nearby, it would take time to find human habitation. So it did not leave the location of the portal and the roaring sand dunes too far, but waited directly on the spot, waiting for the rabbit, because this was more suitable for it. However, no matter how long Gordon waited, he did not find any trace of human activities in the wind and sand, but found some strange things nearby. For example, there was a shadow of nothingness being firmly held by its claws. Gordon could not see what this creature was, but only knew that it was probably a virtual body, similar to the undead, but under the claws that were equivalent to enchanted weapons. Its body that could ignore physical attacks was like butter encountering a hot knife under the claws of the dragon. And it melted in an instant. Pieces of sand fell from its body, and it wailed, called, and screamed in Gordon's ears, but no matter how it shouted, it could not stop the negative energy in its body. Facing this huge molten dragon claw that was like an energy center, it was like a shadow seeing the sun, and it disintegrated in an instant. And as a black iron-colored light ball emerged, Gordon nodded thoughtfully. It turned out to be a strange second-level undead creature. Gordon was still very interested in the knowledge and new creatures that were rarely mentioned in the other world and the dragon heritage. So, after the black iron light ball was detected in the first time, Gordon couldn't wait to flip through it on his panel. Sand Soul Intention Soldier. After reading it, Gordon activated it without hesitation. This kind of talent that made Gordon feel refreshed could probably only be felt in this lost world. As the talent fragments disintegrated in his body, Gordon also felt the power that existed in his mind. The power in the dark, making him feel that he had turned into sand and melted into the wind. The hard scales, sharp claws, and strong flesh were all eroded by the endless wind, and only its increasingly strong soul remained forever. But this is not enough. After understanding the effect of Sand Soul Will, Gordon almost without hesitation directly increased the talent fragments that had not been used to the 4th level. This talent is worth it. Don't ask why. And as the neat characters translated as Sand Soul Will in the talent panel twisted and changed under the impact of talent points, a brand new talent gradually appeared in Gordon's eyes. Sand Soul Will, Commander. If the joy just now was just the outpouring of emotions that had been brewing for 2 or 3 days, then the joy of adding points and the joy of rising 2 levels in a row was the kind of joy that a person who had not gone to the toilet for half a month would feel after eating Wallace and becoming a jet fighter. It was endless. One wave after another. Seemingly endless. until it was unconscious. After waiting for Gordon to gradually exit this strange state, it was surprised to find that its claws and tail had changed from black to this sand yellow, with some black-brown scales in the shadows. This color is the best camouflage in the desert. If you don't look carefully, you may not be able to find that there is a molten dragon more than 20 meters long standing on the surface of this sand dune. Gordon raised his paw and swung his tail, leaving many thick and long traces on the flat sand. After feeling his new body, he stopped thoughtfully. His body became lighter, and his speed was much faster. More importantly, as soon as Gordon thought came to mind, several other nearby sand soul shadows seemed to be summoned and attached to him, sticking closely, as if there were several small sand whirlwinds hidden under Gordon Dragon wings. With this number of sand soul shadows, it can control 100, as long as there are nearby. But this will also attract hostility from other sand soul shadows of the same level. In the Roaring Dunes, almost all the sand soul shadows have been divided into different groups. The behavior of Gordon, which is no different from robbery, will naturally anger the owner of this dune, a third-level sand soul guard. But when it came out of the bottom of the dune with a virtual desert sickle in hand, it was stunned when it saw the sand-yellow dragon in front of it, and then looked around. It doesn't have much wisdom. It only knows to be an enemy of the living, and it is a little confused about taking a detour to the strong. After all, in its mind, the enemy who dares to snatch the ownership of the soldiers from it must be another sand soul guard. But the sand soul guard didn't see it, but a sand-yellow dragon, which made it dazed. In the moment when the sand soul guard was in a daze, Gordon did not hesitate to use his talent for the sand soul guard, who came to him. With a thought, the invisible will ray tightly entangled the sand soul guard in front of him, and the assimilation ability given to it by the sand soul will. The sand soul guard gradually turned into Gordon color, and then the sand shadow dissipated, turning into a vortex that was a little bigger than the other sand winds of Yui. And bursts of roars came from it. Gordon, who enjoyed the fun of conquering, did not forget to continue to inquire about the news. It knew clearly that the purpose of its coming here this time was for the wizard tower left by Galmadon and Apol. But the problem came. This desert was full of dead magic and frenzy magic areas. And Gordon, who was not familiar with the route, could not maintain the transformation spell while finding clues without leaving any traces. But it was not its original intention to transform into a giant dragon to search, and it did not want its body to appear in the sight of everyone. Therefore, Gordon decided to wait here for people first. The deadline is half a month. If it still takes half a month, Gordon feels that he needs to take the initiative. The molten dragon, who stayed in the roaring sand dune and only poked out a sandy yellow head to look out, thought so. At the same time, another shadow of the sand soul gathered around it, like a soldier returning to the team, neatly displayed under its wings. 10 days later, the giant dragon with a roaring sound when walking poked out a head from the sand shadows all over the sky. It looked at this unchanging desert boredly with a frown. Can I really meet someone here? 2/3 of the bottom line time has not passed. And Gordon, who is a little impatient, is shaking his head and looking at the scenery of sand and blue sky. In the past 10 days, in addition to cleaning up the nearby sand dunes, Gordon has spent most of his time observing the outside world. However, his mood has changed from being very excited at the beginning, to being sensitive to every grain of sand brushing against his eyes, to being bored and counting the clouds in the sky. He now deeply doubts whether the human beings in this world are extinct. After all, according to the Planeswalker notebook, there used to be many desert residents living nearby, and there are also city trails. But now, apart from the unconscious creatures such as the Sand Soul Shadow and the Sand Soul Guard, there is only the blue sky and Gordon to accompany him. But Gordon is not familiar with the road conditions, and under the influence of the dead magic zone, he dare not fly high in the sky without authorization. So his exploration plan has not yet started. Apart from the few Sand Soul Guards it collected every day and some talent fragments of the Sand Soul Shadows it killed, it gained nothing and wasted its time here. After all, it had also entered the sand dunes inside, where the Sand Soul King, who was as high as the 6th level, led hundreds of Sand Soul Dukes and Sand Soul Commanders, and the Sand Soul Legion mixed with tens of thousands of Sand Soul Shadows and Sand Soul Guards wandered there. Inside the roaring sand dunes, there was more than one legion of this size, and one day, it saw the Sand Soul Legion inside the sand dunes pouring out, sweeping in all directions, like a sudden eruption of tides. Therefore, It took advantage of the Legion's movement and smelled a breath of danger in the sand shadows all over the sky. So Gordon did not break in without permission, and had been cruising around the periphery. It just used death to spare every day to pull an inconspicuous Sand Soul commander to fleece the Sand Soul Legion. But the turning point came on the 12th day. At that time, Gordon had given up on looking for human traces, and was working hard to expand his Sand Soul Core. He then planned to wait for the next Sand Shadow to go out, and then follow the Sand Soul Core from a distance, and then take the opportunity to memorize the path and make plans. However, a strange person came into his sight. This was a creature that Gordon was very familiar with. Dragonborn. And it was a red dragonborn. Although the robe covered the scales on its body, the slender red dragon tail stretched out from under the robe, the reptilian cold eyes under the hood, and the color of the scales, all told Gordon without a doubt that this was a red dragonborn. Gordon looked at the dragonborn walking on the distant sand dunes and heading towards him. He was like a lonely reef in the sea of sand. He was happy, but he was confused. Why did it come here? Gordon did not go out directly to capture the dragonborn and torture him, but silently watched what he was going to do. It was not because Gordon suddenly found his conscience, but after Gordon noticed it, the dragonborn suddenly looked towards him. Under the hood, he raised his head, and the eye sockets without eyeballs, like the bones of a dead tomb, ignited a green flame under the scarlet scales. Is this a dragonborn lich? A chill suddenly emerged from Gordon more than 20-meter long lower spine. The warning sign of danger jumped in his mind. And, facing the sharp gaze, Gordon subconsciously hid back in the shadow of the sand. However, even so, Gordon was still a little worried. So he dug a hole on the spot and buried his body and head in the sand. And then he exhaled deeply. After all, a creature that can become a lich, even if the strength is the lowest, must be close to the legend. Although I don't know if this will work, it's still safe. However, the battle that Gordon imagined did not happen. The dragonborn lich continued to walk on his own, seemingly unaware of the giant dragon hidden in the sand shadow. Or even if he saw it, he didn't care. Gordon soon discovered that the dragonborn lich's behavior was a bit strange. His movements were very rigid and stiff, and even the footprints left under the sand dunes were at the same distance, which could be said to be like a robot. The subconscious raising of his head, just now, was just the instinct of this dragonborn lich. But who wiped out the lich's intelligence and sent it here? Gordon had endless questions, but he could only be a spectator. About 20 minutes later, the dragonborn lich walking on the sand dune stopped, and then stopped in front of a sand dune that was no different from other sand dunes. He squatted down and used his claws that had not yet completely turned into undead, but had fallen off to pick up a handful of sand. Then the spiritual light on the chest of the undead was shining, and the dazzling white light made Gordon subconsciously close his eyes. When he opened them again, Gordon found that the figure of the dragonborn lich, who was originally standing there, had long disappeared. After waiting patiently for half an hour, Gotan finally came to the sand dune where the dragonborn lich disappeared. At first, it was quite restrained and just dug the sand. But later, after finding that no matter how it dug, it could only dig a handful of quicksand, Gotan completely started the digging mode, and even used the ground movement given to it by the Thor stone monster. But even so, Gotan still did not find any trace of the dragonborn lich in it. It seemed to have disappeared in this world, just like Gotan using plane travel. However, on the third day, which was the day when half a month had just arrived, Gotan, who had just plundered and absorbed the talent fragments of a Sand Soul leader, heard a collapsed sound in his ears, like a rumbling sound of an underground earthquake. Gotan poked out its thick and large sandy yellow neck from under the sand. Now Gotan's appearance, except for the dark golden vertical pupils, the color of its scales can be said to have assimilated with the desert. The changes brought to its body by the will of the Sand Soul are not insignificant. What's going on? In Gordon's eyes, a quicksand vortex was slowly forming on the hill where the dragonborn lich disappeared a few days ago. Chapter 314 Dust-Covered History. The vortex formed by the quicksand, coupled with a light golden sunset, has an indescribable temptation magic that makes people unable to help but move forward. And Gordon is no exception. But when Gordon thought of the hidden crisis below, he hesitated. After all, the unknown is always scary, especially since he just saw a dragon lich disappear from here a few days ago. However, Gordon thought about it again. He had come to the other world, and he was still afraid of these unknowns. Then he might not be able to face those real strong men in his life. When he could not avoid it, he would definitely be defeated. At that time, the price would probably not be solved by a simple astral projection CD. After all, if he died in the main material plane, he would really die. Therefore, Gordon felt that he still had to fight a few life and death battles, or fight against those who were stronger than himself. In short, it was to die a few more times. It wanted to see with its own eyes how those high-level combat forces dealt with a real dragon. This way, when it encounters the real dragon next time, it won't be so flustered. Of course, the high-level combat forces of different systems and professions have different means of dealing with real dragons, but more or less they can give Gordon some experience. So, Gordon swooped down like a dragon with lightning speed, and from the hill 100 meters away, with the spread dragon wings, he rushed to the top of the hill where the quicksand vortex was slowly opening, and then plunged into it. But what Gordon didn't expect was, the quicksand vortex seemed to have a huge basin, but the opening was not big, and Gordon's head couldn't get in at first. As a result, half of the head was stuck inside, and the other half was stuck outside. The rotating quicksand kept getting stuck in the fine scales on its cheeks, which made it feel uncomfortable, and it was in a dilemma. But Gordon immediately remembered that there was a wild amulet under his scales that could transform into an animal. So after realizing that the quicksand vortex in front of him could not allow his real body to enter, he immediately changed his mind. That is, to transform into an animal to enter. Anyway, this is not a dead magic area or a frenzy magic area, and the use of magic items will not be hindered. Therefore, Gordon, who was transformed into a shiny black cat, and was only the size of a fingernail of the dragon body before, entered the vortex with extraordinary ease, and it can even be said that he did not have time to react. Gordon's body, including the cat tail that looked like an antenna, was swallowed by the quicksand that was spinning and falling in less than 2 seconds. Then Gordon felt a gravity imbalance in his body, and the whole dragon fell into the seemingly endless black abyss. 10 seconds later, Gordon felt his foot pad step on the slightly hard gravel. Fortunately, he adjusted his jumping posture in midair. Otherwise, if he fell directly, he might even fall out of the dragon form. He didn't want to appear in such an embarrassing posture. At this time, Gordon also found that his position seemed a bit strange. He looked around, first at the sand pile more than 10 meters high under his feet, and the dome above his head, which was about the length of his body away from the top, and the white palace ruins that looked gloomy in the dark vision. There was an indescribable feeling, as if it was an altar. These palace ruins in Gordon's eyes made Gordon feel the majesty, solemnity, emptiness, and height from them. Without exception, they were all linked to the altar, and Gordon also smelled a familiar breath. The last time he asked about this breath was when he entered the Snake Man altar in the sewer of Kalandu. Divinity? Gordon's eyes widened a little more, as if he wanted to take in the whole scene in one breath so that he could ponder it carefully. The more Gordon looked, the more he felt that this underground palace was not so much a palace as a huge altar. Whether it was the decorations with dragon symbols painted on the corners, or the fact that most of it was buried by sand, it did not affect the dragon religious symbols that Gordon learned from it. Gordon even saw the dim ruby fragments and other red crystal products in the corners here, all of which were related to dragons. But no matter how Gordon thought, he could not find the meaning of these signs and symbols in the dragon heritage. The only thing worth affirming was that this altar must be related to dragons, because this is an altar built according to the body of a dragon. The ubiquitous dragon symbols, the gemstone brilliance that is specially used to please the dragon, and the murals on the dome that praise the dragon, can make people unable to refute. Moreover, from the murals he found on the dome, and the remains of the offerings piled in the corner, Gordon realized that this altar might have been built for a red dragon. Has the red dragon produced another dragon that is deified? This thought suddenly floated in Gordon's mind, but it was soon extinguished because he saw another mural on the dome, in which a human warrior, holding a long sword, cut the red dragon that had just occupied a lot of space in the mural to praise the numerous victories in two. Then, the next scene, the closely connected mural, depicted a huge red dragon lying dead in the crater, with its head drooping and its blood flowing freely, like fiery red magma, spreading down the mountain. The hero was topless, holding a sword and standing under the dragon, bathing in dragon blood, holding the dragon-slaying sword high. his face covered in blood as he looked at the black masses of people at the foot of the mountain, opening his mouth wide, as if announcing something. Picture after picture, scene after scene. It took Gordon less than 5 minutes to sweep through the underground palace of thousands of square meters and hundreds of murals. At the same time, he also realized that this was not an altar for worshipping the red dragon, but an altar for improving potential. In the dragon heritage, this altar ceremony is generally called Dragon Blood Awakening. Remove the shackles of blood and sublimate to a higher level. The reason for this altar was caused by the slaughtered dragon. Based on the murals, Gordon knew a lot. I know that the warrior who bathed in dragon blood later became the founding emperor of the ancient empire. I also know that the red dragon blood obtained by bathing in dragon blood can greatly increase his strength, making him invincible when leading the imperial soldiers to conquer the south and the north. He once dominated most of the Aber world, from the untamed barbarians in the frozen land to the elves in the quiet forest. They all surrendered to the king flag of the ancient empire. However, all this disappeared with the disadvantages brought by the red dragon blood, as the first emperor was affected by the red dragon blood in his later years. He was tyrannical, and the originally huge empire fell apart. What's more regrettable is that since the successor's strength was inferior to his father, the entire empire fell into a vicious cycle of one generation being worse than the next. The tyranny, madness, arrogance, and other natures of the red dragon engraved in the blood are constantly affecting the heirs with the emperor's blood. From then on, until the 18th emperor, before the fall of the 1,000-year-old empire, no successor could replicate the heroic spirit of the first emperor and bring the entire continent under his command again. Only endless conquests and destruction dragged this ancient empire into the abyss of destruction again and again until its final demise. The awakening altar under Gordon's feet was made by the 18th emperor of the ancient empire. At that time, the empire was also caught in war. But the war at that time came from the abyss. The demon army of the bottomless abyss rolled out of the portal on the plain in front of the imperial capital, like locusts, devouring every inch of the ancient empire and spreading destruction on the earth. The wailing of the people became the last straw that overwhelmed the heart of the last emperor of the ancient empire. He fell into madness and no longer cared for his people, and forgot his responsibilities as a king. He held this taboo awakening ceremony regardless of dissuasion. Then, at the cost of the vitality of all the residents of the capital of the empire, combined with the wealth accumulated by the empire for thousands of years, he pushed the red dragon bloodline in his body to its peak. At that moment, when the endless vitality was transformed into power, it flowed through the ritual and poured into his body. He transformed from a human into a dragon, a huge red dragon with a wingspan of more than 300 meters and a body larger than a mountain. The fire breath that could burn mountains and boil seas gushed out of its mouth, and a casual touch could evaporate hundreds of thousands of demon armies on the plain. No matter how many demons there were in the bottomless abyss, no matter how endless they were defeated by this red dragon created by the forbidden ritual and retreated back to the 1 yuan plane. The demon's retreat did not make the huge red dragon feel happy, but it became even more crazy. It continued to torture the earth until its soul could not bear the pain of the body, shattered and bled, and fell in the current dragon blood mountains. The scorching flames that seemed to burn the sky had been burning on the land of the former empire for 10 days and 10 nights. And the Tudan Desert, which spans north and south and occupies 1/10 of the area of the Apal world, came into being at this moment. After reading the history of the rise and fall of the entire empire, Gordon's face did not feel anything. What it was more curious about was whether this ceremony was really as strong as depicted in the murals. Sacrificing the lives of a country, plus gold and silver treasures, can gain a short-term power similar to that of a god? You know, in the murals, even as strong as the Baylor flame demon, which is immune to fire, turned into white ashes like other demons in front of the fire that can burn everything, and was blown away by the wind. Gordon was a little skeptical, because reason told it that things might not be that simple. However, since the murals did not describe much, and the altar under his feet was already somewhat missing, Gotan could not see through the fog of history from hundreds or thousands of years ago. Besides, it did not have the time, because it remembered that its purpose of coming here was to track down what the Dragonborn Lich was doing here. Could it be a survivor of that empire? So, in order to find traces of the Dragonborn Lich, Gotan, who turned into a black cat, took long limbs and gently jumped down from the sand dune, and its limbs firmly grasped the floor engraved with ancient runes. although it didn't know if there were any traps here. Based on the passage of time, Gordon felt that even if there were, there would probably be few that could function normally. After all, even magical artifacts require a constant supply of magic power. However, when he was on the move, Gordon was still concerned about the situation under his feet and in front of him at any time. Although the altar did not occupy a large area, thousands of square meters were still very large for a cat. And if you want to explore each room one by one, it must take a while. However, it was not without gain. The sharp-eyed Gordon soon found valuable ore fragments from the walls, corners, and other hidden places of the palace near the altar. It seemed that because it was the material of the altar itself, it did not disappear with the sacrifice. How big a treasure house must be hidden under it? Gordon looked at the empty altar covering an area of 500 to 600 square meters behind him, and was a little jealous of the ore used as materials. If these things were taken back and cast by a dwarf, even if they were smelted into the most ordinary weapons, they would probably be magic weapons as soon as they came out of the furnace. Although they were only the lowest grade, they were numerous. However, Gordon still suppressed the idea of emptying the place. After all, the altar was here, and he couldn't run away. The most important thing at the moment was to find where the Dragonborn Lich had gone. The black cat agile figure moved back and forth in the corners of the altar, and the areas it had not been to also decreased. Until finally, only one palace complex in the easternmost part of the altar was left to search. But just as Gordon was about to step in, there was movement in the palace first. The sound of footsteps suddenly appeared. Gordon subconsciously took a few steps back and hid in the shadow of the palace ruins. It felt that it was very likely the disappeared Dragonborn Lich. However, with the appearance of the silhouette, Gordon hesitated, because this was a human girl wearing female knight armor and holding a long sword. Although Gordon could not see the color of her hair clearly under the dark vision, it was obvious that her hair and the color of the armor were the same. None of these were strange. The strangest thing was why a living human appeared here? Where is the Dragonborn Lich? Gordon's head was full of question marks. However, this did not prevent Gordon from going to inquire about the news. Although the girl in front of him did not emit any breath, Gordon clearly felt the power contained in her body and the horror of her soul. Therefore, after sensing the girl gaze, it did not intend to hide, but walked out of the shadows directly, stood in front of the human girl, and was about to ask. The slightly excited human girl in front of him hugged him, and then Gordon heard a crying female voice in his ear. The voice was beautiful and gentle. "Meow meow. You are still alive. Have you come with me to this place hundreds of years later?" Gordon's body froze. What's going on? What's still alive? What hundreds of years later? Why did the girl in front of him say words that language savvy could distinguish? But why didn't it understand? However, it still stopped the dragon cry that came out of its mouth and turned it into a low singing. Meow. The black cat widened its eyes and looked at the girl in front of it with an innocent face. He also used his little claws to hit the hair that was scattered because of his drooping head, and looked like he knew nothing. Since he was pretending, he had to pretend to the end. Chapter 315 God however. Before Gordon could fully perform the cute tricks he had learned from Nina half-forced and half-accommodating behavior, he felt the pair of slender hands on his lower abdomen gently put down. And at the same time, the slightly depressed voice of the squatting girl in front of him came to his ears again. But you are not it after all. When he heard this, Gordon, who had turned into a black cat, immediately froze and felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that he had been discovered at first sight. But he was not panicked. He just played the role of an innocent little cat. As long as the girl in front of him did not see through his disguise, everything would be fine. Therefore, Gordon's eyes became more innocent. Even when he saw the squatting girl, he actually stood up on his hind legs and put his two front paws on her knees, and then looked at her with cute and innocent eyes, as if asking why she said these to him. This immediately aroused Lolly's love. She couldn't help but hold the black cat in front of her again, and then put the long sword in her hand back into the sheath. Then she held the black cat body with one hand and slowly stroked its fur with the other hand, saying softly, I know. You are all so great. But you are not it. I buried it with my own hands. How can it come back to life? Her voice was a little low, obviously recalling the story of the black cat, and her hand slowed down a bit. Taking this opportunity, Gordon escaped from the girl clutches. However, the girl next words made it feel like there was light at the end of the tunnel. The girl slowly said to it, But This is probably fate. I just got out of the cage that imprisoned me. And God sent you to me. Did you know? She seemed to regard the black cat in front of her as a person to confide in. Gordon also understood. After all, the human girl in front of her seemed to have been imprisoned for a long time in this underground palace. And it was obvious that she had just escaped. So it was normal for her to desperately need a confidant. So, after a long and stinky speech about life similar to an old lady foot wrap, her mood improved a lot, and her tone began to change in a relaxed direction. But Gordon was miserable. He couldn't help but cover his drooping cat ears when listening to the girl nagging speech. But every time at this time, the girl would gently move his claws away. After 2 consecutive times, Gordon knew that it was useless to struggle. So she simply stopped struggling. There's a saying that goes, since you can't resist, just enjoy it to your heart's content. The girl had been talking for more than 10 minutes, and had no intention of ending the topic. In order to talk to the black cat at eye level, she even picked up the black cat and put it on a dusty step, letting it squat and look at her. After everything was done, the girl patted the dust and cat hair on her hands, and she looked at the black cat and said thankfully, "Oh, that's great. This may be the blessing of the gods that my father once said. Only with his great power can I come to this world hundreds of years later." But, while chatting, she kept looking around, and her mouth and nose were breathing the slightly turbid air at the same time. This feeling of being alive made her excited. But every turn had a but. But if the gods really bless me, why did they let my country and my father suffer so much? The girl said this, and her expression of relief disappeared without a trace. Instead, a sad face appeared. This change of expression was so fast that even Gordon was stunned. She was still overjoyed in the previous second. And in the next second, she seemed to have lost her parents. Fortunately, this state did not last long. But the girl could not help but make a few remarks on the way. For example, "Oh, if there are really gods, then please bless me. I, Lollies Augustus, will definitely remember your love for the Empire. I will never let you down. I will be your most loyal believer. As long as I can restore my country." The girl in front of him kept talking to the black cat about the glory of the ancient empire. Gordon also understood who the girl in front of him was. It was one of the few surviving descendants of the 18th emperor of the Hard Steel Abyss, the empire that had been destroyed in flames. Lollies Augustus. She holds the title of the eldest princess, although the empire should not be inherited by women. Her brothers died in that evil sacrifice, and only she who was fighting outside was spared. So she had to carry the banner of restoring the country. Of course, although the words are childish, they are indeed Lolly's wishes from the bottom of her heart. Although her bloodline comes from Augustus, the content of red dragon blood in her body and her own talents are only ordinary compared to other emperors of the empire. Moreover, she has little to rely on now. An ancient weapon sword of heroic spirit that can summon her former companions, and a good physical fitness, are all she has now. At first glance, it's not bad. After all, as a warrior with the advanced profession of Dawn Knight, if she is really evaluated according to the professional level, her strength is above level 5. Otherwise, the former emperor of the empire would not let her, a woman, lead troops to fight. The reason why she was entrusted with such an important task is not only because she has the blood of Augustus flowing in her body, but even so, this alone is not enough. The strength of level 5 plus the ancient weapons is at most a level 6 combat force. It is obviously a bit of a pipe dream to want to restore the country and let the flag of the ancient empire dominate the continent again. This is why Lollies is eager for someone to help her restore the country. She is very clear about her own strength and understands that she needs a lot of help to rely on her own self-confident fantasy. However, these are just what Lollies said to the cat here. If she really wants to consider a partner, she will definitely think about it again and again. Not just find one at random. But what Lollies didn't notice is that when she continued to talk about these things, the black cat with its tail and ears drooping suddenly straightened its ears, then slowly opened its slightly narrowed pupils, and then narrowed them again, returning to its calm and relaxed appearance. After talking nonsense to the cat and venting her anger, Lalisi finally let out a breath, as if she had said what she had been holding back for a long time, and the burden on her shoulders had been lightened. "Let's go! Let's leave here. Meow." Lalisi's mood had improved, and she said briskly, now she had no intention of staying in this palace where she was imprisoned for a long time. She had already made plans to follow the place where the quicksand fell, return to the land by the original route, and then follow the words of the Saint Man to see where the remnants of the Empire lived. What was the name of that place? Myjuquin or Mayuquin? But what Lalisi didn't expect was that this black cat, which was parallel to her line of sight and had been in a daze just now, actually made a move she didn't expect. It pointed its butt at her and looked back at her. Then it meowed softly. The mist in its eyes disappeared, and its golden animal pupils opened wide. Its tone was slow and light, as if it was afraid of scaring itself. What do you mean? You're not going? Lalisi looked at this black cat, who didn't know where it came from, and was a little puzzled. But the only answer she got was the urging sound of meow. Although she no longer wanted to search this sad place where she had been imprisoned for 2 years. The strange behavior of the black cat made Lalisi a little curious, so she could only reluctantly follow it and explore this underground palace that she didn't know much about. After all, she said, she was imprisoned in this underground altar for more than 2 years. But she was trapped in a magic barrier somewhere in the palace. It was a cage of only a few square meters that could not be escaped or broken. In it, she seemed to have abandoned all human instincts, both physiologically and psychologically. She had no emotions. But she also did not need to eat, drink, defecate, or urinate. She was like a wandering soul, without desires or demands. It was not until she was released that her condition improved slightly. Soon, Lollies followed the black cat through the altar in the center, and came to the south of the underground palace, where there were ruins everywhere, and even sand dunes that were not inferior to the center of the altar were lying there. However, as the black cat turned left and right, Lollies passed through the ruined corridor and entered a place similar to the central altar, which could be said to be a small central altar. And the black cat disappeared at this time. Meow? Where are you? Meow. Lollies could keenly sense the hostility from creatures, so she was very trusting of the cat behavior. But even so, Lollies couldn't help calling out when she saw the black cat throw her away, enter the south of the underground palace, and then disappear. To be honest, the black cat disappeared. This caught Lollies off guard. After all, the black cat was fine just now. But suddenly, in the dark environment, it lost its pair of animal eyes that looked back from time to time and emitted green fluorescence. However, in the deserted environment, the southern part of the altar full of decayed buildings, the only response to Lollies was the faint roar from above. Where did it go? Just when Laylis was about to hold her breath and concentrate, and listen carefully to the subtle movements of the cat to determine its position, a voice like thunder came from above her head. Don't look for it. It has returned to the underworld. The successor of Augustus. Who is it? Laylis felt a chill on her back, and immediately drew out her long sword. The fire was surging under the long sword. She held the flaming sword vigilantly, and looked around. However, there was nothing around her except a few dark brown walls that were rolling around. The top of her head was also pitch black, and there was no source of sound from any creature at all. Who is it? She shouted again, and the response came back quickly. This time, the tone was softer and more tactful than the previous sentence. Just like an elder seeing a younger generation. You step back a few steps. I'm here. Look over here. Augustus' child. A long sigh came from above again, and the master gentleness and patience could be heard. And Lollies also stepped back a few steps obediently, and then looked up. Of course, she did not forget to use the long sword in her hand that was emitting flames to completely illuminate the dome here, which was enough for people to have a panoramic view of the scenery in front of them. However, when the flames dispelled the darkness, and the truth floated in front of Lollies, she was still a little stunned even though she had been prepared. Because this was an extremely huge black dragon statue standing on this pile of ruins. At first glance, it was as if this dragon was supporting this palace hidden deep underground. And Lollies also understood that the walls just now were walls, which were clearly the thighs and tail of this dragon. And the place where she was standing just now was actually the belly of the dragon. But when did this statue appear? Just now at the altar. She didn't find such a big statue here. Lalisi was deeply confused. You know, the 5 or 6 meter high ruins alone could not cover such a huge real dragon statue. It seemed to appear out of thin air, which surprised her. She couldn't help but touch the texture of the giant dragon stone statue. It was hard and rough, which was the characteristic of stone. Of course, although she was suspicious, Lalisi couldn't help but look up and ask when she heard the gentle call of the giant dragon. Do you know me? Of course I know. Even if 1,000 years have passed, I still remember the blood of Augustus. The sound of thunder shook the sand and gravel above the entire underground palace. But Lelisi didn't care about the dust and continued to ask. So you are here waiting for me? Yes, child. I have been waiting for you for a long time. This gray-black dragon sculpture, which is about 24 meters long, made a majestic, solemn, sacred and ethereal sound that made Lelisi couldn't help but be impressed. Then are you a god? Lelisi asked in a trembling voice. She had a vague answer in her heart, because she had seen her father secretly worshipping a certain god shrine. But he kept it secret from her children, and didn't let anyone know. Until the fall of the empire, Lelisi didn't know which god her father was worshipping. But the reality was different from what Lelisi imagined. The sculptured dragon sighed again, making her feel as if she was facing the vicissitudes of history. Maybe. Right. But that was a story from a long time ago. Now, I am just a dragon with divinity, but no priesthood. Gordon sighed softly, looking at the human girl, who was becoming more and more confident at his feet, and said, So? Then why are you looking for me? Is it not enough that you have harmed my father? And you want to harm me? Lali summoned up her courage and asked loudly. The awakening ceremony, which was performed at the cost of blood sacrifice of all the residents of the city, and the wealth of the empire's 1,000-year treasury, looked like an evil dragon god. She, who believed in the sun, would not succumb to such a god. No. 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 Child. You misunderstood. I am not him. But Gordon had a plan for this, and it had thought of the words before. As long as the girl in front of her was willing to listen, she would not escape its claws. Chapter 316 Desert Giant in the Empty Underground Ruins. The dragon head stood up and almost touched the dragon statue on the dome. It was in a soaring posture with its wings spread out, motionlessly instilling the plan it had just planned in its mind to the human girl in front of it step by step. Just like that, I was placed here by Gwyn, waiting for his heir to appear. But I didn't expect to be awakened again hundreds of years later. The loose dome responded to the dragon thunder's words with sand and gravel falling down. Gordon had no idea whether he could convince the girl in front of him, but through the record slate on the dome, plus the girl's previous chatter, the plot that Gordon deduced was still somewhat true. Although it was not guaranteed that he could convince the girl in front of him. At least it could leave a seed in her heart, which was enough. As long as she remembered that there was a dragon like Gordon when she was in danger or faced difficulties, his plan could be said to be a great success. The girl was stunned after hearing the dragon words. She obviously couldn't accept the so-called backup plan her father had left for her. After all, she had seen her father Gwyn Augustus for the last time. He was extremely crazy at that time. Although she was far away from the dragon, she was at the top of a 2,000-meter-high mountain in the Broken Blade Mountains, which was dozens of miles away from the dragon. But the height allowed her to easily overlook the continent, the former homeland of the Som people. Most of the eastern territories of the empire can be seen very clearly, including the capital Somt. Every year, lollies would come here to climb and look far into the distance. A few years ago, when she was just promoted to Dawn Knight, she also swore here as a knight to protect this country and these people in the name of Augustus. But now, the flames are burning in this land that was once known as the land of honey, wine, and gold. The thick clouds in the sky are all burned red. The plants are withering, and the vitality is dying. Only the black ash in the sky is dancing freely in the dim sky, as if playing the elegy for the fall of this empire. And it was at that time that she heard the roar of the dragon. And then in her vision, a fiery red dragon as big as a castle descended from the thick clouds. The dragon-mad fury is like the gods in the sky bestowing divine punishment on the people on this land, letting them experience the mighty divine power in person. The blazing white flames in its mouth are like white light that can melt everything, wantonly inflicting its anger on this country, and at the same time, destroying everything that lollies once remembered. The largest water-wheel town on the banks of the Tom River in the empire. The holiday estate at the foot of Mount Solon where she often went when she was a child. And the source of her identity as a Dawn Knight. Everything in the eastern part of the Corona Monastery are all gone, perished in the flames, leaving only ashes that can be blown away by the wind. And now, a dragon actually told her that before the destruction, her father had thought about them, the next heirs of the Augustus family, and left a backup plan. I'm afraid that even any member of the Augustus family would not be able to accept it. After all, if there is real reason, Why would this emperor burn the former empire to ashes, leaving them no trace of shadow? This doesn't make sense at all. However, since the dragon statue did not show any malice on the surface, Lelisi did not directly refuse, but began to ask about some details of the past between Gwen and him. She wanted to ask more, and she wanted to know the truth of the past more than Gordon. But all these were covered by Gordon's sleep for too long, and it takes some time to recall them. Lelisi also felt that there was nothing wrong with it, as any creature that was a little older would have this problem. Otherwise, there wouldn't be many young elven bards in the Empire who met, and fell in love with two girls who looked similar in human society, and then fled away from the curse of the woman who was still charming after returning home with their short-lived girlfriends. So, watching the human girl say goodbye and leave the underground ruins, a trace of satisfaction flashed across the corner of the dragon sculpture's eyes. Overall, Gordon was very satisfied with this first encounter. At least the seeds had been planted, but he didn't know when they would sprout. Meow! Lelisi's voice echoed in the underground ruins, which had become no different from when she left half a month ago. But Lelisi regretted it as soon as she spoke. After all, the dragon had said before that the cat was the key that could help her find him, and he usually rested in his own plane. If she wanted to find him, she only needed to call the cat. But now she didn't want to find the dragon god who was said to help her restore her country, because she was still full of distrust. How could it be such a coincidence that a god came to help her restore her country just after she came out? She was not like those bitches in Yillilan, who only knew how to fill their breasts and had no brains. But the sound had been made, and she couldn't stop the echoing sound from passing through every grain of sand in this underground ruin. She could only stand there quietly and wait. Her original plan was to rest here for a night, and go out early the next morning to kill the sand souls wandering in the roaring sand dunes. Besides, it should be fine if I just stroke the cat and don't follow it. Lelisi couldn't help but feel lucky, thinking that it would be fine if I just called out. Of course. In fact, it was fine. Gordon was in the nameless sand dunes in the south at this time, leading his army of sand souls to conduct the first batch of outings. This was not a sudden whim, but a temporary ride. It left the roaring dunes with a group of sand souls led by an unknown person. Anyway, the sand soul guards around its body were enough to hide its body in the sand shadow. Even if someone saw something in the sand shadow, they could only see a little bit, and the safety and concealment were guaranteed. Besides, after growing for almost a month, Gordon was too lazy to wait for the day when the Sand Soul army would be dispatched once in an unknown number of cycles. Isn't it nice to just rub around without entering? It is not a rigid and stubborn dragon, if it had not considered that its understanding of this world was limited to the notes and the unscientific intrusion of the frenzy and dead magic areas, as well as the strange effects of the Sand Soul shadow. It could happily take advantage of the surrounding Sand Soul shadows and let them grow and become a real army of its own. Without the above conditions, perhaps Gordon could not bear it more than 20 days ago and left the roaring sand dunes to explore this unknown world. Now it has memorized a lot of routes. Gordon firmly believes that as long as it insists on following the Sand Soul Legion a few more times, it will sooner or later be able to find a gathering place for humans, and then slowly work on it. Gordon's eyes were cast at the foot of the mountain, where no green could be seen in the distance. There was a group of huge monsters fighting and driving away the sand shadows in the sky to protect their few water sources. They were also distant relatives of the hill giants. Desert giants? There are not many of them. Only about 17 or 18. But each of them is as tall as a small sand dune, 5 meters, when standing up. However, unlike their kind, they live in the desert and are very slender, so that their weight rarely exceeds 1 ton, which gives them a flexible posture. Their movement under the wind and sand is like elves dancing. The loose white robes cover the features of the giants eroded by the wind and sand. Each hand of the giant holds a scimitar that is almost as long as a human. Every swing of the flowing shining scimitar will break up the sand shadow army like a swarm of locusts. Gordon can hear the roar of the battle between the two sides even if they are more than 10 miles away. How boring, it muttered. The struggle between the desert giants and the Sand Soul shadows can be traced back to the birth of the desert. The contradiction between these two creatures living in the desert existed at the beginning of their birth or migration, and they cannot be reconciled. In other words, any creature that needs water and food to survive in the desert is incompatible with the shadow of the Sand Soul. After all, no creature can accept the water and food they rely on for survival. under the shadow of the sand. There are only dry riverbeds, dry wells and bones. However, these fights have nothing to do with Gordon. And he is not interested. He is more curious about the creatures that are grinning at him. The servants of the desert giant, or the food reserves and sentries, sand crocodiles, and the creatures hiding behind the sand crocodiles. The slaves of the desert giants, who are ragged and only have a few tattered clothes to cover their bodies, are exactly what Gordon wants to see most in the desert. Humans. Judging from the skin color, this human is obviously more like the natives of the desert than the lollies it had seen before. The skin color is darker, but not the kind of pitch black, but a bright black color. A few of them have pretty faces, with green eyes, and still have some exotic charm. Gordon opened his big mouth full of sharp teeth like blades, and smiled sternly in the shadow of the sand. Anyway, it doesn't expect to kill one or two of the desert giants. Even if it drags one into a desperate situation of death, it is still in the same place. It can't withstand the beating of these desert giants, whose adult is at least level 5 warrior strength. It is not familiar with the road conditions here. If it really runs, it may not be as fast as these giants on land. After all, the agility of most dragons is indescribable. Moreover, it has not made up its mind to provoke a strong enemy before understanding the situation nearby, which will only further compress its living space. But just like taking a ride on the Sand Shadow Legion, Goton had no worries about sneaking around the desert giant while the internal war was going on. After all, for the desert giant, both slaves and sand crocodiles were consumables and acceptable losses. 31st level, 6th second level, 1/3 level, and no one has entered the level on the human slave side. As soon as they met, Goton made the strength distribution and configuration of these sand crocodiles clear. To be honest, for Goton, who now has hundreds of free fragments, what he lacks is no longer talent, but talent that can enhance his strength. After all, look at that legendary warrior, legendary spellcaster. How could he fight with a field he is not good at? That is no different from tying his own hands and feet. The same is true for Gordon. Most of the talents he has gained now are no different to him. After all, these creatures themselves are a combination of different talents. Multiple claws, roars, stealth, strength, sweeps, which are composed of these talents. A few so-called magical beasts, which can use quasi-magic powers, or have obvious regional characteristics, may have some different talents, such as the Thor stone monster penetration into the stone, the environmental camouflage of the chameleon, and the various breaths of various dragons born from the environment, are all included. The sand crocodile in front of him is also in this category. Gordon looked at these creatures covered with sharp scales from head to tail. The sand crocodile with a huge skull and a long snout, a mouth full of hooked fangs, and swallowing half a camel in one bite, still had some curiosity in its eyes. These sand crocodiles, with heads like crocodiles, but with wider and longer jaws, shorter limbs with wrinkled skin, and yellow-brown bellies that almost touched the ground, were warily baring their teeth at the army of sand soul guards floating in the sky, which was different from other Sand Shadow legions. They were completely unaware that the huge monster hidden in the heavy yellow and black sand fog was showing greedy eyes. The humans behind them screamed as the Sand Shadow came. The other sand crocodiles raised their snouts high and made more ferocious roars. But as beasts with a little wisdom, they still knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm. Therefore, when they were less than 10 meters away from the Sand Shadow in the sky, they pounced on the ground with an extremely fast and agile posture, like a fish returning to the water, and drilled into the sand, revealing only its scaly back, like a piece of armor covered by the wind and sand. But as slaves of the desert giants, they did not dare to leave their posts without permission, so they just hid under the sand and did not come out. After all, according to the past practice, as long as they did so, these sand shadows would not embarrass them. These undead spirits wandering in the desert were more inclined to the oasis foothills, not far away, than the living creatures buried under the sand. But this time was different. With the first contact of the sand shadow cloud, the first roar of the sand crocodile came out from the cloud mist. But it soon returned to calm, and only the sand under the sand shadow was surging like waves. Obviously, a silent and unilateral struggle was going on in the sand shadow, and any human slave who dared to escape was either frightened by the dragon might and unable to move after seeing the real body of Gordon at first sight, or was drained of all the water from his body by the sand shadow guards in the cloud, turning into a dry corpse on the sand. So, when Gordon killed all the sand crocodiles, he saw a group of human slaves of the desert giants hiding in the corner of the cloud like little chickens. Chapter 317. My name is Gotan. Come out. The leader among you, Gotan's voice, accompanied by the roaring wind, made these less than half 100 human slaves cover their ears and half kneel on the ground, speaking a language that was completely different from the common language of the Io continent. This is a complex language that is awkward and long. People who don't understand it sound like they are listening to people slurping noodles. There is no tone different from other languages at all. It is fast and swift. But with the help of language mastery, Gotan can still understand what they are shouting as easily as before. Shalader! Shalader! Most of the slaves of the desert giants were shouting this name, and their eyes were full of enthusiasm for it, as if they connected it with a certain existence that it didn't know. Gotan looked down at these humans who kept kissing this quicksand desert with their dry and molting lips. It didn't explain much, and there was not much change in its expression. It is not the kind of relief person who will give bonfire and food to others who come to rely on it. It is not a hotel for people to rest. If you need it, you can come and stay. If you don't need it, you can stay away. Before these humans come to it, they must at least show their value, and it will accept them. Otherwise, it will travel through the plains for nothing, just to collect a bunch of burdens from other worlds. Although it lacks faith now, it is a big loss to take the trouble to settle more than 50 people in front of it, and it may not all believe in it. Instead of that, it is easier and more convenient to seize a human gathering place, and spend the same effort, and can gain more. Gordon was helpless when he saw this group of guys kowtow and lick the sand, so he had no choice but to call out again. This time, the voice was louder, but his words had been changed into the unknown language used by these human slaves through language knowledge. You leaders, come out and see me. I need information. Soon, a tall and thin male slave appeared from the crazy and calm slave crowd. He was more outstanding than other slaves. After all, his clothes represented his status, unlike his ragged fellows. Gordon even saw leather armor and a semicircular scimitar inlaid with unknown gems on him. At first glance, he could be called a mercenary, and he would never be related to slaves. This slightly thin man walked forward respectfully step by step. He looked up at the dragon with cold eyes overlooking the earth, with scales of the same color as the desert on his body, and spoke devoutly. Oh, great Shalader, your most loyal people. Mammoth salutes you. Thank you for saving us from those giants. But I am not your Shalader. Gordon denied it directly. He was too lazy to put too many labels on himself now. After all, it was taboo to confirm the camp without authorization before the situation was clear. After all, pretending to be a statue dragon to deceive lollies could be said to be an investment in the future. And these slaves of desert giants were obviously not worth it. But, great Shalader, in the historical illusions that we Tooting people have learned since childhood, there was once a dragon exactly like you, which not only freed us from the slavery of the evil empire, but also directly destroyed the empire that had enslaved us for thousands of years. This desert was formed because of it. It is said that hundreds of years ago, when we Titans were slaves of the evil empire, the grass and water here were abundant, and it is said that wild fruits that can only be found in the south can be seen. We have always believed in you. Please, great Shalader, do not abandon your people who are extremely pious to you. When Mammoth heard the dragon reply, he was obviously panicked and told Gordon everything they knew. His expression was pleading and painful, and there was also a bit of nostalgia. Even though he looked to be 25 or 26 years old, his eyes were filled with tears in these few seconds. He was so emotional that Gordon even thought he was a woman. However, Gordon was not moved by this exemplary vote of loyalty. Instead, his mind turned quickly and began to think about what this group of human slaves who claimed to be Titans could bring to him. Or, what could Shalader, whom they believed in, bring to him? It knew from the mouths of these human slaves that these Titans were obviously once an inconspicuous human vassal of the empire to which Lalith belonged. Then, because the 18th Emperor Gwyn of the Empire awakened and became a red dragon when facing the army of the Abyss, they were overwhelmed by the power it burst out. And then they shaped the red dragon Gwyn, which was bigger than the castle, into the god they believed in, and named it Shalader. After all, it was indeed the red dragon incarnated by Gwyn that removed the shackles from these Titans. making them equal to the Som people, no longer the object of slavery and oppression. After thinking this through, Godin's expression was a little strange, but he still needed a little information to make him make up his mind. But in order not to arouse the suspicion of these human slaves, Gordon felt that he should pretend to be more realistic. So, then how many tooting people are there on this continent? The dragon slightly shrank his vertical pupils, half closed his eyes, and stretched out his long dark red tongue to lick the sharp fangs on his muzzle, and asked casually, reporting to this great dragon, there are not many tooting people on the continent, but in the desert, our number and city-state strength are second, and even the desert giants dare not provoke us. If I hadn't thought about bypassing the canyon and crossing the Three Peaks Desert, I wouldn't have been captured by these desert giants as a slave. Although he didn't know why the dragon asked these questions, the tall and thin man still answered them in detail. But the latter statement was a bit self-pitying. But Gordon didn't take it to heart. Instead, he grinned and showed a satisfied smile. The most important information has been obtained, and the next step is to sow. Gordon, who was immersed in the future, suddenly cleared his throat and asked the leading human, "What did you say just now?" Its voice was majestic and sacred, making people feel the urge to worship. Although these tooting people had already pressed their knees tightly on the rough gravel, but this did not prevent these slaves from continuing to vent their unspeakable fear. After all, the giant dragon in front of them just now said that it was not their Shalater. That is, it was not here to save them from suffering. However, anyone who spoke loudly was stared at by the dark golden dragon pupil that seemed to be able to penetrate the human body, and then laid down obediently and kept silent. Very well behaved. After being questioned by Gordon, the leading human eyes were filled with tears, and he stammered while holding the handle of the scimitar tightly in his hand. Just now I said that there are not many Tudun people on the continent, but in the desert, our number and city-state strength are second. The previous sentence. Well, we have always believed in you. Please don't abandon your son, who is extremely devout to you. Mammoth thought for a while before repeating in a trembling voice. He didn't dare to breathe when he said these words, and he didn't even have the courage to look up at the dragon. This was the sequelae of hearing the dragon in front of him claim that he was not their Shalido. The previous sentence. As you said before, the wind was a bit too strong, and I didn't seem to hear what you asked just now. Gordon looked innocent, but patiently induced Mammoth in front of him. And Mammoth, under Gordon deliberate guidance, smoothly said the first sentence again. Great Shalater, your most loyal people. Mammoth salutes you. Thank you for saving us from those giants. When Mammoth said this, he was no longer pious as before, but nervous and fearful. He didn't know what the dragon in front of him was going to do. He just felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird, making him feel uncomfortable. But what surprised him even more was the next sentence of the dragon covered with sandy yellow scales in front of him. In addition to appearance, your Shalater seems to be able to spit fire. Yes, the fire it spewed burned for 10 days and 10 nights, and all things withered under its flames, and the sun hanging in the sky was eclipsed. Speaking of Shalater's deeds, Mammoth's interest was obviously much higher, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. That, a majestic sigh came out of the dragon mouth. This voice from above was like the brewing of thunder on the eve of thunder. So that Mammoth, who was looking down, could not feel what the dragon above was going to do, but it seemed to announce something. So he held his breath and waited for the next step. Is it like this? Ho ho! Gordon changed the topic, accompanied by a rampant, crazy grin, and a high-temperature wave that could instantly bake the sand, which suddenly shocked Mammoth's heart and made it difficult to accept. However, Mammoth still raised his head despite the majestic dragon roar coming from above. A glance was 1,000 years, and his body suddenly froze, without any other reason. The scene of the dragon mouth and eyes, as well as the blazing flames under its scales, really made him feel like he was living in a dream, full of hallucinations. Otherwise, how could his long silent heart beat wildly again? With this frequency of heartbeat, Mammoth's heartbeat slowly improved after several minutes, and he gradually regained his composure. However, at this time, Mammoth was still kneeling on the ground. Although the roar had stopped, he had not put down his hands covering his ears, and he still held his head high. He looked at the dragon and the flames in its mouth, which were particularly bright and eye-catching in the sand shadows, and Mammoth instantly felt like a pilgrim. At this time, his expression was no longer as calm as before, and piety once again occupied his face eroded by wind, sand, and the scorching sun. he called out fanatically. Are you our Shalader? No. The dragon rejected again. And it responded coldly. Mortal. Remember my real name. My name is Goton. As long as you pray to me every day and believe in me, then power, honor, and life will be within your reach one day. If you want to believe in me, then call my name. To this, a circular ornament fell from the dragon claws. The pattern on it showed a volcano erupting, and a dark golden dragon eye that was no different from the dragon was suspended above the volcano, allowing the lava column to wash and baptize it. After saying that, the dragon stopped its preaching, and then lowered its head. It stopped at a height of about 2 or 3 meters above Mamut. The flames under the scimitar-like teeth at the corners of its mouth had long disappeared, and instead, a strong smell of sulfur kept emanating from the dragon mouth. Now that we have finished talking about the main business, it's time to talk about another thing. After I woke up, the world has changed. Tell me, what happened? Why are there so many dead magic areas and crazy magic areas? It makes me feel uncomfortable, even when asking. Gordon maintained his dignity as a dragon and a god, with his eyes raised, extremely serious, and Mammoth naturally did not dare to hide it. Although he didn't know much, it did not prevent him from telling the information he had collected in the past few years to the dragon in front of him one by one. So, one by one, new terms were injected into Gordon's ears. The Great Cataclysm, Blue Flame, Magic out of control, Psychic power. In the distance, the roar of the Sand Shadow Legion fighting the desert giant shook the earth. And they did not notice the alien visitor who was trying to absorb the knowledge of the Abel world. On the other side, the Roaring Dunes. 20 heirs of the King Choice have scattered to the Roaring Dunes. Most of them have found their own resting places before nightfall. Only a few are fighting tirelessly with the Sand Soul Shadows in the dunes under the clear night and bright starry sky. Compared with the scorching sun during the day, they prefer to hunt at night. Lollies is among them, because she really wants to stay in the underground ruins where she has been imprisoned for 3 years. And she crawled out early before the sun sets. At this time, she is fighting with 7 or 8 Sand Soul guards with a long sword in her hand. The sword light is flowing, and her body is as light as a swallow. Every strike of Lolly's one-handed knight's long sword hits the core of the Sand Soul Shadow just right. Although it cannot be killed with one strike, it basically loses most of its power if it is hit, and will soon be swallowed by other new Sand Soul guards. Obviously, judging from her fighting style, Lolly's is currently at ease and not struggling at all. However, accompanied by a roar like a bell at close range. The next second, Lolly's figure withdrew from the group of Sand Soul guards, looking at the small sand dune behind him with full vigilance. Then, a brown-yellow sand shadow was seen above the sand dune, carrying waves of wild sand, rushing towards Lolly's. This sand shadow was much taller than the Sand Soul guard in terms of size and speed. It was the Sand Soul Duke who had reached the 5th level of strength. Behind it, there were thousands of Sand Soul shadows, guards, and commanders, who were staring at Lolly's. It was a Sand Shadow Legion that had just returned from the outside world. Lolly's had no fear on her face. She raised the knight's sword in her hand and placed it in front of her, accompanied by the girl's soft hum. The bright starlight in the sky fell from the sky and instantly poured into the beautiful and elegant sword of the knight's sword. So, not long after, the huge dragon roar resounded through the sky with the backflow of starlight. The red-haired knight girl, riding on the transparent star dragon, looked at the Sand Shadow army in the distance without fear. Behind her, there were hundreds of dragon knights like her. Although they were all heroic spirits, it did not prevent them from shouting and charging forward with unity. Almost all the king's successors were alarmed, including the some people who were watching the live broadcast in Mitsuki Spring. No one was destined to sleep that night. Chapter 318 Response Sand Walk Cheating. This is cheating. Blatant cheating. This bitch. My Yuquin. In a luxurious mansion near the central city square, an old man in a white robe and a white headscarf was roaring angrily in the study, so loud that his usual calm and old voice was a little distorted. But the other nobles in my Weequin who were present were silent, bowed their heads and said nothing, and their faces were not much better than the old man. After all, what the woman named Lollies did tonight was projected onto the viewing screen of my Weequin. Even they had to admit that this game was a one-sided ending if nothing unexpected happened and no one else intervened. It was the first time for my Weequin to participate in the competition with a sacred weapon that recognized its master in the king selection ceremony. It has been legal to bring weapons into the election since the first king selection ceremony. Whether the heirs hold magic weapons, ancient weapons, or legendary weapons, they are all within the rules, and artifacts are naturally not prohibited. But most people did not think that there would be some people bringing artifacts to participate in the competition. After all, it is a fantasy. You know, even the great human empires outside the oasis may not have one. But at this moment, it appears in the hands of an unknown female knight from the Psalms. It can only be said that the competitors of the king selection ceremony did not lose unfairly. Whether it was the previous favorite to win the championship, Dragon Tamer Blues, or Psychic Scholar, Rhine Rock, no matter how strong their strength or spiritual power is, at this moment, they are probably powerless in front of the woman holding the artifact. How can one person's strength be equal to 100 people army? And this white-robed old man who is in the Council of Elders and Rhine Rock is his descendant. After a long time of venting and shouting, leaned against the fire-glazed colored glass, opened the window, and felt the evening breeze blowing into this slightly hot closed room. At the same time, the old man's turbid eyes looked at the hustle and bustle of the square in the distance. There were many names in the hustle and bustle there, and the two most discussed were Blues and his grandson, Rhine Rock, the future king of Mitsuki Spring. But now the hustle and bustle there is only for one person. Lollies. The old man spit out the guy who disrupted all his plans from his clenched teeth. Just now, the scene of Lollies holding a long sword and calling on the Dragon Knights, who had been loyal to the Empire, almost drew all the neutral or unsteady some people to worship her. The supporters of other contestants also more or less joined her camp, and instantly formed a situation of dominance in the huge square, even as the girl swung her sword on the light screen projection. This situation was still expanding outward at a rapid speed, attracting more some people who had not paid attention to the movement here. After most people saw or heard Lolly's battle scene, it was difficult for these residents, who watched the heir's movements in the square, to adapt to the battle between other candidates and the Sand Soul Shadow. And the candidates seized the opportunity to dodge the attack of the Sand Soul Shadow, and then found the weakness and killed the Sand Soul Shadow with a clean and sharp sword. This series of actions can be called a wonderful operation for the audience. But in front of this group of audiences, she couldn't get any applause, and suddenly became boring, accompanied by the carnival of another group of some people who surrounded Lollies. No matter how exciting and thrilling it was probably impossible to make people excited and admire her. After all, the female candidate named Lollies fought against the entire Sand Soul army alone. In the square, many impatient and curious audiences couldn't wait to squeeze out of the crowd, and then find the right direction to squeeze towards the unclear screen belonging to Lollies, which was surrounded by tens of thousands of people because of the distance. Their patience was shown to the extreme here. Even if they squeezed for half an hour, they were satisfied to see Lolly's delicate face from a distance. The audience, who occupied the front row of Lolly's screen, was even more terrifying. They didn't move even when eating or sleeping. It can even be said that they would rather poop in their pants than leave the screen. After all, they might not have such a good position when they came back. All these scenes were seen by the old man, who was far away on the second floor of the mansion. He knew that as Lolly's popularity gradually increased, it would not even take 7 days for Lollies to become the uncrowned king. Those some people would look forward to her return and ascend the throne of the Wine Spring. At that time, everyone would be loyal to the new king. But he was not one of the people who were looking forward to this scene. Rhine Harmon. If it were 30 years ago, he would be happy with this sudden candidate and would assist the new king wholeheartedly, just like assisting the current king, Tassimon. But now, he can no longer assist. He is dying. Although he is still as energetic and brisk as he was 30 years ago, he is indeed dying. He feels that his life will end in the afternoon of 2 months later. If nothing unexpected happens, he will die on the recliner that sways under the shade of the tree in the mansion every day, without disturbing anyone. For a Somt, such a death is not bad. After all, how many people endure the erosion of wind and sand for a mouthful of water and a mouthful of food? Walk through several ancient ruins, search for valuable things in them, and then take them back to the market to sell and trade. If you want to die of old age, I am afraid that only the upper nobles living in Mitsuki Spring have this right. They can use water and shelter to exploit the Somt people's tireless search for treasures hidden under the yellow sand, and then exchange their harvest. But Reinharman, who, in addition to being an elder of the council, also had a high level of spiritual attainment, was unwilling to live like other some people, and turn into sand before the first 100 years. He wanted to live longer. Longer. He didn't want to die. And for this, he did not hesitate to violate the rules of Mitsuki Spring that were jointly formulated by the first generation of the Council of Elders. For wealth or secret books, he pretended to be a desert bandit and attacked several human caravans that came to Mitsuki Spring for trading. Although he did things perfectly, he had lost his original intention. According to the oracle, he could no longer return to the kingdom of Yohara after his death. However, 3 years ago, after the catastrophe that swept the entire continent and even the ocean, the gods they believed in abandoned them, and Reinhardt didn't care about the price. Moreover, his pursuit of immortality was more persistent and crazy. In order to survive, he looked for many ways. He wanted to continue to witness more history with his own eyes, rather than lying in a corner and getting moldy and smelly. He considered finding the location of the lich from human merchants, or the strange fruit that can increase lifespan in the forest of elves, and the magical ritual that can transform blood and increase lifespan. But he had to cancel them for various reasons, because in the end, he found that he didn't need to look for it. The item that could make him immortal was right in front of him. The water of the mother spring of Meiwa Spring. 1 drop can make an old man turn back to a young man. This news was confirmed by speculation after he learned about the destruction of other oases from the merchants who came and went. At that time, he knew that every king of Meiwa Spring kept a secret of Meiwa Spring, the secret of the mother spring. And the reason why this place became an oasis was not because of its innate growth, but because someone used high-level spells to change the landform. Reinhardt didn't know how high-level magic the unknown spellcaster needed to transform the sandy ground into the green and shady Mitsuki Spring, which looked like a southern forest. The only thing he knew was that there was a mother spring hidden under the Mitsuki Spring, which had not been affected by the desert for 100 years and had not dried up once. It was said that the spring was blessed by the gods, and a drop of water would seep out every year, and this drop of water could keep the spring water from drying up for a year, making it inexhaustible. And what Reinhardt cared about most was, it was said that drinking the water of the mother spring could make the drinker stay young forever, rejuvenate, and greatly increase lifespan. This is also the reason why he decided to let Reinhardt, who was nominally his grandson, but actually his youngest son, participate in the king selection ceremony. As long as Reinhardt successfully became the new king of Mitsuki Spring, the location of the mother spring would no longer be a secret to him. The water of the mother spring of next year would naturally fall into his hands. And he was so worried about Reinhardt. Not only did he intentionally or unintentionally place the mission location of the king selection ceremony in the Roaring Dunes, which was more suitable for psychics. And before leaving, he let Reinhardt swallow the psychic forbidden fruit that he originally intended to use for himself. The psychic forbidden fruit can make a qualitative leap in the psychic talent and psychic power of a psychic, but it will be extremely difficult to improve the psychic level afterwards, because the forbidden fruit drains the power of all the areas that can be explored in the psychic brain. Unless the psychic opens up other new brain areas, the power of the psychic will stop here. These 2 preparations of Reinhardt are enough to make the 2 sides, who were originally evenly matched, open up a distance that is difficult to catch up. Blues will become a complete loser in front of the Reinhardt, whose power has skyrocketed. The position of the king of Mitsuki Spring belongs to Reinhardt. But thinking of the previous scene, Reinhardt's heart, which had already calmed down, still twitched. Lollies. This cheap woman who came from nowhere, holding a strange weapon, ruined my plan. Every wrinkle on Reinhardt's old face was like a gaze into the abyss, filled with madness and tyranny. Knowing that he was about to fail, Reinhardt had entered a state of desperate struggle. There was even a flash of thought in his mind whether he should fight to the death and capture the now retired King Tassiman to get the location of the mother spring water from him. But he quickly rejected it, because although he was crazy, he was not crazy enough. If he kidnapped and interrogated in Mitsuki Spring, he would probably be discovered by the claw druids stationed here at the first time. Every tree here is their eyes and ears. It is difficult to do it without alarming them. And Reinhardt currently does not have the strength to fight against the entire Mitsuki Spring. Is it really necessary to go to that step? Reinhardt gritted his teeth. And as wise as he was a little hesitant for a while. After all, such an item is like Pandora's box. After opening it, it is very likely that nothing will be gained except disaster. But if it is used well, it may not be a way out. Ray Harmon keenly perceived another use of such things. But it was still elusive. However, after the last overwhelming straw message came, he completely gave up. Lord Reinhardt, the Battle of Lollies has just ended. The result is a complete annihilation. The personal attendant, who knocked on the door and entered, kneeling on a precious red wool blanket only 3 steps away from Reinhardt, reported truthfully. Reinhardt took a deep breath, and he lowered his head to indicate that he wanted to be quiet while sitting on the only desk. The others naturally understood what he meant and left one after another. However, after sending many nobles present out of the study, Reinhardt's wrinkled big hand turned a black button under the desk without hesitation. Then, with a slight click of the gears, the bookshelf more than 3 meters high suddenly moved slowly to the right, and soon covered the floor-to-ceiling stained glass window, revealing the entrance to a deep downward passage. The old man in white robes picked up a candle on the desk, stood up, and walked towards the deep entrance. As the darkness gradually swallowed up his white-robed figure, the study room returned to the deathly silence. Outside, under the stars, on the square of Mayuquin, a sea-like wave had already been set off. They all called out the name of Lollies. In less than a day, they had already recognized this girl with the blood of the Som people, and they believed that she would become the new king of Mayuquin. No matter who it was, they all thought so, including the former king. Tassiman, standing on the moon tower, he looked at the hustle and bustle of the square in the distance. Although he didn't say a word, his thin and shriveled face was already full of smiles called reassurance. He was willing to hand over the fate of Mayuquin and the Som people to such a new king. In fact, he was still looking forward to that day coming early in his heart. New king. Ascend the throne. At this time, Gordon had also followed the Sand Soul Legion on the way back to the Roaring Dunes. But it did not continue to fly in the sky, but moved in the sand like a fish, with only half of its head and 2 eyes exposed on the sand surface to identify the direction. This is the talent it got from the dead sand crocodile. Sand walking, which is no different from the Thorstone monster, and can freely shuttle in the sand. Now, with this talent, the desert is unimpeded for it. Chapter 319 Gordon premeditated plan. The commotion in Mayuquin did not affect the continuation of the king's selection ceremony. The legion summoned by Lollies was just a flash in the pan in the Roaring Dunes. The only people who knew about it nearby were the heirs, who had been paying attention to the movements in the Roaring Dunes and might have seen some of the movements. Most of the other heirs were still confused or resting. They were trying to hide in a safe place to conserve their energy for the upcoming battle the next day. It was just that this scene projected on the square of Mayuquin looked particularly sad and lamentable. Of course, there were still a few people who sighed. Most of them were excited that Mayuquin had such a powerful king. There were also a few far-sighted people who had already seen a series of changes brought about by the rise of Mayuquin in the future. For example, the strength of the Sants was about to become stronger. Would the status of the Sants, who went out to do business or work, rise accordingly? Would the situation in the desert brought about by the catastrophe be turbulent again? Although these were still unknown. But it did not affect the gamblers coming on the field one after another. In short, tonight, many Som people have already tilted the weight or scale towards this fair-skinned girl with golden eyes and long red hair. But these have nothing to do with Lollies. She is now working hard to collect the results of the war. 15 minutes ago, the Sand Soul Legion in the sky was directly smashed by the star shadow of the Dragon Riders. And then the Dragon Riders Corps charged towards the Sand Shadow Legion 5 times in 2 minutes, plowing one gap after another in the sky for the already fragmented Legion. And with the death of the main force or the mastermind, the Sand Soul Duke, the originally condensed Sand Shadow Legion immediately collapsed, and the roaring Sand Souls overflowed everywhere. However, most of the people coming towards Lollies were mindless Sand Soul Shadows and Sand Soul Guards. They had simple minds and were not very aware of danger. They would not stop just because there was a wall or a legion in front of them. Lollies welcomed everyone and treated them equally, returning them to dust and earth. However, just as she was picking up the Sand Soul crystals that looked like bright gold on the gravel filled with the night, the creaking sound of the creatures stepping on the sand attracted her attention, and also made her look up from the endless process of bending over to pick up. Lollies looked at the man standing outside a sand dune with a puzzled look. His face was very familiar. He was the heir who sat on the rhino with her today. But before entering the Roaring Dunes, the Sphinx, who was the supervisor on the road, had already said that the Roaring Dunes did not allow team formation or robbing each other. When seeing the heir, they should give way to each other. It is not difficult for 20 people to not meet for 7 days in such a huge roaring sand dune. It can even be said to be very simple. The area here is more than 5 times larger than that of Mitsuki Spring. Not to mention that this is just an outer periphery. It seems to be called Bruaise? What is he doing here? Just when Lollies was puzzled, the Samp man in front of her, wearing a simple yet elegant white singlet and a silver ring on his hand. One of the favorites to win the championship. The dragon tamer Bruaise spoke. Lollies? Right. I know you. I saw it just now. You are very powerful. But I will not give up. The king of Mitsuki Spring. It should be mine. It belongs to me. Bruaise. When Bruaise came, he first praised Lollies' strength. But his expression was neither humble nor arrogant. Obviously, he was not discouraged by seeing Lollies' strength. And then, as expected, he declared war with a high morale, which is commonly known as a mouth cannon. However, given his status, it was still meaningful to say these words. At least, many people in Mitsuki Azumi, who were always concerned about the roaring dunes, had already turned their attention to the dragon tamer Blues, who had been famous since he was 10 years old. They were looking forward to his performance. This might be one of the reasons why he approached Lollies. He knew that this scene would be presented in the square of Mitsuki Azumi. Therefore, he made this plan to restore the confidence of his supporters. If there was any other purpose, it might be to put some pressure on Lollies and disturb her mind. Lollies had a cold face after hearing this, and was not affected by him at all. The light of the night passed lightly around the hair on her forehead, leaving a shadow. Only her sarcastic response was slowly echoing on the sand dunes. Then what? Blue, what was it? Forget it. Who cares? Big guy. You have to know that the throne is not given by words. It is given by this. After the doubts, she naturally saw the frivolous and confident man in front of her, and felt that he had no purpose in coming. So she would not give Bruaise any good face. While speaking, Lollies continued to lower her head, and picked up a sand soul crystal that was slightly larger than a pigeon egg. She held it firmly with her index finger and thumb, and showed it to Bruaise, who did not look strange. That's what I said. But there are still 6 days before the competition. Don't be happy so early. When Bruaise spoke, his gestures exuded a sense of confidence. Even his sarcastic rebuttal to Lollies seemed so confident, as if he had seen the ending 6 days later. Then I wish you good luck. Boring guy. Lalisi knew that chatting further would be meaningless nonsense, which would only affect her speed of picking up the sand soul crystals. So she directly issued an order to expel him. But Bruaise seemed not to hear it, and was still talking with great interest. But his body did not get close to Lalisi at all. Obviously, he knew the rules. Faced with the reaction of this sticky candy that could not be driven away for the time being, Lalisi remained silent, concentrating on picking up the sand soul crystals scattered in the yellow sand, ignoring the noise in her ears. These sand soul crystals were scattered in no regular pattern, but they were all in this area, and the golden color was very eye-catching in the night. So Lalisi post-war work did not take much time. In less than 10 minutes, she picked up the spoils on the ground one by one. And Bruaise, who had been talking non-stop, left angrily 5 minutes ago after seeing that Lalisi did not say a word. Apparently, his thick skin can only last for 5 minutes. But this is already very strong. To be honest, not everyone can talk to themselves for 4 or 5 minutes under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, and not get a response. After picking up the items, Lollies did not rush to leave. Instead, she looked around and confirmed that the hateful guy was not following her. Then she drew out the sword that had just shown its sharpness. In the eyes of most Samp people, this sword is no different from a divine weapon. Only Lollies herself knows that it is just an ordinary ancient weapon. It's just that the most demanding condition has been triggered, which made her hold this knight's long sword named Gwyn's Hope, which was made by her father and given to her as a gift for her 18th birthday. So strong. The familiar starlight flickered again, and a materialized figure appeared on the sand dune, less than 3 meters away from the red-haired girl knight standing with a sword. Master, any instructions? After the figure of the heroic spirit scout riding a white horse was born, he got off the horse as soon as possible and asked respectfully to the only master they were loyal to. Go and search for the traces of the sand soul shadow in this desert. Notify me when you find it. The girl looked at the sand dunes that kept roaring under the bright night sky and gave orders directly. Each time she summoned a heroic spirit, there was a limit. If she only summoned this kind of scout, her energy could be summoned unlimited times a day, as long as he could die so many times. If she summoned the Ancient Empire's successive Dragon Knight legions just now, the power consumed would be at most 3 times a day. So on the premise of keeping one just in case, Lolly's planned to let her scouts find another Sand Soul Legion worthy of her summoning Dragon Knights. Otherwise, if she killed them one by one, how long would it take to kill them? When harvesting wheat, you don't pull it out one by one. You harvest it in waves. Lelisi, who received military training in her early years, naturally understood this principle. After all, the Dawn Knight itself lacks agility, and is not as flexible as other professions. Waiting for the rabbit by the tree, waiting for the tired, and making plans before taking action are her tactical style. Just when Lelisi was about to continue to carefully select her second opponent, outside the roaring dunes, a long wave like a trace of a swimming fish suddenly appeared on the horizon. Then a hideous dragon head emerged from the wave, and 2 pairs of yellow long horns swept back at a 45-degree angle with a neck were like 4 straight spears, drilling out from the back of the dragon head. So majestic. It was Gordon who had just returned to the base from the outside world. His speed had far exceeded those of the Sand Soul Corps that set out with him, so that only by standing at his position could he see the dark Sand Soul Corps rushing towards him at the end of the horizon. Finally here, the reason why Gordon came out was just to breathe fresh air. It must be said that the desert life in the past half-month made him feel much more comfortable than before in the fairy wilderness. Except for the catastrophic creatures that appeared in the desert, and the dead magic area and frenzy magic area that it hated very much. It is worth mentioning that today, it followed the guidance of the Tooting people it rescued, and sent them away from the tribe of the desert giants one by one. On the way, it saw many creatures born under the influence of the catastrophe, as Mammoth said, and within a certain range near the roaring sand dunes. Gordon had not seen a single one, and these creatures were almost extinct. Gordon guessed that it should be affected by the Sand Soul Corps that patrolled nearby regularly. Just like the desert giants this time, these Sand Soul Corps would regularly clean up any creatures within their range, and the weak ones would be devoured by them, while the strong tribes would gradually relocate due to lack of water sources and withered trees in areas that the Sand Soul Corps could not manage. These creatures after the catastrophe could naturally be seen. Moreover, Gordon also discovered that among these monsters, these catastrophe creatures ignored the influence of his dragon power, which was different from ordinary monsters. If it had not been fast enough in the sand, it might have been hit by the monster with 2 tiger heads, half a tail, and a cow-like body. Although this stitched monster was only level 2 in strength, it looked festive enough, like a product that had just walked out of a wizard laboratory. After Gordon stopped to kill it, he only obtained a level 2 talent of high endurance, which was mediocre, considering that the catastrophic creatures mentioned by Mammoth were all exposed to the catastrophe at the first time and survived. Their bodies and minds had undergone tremendous changes, and it was very likely that the influence of the catastrophe was still residual. So Gordon decomposed it directly. Next, it encountered many other catastrophic creatures. But at that time Gordon was carrying human slaves rescued from the desert giants on his back, so he didn't care much about the group of catastrophic creatures wandering in the desert. You know, these Tooting people played a crucial role in its first base plan, which was also related to its initial contact with human society. However, when he went back, Gordon killed a lot of monsters. Basically, the deformed monsters he saw would be dragged into the vortex by him hiding under the yellow sand, and then chewed and killed to obtain talents. But I don't know whether it was because the number of samples killed was not enough, or the catastrophe creatures encountered were not of high level. Anyway, Gordon gained nothing except a group of talents that were no different from ordinary monsters. Out of caution, it did not activate these talents, and decomposed them one by one. Anyway, they were all useless, and almost none of them could compare to the sand walk given to it by the sand crocodile. After breathing the air, Gordon did not wait here for too long, and walked directly towards the roaring dunes. At the same time, the plan in its mind began to take shape. But this does not mean that Gordon will leave the roaring dunes. It has no plans to leave here in the short term. After all, there are abundant talents here, and you can get the wool of the Sand Soul Legion almost every day. This kind of sign-in and punching in can see substantial growth. Even if Gordon is driven away, it will not leave. At least it was like this before its tricks were discovered. What's more, it has deeper ambitions for the roaring dunes, possessing the Sand Soul will. If it continues like this, It seems that it can also command such a legion in time. That its appearance in the future can come with earth-shaking BGM. The wind and roar will become the elegy of those who dare to defy it. Which is a bit cool to think about. What's more, however, with the appearance of a figure on the hill in front, Gordon's fantasy was shattered in time. At the same time, it rubbed its eyes in disbelief. But the ultra-long-range vision would not deceive his brain. It was indeed a human. A male human in a white robe, walking barefoot on the sand dunes. Damn it! Gordon cursed inwardly. No one had come for so many days before. And someone had entered its territory not long after it left. It was unbelievable. So, Gordon was impatient to catch the guy who dared to invade its territory and interrogate him about the world. He didn't believe all the words of the tooting people. And the man in white robe, including the few people on the other side who were paying attention to this candidate, didn't notice it. The movement under the sand dunes. Chapter 320. Answer me. Tonyson Staghelm is a druid who serves nature. This profession does not account for many swamp professionals in Mitsuki Spring. But this faction always has a seat at the elders' meeting. And among the 21 elders who have taken office now, the Fury of the Sands, the high-level druid master, Messi Staghelm is his master. He is also his only disciple. Originally, Tonyson did not want to participate. He just wanted to serve nature quietly. However, Messi Staghelm, who rescued him from the evil hyena's nest in the desert and raised him as his own son since childhood, asked him to participate in this king selection ceremony that almost all the young and talented people of the Som people would participate in. Tonyson never refused the request of this old man, who was both a father and a teacher. And this time was no exception. So he came. But he was just an inconspicuous one among the 20 candidates. All eyes were focused on the two outstanding candidates of the same age. There were very few eyes cast on Tonyson. But this was exactly what Tom wanted. He participated silently, left silently, and then silently protected this long-destroyed nature. In his opinion, maintaining the balance of nature is much more important than becoming a so-called oasis king. Because he always remembered the words of his ancestors in the Druid text records. Master Saffron, who devoted his life to the balance between man and nature. Even in death, every creature is playing their role to maintain a huge balance. But now the imbalance factors are growing, and a force is trying to dominate nature. This is a devastating impact on the mortal race. The actions they took were far away from nature. Because of them, more corruption is coming. As druids, we have the responsibility to guide the public to protect and prevent behaviors that destroy the balance. Now the Tutan Desert has collapsed inch by inch. And the order between man and nature has collapsed. Nothing is more important than saving nature. Otherwise, the ruined cities in the desert will be a lesson for the current Mayuquin. But fortunately, with the efforts of Mason and his apprentices in the past few years, Mayuquin has already promulgated the Natural Code, which specifically legislates for the vegetation in the nearby territories. Without the permission of the royal family, every green plant and the creatures living on it are not allowed to be cut down or killed without authorization. And every day, the water drawn from Mayuquin will never hesitate to irrigate the vegetation in these territories. Everything is moving in a good direction and full of vitality. This has led to the fact that although the territory of Mayuquin is now, although it has shrunk due to the arrival of the shadow of the Sand Soul, the green coverage has increased a lot in general. If the original Mayua Spring could only be called an oasis jungle, now it can be called a forest. The outer barriers formed by tall white fir and red poplar trees almost blocked all the wind and sand from all directions. If people who have never been to Mayua Spring, I am afraid that without the stories of their parents, they would not think that the outside is a desert area without any green. Almost every household has carefully cared plants and flowers on the balcony windows. If you ignore the Som people habit of wearing white robes and white hats to block the wind and sand at any time, and the architectural style inside, it will make newcomers feel like they have come to the legendary elf kingdom. When Tonyson walked out of the Mayua Spring and came to the depths of the desert, and even walked into the nightmare of the Som people, the roaring sand dunes, listening to the roaring wind in his ears, and witnessing the endless desert, he understood why his master, Mrs. Deerhelm, wanted him to be the heir and participate in the king selection ceremony. The throne was only secondary, and the deeper thing was to let him experience the dead atmosphere in the desert in a more intuitive way and listen to the elegy after the natural withering. For a while, sadness, pain, and various complex emotions filled the young druid walking on the sand dunes of the moonlit desert. After a long silence, Tony's son Deer Helm looked up again and looked at this lifeless yellow world with only the wailing shadow of the sand soul. The pain in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by a look of enlightenment. Deer Helm squatted down, then inserted his hands deeply into the sand under his feet, and then held them up. Fine sand kept falling from his palms and the edges of his fingers. At this moment, he seemed to be one with the figure of the Druid Master, Mrs. Staghelm, who had taught him Druid knowledge since childhood. He raised his hands and lifted the fine sand in his hands high, as if holding up the sun. His lips slightly parted, and he chanted a solemn natural prayer that he had recited countless times. But none of them was as solemn as this moment. Lord of nature and wilderness, every wisp of wind, every grain of soil carries your will. Here, nature's servant, Tony's son Staghelm, swears to you here, as a balancer of nature and a loyal guardian of ecology. I will spend my whole life listening to the light dance of the wind, the whispers of life, the blooming of plants, and the joy of animals. And with this as my belief, let any land that has been traumatized by civilization or others return to its former appearance. The desert turns into green soil and new mud. The towering barren mountains are once again covered with cedars. And the whistling silence canyon once again flows out the gurgling stream that represents life, making a tinkling hymn of life. The long prayer was fluent and fast in the mouth of Tony's son Deer Helm. When the sand in his hand returned to the desolate land with the wind, the whole dune was silent. The long echoes seemed to be nature responding to his call. Tony's son Deer Helm also finished the last sentence and ended with it. Nature's joy is my joy. Nature's anger is my anger. I will reward the life that protects nature, and punish the destroyers who destroy the balance. Night after night, day after day. Praise the Father. After Tony's son Deer Helm finished speaking, the wind in the desert stopped. To be honest, the long prayer made him dry-mouthed and even dizzy. If it wasn't for the cool night, he might have been dying under the scorching sun. It was a bit difficult for him to ignore the prayer location and communicate with nature. He was exhausted physically and mentally. But with the infusion of a warm current, he realized that this was not useless. Sure enough, his heartfelt oath just now made him break through the shackles and successfully advance to the 4th level Druid. He can release 4th level spells, and is even qualified to go back to his master Druid Mrs. Deer Helm to prepare for the advancement related to the Druid profession. Praise nature. After feeling the reward from nature, Tony's son Deer Helm was delighted from the bottom of his heart, and couldn't help but hum. At the same time, as his strength increased, he found that his dream had been fulfilled. To conquer a powerful animal companion. After reaching the 4th level, the Druid can have an animal companion that is completely different from the lower level. It is no longer limited to ordinary small animals such as bats, owls, cats, etc., but can choose large creatures, such as wolves, bears, lions, and giant pythons. And Tony's son Deer Helm has long been envious of the mutant sand tiger that his master Mrs. Deer Helm rides. The sand tiger was discovered and tamed by his master when he was young. Now, after learning various specialties, it has the strength equivalent to that of a 5th level human. If it is assisted by the spells of its master Druid, its lethality is far beyond the 5th level, and it may cause some trouble to the 7th level. After all, its master is an 8th level Great Druid, who is only one step away from reaching the legendary level. With the example of his master, Tony's son Deer Helm naturally does not like ordinary wild beasts. Compared with the small ones, he prefers the big ones. So much so that his animal companion sometimes prefers to be empty all the time, and not to sign a contract. It is just a wait for today to break through the shackles, and no longer have to wait for 2 natural days after the partner is released. Now, he finally doesn't have to look at his master riding the sand tiger. He can also find an animal he likes to become a partner. Nature, if you can hear my voice, then send me the largest biological trace in this desert. Thinking of the excitement, Tony's son Deer Helm couldn't help but put his face on the sand and whisper the above words. However, when he disconnected his face from the ground, his reason returned to his brain, and Tony's son Deer Helm immediately felt that his wish was a bit stupid. Not greedy or funny, but stupid. This is the roaring sand dunes. Apart from these desert shadows that devour life and destroy nature, no life is willing to stay here for a long time. The birds passing by in the sky all fly away from it. How can we expect nature to give it a large animal and send it to it? It's just a fantasy. Hee hee. Tony Sandeerhelm sneered, mocking his own ignorance, as if to the master and friend who were always paying attention to him, saying that he already knew his stupidity and would change. But suddenly he stumbled, his center of gravity lost, and the mocking look on his face had not yet dissipated, and it was all frozen with the sudden tremor of the ground under his feet. What is it? The fear from the unknown and the gravel at his feet kept jumping up and washing Tony Sandeerhelm's mind. He subconsciously took a few steps back, but found that retreating would only make him enter the center of the storm. The sand trembled even more. What on earth is it? Before Tony Sandeerhelm could ask his question, there was a sound behind him like a huge creature breaking out of the sand. And in an instant, the fine sand as much as the sky directly covered the weak and thin druid body of Tony Sandeerhelm. At the same time, one of the 20 large screens in Mitsuki Izumi went black. And immediately, there was a big commotion among the audience. The first victim of the King selection ceremony appeared? So soon? Many viewers on other screens, who heard the news, also cast sympathetic eyes on the few nervous people over there. They were friends, teachers and supporters of Tony Sandeerhelm. Their faces were pale, and the fear had not yet moved an inch from their expressions. The older audience could only sigh and stop paying attention, so as not to stimulate this group of people who were in despair. After all, sacrifice in the King selection ceremony is an eternal theme, and this situation is normal. But it was too careless to go black before the first day. Of course, that's what they say. But in reality, in the history of the Sans, there has never been an example where 20 people went in and 20 people came out, although they don't have to fight with their own people in each King selection ceremony. This dead desert will not pity any creature that dares to offend it, as long as they are a little careless. It will pour its anger on the unlucky ones. Few people can survive the anger of the desert, even if they are druids. In short, it is. Although a black screen does not mean death. Death means a black screen, because the magic items carried with them will be interrupted as the owner's life becomes weak and extinguished. And finally only a coordinate will be left for the later ones to collect the body. Of course, most of the endings are based on the custom of the Sans, taking a piece of soil representing a nearby and returning to Mitsuki Spring, and rarely bringing back the body. But just when everyone was desperate and stopped looking, the black screen suddenly blurred, accompanied by the rustling sound of sand and gravel, and the black gradually became thinner. This sudden change immediately made everyone present raise their hearts. Is there a chance for a turnaround? Tony Sandeerhelm is not dead yet? But just as everyone was waiting for the next chapter, a black circle inversely proportional to the fading black screen occupied the huge screen before everyone could react, leaving only a faint light blue star curtain in the gap. Everyone held their breath and watched the black fade away. A dark golden vertical pupil with majesty and holiness, accompanied by fine sandy yellow scales near the eyelids, instantly occupied the entire screen. Hiss! The huge square suddenly became quiet, and even Tassimon, the former king of Mitsuki Spring, who was sitting on the moon tower, was silent. Supreme Sage? Yuhara? When did a dragon enter the roaring sand dunes? Also, didn't the dragon leave this world with the dragon god a long time ago? Why is it still alive? And, is it good or evil? Will it bring new changes to the situation in Mitsuki Spring? They looked at this dragon, which was half buried in the yellow sand. But from the exposed surface, they could see that its muscles were bulging and its scales were shining, without any relaxation or dullness. There was only vitality in its eyes, and no one would doubt whether its claws were sharp. Although the species was unknown, it was indeed a young dragon that was growing up. Dragons of this age would inevitably have an impact on the surroundings. If it was a kind and lawful dragon, it would be fine. But if it was evil, all those who knew the habits of dragons dared not think about it, and could only pray silently in their hearts to the gods, who had long lost contact. Did Yuhara, who was nowhere to be found, really have the heart to let his people not only suffer from the regular torture of the Sand Soul Shadow, but also endure the exploitation and squeezing of the foreign evil dragon? The camera shook again, this time from the eyeball to the front, and the full front view of the dragon could be seen. But from the perspective of the victim, only the large scales on the dragon chest that looked like golden gravel could be seen. The druid who had just been pulled out of the sand by the dragon heard the dragon's slow voice. Mr. Druid, what are you doing sneaking around in my territory? Do you want to steal the wealth in my lair? Do you want to be a hateful thief after abandoning the way of nature? Answer me. Before Tony Sandeerhelm could react, the dragon roar was like rolling thunder. mixed with endless majesty washing his eardrums, rumbling and echoing. Chapter 321 Gift. Flail. The reason why Gordon roared so confidently was that his understanding of this world gradually deepened, and he had realized that most people would never come to the Roaring Dunes. This place is basically a no-man land, so it can safely and boldly pretend to be the lord here. Besides, even if there is another owner here, its owner will never be a druid who serves nature. They would like every green leaf to bloom in this jungle that was once a stream or a valley. Who would cultivate nature here? And the reaction of the human druid in front of him also matched Gordon's guess. He looked at the dragon with a blank face, and his pupils shrank slightly, looking at the dragon who could swallow him with skin and bones without opening his mouth too much. And he was dumbfounded and speechless, as if he was scared silly. After a while, Tony's son Staghelm remembered his situation, but as a friend of nature, he did not panic. After all, as a druid, the animals he dealt with the most were those wandering in the wilderness. Although the creature in front of him was large, he could at least communicate with it, as long as it was not testing him with malicious intent. Therefore, he slowly moved slightly on Gordon's claws, changed to a more comfortable side-lying position, and then brewed a little emotion and spoke sincerely. Well, this great dragon lord, it was my recklessness that caused me to enter your territory without knowing it. I am very sorry for this. These words were sincere. If Gordon had not been holding him, he would have doubted whether the druid in front of him had accepted the standard aristocratic etiquette. However, as a druid, Tony's son Staghelm should have the experience of dealing with strong and weak creatures in nature. After all, whether it is a timid and frightened squirrel or an arrogant and greedy dragon, they are all part of nature. And in the eyes of a druid, there is no difference. Then what are you doing here? Gordon asked. To participate in the King Choice ceremony. The great dragon lord. King Choice ceremony? Although Gordon was a little confused, he still understood that it should be some kind of trial. And it is very likely that it has always been a custom. It is normal for it to not know it when it first arrived. But its expression was calm, and it just said a faint "oh," and did not respond to Tony's son Staghelm's words. And this friend of nature, naturally, knows how to read people expressions, and hurriedly gave Gordon a series of explanations. And Gordon also roughly understood what the current situation of Roaring Dunes is like in his brief and clear words. An oasis called Mitsuki Spring is electing a new king, and they chose the location in the Roaring Dunes. And the number of sand soul crystals is the final decisive condition. Sand soul crystals? Gordon grasped the key to victory mentioned by Tony's son Staghelm. If nothing goes wrong, it is the yellow crystals that wither after the death of the sand soul shadow or sand soul guard. This thing tastes like broad beans, and the value of identification is not low. Therefore, Gordon did not waste it. In the 1 month here, he was thrifty and basically did not waste anything. Of course, even if he thought so, Gordon still said calmly on the surface, "Anyway, no matter what, you entered my territory without permission. Young druid." The tone was slightly softer, at least not as sharp as before, which was also an equal response to the druid modesty and obedience. "Then as you wish. You can ask me to pay any price, as long as I have it." Tony's son Staghelm knew the temper of the dragons, and naturally understood that these dragons, whether good or evil, were extremely greedy creatures, and would never miss any opportunity to blackmail. So his answer was also very straightforward. Of course, this was also a side bet that Gordon's greed for the items on him far exceeded his life. "Map," Gordon said coldly. "Map? Yes. I need the current map." Gordon had already thought about the identity he should reveal in front of the public when he said what he needed. A dragon that has been sealed underground for hundreds of years, and is still persistent and trustworthy must be more popular than an alien. Of course, this is based on the premise that neither of these two dragons has used tough military means to rob and coerce residents and obtain other people's wealth. Hearing the dragon request, Tony's son Deerhelm was a little bit unbelievable, but the rumbling echoes under the falling star curtain still echoed in his ears, forcing him to believe it. "Why? No." The dragon voice was still so broad and steady. Frightened, Tony's son Deerhelm shuddered and hurriedly replied, "Yes. Yes. Great dragon." But he showed an embarrassed look, but only paused for a moment before continuing. "However, the map is not big. Only a few areas around Mitsuki Spring, oasis, ruins, and the location of the beast group. A more detailed map needs to be in the hands of my teacher Messes." "Who has it?" Enough. Bring it here. Then leave here. Gordon did not allow him to talk in detail, and directly interrupted Tony-san's mumbling, saying without denying it, and Tony-san Deerhelm quickly took out the desert topographic map that had accompanied him for several years from his arms, and then carefully handed it to Gordon Paw. Gordon grabbed a corner of the map, first glanced at it roughly, and went through it in his mind. He found that some places on the map were similar to the places where Gordon went today, and the division of the route area was similar. So he knew that the druid in front of him should not have lied to him. So, he put the map in the scales on his chest that were specially used to store items, so that he could recall it at any time. Then he looked down at this druid who was like an ant, and said in a muffled voice, "You can go now." It saw that the druid wanted to continue communicating with it, but Gordon had to adopt this attitude to make them believe in him, because he knew that licking his face and recommending himself to win over the relationship would only make them hesitate and doubt his purpose. It is not just a saying that a dog who licks the house will not get the house. Only coldness and alienation can bring it the greatest benefit. Of course, blindly being cold can only make this line that Gordon happened to encounter break halfway. In order to maintain it, it still needs to give this druid some sweetness. Therefore, at this time, Gordon was carefully thinking about what props or weapons he had that were suitable for low-level druids to use as a reward for giving the map, but suddenly thought of the things engraved on his scales, and knew that with this thing, it would be better than thousands of gifts, and there was no need to waste the reserve of rare items. After all, as long as you are a druid, you can't resist it. So, Gordon sighed deeply at the back of the figure who had already bowed and retreated. Wait! Hearing this, Tony-san Staghelm froze, and his heart sank. He thought that the dragon regretted letting him go. At the same time, the audience who had just been sweating for Tony-san Staghelm's escape also felt nervous. Now, except for a few who are still holding on, almost all the audience in Mayuquin Square have cast their eyes on the screen of this unknown young druid. After all, the guests encountered in it are legendary creatures that most people will never see in their lifetime, and they are living dragons that only exist in murals and stories. Everyone held their breath, watching the perspective of Tony-san Staghelm slowly turn, and then look back at the giant creature half buried in the yellow sand. The long hooked fangs, sharper than a scimitar, were neatly placed in the dragon mouth, like a meat grinder ready to go, waiting for the next food to arrive. They would probably never forget the scene for the rest of their lives, and would repeatedly chant the dragon he had seen with his friends and descendants. On the other side of the screen, Tony-san Staghelm bowed his head again and replied respectfully, "Anything else? Your Excellency, the Great Dragon Lord." Although Tony-san wanted to know its name, he understood that all proud dragons would only proudly proclaim its name when they met creatures with similar strength to it. "Well, I have to say, your appearance reminds me of my former teammates." Gordon deliberately brought up a topic, making the druid mind always follow his own thoughts. Sure enough, Tony-san asked subconsciously, "Teammate?" "Yes, teammate. My teammate was once an elf who believed in Sylvanus. At that time, I fought side by side with him to drive out and kill the monsters that emerged from the ground." When Gordon said this, his eyes, like steel, dimmed and softened slightly, as if affected by the breath of memories in the dragon chest. Tony-san did not wait for Tony-san to continue speaking. "I heard the oath you made just now. I hope you can stick to your heart and remember what you said today, little guy." This, before Tony-san could be surprised. The claws of the dragon in front grabbed over. Tony-san had no power to resist at all, and was grabbed by the giant claws on the chest of the sand-yellow dragon. Then he heard the mellow voice in his ears slowly speaking. "Look at it, and feel it with your heart." Tony-san calmed down and found that the golden breastplate of the dragon in front of him was actually glowing with green light, and a breath of nature came to his face. This is... Tony-san Deerhelm looked at this strange secret pattern, and as the green light gradually floated up, he couldn't help but open his mouth and was speechless. And Gordon smiled with satisfaction. The secret mark engraved on the scales was nothing else but the secret mark of the fairy gift entrusted to Gordon by the Queen of the Summer Royal Court in the fairy wilderness, called Forest Ally. In addition to the natural summoning equivalent to the summoner's level once a day, Gordon, who possessed the dragon heritage, naturally knew that it had another secret effect. That is, the effect similar to that of a spell scroll, which allows those druids who are close to nature to touch this pattern with their own hands. those druids will get the effect similar to the copying scroll, and get the weakened forest ally effect. The cooling frequency is not as high as that of the fairy gift of Gordon, which is about once every 2 days. Of course, there is a limit on the number, but Gordon has never given this secret mark to anyone, so it is not a big problem. And as a gift, it is enough. Even for a druid, it is a dream. After all, who would dislike having too many spell-like abilities? These are spellcasting abilities that do not occupy any spell slots. What's more, many spells of mid-level druids may not be as effective as this secret mark to summon allies. After all, this secret mark of Gordon is also a legendary fairy gift. Even if the copy is not as good, it will not be worse than the ordinary spells of summoning creatures from other worlds. Moreover, this creature can communicate with itself, as long as the communication is proper. It is not difficult to summon a forest creature with the same level as itself. This combat power increase is not a little bit. Of course, Tony's son Deer Helmet doesn't understand these things now. His mind is full of the purest green light in the forest, which makes people reach out to touch it. So, he slowly raised his right hand, which had touched countless animal heads, and touched the green light with his fingertips. Then he saw that the green light was absorbed by his fingertips in an instant, just like a dragon sucking water. Tony's son Deer Helmet didn't know what to do for a while. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to ask, he saw that his body had been gently thrown by the dragon and thrown onto the soft sand pile hundreds of meters away. The wind and sand brought by the dragon poured into his mouth, making him close his mouth. So much so that when he slowly stood up from the sand pile and slowly felt the abundant natural power in his body, he still didn't ask the question in his mouth, because after he was thrown out by the huge force, the sand-yellow unknown dragon plunged into the endless yellow sand. Only the rugged and uneven nearby, several newly formed small sand dunes, and deep pits of different sizes showed the hugeness of the creature just now. And Mitsuki Spring disappeared in the sand sea with the dragon figure. Mrs. Staghelm, the reputable wilderness hunter and druid master, finally couldn't help but stand up and stride towards the direction of the moon tower, where the former king of Mitsuki Spring, Tassimon, was. When the scenes appeared in front of him, he understood that it had reached the point where he had to mention it, because his attitude might affect Mitsuki Spring's attitude towards the dragon in the future, especially when he saw the purest natural power in the dragon chest. Then he knew that the giant dragon in front of him was not an enemy, and might even become another great helper for the Somts. But all this required the cooperation of Tassimon, the former king. After all, even if a new king was elected, the previous king would still try his best to use light and heat to light the way ahead for the latter before his remaining life burned out. So his opinion was indispensable. Under the gaze of everyone, Mrs. Staghelm walked away from the noisy square and headed towards the towering white tower. On the other side, in the basement of a mansion somewhere, the old man in white robe was kneeling on the stone slab at this time, bowing his head and praying to a half-tall yellow-brown thing not far away. He was following the steps to awaken this long silent shrine step by step. From the dim light of the candlelight on the rock wall, only the half-tall creature with yellow-brown fur could be seen. In his hand full of dark red blood, he was holding a three-headed flail. Chapter 322 Spine Ancient Dragon in the Desert. The temperature is very low at night, but as the first ray of morning light emerges from under the undulating sand dunes, the golden light spreads to the entire earth. The coolness of the night is like an illusion, and the burning hell is still the burning hell. The transition from cold to hot does not even take more than an hour. In the roaring dunes, the candidates who have finished resting come out of their respective residences one after another, ready to start coming here. The first battle. After all, the light in the desert is dim at night, compared to the hot but bright daytime. They hate the dim light at night even more, because the hidden quicksand at that time is often more deadly, especially in the current situation of being alone and helpless. If Jin accidentally falls into the quicksand, at that time, no one can help him except himself. Not even the audience far away in the Mitsuki Spring Square. So most of the candidates still prefer to fight during the day. Of course, this does not include the several outstanding candidates who fought fiercely on the sand dunes last night. Lalisi bent down to pick up the sand soul crystal half hidden in the yellow sand, raised her head, and shook her red ponytail that had been tied up with a straw rope, looked up at the golden sun that was about to bring heat to the earth, and pursed her slightly dry lips. The wind here is so hot that it can kill people with thirst. But Lalisi's mind is still filled with the appearance of this place in the past. with birds singing, flowers blooming, and deer calling in the stream. In just half a month, she has roughly guessed which part of the empire this place was through some signs. Naldut, the heroic city that once cultivated countless elite soldiers, generals, and spellcasters of the empire. But now, Lalisi sighed, shook her head to stop the uncontrollable reverie, and a little sadness gathered in the corners of her eyes. She left the small sand dune where she had just fought without hesitation. However, as the boots made of lizard skin on her feet made a pleasant creaking sound in the sand, the sound coming from the wind not far away suddenly mixed in, which made Lalisi shudder all over. Meow. The vast space, surrounded by golden sand and wind. This meow-like cry was particularly clear. She subconsciously thought it was an auditory hallucination. But when she saw a furry cat head exposed under the sand dunes in the east, she knew it was not an illusion but real. But she did not show joy on her face, but frowned slightly. Why is it here? Is it coming to find me? Lalisi suspected that she had returned to the underground ruins and alarmed it, or alarmed the unknown dragon god behind the scenes. However, the black cat did not approach her as she had imagined. Instead, it looked at her from a distance. Seeing that she had no desire to approach, it also withdrew its head and disappeared in the morning breeze. Although Lalisi was puzzled, she did not chase after it. After a while, she walked to the place where the black cat disappeared. But at this time, there was no shadow of the black cat on the sand. Not even a trace of footprints. This made Lalisi think that she was hallucinating and the black cat head just now was just her conjecture. However, the definite memory in her mind made her know. And the slight smell at the tip of her nose made her sure that there was indeed a black cat here. She pondered for a while, but gave up on tracking the deserted land. Instead, she turned around and left in another direction silently. At this time, she had already made up her mind that she didn't want to have anything to do with that person before she had a thorough grasp of the lost history. After all, a giant dragon god that suddenly appeared, even if it claimed to be a backup left by her father, was a bit abrupt. Of course, if the subsequent investigation was true, she would still join forces with this dragon. Restoring the country is to unify all the power that can be mastered. Otherwise, how can one person enrich the country? Such a big help from a giant dragon. As long as there is no malice, lollies can accept it. As the scorching fireball that is 2 or 3 times larger than the sun in the previous life hangs in the sky, it roasts the desert with a unique aroma of blood and dust. At this time, Gordon was lying on a huge broken boulder section that was more than 40 meters high outside the roaring sand dunes, bathing in the sunlight that was somewhat comfortable for him. Its dragon head with 4 horns that seemed to be cast from fine iron overlooked this world of fire and sand. The super-long vision brought by the extraordinary dragon pupils allowed it to easily observe at least 6 traces of human activities that were said to be from Mitsuki Spring. However, it was not in a hurry to show up among these people, but hid in a high place first, observed for a while, and then made plans. Anyway, it had already planted 2 seeds, so it didn't really matter whether it planted the 3rd one or not. After all, adding more seeds would not only affect its gold content, but also add variables out of thin air. It's a thankless job. Just like when it found traces of someone in the underground ruins just now. It went to look for the red-haired female knight. It's just a useless effort. Gordon has made up his mind now. As long as they don't ask for his help and pay him, he doesn't intend to help anyone, even if they are in danger. This desert is not the only intelligent race, and it's a gathering place for humans. So why bother with it? Anyway, if it really can't stay here, it might be an option to go to the slaves tooting people it rescued from the desert giants. However, Gordon always feels that there is a big secret behind the female knight. It's a little itchy and wants to know. So, this is why Gordon went to find her as soon as he found out that the female knight had returned to the underground ruins. We can only wait and see. Gordon looked at the candidate in the distance, who was holding a weapon and fighting the howling shadow of the sand soul, and thought boredly. From the candidates it has observed so far, the strongest one should be the red-haired female knight who walked out from here and inexplicably returned here. If nothing unexpected happens, she will definitely win the final victory. If she wants to revitalize the empire according to her plan, as long as it has no ill intentions, she will undoubtedly contact it when she lacks helpers. This is why Gordon is so calm. Just as it thinks. Just wait for development. Anyway, as long as there is no chaos in the main material plane, It can stay here as long as it wants. If it can avoid the chaotic and turbulent years, it may not be a bad thing. Nina has now successfully transformed into a dragon bloodline, and her lifespan is comparable to that of a true dragon, so she doesn't have to be afraid to go back. Time has given her a big surprise. Just as Gordon was lazily basking in the sun and watching the movements of the sand dunes within a few thousand meters around him, with his sharp eyes, he seemed to smell something coming from the end of the sky. Gordon's lazy state was immediately eliminated, and his spirit suddenly shook. The smell of a true dragon. He immediately used the ground walk engraved in his bloodline, which came from the Thorstone monster, to drill directly into the stone, and then used the sand walk that he had just mastered not long ago to return to the desert. The dragon pupils and scales half exposed on the sand surface, like a crocodile, galloping freely in the endless sea of sand. But there was no wind in sand or traces at all, just like a calm water surface, motionless. Roar! The Sand Soul Guard let out a deafening roar at the two-legged creature in front of him. Shirui's didn't even blink, and waved his hand to someone unknown. Shilua, stop playing. Quick battle. We are still in a hurry to go to the next place, before the temperature is too hot for me to walk. Damn. The sun is getting hotter and hotter. He lifted the white clothes wrapped around his muscles, trying to let the wind bring a little coolness. But the desert wind is hot, which will only make his skin feel burning. So he immediately stopped his stupid thing. The standard golden eyes of the Som people were slightly dim under the sun, but it can still be seen that he was in high spirits at this moment, and he didn't look like someone who had fought all night. Of course, he was not the one who fought all night. He almost didn't do anything that night, except picking up the sand soul crystals that fell on the ground. As Shirui's voice fell, a column of dust burst out from the empty body of the sand soul shadow in the sea of sand. A huge monster that looked like a skeleton jumped out of the sea of sand, like a sneak attacking wolf, and bit the Sand Soul Guard, who looked like a real entity, but was actually a phantom with its jaws opened and closed. The wind sounded, passing through the scales on the back of the monster, and then cutting the wind, making a scream that was more shocking than the roar of the Sand Soul Guard. As the yellow sand fell, the monster, which was 12 or 13 meters long, completely revealed its figure. This was a giant sand yellow snake that looked like a winding snake. Its whole body seemed to have no weight, except for the tip of its tail touching the gravel. The rest of its body was suspended in the air. There were many thorns on its scales, and its body was like a stick insect in sections, with the raised thorns on the scales and the thin body. It is easy to mistake this monster for a fleshless undead snake. It is the ancient dragon with spines. Although it is called a dragon, the ancient dragon with spines is not like other dragons. They do not have weapons, wings, or limbs, but they have powerful psychic power and close combat ability. And in the minds of a few desert people, these ancient dragons floating in the sky often have another name: Sky Dragon. It is because they float in the sky of the desert all year round, and when they need to eat or attack other things they fancy, they will swoop down. As the light of psychic energy flows between the jaws of this giant dragon, the figure of the Sand Soul Guard, which was as big as 5 or 6 people just now, began to fade gradually, and finally turned into a wisp of wind in the desert, mixed with other scorching sand winds, leaving no trace except the sand soul crystals left on the ground. Got it. I'm having a lot of fun. Braze. Don't rush me. It's not fun yet. The ancient dragon named Shilua easily picked up the crystal buried in the gravel with his tail, put it on the tip of his tail, and handed it to Shirui's. Shirui's heart also rang with his own muttering. But Shilua, if you want to fulfill the oath you once made and return to the sky, you must listen to me. Now is not the time to play. You saw yesterday that the female knight of my clan is not simple. If we really want to compete for the final victory, the outcome is still clear. In addition to the vicissitudes brought by the wind and sand, Braze's face was full of sincerity, which was obviously a heartfelt suggestion. Okay. Got it. Then Braze, let's go! Shilua replied reluctantly, although he still remembered the oath. It was just a casual remark in the past. Now it is much more fun to follow him than before. Besides, please, it is less than 100 years old now, and it will take at least a few hundred years for it to return to the sky. It doesn't want to see those old antiques in the tribe too early. Shilua's Sphinx Inkama thought so. However, seeing the pleading look on Braze's face, it felt that it still had to help him. at least because he regularly gave it so many shining treasures. However, just when Braze was about to take the spine ancient dragon, which no longer soared in the sky and was full of thoughts about drilling into the sand to find mineral veins, to find a path on the back of the sand dunes and run to the next area where the sand soul shadow gathered, the ancient thorn dragon Shilua, who had just stayed here, suddenly disappeared in the sand again. It could only be judged from the ups and downs of the ground that it was escaping to his west. And in his mind, only Shilua words remained. Breeze, I found food. Ha ha. Wait for me to catch it and roast it. Prepare the seasoning. Food? Bruise was not surprised by the ancient thorn dragon Shilua finding food. But he was still a little confused. Living things should be very rare in this roaring sand dune. At least in this nearly one day. He didn't dig up anything with vitality except animal bones. Even the most common desert roots. If not for each candidate's dimension bag filled with sufficient water and food before entering the roaring sand dune, then there would be no need to compete now. Instead of 7 days, 2 days of sun alone can drain the water from a person's body. The final outcome is that no one wins after 7 days. But Shilua's keen senses will not lie. Every time before catching food. It says so. Thanks to its talent of the ancient dragon of spine's acute senses. In addition to its super long-range vision, it could also sense the movements of living things through the wind in the desert and the trembling brought by the sand. Otherwise, it would be a difficult task for the ancient dragon of spines to find enough food to fill its stomach in the barren desert. However, when Blues climbed over the hill and saw the ancient dragon of spines pounce on the black cat that was innocently walking on the sand, seeing the deep animal eyes, he subconsciously wanted Shilua to stop the attack in his heart. However, before he could communicate through the mind link, the black cat disappeared, and a sand-yellow dragon that was twice as big as the ancient dragon of spines first spread its wings that were enough to cover the sun, and then pressed down the ancient dragon long body with its claws. Then he slapped the head of the spiny ancient dragon that had just poked its head out from under the gravel, and was about to bite the black cat with its jaws. There was only a snap. The sand and dust flew. Blues, who was watching, could only see the light of spiritual energy and fire in the sand and dust from a vague angle. The chaos was intertwined. Chapter 323 Black Sandstorm, and the birth of the King Gordon barely spent any effort to press the spine-spiked ancient dragon, which was much smaller than him, under his body, and buried its head and scales in the yellow sand with his claws. No matter how hot the energy beam bursting out of its mouth was, it would melt. But at best, it was just a real dragon that had just entered adolescence. It was unrealistic to rely on its third-level psychic level to defeat a 24-meter-long dragon with magic resistance and amazing recovery ability. Of course, the most important thing was to fight in close combat, although its melee ability was not bad. As a spine-spiked ancient dragon, it was best at suppressing its opponent with its size. And now it encountered a dragon that was even larger than it, and its depth was unknown. Naturally, it was directly crushed one-sidedly. Of course, the pride of being a giant dragon did not allow this ancient dragon to give up so easily. However, no matter whether it used its tail to pierce or tried to bite the sand-scaled dragon in front of it with its jaws, the response it received was a heavy blow from the dragon. Its tail was twisted, its jaws were torn, and blood was oozing out. Its every move had long been known by the dragon in front of it. Almost as soon as it moved its body, the part it wanted to attack was forcibly pressed down by the dragon brute force. Its psychic power had already drained its last bit of spiritual energy in the previous battle. However, whether it was the pain feedback that caused the opponent to suffer the same damage when it suffered damage, or the energy burst that could blow up the sand dunes, for the dragon in front of it, it was like a drop in the ocean. There was no reaction, or it was just a little damage, and it was restored to its original state not long after. On the contrary, it was the dragon in front of it that was causing it a lot of pain. Or rather, torture. Fuck. Until the end, Shilua, who could no longer bear it, planned to escape into the yellow sand. However, what was even more desperate was that this dragon would also sneak into the sand, and its speed was faster than it, so it couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn. Where did this dragon come from? How could there be such a monster in the desert? Whether it was the dragon heritage in his mind, or the teachings of his parents and ancestors, they all told Shilua that as a spine-spined ancient dragon, it was undoubtedly at the top of the food chain in the desert. No creature could defeat it head-on one-on-one. As long as it was in the desert, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, today, it encountered a creature that was no less powerful than it. An unknown dragon with sand-yellow scales. Where did it come from? Why was it here? Shilua didn't know these. Now, it could only pant and twist its snake-like body uneasily, looking at the sand-scaled dragon that was pressing down on several sections of its body with its claws, and listening to the judgment. Is this a real dragon? Gordon looked at the slightly restless ancient dragon with spines. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a creature. But the smell of a real dragon was indeed emanating from its body, and its identity could not be faked. With the memory of his previous life, he was still within his acceptance of a giant dragon without wings or claws. The main reason was that the scales of the ancient dragon with spines were like shells, and its head was more like a centipede than a dragon. And it seemed that it could not even breathe, but had psychic powers. These aspects made it feel that it was not like a real dragon. However, considering the unique climate of the desert, and the appearance of the races that were best at psychic powers, and born with psychic powers, Gordon also adapted to it. After all, it was not easy for the ancient dragon to grow like this under the influence of psychic power. It glanced at the human who was hesitating whether to go forward not far away, then looked back at the ancient dragon under its claws, and said slowly, "Speak. How do you want to die, little guy?" A rumbling roar came from the dragon mouth, making Shiluo's outer ears buzz. The dragon tone did not carry the slightest killing intent, but Shiluo had a hunch that if the next words were not satisfactory to him, it would most likely return to the sky. The kind of return of spirit and soul, even if it was now cursing the dragon in its heart for looking for trouble, and turning into a black cat to lure it into action. But on the surface, it still responded very respectfully. "Dear dragon, I am willing to use the Dragon Tooth contract to fulfill the compensation of a defeated person." Dragon Tooth contract? Gordon seemed to have heard of this in Gormadon's notes. It seems that in the Abel world, it is an agreement that will only be fulfilled between dragons. Generally speaking, it is the domination of the defeated by the victor. Of course, this contract does not mean endless exploitation, and stopping at a certain point is the current situation of most Dragon Tooth covenants. Generally speaking, the defeated person can make the contract valid by taking out 1/3 of the treasure in his own treasury. Huh? The dragon in front of him did not move, as if he was thinking, or weighing the pros and cons. But at least he understood the covenant, which was beyond doubt. Shilua's heart was relieved immediately. He was extremely glad that he saw this covenant about the dragon a long time ago in his grandfather's library before he came out, and remembered it in his heart. Otherwise at this moment, he really didn't know what to say. Although it is not known whether the covenant will work for this dragon, it is at least a good step. As long as it has no intention to be an enemy of the ancient dragon, it will definitely agree. The fact proves that Shilua guessed right. Geduin really has no intention to be an enemy of it. What it is thinking about now is how to develop faith in this desert and prepare for the spread of faith in the main material plane. So, after Geduin accepted the Dragon Tooth covenant that the ancient dragon took the initiative to hand over, he let go of the ancient dragon lying under its claws. Of course, Geduin did not forget to ask it a lot of information about the outside world of the desert, and this question took half a day. The sand dunes at dusk looked extremely desolate, and the dragon left with a satisfied look. Only the ancient dragon, whose body joints and mind were extremely tired, and its companion Shiruis were left standing there. They looked at the dragon back stupidly, until it disappeared under the sand dunes, and then they let go of their hearts hanging in the air. On the square of Mitsuki Spring, the hearts of countless spectators also fell. A more heated discussion occupied the entire Mitsuki Spring, and the focus was on the protagonist of the discussion. Naturally, it was the unknown dragon that had been stationed in the roaring sand dunes at some point. But Gordon didn't know about these. It still planned to observe the election calmly, and then make plans. It also tried not to intervene in the struggle, and just be an outsider dragon. But accidents always caught Gordon off guard. On the 4th day of the king election ceremony, the sand-scaled dragon, still lying on the cross-section of the high boulder, basking in the scorching sun, slightly opened its squinting vertical pupils and looked towards the horizon. The scene there was more like a thick layer of ink than before. That is, Gordon couldn't help but look carefully, and a noun popped up in his mind. Sandstorm. And if nothing unexpected happened, it was the black sandstorm that the Tuing people feared the most, and was the most terrifying in the desert when they chatted with it. It is said that the black sand is mixed with the wailing and fantasy of the dead. All those who survived the black sandstorm, without exception, called it hell. A hell that bewitched people's hearts. And as the black curtain gradually approached slowly with a roar, the candidates who didn't react in time saw the heavy black clouds on the horizon. And their faces, which were originally red and even peeled by the sun, suddenly turned pale. How could it be? How could it be at this time? No matter when and where. Whether it was the candidates, the audience in the square of Mitsuki Spring, or Tassiman who was sitting upright on the moon tower. Anyone who understood the black sandstorm couldn't help but take a half step back and muttered, "How is it possible? It clearly doesn't match the time it appeared last time. How could it be? Black sandstorm. It's really coming. What about those candidates? Let them come back. Let the Sphinx go. It's too late. Damn it." The noise and panic in the square instantly spread like a virus, from a single corner to the whole place. And along with the black tide on the screen, it showed a trend of intensification. And the candidates were running in panic one after another, stumbling here and there. There were even some who stumbled and fell into the sand while running. And the screen suddenly went black. It took a while for them to pull their heads out of the sand and restore their vision. These candidates naturally understood the horror of the black sandstorm. This was different from the most common sandstorms in the desert, which could be easily avoided by hiding behind a lying mount and covering the mouth and nose with a headscarf. This was a natural disaster with magical properties. And with the collapse of the magic network, who knows what kind of monster the black sandstorms that had experienced the frenzy magic zone and the dead magic zone had become. They had no idea whether they would become stronger or weaker. This was also the reason why they were in a hurry to escape. However, the shaking black line in the sky came like a tsunami, and soon became taller and wider, like a gradually rising wall. And at their speed, they could not escape the range when this black sandstorm swept by. Even if many people had spatial spells, it was the same. After all, long-distance teleportation was mostly random. And at present, the highest probability was to be directly randomly transported into the black sandstorm, which made people dare not try it at all. To make matters worse, as the black sandstorm rolled in, roars that were no less powerful than the sandstorms were heard from the inside of the roaring sand dunes. Then the endless sand shadows slowly rose, gathered in the sky, and finally became another huge force that slowly gathered under the blue sky. Sand Soul Army. They were also going to go out, ready to go in all directions. And the scale of this time was even larger than the last time Gordon saw it. And it was no less than the area of the sky covered by the black sandstorm. It can be said that they were out in full force, and there was no escape, in the face of the despair that was about to be faced. Among the 20 candidates, those who were slightly weaker in psychology had already given up struggling, and had already found a random stone to hide behind, intending to resist on the spot. This can save physical strength, and it is better than exhausting yourself to deal with the black sandstorm and the Sand Soul Legion. As time passed, more and more people chose to do this, until there was a cry in the square of Mitsuki Spring. What is she going to do? This voice came from the audience on the screen of lollies. From the stunned expressions of everyone, it is not difficult to see that the actions of this red-haired female knight have completely surprised these audiences. And looking at the big screen along the field of vision, I saw a clear picture constructed by magic water light. The female knight wearing skirt armor sat on the back of the heroic dragon and galloped in the air. At the same time, her voice was expanded to the periphery of the roaring sand dunes through magic and flight. Almost all candidates heard this crisp voice. Son of the stars of Sant, listen to my call. Come to my side. I will protect you. The red-haired girl golden eyes under the blue sky shine like the sun in the sky at this moment. Blazing and fascinating. Come! Come to my side. I will protect you. The Sant people should not die here. The crisp and pleasant figure was somewhat sacred and ethereal, and mixed with a solemn majesty. As the first candidate ran out from under the half-man-high stone, the Sant people chasing the knights back appeared. On Mitsuki Izumi's screen, a second perspective of chasing her soon appeared. The third. In less than 3 minutes, 17 people in 20 screens had rushed towards the iconic boulder on the outskirts of the roaring sand dunes. At this speed, they could definitely arrive before the black sandstorm came. And the red-clad female knight, Lollies, was leaning on her sword with both hands, smiling at the people who came, welcoming them very much. As the screens of the last two popular talents, Blues and Rylock, gradually showed the image of the boulder. The doubts and troubles lingering in everyone's hearts were swept away by the burning of a starlight as the black sandstorm and the endless sand soul army completely covered the blue sky. Because, under the boulder, the red-clad female knight Lollies, standing in front of everyone, raised her cross sword with both hands, and then thrust it into the sand with force, and the energy in her body poured into the sword like a flood. Only the girl's soft chant slowly sounded, which was particularly clear in the roar of the storm. Soldiers, please stop them. Absolutely protect. The starlight ignited, and the heroic spirit appeared. The heroic spirits of the former empire came out of the sword in an instant, and then quickly formed a series of overlapping human walls to protect everyone on the innermost side. The periphery was filled with heroic soldiers summoned by Lollies. As the first ray of black sand touched the pale blue heroic spirit, the crackling sound never stopped in everyone's ears. They were like a small boat in a storm, facing waves after waves, as if they would break and capsize at any time. Fortunately, the storm always has an end. As the first ray of blue light passed through the black curtain, everyone knew that everyone in this black sandstorm had survived. However, the only one who suffered was the red-haired female knight standing in front of them. Although short, in everyone's mind, she was as tall and majestic as a mountain, relying on the long sword to support her body. Finally, as the first candidate half knelt to Lollies and made a gesture of loyalty, the second, as the 19th Rhine Rock half knelt and made a gesture of loyalty, the black curtain behind the sand dunes roared again like thunder. It seemed to be celebrating the birth of the king. Chapter 324. Next, it must be said that the scene of the new king coronation was shocking enough. At least on the boulder, only half of Gordon's head was exposed, and no one noticed it. The only thing they saw at the moment was the red-haired female knight, who looked like she was covered in stars. Her silver-white skirt and armor shone brightly in the sun, so dazzling that it made people close their eyes. For a moment, even the whistling and scorching sand wind passing by their ears felt a little cool, like a shot of cardiac stimulant, moistening their thirsty hearts. King! Your Majesty the Queen! They called out this new title. And on the other side of the screen, the Mitsuki Spring Square was also full of excitement. As early as when the first candidate half knelt to pledge allegiance, the call for the king had already been like a spark, ignited in the crowd, and then swept over with lightning speed. Under the general trend, almost everyone chose to agree. Of course, the main reason was that the candidate Lollies bravely stood in front of everyone and turned the tide with a heroic spirit, which completely conquered the group of some people and made them willingly shout out the most supreme title belonging to Mitsuki Izumi. Empress! Our king! So much so that the Sant elders and a group of sphinxes sitting aside as supervisors froze for a moment when they heard the magical shouts of the frenzy. These sphinxes looked at each other in confusion. After all, the competition time has not yet ended, and the candidates have selected the champion in advance. This has not only never happened in history, but also they did not expect it at all. However, when faced with such an emergency, they did not stay there stupidly, but immediately sent people to the Moon Tower to consult the retired king of Mitsuki Izumi. But what Tassimon said back made them confused and puzzled. Don't take them back. The game is not over yet. These were the original words of Tassimon, the king of Mitsuki Spring. No one understood what he meant, or those who understood were silent and continued to do what they should do. They had no time to explain. Only a fool would ponder the mystery on the spot. Of course, some people couldn't help showing off their insights on the former king of Mitsuki Spring. Although the throne has been decided now, the current situation is definitely not suitable for going to meet. And it is obvious that this king wants to leave enough time for himself and the new king so that she can play on this stage to her heart's content. He needs to understand her more deeply. Or in other words, have expectations for her next move. The listener suddenly realized it and frowned slightly. After someone pointed it out, he naturally understood why it was not suitable to meet now. After all, in addition to the black sandstorm that swept through just now, there was also the terrifying Sand Soul army that stopped the children from crying at night. It is hard to say that the next target of the Sand Soul army that spread in all directions would not be this oasis with abundant water and grass and dense plants. If we go to support them now, it is easy to end up with a life of no return. As Tassimon words gradually spread to the audience in the square, the excitement rose to a higher level again. After all, this means that they can watch for a few more days, and can observe the new king from this angle for a few more days. It is worth mentioning that since the large forces joined together, many people have chosen to leave Lolly's screen and turn to other people's screens to watch. The reason is that from another person's perspective, they can directly see the future Mitsuki Azumi Empress's stunning profile. So much so that the screens of various profiles of the Empress, and even the back-angled posture were all occupied. You know, before the gathering, their audience number was not even in the double digits. On the other side, the Roaring Dunes, who were still unaware that the incident was not over, were resting in the shade behind the boulder and preparing to return directly to Mitsuki Spring. They were chatting casually. Of course, the voices were very low, and they did not dare to disturb the exhausted, closed-eye girl. Hey, Cardin, do you think we are the fastest one to complete the king selection ceremony in 3 days? I think so. I haven't killed enough. Are you in a hurry to go back so early? Drinking the water in the leather bag. The people who were originally in a competitive relationship seemed unusually harmonious at this moment. Even Blues and Rhine Rock, who were originally the biggest competitors, sat together for the first time in a long time. The two of them were lying on the soft and fluffy sand, more than a meter apart, but they both looked up at the blue sky without a trace of clouds. After a long silence, Bruez finally sighed, while stroking the shrunken spine dragon in his hand. Hee hee. Rhine Rock, you never thought that in the end we could stand on the same front. And it was because of a woman. Compared to Bruez shaking his head, Rhine Rock's face was calm. He had been like this since Bruez asked him to leave the group alone. But his voice, as cold as the wind, did not hesitate to say a word. And he was still sarcastic as before. If you are not as skilled as others, then you are not as skilled as others. Don't pretend to be a hero who has fallen from grace here. People who don't know would think you were treated unfairly. Huh? After saying that, he glanced at the red-haired girl in knight armor, who was standing still in the middle of the crowd and said, I am convinced that I lost to her. But as for you, at this point, Rheinrock's disdain was already evident in his eyes. But even if Bruce saw it, he didn't care at all. Instead, he lowered his head to stroke the ancient dragon of spines and chatted with himself. He shouted in retort, Alas, Rheinrock, you are convinced but I am not. If a giant dragon had not suddenly appeared and bit my Shilua, I would not have admitted defeat so readily. You know, my number is not much less than hers now. Maybe I can turn the tide and win the championship successfully. Oh, you can only tell jokes that 3-year-old sand people will not laugh at. Shrew eyes, if you are still cowardly about your failure and dare not admit it, then I think it is a shame for me to regard you as an imaginary enemy. Rheinrock sneered, and even wanted to get up and leave impatiently. For him, what Bruez said was a fantasy. Dragon. Now there is only the ancient thorn dragon in the desert and those subdragons, such as the sand dragon beast. There is nothing else. What's more, according to Bruez's description, this is a giant dragon that can hurt his ancient thorn dragon. It's ridiculous. Use your brain to think. This is impossible. But it's true. Don't say it. Coward. Before Bruez could sit up and refute, Rheinrock stood up and left without giving Bruez a chance to stay. What he was thinking about now was how to explain to his grandfather when he returned. After all, he had such high expectations for him. Before leaving, he gave him a magic potion that he was reluctant to drink, which was used to help him break through the level of psychic power. As for Bruez, he had already been labeled a coward by him. He was not a man to be so whiny after losing. Her Majesty was more manly. Rheinrock glanced at the red-haired girl, who was still resting in the distance. For some reason, his heart felt like a little rabbit. This feeling, I don't know when she stood in front of him, or when she rode a flying dragon and soared in the sky and told him to follow me. Anyway, he couldn't explain it clearly. He only knew that he was willing to surrender at the moment. This powerful and mysterious woman pressed on his head. It made him feel an unprecedented experience. He approached her involuntarily, ignoring the stone that hit his head and the screaming of pain from Bruez behind him, and the noisy chatter around him. The moment he approached, it was as if the wind and time had both stopped. However, when the voice of the Sphinx came out of the magic objects they carried with them, everyone was stunned and shuddered, including the resting girl Lollies, the future Empress, who stood up immediately. Similarly, her heroic appearance alone could make countless spectators in the Mitsuki Spring Square cheer. Attention! Candidates! You can't go back to Mitsuki Spring now. You have to wait until the end of 7 days before the rhinoceros beasts come to the border to pick you up. Next, spend an unforgettable 4-day trip. A small party at the roaring dunes, accompanied by the ending sound of the laughter. These magical objects that carry the connection with the screen of Mitsuki Spring Square fell silent again, quietly playing the role of a camera. Did you all hear it? After a long while, Lollies looked at the distant sky thoughtfully, and turned back to look at the candidates who were looking at her. Yeah. Yes. Accompanied by the uneven and sparse nods. Lollies frowned and repeated. Did you all hear it? In her voice, she carried another profession besides Dawn Knight. It is also a necessary profession for the commander, overseer of the majestic military force. This talent made even a group of disobedient soldiers obey her orders, like elite soldiers under her majestic voice. I heard you. The voices of the 19 people gathered into an arrow, whistling under the boulder. Very good. Then I will take over your next 4 days. Do you have any objections? No, they said in unison, whether they were weak spellcasters or strong warriors. At this moment, they all had the same identity. That is, soldiers. Lalisi, who had gradually recovered her former posture as the head of the Legion, looked at this group of people with different professions, but whose strength was higher than her former adjutants. And her expression was quite satisfied. At least it seems that these people did as mentioned before. And they were willing to treat her as their king, although she had been their king from birth to death. Well, now, start introducing yourselves one by one. I need to understand your abilities, so that I can make better adjustments for the next journey. Remember, don't hide anything, because every detail you hide will be the straw that breaks the camel's back in the next journey. After saying this, the warm and amiable Lollies already had a ferocious look on her face, like a lioness, looking at the group of Santianjiao, who had just been under her command with burning eyes, and roared loudly. Start with you. Lollies casually pointed to a male Sant, who was closest to him. He was not tall or fat, and was almost forgotten by the audience at a glance. Only the dagger handle wrapped with viper skin exposed at his waist could show that he was quite powerful. Yes, King, the male Sant replied loudly with a fanatical look on his face. At the same time, he took out the snake-shaped dagger from his waist, which was different from the scimitar, and introduced himself to Lalisi frankly. My name is Cold Cham. I am an orphan. I was adopted by Elder Jason, son of Mitsuki Spring. He also introduced me here. I have been trained as a desert scout since I was a child. Which is the wanderer you hate the most? The level is level 4. And I have also advanced to a rare profession, Desert Madman. The talent it carries can allow me to burst out with powers similar to that of a berserker in a short period of time. There was no trace of timidity on Colt's face, nor was there the gloomy color that wanderers often have. Instead, he looked a bit honest, like a sandman. Rather than being a wanderer, he looked more like a talkative farmer and servant. There was no trace of the aura of a strong man from him. After he finished speaking, many people forgot what he said. The only thing they remembered was that he was introducing himself with his big white teeth. Next, after listening to Colt's self-introduction, Lollies only had time to show Colt an approving look before turning her eyes to the next candidate. And he was Rhylock, the upper noble of Mitsuki Spring, who was about to approach but was interrupted by the voice of the Sphinx. However, in front of Lollies, his prominent figure seemed to be completely useless. For a moment, Rhylock, the most outstanding psychic child of the younger generation of Mitsuki Spring, was speechless for a long time, hesitating like a beginner. His face flushed. But unfortunately, the laughter of Mitsuki Spring Square could not be heard here. Otherwise it would make the psychic more embarrassed. Your Majesty. No. King. My name is Rhylock. I am the third son of the Rhine family. My ability is a psychic. Except for the 5th ring psychic spells. No. Except for the 6th ring psychic powers that cannot be used. I can provide sufficient spellcasting support. If you need, I can be at your saddle and be driven by you. After a long while, under Lolly's patient eyes, Rhylock stuttered to introduce himself, and then showed a sincere attitude, waiting for the next step. However, Lolly's was still the same as before, with only a look of approval, and then a cold and crisp voice. Next, Chapter 325, Tower of Hades. Animal companions, 5 minutes for 1 person. 19 people would be 95 minutes. About an hour and a half later, after the last young warrior named Kaimoyo Hammerfire finished introducing himself, the team of 19 people finally finished introducing themselves. while resting and recovering her strength. Layleese had a certain understanding of this temporary team. Or in other words, she could understand the difference in strength of each person in a more detailed and intuitive way. In her opinion, the first echelon of this team was roughly composed of Rhinelac and Bruaise, and a hidden druid, Tonyson Staghelm. It is worth mentioning that in Tonyson Staghelm's self-introduction, she learned that the reason why this druid's strength increased was because he encountered an extremely huge real dragon in the roaring dunes. The sandy yellow scales, the swept-back horns, the strong and huge body, and the impressive wings. All of them made Layleese think of the dragon god, who called her name in the underground ruins. Augusta's successor. Could it be it? In Lolly's golden pupils, the gray-black dragon statue from the past was reflected in a trance. Although the two were different in color, two dragons appeared in succession in the roaring dunes, both of which were extremely large in size. It was impossible to say that there was no connection. But the difference between the two was too big. One could move, and the other was just a stone statue. Lolly's had no idea for a while. Could it be a clone? However, Lolly's considered that the dragon was particularly close to the druid, and even gave him a unique spell. The gift of the forest was obviously close, not hostile. Therefore, Lolly simply didn't want to do it at that time, and also suppressed the desire to continue asking questions, and went straight to the next one without asking more questions. After Tonyson Staghelm finished his self-introduction, a group of candidates cast envious eyes on this lucky guy. If he hadn't continued to introduce himself, someone might have come up to him and asked about the details of the incident, as if this would prepare them for the next encounter with the dragon. The second echelon is a 6-member team headed by a female desert ranger Tina, and the first wanderer desert fanatic Colt, who introduced himself first. Their strength is not bad, and they can be considered excellent, except for the first echelon. The best are these 6 people. All of them have trump cards that can cause huge damage to the 5th level, or the gains brought by powerful advanced professions. Although the remaining 10 people are also excellent, they can only serve as green leaves as a foil under the background of the previous 9 people. So they are also transformed into the 3rd echelon by lollies. And Kimoyo Hammerfire is one of them. Pa. Okay. After more than an hour of self-introductions, I believe everyone has a deeper understanding of each other. The scorching sand wind whistled past, blowing countless nearby gravels onto the red-haired girl's skirt armor. But she didn't care. She clapped her hands and made a short opening speech to the loyalists gathered in the shade under the boulder. Her voice was soft and feminine, but mixed with a heroic spirit and majesty on her face. She actually gave birth to a leadership temperament. Everyone looked at her and waited for her speech. And Lolly's was not afraid of the stage. She was very familiar with it, and showed her plan in front of the 19 people and the audience in Mitsuki Spring Square. This time, our goal is to enter the ancient city ruins buried under the yellow sand in the roaring sand dunes, where we can find and collect everything we want. Dazzling gems, rare professional advancements, and books and artworks that record ancient history. If nothing unexpected happens, our harvest this time will be unprecedented. After saying this, Layleese inevitably painted a sweet pie for this group of bewildered loyalists. However, her words. It was still easy to arouse everyone's hearts. But endless doubts also floated in their minds. Who is she? How does she know that there is an ancient city ruins buried under the roaring dunes? Besides, isn't there any danger? With their strength, they can basically live in peace as long as they don't actively provoke the sand souls inside the roaring dunes. However, such a large-scale invasion of the roaring dunes will obviously not alarm the powerful sand souls hiding inside. That is wrong. The sand soul core that swept through with the black sandstorm just now suddenly made everyone realize something. In today's roaring dunes, only 1 in 10 of the sand soul core in the inner area has survived, and it is no longer as dense as before. Obviously, the danger has also greatly decreased. This also tells everyone why lollies chose this time to enter the inner area of the roaring dunes. Obviously, this is a premeditated plan, but it was revealed to everyone at the right time. But the first 2 problems have not been solved. Even those who are loyal to her or even admire her cannot accept the decision to blindly enter the inner area of the dunes for a while. Then, Lollies continued to speak with a smile on her face. The target has been introduced. Now it's my turn to introduce myself. Originally, I planned to participate in this king selection ceremony as an ordinary person. But now that you have pledged allegiance to me, It's time for me to tell you my name. Her curved eyebrows gradually straightened up as she spoke, and her golden pupils opened wider and wider. Her face was full of confidence and rare pride. My name is Lolly's Augustus. The girl Chris' shout echoed throughout the sand dunes, and the almost never-ending sand wind in the roaring sand dunes stopped at this moment with the girl voice, and the air solidified for a while. After a while, it was still quiet, and everyone was a little confused. But even the most knowledgeable among them, even the Samp candidate who came from outside the desert, didn't know what the name Augustus meant. They racked their brains, but could not recall the surname of a king in the history of the Samps, or the noble surnames in the many kingdoms and city-states in the south. Lacey saw their doubts, but did not intend to explain, but continued to speak on her own. Similarly, I was once. Forget it. That was all in the past. Today, you only need to know that I will lead you out of the desert, open up a new territory, and replant the dragon flag on the land flowing with milk and honey. In the future, there is no need to look for food and water in this endless sandstorm and live next to ferocious creatures. The emotions of the crowd have been mobilized by the girl's speech, and I don't know when. Until the end. Lolly's raised her arm, and the knight's sword was inserted into the yellow sand. The starlight danced with her body, and she shouted, "Then, for a better tomorrow, fight side by side with me." As soon as Lolly's voice fell, there was a strong response. "I am willing to be the blade. From now on, I will move forward and never retreat. Colt will be the sharpest sword in your hand." He held the sword in his right hand, and his left leg was slightly bent, touching the soft sand. The golden eyes of the Samp people were extremely dazzling at this moment. Even on the back of the boulder without sunlight, everyone could see the light in his eyes. "Charlotte firmly believes that you are the gold given to us by Uhara, and is willing to be loyal to you until death. The powerful and kind Lord of Nature told me, it needs you. King, I will advance and retreat with you." The sparse professions and various but similar oaths also sounded one after another in the desert. All 19 people, without exception, once again demonstrated their personality as Samp people. Once they have determined something, they will never change it. Just like the dwarves, they are resolute and loyal. If someone violates this, in the ancient fable, they will not only lose their credibility, but also the unique resolute heart of the Samp people. Once they lose it, the Samp people will also lose the qualification to go to the kingdom of Yohara. This is undoubtedly a disaster for the Samp people who believe in Yohara. After all, once the gods abandon them, their souls will never be freed and will sink into the Styx. Lilith listened silently to the words of the crowd. Her face did not change at all. Indifferent as before. She had been prepared for this, and was not surprised. After all, the Samp people, especially those who were the best among the Samp people, had a lofty will. Even if they lost their history, their perseverance would never be lost. Just like her will. Never fade. When the air calmed down again, Lilith said slowly, "Thank you for your trust. Augustus, I will never forget you." She bowed deeply, and when she raised her head again, her eyes were already bright, and she weighed with impatience. "Then, now, listen to my orders. I will assign you." It was not difficult to configure a team of 20 people, but except for the scouts, who needed to be arranged in front and behind the team, Lilith arranged other relatively vulnerable spellcasters beside her, not in the middle of the team. It's not that she's too arrogant, but she thinks the safest place is not the center, but close enough to her, so that she can protect these spellcasters in time. After 15 minutes of sorting, a neatly arranged and brand new adventure team of 20 people gradually took shape. However, Lolly's didn't think it was a big deal. After all, it was just like the army she led in the past, and there was no difference. But now the team is brand new, like a whole under Lolly's reasonable deployment. In addition to paying attention to the scouts in front and behind at any time, she, as the commander, is the most forward and takes the lead. Then on both sides of her body are the weak spellcasters or ranged professionals. Behind them, whether on the left or right wing, there are warriors or knights with enough defense to resist sudden attacks. This lineup configuration is not outstanding. It can only be said that it is a slightly flexible configuration in the most common team adventure configuration. However, this is indeed the best solution for adventurers facing unknown environments. After all, Lolly's is not familiar with this desert. Even if the sand soul core leaves and the roaring dunes is empty, it is still dangerous. Otherwise, Lollies may choose to split into multiple teams, going forward in unison. This can expand the search range and increase the alert range. However, the consequence of this is likely to cause the originally integrated team to be divided into several groups, allowing the enemy to gradually eat away without pressure. So in the end, after thinking it over again and again, Lollies still chose the previous one. The integrated type, although slow in action, does not have to worry about the team being dispersed in the middle of the journey, monsters being overwhelmed, and many other sudden encounters. After the team rested, Lollies led the people behind him and did not stay where they were. Instead, they set off directly, ignoring the sun above and the scorching sand under their feet, and walked step by step towards the deeper part of the dunes. The water they could almost supply several months, so they did not have to worry about the problem of water consumption by staring at the sun. Now Lollies just wanted to get to the center of the roaring dunes as soon as possible. If nothing unexpected happened, the ruins of Narda would inevitably be eroded by wind and sand. But it did not mean that the underground would also wither. Yes, the underground of Narda still retained the glory of the former empire. Apart from the surface buildings covered by the wind and sand, there is an unknown military fortress underground. The purpose of building this fortress is unknown, at least since Lollies was old enough to understand. She knew that it had always been a forbidden place. Every year, her father, Gwyn Augustus, would take advantage of the summer heat to come to the summer resort of Narda with his family. That was a rare nostalgic memory of Lollies' childhood. It was not until she grew up and became a Dawn Knight that she understood what was underground. A military fortress plus a library, and the laboratory of those lunatics. And she never thought at that time that hundreds of years later, this would become her first pot of gold for restoring the country. I hope that the revitalized magic door can still recognize me. While leading the team on the sand dunes, staring at the scorching sun, Lollies began to look around, trying to find the remains of Narda in the roaring sand dunes. Of course, she did not forget to ask the more familiar local residents next to her. However, the answer was that not many people survived the outer perimeter of the roaring dunes, and even fewer had actually been inside. There were not many records about the roaring dunes in the Mitsuki Azumi Council. However, just as Lollies was planning to speed up her pace and move inside, while there was still some time before the Sand Soul Core returned, the psychic who had been leaning against her, Rylock, took the initiative to bring it up. Looking excited, "Your Highness, maybe it is related to the Hades Tower, the ruins you are talking about." His voice was not loud, but almost everyone who knew about the Hades Tower could not help but stop in their tracks. If the latecomer had not stopped in time, the two might have bumped into each other. Tower of Hades? Yes, it is the Tower of Hades that is said to connect heaven and earth. The landmark building of Roaring Dunes. According to the book, when you see the Tower of Hades, it means you are close to death. It has a landmark emblem, a hexagram, which is very conspicuous and can be seen clearly at night or day. Rylock excitedly showed off the information he got from his grandfather book. The others also approached, stretched their ears, and tried to hear something. However, what they didn't notice was that one of the candidates had a very stiff expression, which was far less natural than the black mouse standing on his shoulder. It was the druid in the team, Tony-san Staghelm, and his animal companion he suddenly summoned, a black-skinned mouse with dark red eyes that looked evil. Gordon, Chapter 326, White Pillar of the Sky. What on earth do you want to do by following us? Finally, when the team of 20 people had been walking for hours under the scorching sun, they were resting in the shade of a hillside. Thonison Deerhelm. His eyes were looking at the endless yellow sand, but his peripheral vision was glancing at the black rat standing on his shoulder, swinging its tail in boredom. He nervously asked the dragon, who had given him magic and now disguised himself as a rat to blend into the team, and went against nature, through the mental space. And there came Gordon's indifferent answer. "I've said it before. I just want to take a look. It seems to have something to do with me. Just pretend I don't exist." Gordon shook his long and thick rat tail, climbed onto the top of Tony-san's hat in 3 or 2 steps, and then rubbed his body skillfully, smoothing the wrinkles of the hat, making it into a bird's nest, and said carelessly, at the same time, its eyes were completely focused on Lollies, who was still concentrating on commanding the flying heroes to explore the location of the ruins, and a group of candidates around her whose fighting spirit was no longer as high as before. Apart from her, no one should want to get closer to the destination more than it. Gordon couldn't help but say this in his heart. It couldn't help but sigh that things are impermanent. After all, that was a clue about the Wizard Tower. And it was delivered to it in a way that was almost childish. Or when it was lying on the boulder in the sun, it heard the six-pointed star in the tower, and the whole dragon was refreshed. Okay. The six-pointed star, the towering tower, is located in the center of the city, and is guided by the medium, the gathering of important elements. Even if someone now tells Gordon that there is a higher possibility of a mage tower in other places, it has to wait until it has finished exploring the roaring dunes. To be honest, it is a little annoyed now. It even doubts whether its brain was affected by the sequelae and inertia brought by the plane shuttle at that time. It completely relies on the guidance of humanoid creatures for clues to the mage tower, instead of searching inch by itself. If it could move when it first landed, it would start searching everywhere in the roaring dunes, and it might be possible to find the mage tower, and it might have already embarked on the way back. However, it is too late to regret it. And the raging sand soul shadows in the desert are not so easy to deal with. If they rush in, even with Gordon's current strength, it is a bit difficult to bear. After all, just looking at that thing can make people with trypophobia sick. This behavior is likely to make it fall to the street early and return to the main material plane. And if the Sand Soul Corps had not left in large numbers today, perhaps this team of 20 people would have been destroyed by the almost endless Sand Soul Corps. So Gordon was annoyed for a moment, then relieved, and could only sigh that fate was wonderful. At this moment, he put his whole heart and soul into the news of the Tower of Hades he had just heard, and began to try to recall, in the Planeswalker notebook, this other wizard tower belonging to Galmadon. The white pillar of the sky was not inferior to the Science City in the demi-plane where Gordon obtained the Planeswalker inheritance. In addition to the vast magical knowledge and endless spell knowledge, the magic materials, magic equipment, and rare gems used for research and manufacturing in the laboratory and storage room alone can make Gordon's treasure trove of wealth leap to a higher level. This plays a very important role in Gordon's next plan, which is also the reason why Gordon is determined to win. After all, any business or power needs sufficient funds to start, no matter how fanatically the believers worship you. Some sweetness and necessary rewards, as well as the construction of the temple, cannot be collected by believers alone. Moreover, the abundance of funds can allow Gordon to operate on multiple lines, so that its future temples will flourish everywhere, rather than being confined to one city or one kingdom. Its goal is a continent, or even every plane that exists in the multiverse. Although he has only been in this fantastic world for 3 short years, the excitement is incomparable to the more than 20 years of his previous life. After all, no matter how much information the short video brings, and how bizarre the story of the novel is, it is ultimately someone else's world. Only after it experienced it personally and settled for 3 years did he understand his heart. What does it want? At the beginning, it was just born, and it only wanted to survive. That was its only wish. But now it is 24 meters long, far longer than the dragons of the same age, and is comparable to the young dragons. Its strength is not much inferior, so it does not need to worry about the creatures it encounters on the roadside being able to kill it. Life and death crisis. To be honest, as long as it does not take the initiative to die, basically no one will come to provoke it. It only needs to stay calm and not expose its dragon nest. It does not go to various kingdoms on the continent to brush up its reputation and rob treasures like other evil dragons. Whenever it is discovered by humans, it will change its nest and avoid the limelight. Then it can live peacefully for thousands of years and become an ancient dragon among dragons. There are not a few dragons who do this. They have been hiding their identities for hundreds of years, and even carefully set up their own personalities. It is simply terrifying. Moreover, it is fundamentally different from these dragons. Its growth over the past 3 years, which was like taking drugs, is also related to it. After all, apart from its dragon identity, it still relies on this bugged ability from the soul, which allows it to wantonly steal the talents of any creature killed by it in this world. Unlike the demons of the abyss who plunder talents, its talent ignores race. It is precisely because of this that it figured out what it is for. It wants to understand. It wants to know whether its coming to this world is a bad taste of the gods, or there is another hidden story. It wants to trace the source. But behind all this, it needs to become strong before it can explore. Before achieving these goals, Gordon has set a goal in his mind these days. That is to let the billions of races in the multiverse know its name, then sing praises. Of course, Gordon is not an arrogant person, so it currently has only one small goal. That is to become a legendary dragon first. Level 9, a level that can truly serve as a savior of a plane. But even if he arrived, Gordon would never be proud easily. After all, legend is just the beginning of his adventure, just as Gordon was imagining. His tool of transportation, Tonyson Staghelm, the lucky druid, stood up from the sand and began to line up according to Lolly's assignment, and continued to explore deeper into the desert. From the joy in Lolly's eyes, it was obvious that there seemed to be some clues about the location of the Nalda ruins, and Tonyson only needed to comply. However, at this moment, his mood was completely different. Although he was still worried, he was relieved after receiving Gordon's verbal assurance. After all, as a druid, he was extremely friendly and natural, so he could still judge whether Gordon's words were from the heart. Moreover, with the natural rune, he was sure that the dragon in front of him had absolutely no ill will towards them. Maybe he has set his sights on the treasure buried under the city. Tonyson could not guess what Gordon was thinking, and could only guess roughly, and then found a motive for the dragon riding on his head. But we don't know if there is any. There is only sand now, he muttered softly, and then he returned to the right track with peace of mind, and began to follow the tasks assigned to him by Lollies, and beware of the surrounding movements. On the other hand, Gordon stretched his body to his heart's content on the means of transportation that he could walk and stop from time to time, bathing in the scorching sun, which was extremely comfortable for him. Although the temperature was not as hot as the magma, it was still 10,000 times better than the rainy jungle. He was already extremely lucky. As a molten dragon, he thought so. As Gordon continued to imagine, he suddenly felt that the will of the sand soul in his body seemed to have a response. This time, compared with the previous sky, it seemed clearer and more accurate, and could accurately locate a certain sand dune. What was that? Gordon, who had half of his head poked out of his hat, pulled the brim of his hat with his pink little paws, and looked at the sand dunes that were reacting not far from the team on tiptoe. Puzzled, however, as the team approached step by step, a bunch of low-level sand souls that seemed to have just been born emerged from under the sand dune that Gordon had just targeted. This sudden attack made Gordon refresh his understanding of this talent, and he was also happy. So, it also has a scanning radar. He sighed, and at the same time he understood that this effect may have existed since he had it. But there were too many sand souls at that time, so densely packed that there was no need to scan. Now that the sand soul core is out, the roaring dunes are mostly empty, and the perception and scanning effect of the sand souls is naturally reflected. But this also means, it seems, that this comfortable journey is over, Gordon thought helplessly, lying on the top of the hat, and stretched. And Tonyson dear helmet, who was moving forward, once again rang the voice that was like a nightmare in his heart. Hey! Are you listening? Hold on a little longer, and you be there after you climb over the sand dune. Everyone! The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. It was already late at night, although the people who had stopped and walked along the way, but had not yet rested, were miserable. Every time they heard Lolly's encouragement, they could only speed up again. They walked up step by step, and climbed over this huge sand dune that was comparable to a mountain. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't imagine that the sand could be piled so high, like a yellow high wall across the sky, completely blocking everyone's vision. Although nearly a day's trek was not a difficult task for these professionals, whose level was far beyond that of ordinary people. But the departure of the Sand Soul Legion of the Roaring Sand Dunes did not mean that there were no monsters at all. Therefore, before late at night, there were more than 30 battles of all sizes encountered today. It was better in the first few hours. But later, more or less, they would encounter sand souls that seemed to have just been born or stationed here. The strength ranged from the second level at the beginning to the 5th level later. The most difficult thing was that they encountered a group of people who suddenly resurrected and attacked from the desert, including a 5th level desert mummy and hundreds of 3rd and 4th level mummies. If no one had warned them in advance, their team of 20 people might have suffered casualties. After all, everyone was on guard against the sand soul phantom that could appear at any time, thus ignoring the undead creatures that once existed in the desert. The mummies. But fortunately, the result was happy, except for a few people who were accidentally dragged into the group of corpses by mummies. They were rescued in time, so it was not a big deal, although they were seriously injured and had broken arms and legs. They successfully recovered their mobility with the healing spell scrolls they carried, and their combat power was restored to 70%. Of course, what surprised everyone the most and allowed them, including Lollies, to persist here was the hero of this operation, a well-deserved guide and sentry, Tony-san Staghelm. His name has become well known to everyone in just one day. He had said in advance that he would find the attack of the underground undead creatures, and the following detours, away from those powerful sand souls, successfully kept the monsters they encountered on the way at level 5. And it was also him who did not lose anyone. Now, among the candidates, he has a reputation below Lollies. The two popular candidates, Bruaze and Rylock, are not as important as his words at this moment. Sometimes, Lollies would even listen to his opinions. Today, Tony-san Staghelm is like the flying carriage that the great Yohara gave to save his people and can cross the sky and earth, successfully opening up a prosperous road for them who are in trouble. Although they didn't believe it, most candidates and the audience of Mitsuki Izumi thought he was blessed. Some even thought that the dragon was the symbol of Yohara, a blessing to the Som people. However, Tony-san Staghelm himself didn't have this awareness. He was now moving forward with everyone with a calm face, just like before, never proud of his own achievements. After all, only he knew who gave him these. It was the dragon that turned into a black rat and stayed on his head and refused to leave the nest. My lord, is there any movement? No. Gordon, who was lying in the hat, first carefully felt the will of the sand soul in his body, and after finding no reaction, he lazily replied to Tony-san, "Don't worry. Climb boldly. I will notify you if there is any movement." After becoming proficient along the way, Gordon's words were more true than gold. So much so that as soon as Gordon finished this sentence, Tonnizan's excited and uneasy heart returned to calm again. His face also became resolute. Only the corner of his eyes could see the sideburns. At this time, a long and thick black tail swayed like a pendulum, accurate and elegant. As the team slowly climbed the mountain until they reached the top of the sand dune, Tony-san looked at the stars above his head that he felt he could touch with one hand, and he felt only tired. However, when his eyes were cast at the foot of the mountain on the other side of the sand dune, his tiredness was swept away, because a huge ruin was looming under the yellow sand. Spires, attics, roofs, countless traces of human beings floated on this land, and the most eye-catching one was the black tower standing in the center of the city. It was parallel to the height of the sand dune, without a single centimeter difference. The white pillar of the dome. Chapter 327 Departure. Although the outer bricks and stones of the towering tower in front of him had long turned dark brown, and unlike what was recorded in the notebook, they could not be stained with a layer of white glow at the beginning of the morning sun, but the familiar hexagram runes engraved on it, plus the Gothic architecture of the same style as the half-planed Sunching city, all proved one thing without a doubt. That is, this is what it is looking for. The white pillar of the dome. Although this is not the first time that Gordon has seen the Mage Tower, when this building that exists in the notebook was reflected in reality for the first time, it is inevitable that a little throbbing occurred in its heart. It can even be said to be excited. Its inner subconscious told it, "Now, enter this tower immediately and inherit the rich legacy of this great planeswalker." But reason told it not to act hastily. Hundreds of years can change many things, let alone a mage tower that represents the highest level of magical attainments. After confirming that the system set by the tower owner has not collapsed, it should be steady. After all, it has been waiting for nearly several months, and it can't wait for a while. On the other side, Lollies was stunned and speechless when she saw the ruins below, and her eyes were filled with a sad atmosphere, so that the people around her didn't dare to step forward to ask whether to continue moving forward or stay where they were. But fortunately, it didn't take long for Lollies to completely accept the decline of Naldut City from nothing, and also completely accept the fact that she did come from hundreds of years ago. After all, she had visited one of her teachers in Naldut City a few years ago, the great paladin leader of justice and kindness, Alamana Jisanpa, to discuss the topic of what justice is. But when she looked again, the military city with majestic mountains on its back and embedded in the wall, where countless imperial steel torrents were stationed, Naldut was no longer on the earth. She could no longer see the huge fortress reflecting the sunset light and emitting solemnity at dusk. Only the few corners exposed under the endless yellow sand could restore the former scale and momentum of the city from the architectural fragments that still retained their ferocious and majestic momentum after being broken. Nardit, Lolly's muttered in her mouth. But at the same time, her vision was quickly attracted by the black giant tower growing from the edge of the Nalda building. Is this the Hades tower that Rhylock mentioned? Lolly's looked again and again, and after confirming that she had never had this thing in her memory, she could only suspect that this giant tower was built here after the Empire turned into a desert. The others were also surprised by the tower, and took a few breaths. As for the ruins under the yellow sand, they just took a casual look, and were not interested in the ruins of Nardu. After all, in addition to Nardu, there are many abandoned cities in the desert, no matter east, south, west or north of Mitsuki Spring. As long as an adult Somp can easily find these evidences of the past civilization in the vast yellow sand. But it is hard to say whether there are any remaining wealth under the ruins. Your Highness, what should we do now? Go down directly. Rhylock, who was very familiar and had been trying to get closer to Lolly's, suddenly asked. I feel a little dangerous. This tower always gives me an uneasy premonition. Rhylock's words were meaningful, but Lolly shook her hair indifferently, freed from confusion, and immediately answered. It's okay. Don't worry. As long as we don't enter, and don't get close to the tower, it's fine. Besides, my goal this time is not this. Come with me later. I take you there. Lolly's had already thought about what they should do after finding Nalda on the way. But you still have to be careful. There may be those monsters around. Now, it's up to you. Tony-san. She turned her eyes to the side. The druid, who was also shocked by the tower, had the same expression as the others, and his expression did not change. Tony-san Staghelm was a little stuttering and panicked by Lolly's light sweep, but he still said smoothly that everything was up to him. So, the team, feeling the thin and slightly cool summer night breeze on the top of the sand dune, set out on the road down the mountain soon. It is worth mentioning that there are more traces of the Sand Soul shadow than before. Gordon Sand Soul has not made any movement in the past few hours. Just like when he just entered the heart of the Roaring Dunes. The state and reaction are completely inconsistent with the location of this tower in the Roaring Dunes. And it is also inconsistent with Gordon's habit of mastering the Sand Soul shadow for so many days. After all, those monsters always like to occupy the dunes. If it is normal, the larger the dunes occupied by the Sand Soul, the greater their strength. It makes no sense that this dune that can surround the city, and the tower has no reaction from the Sand Soul. However, these doubts were covered by the expectations after climbing the dunes. So it was not until he went down the mountain that Gordon faced this problem for the first time. Here, will it be possible? However, this thought was quickly thrown out of Gordon's mind and ignored. After all, if there are really powerful monsters, they will probably attack as soon as they appear on the top of the sand dune. And there is no time to wait until they get down the mountain. It's just a fuss. And with the 20-man team trekking, about an hour later, everyone came down from this long sand dune that was thousands of meters high. Going down the mountain is much more difficult than going up the mountain. But fortunately, after spending so much time, the ruins of Nalda are already in sight. Of course, the black tower that pierces the sky is not far away from them. As soon as they got down the mountain, Lolly's went to a dune not far from the ruins of Nalda. After probing with a long sword for a few times, relying on force, he successfully made a large pit 2 or 3 meters deep, and then saw a metal wall at the bottom. And then everyone watched Lolly's tinkering at the bottom of the pit, jumping up and down, speaking a language that everyone couldn't understand, and cut his finger with a sword in the middle, dripping blood on the metal wall. However, everything was in vain. The wall was still the same wall. No matter how Lolly's acted, it remained unmoved. Everyone looked at it in silence. If Lolly's had not behaved normally before, they might have thought she was under an illusion. However, Gordon, who was proficient in language, understood that the red-haired girl in front of him was communicating with the wall. She used the ancient language to call the metal door that had once been an active door for people to pass through. But there was no response. Whether it was her call or her blood, the wall remained motionless. After a long while, Lolly's finally gave up and led everyone to the gate of the ruins of Nalda without saying a word. Her expression was no longer depressed, as if she had thought of a way to save the city. Colt, it's up to you now. Go and find this kind of statue in the building with the dragon head. Collect it, and then give it to me. I tell you the location of the buildings one by one. As the decision-maker of the team, Lollies first asked Tony-san whether there were any traces of Sand Soul activities here. After getting the answer, she directly sent out the Wanderer Colt, who had always been a candidate for exclusion, and another Ranger Jelani in the team, and then began to explain the details carefully. Before ensuring safety, she would definitely not make plans to let everyone enter the ruins. Just like what happened at the entrance outside the city just now. Explore slowly. For safety's sake. Anyway, she is familiar with the terrain of the city of Nalda, so she only needs to let a few fast runners collect the keys to the underground city. That's right. Just now, after she found that the two methods of calling and dripping blood could not make the magic door obey her wishes, she remembered that there is another way to open the key to the underground city. That is to collect the statues hidden in several official halls in the city, which can be used as temporary keys. This function is known to only a few high-ranking officials in the city, and a distinguished imperial princess like Lollies. Colt and another ranger had no objection. After all, scouts were here to do this. Moreover, he did not think that this ruin was very dangerous. But the only thing that made him a little troubled was that this ruin exposed on the surface was obviously a relatively large project. It would take a lot of time for two people to collect things in the Dragon Head Mark building in the ruins that were like a ghost inn. Therefore, Colt still begged Lollies to send her more people. And Lollies agreed after a little consideration. However, in addition to the few people arranged, she also let herself participate in it. Although it caused a lot of controversy. When thinking of Lollies' own strength, many candidates who said that the king should not take risks personally shut up. So, the team of 20 people was divided into two teams. One inside and one outside. And the two teams matched each other, and were ready to respond at any time. And when Lollies really led his men into Narda, past the collapsed city gate, and saw the charred marks of the city wall burned by the flames under the erosion of the yellow sand, she parted with everyone and walked slowly in the middle of the street, carrying the memory of the prosperous and crowded scene in the past, and overlapped with the desolate and empty ruins in front of her. An unprecedented sense of blockage filled her heart, and she had an urge to roar to the sky, as if she could vent her resentment in this way. Why? Why let her walk on the earth hundreds of years later? Let her bear all this alone. Bear all this? The suffering imposed on her by time. When Lollies really faced the ruins of Nardu, her heart that was determined to restore the country was shaken. The feeling of despair was like a breeding bacteria, occupying Lollies' entire heart at once. Because at this moment, she saw the remains of the buildings after the destruction of Nardu for the first time in the true sense. And also faced the history in the true sense. Not in her mind. Of course, the bigger reason came from the frustration just now. Now she couldn't even open the door of the underground city. How could she restore the country? Moreover, the rationality in her mind told Lollies to rebuild such a huge city, even if hundreds of thousands of laborers were employed and they did not eat or drink, it would take 7 or 8 years. And cities like Narda, there are no less than 10 cities in the entire empire. And there are as many as 100 city-states smaller than this one. Can she really restore the country and revive the empire? Or is she qualified? Although her strength combined with the ancient weapons in her hands can be comparable to that of a 7th level or even 8th level professional, she and the current strength of Mitsuki Izumi alone, even if they all come out, I am afraid they will not be able to shake the oases and city-states in the desert where legendary strongmen are stationed. If Mitsuki Izumi was not located too close to the roaring dunes, I am afraid that the Somp people's own oasis would be gone. At this moment, Lollies thought a lot, and even her hand could not help but clench the emblem given to her by the statue dragon. There was an impulse lingering in her mind, as if to say, pray to it, and you can share the pressure on him. Restoring the country is still too heavy for her. This way you can take a breath. But she finally opened her mouth silently, and pinched the emblem again. Cold and piercing. Let her reason return. So, she silently raised her sword and walked step by step towards the corner of this strange street that seemed familiar and extremely familiar. After walking 3 more corners, you can collect the first key to the underground city. A bull statue that symbolizes power. As the eldest princess of the empire, she naturally knows how to open the passage to the underground city of Nalda. In the city of Narda, the statues placed in several important official halls belonging to the imperial forces are important keys. Although it is uncertain whether these statues are still there after hundreds of years. Will they have been eroded by the yellow sand? Or were they damaged, lost, Or left behind in the first disaster? Whenever she thought of these questions, Lollies avoided thinking too much. After all, the keys were always kept in a safe place, and the above examples would not happen. Moreover, at that time, she thought more about entering the underground city in the previous way, rather than using temporary keys. But half an hour later, when the people scattered in the city gathered again at the gate of the city, Lolly's face inevitably showed a touch of embarrassment when she saw that she only found 2 of the 6 keys. She didn't find it herself. Just now, she almost searched the entire shabby meeting hall, but she didn't find the statue under the 7th brick after entering the door. The consequences of this are very serious. The key is gone. It means that they can't open the door of the underground city. But if they choose to dig with their bare hands, it is simply unrealistic. Are they going to return empty-handed? Lacey was a little unwilling. So, some people set their sights on the black tower that was 1 nardette away from them. Since the underground city cannot be entered, perhaps that tower will have what they want. Of course, the fear of the unknown is greater than greed. So when Lacey found that Narda could no longer bring them benefits, she thought of returning. Everyone had no objection to this proposal, but they felt a little regretful that they had come to the ruins with great difficulty and got nothing. But at Lacey's insistence, they packed up and prepared to leave Narda. However, before they set off, they didn't notice the little black mouse that had always liked to stay on the top of Tony's son Deer Helmet's head had disappeared. It disappeared, and Tony's son Deer Helmet also returned to his natural state, and even showed a hint of relief at the corners of his eyebrows. Chapter 328 Exploring the Tower, with the departure of Lollies and her group. The originally lonely ruins of Naldut, the former military capital, now look even more desolate. The vitality just now was like the budding of an old tree, but in fact it was only a flash in the pan. Gordon looked back at Lollies and her group, who had become black spots on the hillside, and no longer hesitated. He directly transformed into his original dragon body, and used Sand Walk to swim freely under the ruins in the sea of sand. It was not interested in this ruin, so it had been watching them jumping up and down here with a cold eye. In the end, it still failed to successfully open the underground city passage. It was not until they were about to leave that it sneaked out and prepared for its own trip to the Mage Tower. The phantom-like ruins of the ancient city quickly retreated from both sides of Gordon's vision, and were replaced by the increasingly tall and huge black tower in front of him, until Gordon's dragon head floating on the yellow sand passed through the low and dilapidated gate of the Naldut ruins. The whole view of the tower white pillar rooted in the desert was revealed in front of it. It was unknown what kind of stone was used to build the foundation to support this spire that could reach the sky and parallel to the sand dunes. Even from the perspective of a dragon like Gordon, this wizard tower was magnificent and grand. If a human was randomly brought to the base of the tower, he would probably not realize that it was a tower, but would only think that it was a smooth wall that continued to extend to both sides. Only the crystallization of magic can create such a treasure. Gordon couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and at the same time, his body began to patrol around the tower, but did not approach, because according to the description of the wizard tower in the Dragon Heritage, there must be defensive measures around these tall and hard buildings, whether summoning the golem or the spirit crystal servant in the tower, or triggering the magic trap drawn on the tower. It is not worth the loss. Of course, it is not ruled out that under the baptism of time, the various facilities in the tower will become ineffective or even damaged. But with the precedent of the Blue City, Gordon felt that as the Mage Tower of Galmadon, it must be prepared in this regard. Otherwise, after hundreds of years, his successor will get nothing? Then do you still want to pass on the Planeswalker well? Therefore, whether it is the action or the test of this Mage Tower, Gordon is very cautious. Until Gordon saw the tall door on the other side of the tower, which is more than 10 meters high and seems to be used to receive giants. It was shocked, and its pupils shrank slightly, and then expanded rapidly, not because of anything else. But the door is half open. Half open? Gordon's claws drilled out from under the sand, rubbed his eyes, and after making sure that he was not mistaken, he said with surprise that it was impossible. How come it's open? Could it be that the magic door and secret door that are essential to the Mage Tower are really ineffective? With this curiosity, Gordon came to the door and knocked lightly with his claws on the metal door. A crisp and pleasant echo came from the crack of the door. Gordon waited patiently and politely for 3 minutes. When he found that there was no response to the knocking, He confirmed that there was no tower spirit like the Sanqing city. Then he pushed open the heavy door that was already filled with yellow sand in the gap with a little force. The metal door made a sharp whistle as it rubbed against the yellow sand ground. And in front of Gordon, a deep corridor that was large enough for him to enter was revealed. At the end of the corridor, a faint glowing light came from the end. Gordon pulled his body out of the sand like pulling a carrot. And then he entered the building with his whole body, accompanied by the closing of the door again. The world inside the tower was dark, with only the long light at the end guiding the direction. However, the dark vision allowed Gordon to see clearly. The walls on both sides of the corridor were also like dragon nests, carved with stories and paintings about the owner of the tower. From the familiar pictures above, Gordon could easily conclude that the owner of this tower was Galmadon. It just seemed that a lot of artistic processing was added, such as the young man who talked in front of the blue dragon without any fear, and the young wizard who successfully won the love of the bronze dragon through his own efforts and proposed to him. In this way, Gordon slowly walked forward in this corridor full of legendary wizards' experiences, and walked towards the end of the bright light. On the way, Gordon also saw the prototype of this high tower building in the murals. The wizard stood on the high platform, and beside him was a beautiful girl in gorgeous clothes. Below were tens of thousands of people watching them, and the crowd was noisy, and the mural was full of festive atmosphere. And farther away was an indescribable white plain. From the position and the exposed buildings at the corners, it can be inferred that it was the initial appearance of the white pillar of the dome. It is worth mentioning that when the roaring desert was painted, everything was normal, and even green plants could be seen all around, which was completely inconsistent with the yellow sand all over the ground today. And somehow, Gordon looked at the beautiful woman standing next to Galmadon and felt a little familiar. But after looking carefully, Gordon found that the woman actually had a long tail, which was painted very delicately. If you don't look carefully, you may not be able to recognize it. Snakeman? Gordon thought about it carefully and found that there was no image of her in his memory. So he gave up. After all, it might just be a coincidence. In his mind, he could only tease Galmadon for playing. He was always connected with snakes and dragons. If it was in the previous life, he might have been given various titles such as Grass Python Hero and Dragon Riding Son-in-Law. After that, Gordon continued to look at the next painting. About 10 minutes later, Gordon, with his wings folded, poked his head at the end of the corridor, and then saw a circular pool covering more than hundreds of square meters. He didn't know much about the Mage Tower, but he had a general understanding of its function. This was the most core driving component of the Mage Tower, the energy pool. If you want to make an analogy, then the effect of the energy pool is equivalent to the battery of an electric toy. But it's dry? Gordon looked at the bottom of the pool, which was almost dry and no longer had any energy liquid, and couldn't help but fall into confusion. You know, in the past few years in Sanqing City, there has been no emissions in the Mage Tower. The pool has dried up, and the tower spirits inside can operate normally. But why is the Mage Tower standing here in a pool withering and decaying? Its heart suddenly became heavy, because this also means a very high probability that it will end up like Layla's in vain. This made it think of the great catastrophe that broke the magic network 3 years ago, and the out-of-control magic tide. Could it be because of this? That made the Mage Tower standing in the roaring sand dunes wither in time. But the time doesn't match, whether it is the sculpture or the dust and sand on the ground. It can be easily seen that these are obviously not accumulated in 1 or 2 years. In other words, the history of the collapse of the white pillar of the sky. This tower that once served the legendary wizard collapsed earlier, perhaps at the beginning. The appearance was only lost a little, and the secret door and the password door were still valid. But after experiencing the uncontrolled magic tide, this caused the internal system of this tower, which was already struggling to maintain the wizard tower, to completely collapse. The dazzling magic luster of the tower's surface disappeared, and it became an ordinary gray-black rock. Only the emblem engraved with the hexagram is still under this blue sky and star curtain, proving the glory of the former owner of this building. Gordon explored the room that once belonged to the energy pool and found that except for a few rare materials that could not be taken away or broken, there was only a ground of gemstone ashes that had lost energy. It was terrible barrenness. But this is normal. The energy pool originally has several small vortexes that serve as links to the astral world and other elemental planes, and then guides the elements and other energies into the pool, allowing them to fully merge, transform, exert, and refine in various processes. Finally, it became the energy pool water for the Mage Tower for daily use and even combat, which is actually the same as another architectural effect of the Mage Tower. This building was also seen by Gordon on the upper level of the energy pool. There are no less than 20 small pools densely packed in a space larger than the energy pool. Due to the width and height of the stairs, Gordon's dragon form is limited. It is now using its transformation talent to transform into a plain black cat, strolling leisurely in the tower. Of course, it is mainly because this form is the most flexible, fast, and convenient for traveling. In order to avoid going out to collect materials, many mages, in addition to energy pools, also built a lot of small pools in the tower that communicated with a certain plane or a mixed element plane. Through these vortexes that connected to different planes, the pools would be filled with some special liquid, whether it is strong acid, fire glue, lamp oil, holy water, wine. It is possible. However, these pools are not dried up like the energy pool layer. On the contrary, except for a small part of them, most of them are still full. However, it is likely that with the drying up of the energy pool, the effect of the pool restoring the liquid on a daily basis may not be achieved. In other words, in simple terms, these are liquids that have been stored for a long time, but they still exist because no one uses them. Gordon endured the various smells of decay, wine, deterioration, dead water, etc. in the air, and looked at the pools one by one. However, in the end, the only ones that were still useful were probably those functional pools, such as those that could produce strong acid, or holy water, and wine. The pools storing the flaming jelly were left exposed to the air for a long time and evaporated, leaving not a drop. The other dozen pools either deteriorated, or rotted, or lost their original effects due to time. Gordon did not sigh. Although the harvest from the second layer was not as good as the first layer, at least it could infer when the vortex connecting the elemental plane stopped from the liquid content in these deteriorated pools. It's just that this is a long process and requires a long record. And after the small vortex is repaired, together with the elemental plane, the accurate number can be obtained by multiplying, dividing, adding and subtracting the full value of the pool. After searching for a while, Gordon did not stop at the pool level, but continued to walk towards the long spiral staircase and headed towards the third floor. It is worth mentioning that although Gordon did not find anything valuable, he still found several white glass balls the size of a human fist in the energy pool and the pool. Although the estimated value was only a few hundred gold coins, the location of the glass balls was always found by it at a high place. It guessed that this might be the observation eye used by the mage to observe the overall situation, which has the same effect as the reconnaissance guard set up by Gordon in the dragon nest. The only difference is that the limitation of the reconnaissance guard may be only one side, while the observation eye is the kind with no blind spots at 360 degrees. Obviously this is a good medium. Gordon guessed that in the hands of Nina or Celia, it would be better played. The distance from the third floor to the second floor is obviously much higher. At least Gordon turned into the body of a black cat and climbed hundreds of stairs before he could vaguely see the light from above. 5 minutes later, Gordon finally stepped onto the third floor, and what he saw was a desert. Gordon stood in the corridor covered with velvet carpets, looking through the wooden door at the small desert the size of several football fields inside, with a confused look on his face. Can anyone tell me, what does it mean that the legendary wizard placed a desert on the third floor of the wizard tower? Normally, it is not a hall for entertaining guests or a garden for growing magical herbs. Or when this place was built, there was no desert nearby, and Galmadon moved a large piece of it here to experience the desert style? Or was it prepared for the snake girl? A bunch of useless thoughts jumped around in Gordon's mind. Absurd. Funny. Serious. Anyway, as long as it was related, it went through Gordon's mind. But in the end, when Gordon looked at the remains of dried plants and trees, and the plaque inscribed with Galmadon and Lilina's garden, he accepted the setting that the third floor was once an arcane garden facility. But why did it turn into yellow sand? Just like the roaring sand dunes? Gordon walked and patrolled the third floor of the Mage Tower, which looked like an indoor ski resort. It soon reached the end and collected a lot of magic materials and glass beads that were still valuable after being dried. This unexpected harvest still made Gordon overjoyed. Of course, it was still a little angry about the destruction of the Mage Tower, which greatly reduced its income from this expedition. If this place had not been turned into sand, and the mage tower had been running until now, what a rich scene it would have been. There are a variety of old plants, herbs, and alchemical materials everywhere, which are rare for outside mages. Whenever he thought of this, Gordon wanted to pull out the destroyed creatures here and grind them to ashes. How much did it lose? He felt so sad when he saw it. And Nina would probably cry when she saw it. It was all gold coins. But even so, the third floor still brought Gordon more than 3,000 gold coins. Just when Gordon was fully loaded, stepped out of the corridor, walked up to the next floor, and was about to go to the fourth floor. As it climbed the stairs step by step, halfway, its heart suddenly sank, and its paws fell. The whole cat was pressed into a cat pancake by the pressure, and its eyes also paid a little surprise, because the heavy pressure that suddenly came into the body was not anything else, but because of its sand soul will. It had a violent reaction. The root cause of the tower's decline seemed to have been unveiled a little. Chapter 329 passed. Search the black cat barely stood up on the steps, and its deep animal eyes were full of anxiety. The will of the sand soul will not deceive its senses. That is to say, there is a will higher up in this wizard tower, which is a king of sand souls that has a crushing attitude towards it. Still, do you want to go up? This is a question. The warning signs have appeared in advance. If it continues to take a step up, then the next journey can be called a death wish. Gordon thought for a long time. In this dark stairwell with only black and white colors, the black cat did not move. It was accompanied by eternal darkness. Fortunately, the dark vision allowed it to easily walk on flat ground in this abandoned wizard tower without worrying about dog blood events such as stepping on empty ground, until the fine sand on the steps under its feet had caused a rubbing sensation on it. Gordon gently put his right paw up, and then the other paw synchronized, repeating the action on the other side, and the black cat flexibly climbed up a step after another. Finally, Gordon decided to go up. There was no reason. He just wanted to go up. Besides, he could comfort himself that he was just a projection of a star spirit now, so it wouldn't be a loss if he died. After all, if he was allowed to return to the main material plane in disgrace, he would be unwilling and embarrassed. Although the threat just now was really terrible, but it also exposed another thing. That is, why did this seemingly powerful sand soul will not take action against them who were like ants? This was the reliance, or the bet, for it to dare to continue to move upwards. It bets that the nameless sand soul can't do anything now, or it can't do anything to them because of some unspeakable secret and limitation. After all, there were so many people just now, and it's unreasonable for this sand soul hidden in the mage tower not to be alarmed. And there's no reason not to do anything. Soon, as Gordon stepped up the steps step by step, the door of the corridor on the third floor below was dim. It became thinner and weaker until it was almost gone. The diameter of the surrounding gap gradually increased with its height, and soon it changed from a stairwell with a diameter of less than 5 meters to a stairwell with a diameter of more than 20 meters, or even 50 meters, getting bigger and bigger, just like there is a hollow upside-down mage tower in the mage tower. It is worth mentioning that Gordon did not find the magic traps and trigger devices that the mages often engraved in the tower in the stairwell or corridor. On the contrary, as the height increased, the light became brighter and brighter, not because of anything else, but it seemed that on the third floor, the walls of the stairwell had begun to be inlaid with glowing white crystals, instead of candle ornaments like the court of the old century. Gordon stood at the staircase where light and darkness met, his expression calm. What a luxury! If it were another dragon, it would have gone crazy by now. It looked up at the endless sky dome made of white crystal, and this thought came to its mind, and it also secretly sighed that the profession of mage was far more wealthy than the dragon could imagine. Here, the white crystal worth no less than tens of thousands of gold coins was used for lighting. The mage was really fast, with the light emitted from the surroundings. Gordon saw the first floating bridge corridor connected to the spiral staircase under the dome surrounded by white crystal walls, which was about 50 meters above its location. After a few ups and downs, Gordon arrived at the hub center of the fourth floor of the escalator. Different from the previous room, this floor is connected to 4 rooms, and there is a white floating bridge suspended in the air in front of each room. Gordon looked at the doors in 4 directions, and then silently sensed how far the pressure from the source of the sand souls was from it. Then he found the floating bridge in one direction, took cautious small steps, and gently pushed open the half-closed door. This door was the only one that was not closed, and Gordon was very curious about what was inside. However, after pushing it open, a strange room with a height of about 3 meters appeared in front of Gordon. Compared with the arcane garden just now, this room was obviously much smaller. But even so, it was much larger than the top-floor mansion of 2,000 square meters in Gordon's previous life. Gordon suspected that the rooms here had the effect of folding space. Otherwise, based on the area Gordon saw outside the tower, it would be impossible for such a large area of the Mage Tower room to appear. The interior of this strange room seemed a bit messy and gray, and the wind and sand had obviously spread here. Besides the obscure rune rituals on the ground, there were also scattered torture instruments, shackles, and chairs. There were many of them, and they were all different models. Some large, some small. The large ones could tie up Gordon's neck, and the small ones could only tie up a cat. At first glance, it was very strange, like a prison. However, in the southwest corner of the room, there was a fallen bookcase, a high-backed chair with broken legs, and 7 or 8 sheepskin-covered books scattered on the ground, lying together on the floor of the huge room, which looked very untidy. There were no windows on the walls, and there were no white crystals for lighting, but there was a magic pattern called solidity on it, and there was a wall that was obviously charred, as if it was burned by fire. It approached it. Soon, Gordon's observation of the wall ended. It vaguely knew which room in the Mage Tower it was. However, it still needed to be confirmed. After Gordon took a few steps, past the strange iron torture instruments, walked to the southwest corner of the prison-like room, and opened the book lying flat on the first page. Gordon's uncertainty turned into certainty. This is the binding room specially built by the owner of the Mage Tower for summoning from another world. And it is a binding room that has a blessing effect on demon creatures. Gordon covered the hundreds of pages of parchment book Introduction to Demonology of the Abyss with one hand, thinking with certainty. At the same time, it did not forget to put other basic books in its bag, which are all good teaching materials. However, Gordon looked at the ground after picking up the book. His pupils shrank slightly, but soon returned to his usual appearance. After that, he searched in an orderly manner. Gordon also found glass balls specially used for surveillance in several other high places in the room. He collected them one by one, and then swept the room. Except for those that he couldn't take away, Gordon temporarily stuffed them into his dimensional bag. Of course, the harvest was still pitifully small, but he still collected all the valuable ones one by one, except for the various torture instruments used on demons. In fact, these shackles and tools that can detain demons are good materials and have considerable value. But it doesn't know any of the inscriptions and corresponding passwords on them. It can only be used as scraps. Gordon simply didn't take them with him to occupy his few dimensional spaces. Stepping out of the demon binding room, Gordon walked towards other floating bridges. The other 3 rooms were similar to the demon binding room, and were specially used to summon corresponding creatures, such as elemental creatures, humanoid creatures. In simple terms, as long as the mage uses the binding method, advanced oath binding, secondary oath binding, and magic array spells in the corresponding room when performing an alien summon, the spell immunity and casting level check will be improved. The probability of failure of the summoned creature's test to resist the summon will also be reduced. And in the room, it is just like using the magic array and dimension anchor spell. Any creature of the type summoned will be affected by the energy gathered in the tower and weakened. In short, it is a landmark building that the mage will definitely build in the Mage Tower. Unless the mage is not interested in research and only thinks about how to turn himself into a turret. The exploration of the 4th floor took Gordon about half an hour, and the results were not great. But he did collect a lot of various biological illustrations and parchments, which made up for some of Gordon's deficiencies in his knowledge of alien creatures. In addition, the value of the materials was close to 1,000 gold coins. It was really a bit embarrassing. After all, this was the wizard tower of a legendary wizard. After finishing the 4th floor, Gordon hardly stopped and set off for the 5th floor, although it was not clear how many floors this wizard tower had. After all, Galmadon Planeswalker Notebook did not write it, but it was certain that the number of floors of this wizard tower would not stop until the library, sealing room, collection room, experimental hall, exhibition hall, restaurant, mentioned in the notebook came out. After all of the above are the benchmarks of the Mage Tower presented from the perspective of Galmadon in the diary. The floating corridor on the 5th floor came faster than Gordon had imagined. In less than 100 steps, Gordon came to the hub of the next floor. There were only 2 floating corridors. But compared with the previous floor, the white crystal tower wall on this floor had a circular corridor that was the same as the floating corridor surrounding this floor. There were more than 10 room doors, all of which were yellow wooden doors that looked like they could be broken with a poke against the white background wall. They were particularly eye-catching. Gordon randomly chose a way to go in, then pushed it open and found it was locked. It did not act rashly. First, it carefully observed whether there were any magic patterns drawn on the door, just like on the previous floor. After confirming that there was no risk, it used brute force to open it. So, when the floating corridors made a creaking sound due to Gordon's huge body, the wooden door had already shattered. And then the dragon just now disappeared, and a slow black cat walked in. As soon as he entered, Gordon knew that this floor was worthless. Looking at the hotel-like attire on the floor, Gordon knew that this floor should be the living room for the servants of the Mage Tower. That is, the magic apprentices. Gordon entered the living room of this suite used for receiving guests. There were several doors inside. Gordon pushed them open one by one and found that they were ordinary bedrooms and study rooms. And of course, there was also a special meditation room. It is worth mentioning that these objects, coffee tables and chairs, were neatly arranged as they were hundreds of years ago. But they were covered with a little dust, and there was no sign of being moved. Obviously, this is a room that has been uninhabited for many years. Gordon also remembered that Galmadon had written in his notebook. He didn't have many apprentices in this world. Not because they were not talented enough, but because some of his magic experiments could be done by magic servants. And there was no need to use apprentices to conduct magic experiments. So he didn't recruit many. But what's interesting is that he also found glass balls here. But they were in the meditation room, not in other bedrooms. Obviously, he was worried that the apprentices would meditate and communicate with the magic network. Gordon was a little surprised that Galmadon was so careful behind the scenes. The search of the 5th floor was just as Gordon imagined, except for the bedroom, study, meditation room, laboratory and other room layouts. Each room was exactly the same. There were a total of 15 rooms, only 5 of which showed signs of being lived in, and even fewer things were collected. However, there was something that Gordon wanted very much, and he finally found it when searching the 11th apprentice's bedroom. This is a 4-bedroom, 1 living room with a feminine atmosphere. Whether it is the withered plants in the vase, the potted plants placed on the balcony, the paintings hanging on the wall, or the carefully prepared tablecloths, they all prove the taste of the owner of the house, who is an elegant aristocrat. The gorgeous cord dress in the bedroom closet and the dolls on the bedside all indirectly prove the gender of the owner of the house. Of course, the most important thing is that when Gordon searched for a locked drawer under the desk full of debris and manuscripts, he found a delicate sheepskin book whose appearance was still beautiful even after hundreds of years. There are also 2 carefully made artificial flowers on the sheepskin cover, hanging in the upper right corner and the lower left corner of the back. There is a line of gold-plated fonts in the middle and lower part of the front, which is full of artistic atmosphere. The language mastery brought by the Planeswalker naturally allows Gordon to recognize what this line of gold-plated fonts represents. A name, Tangeli Rhinemafa, a very feminine name. And when Gordon opened the first page, he knew that this was what he wanted. This is a diary. From the girl thoughts on the first page, Gordon understood. The first day Naruto left the oasis. May the omnipotent Yuhara bless him and let him successfully return to the oasis. I also want him to take me to catch mountain goats in the desert. The first few pages all record the daily prayers of a man and a girl as a beginning. Gordon flipped through it quickly. And soon, on the 5th page, Gordon found what he wanted to know. Oh, it's raining. Thanks to the omnipotent Yohara, who gave us the source of life. The oasis is alive again. Besides, today seems to be the day when the merchants from Guluman come to the oasis to sell those new things. Unfortunately, I have to leave. Last time, I brought spices that are often used by southern nobles. What will I bring this time? Alas, it's a pity that I have to go with Grandpa Layton to visit a very powerful guy today. He is the one who made His Majesty mobilize so many laborers to build a tower for him. I am really looking forward to it. It is said that this time I can also see that tower. After listening to her description, Gordon knew that the tower was the white pillar of the dome. Chapter 330 Tang Jili Diary. Gordon flipped through the diary of the mage apprentice named Tang Jili for about half an hour before he turned to the end. The diary text, which was written in the first person by Tang Jili and spanned 5 years, was also recorded in Gordon's mind. According to the diary, Tang Jili was the first batch of mage apprentices to enter the tower, and also the last batch. Except for these few, Gormadon did not continue to recruit apprentices, and even the rooms prepared on the 5th floor were not full before they were closed. There were only 5, except for one apprentice brought in by Gormadon himself from outside. The others were all children of the rich and powerful in the oasis. However, in the second week after entering the tower, 2 of them were persuaded to leave on the spot because of 2 wrong experimental accidents. Before they could tidy up their clothes, they were thrown out of the window by Gormadon's magic hand. There were only 3 apprentices who looked at each other in bewilderment, including the southern boy Kashatel, who was brought back from outside by Gormadon. Then the following diary content revolves around the 3 people novel apprentice life. On each diary page, Gordon can see the girl being amazed by the facilities in the tower, Gormadon spells, and all kinds of strange spells. And with this surprise, the ending that originally prayed for the tribe's lover Yuhara gradually changed to a story about another person. That genius apprentice actually spoke to me during the experiment today. I thought he was a mute, although his voice is as beautiful as a spring in the desert. It's a pity that he is a southerner, but it seems that Shani likes him. I have to remind Shani. Hee. I must dampen the southerner's arrogance today, so that he won't be so arrogant when doing experiments every day. I even made Sunny cry today. I rejected Sunny's confession. Damn it! Isn't the noble Sant, the eagle children in the desert, worthy of this loser, who can't even stand the blessing of the sun? I have to let him see how powerful I am. He agreed. Just wait for the end. I will make him too embarrassed to meet us, and he will have to avoid the laboratory. But if he loses, it doesn't matter. I have that. I won't lose. How is it possible? He actually lost to me? I can't sleep. Damn it. It's all because of this hateful southerner. What's so great about it? Didn't he master the fireball technique earlier than me and win the bet? Isn't it worth it to be so angry so early in the morning? Why are you knocking on my door so excitedly? I haven't even woken up yet. I won't default on my debt. Damn it. It's just one day of maid service. What do you think of me? How can Tang Jili Ryan Maffa be a man who doesn't keep his word? Damn it. He knocked on my door after 12 o'clock and asked me to go to his room. This guy is quite interesting, but a little stupid. As if he has something on his mind. What are you thinking about? Castell was actually a slave and lived in the arena for 3 years. No wonder he is so resistant to Shani. Her family runs the arena, but mine is not. No. Why should I be glad? The Tower Master praised him. This means that even the Tower Master is amazed by Cossatel progress. Is this a genius? Now I can only see his back. In the past, I was with him. Alas. Oh! He actually confessed to me in the corridor today. Omnipotent Yohara. Tell me, what should I do? And it seems that Sunny heard it too. So annoying. Will she bless us? Tang Jili doesn't write diaries often. Only when it's memorable or interesting. So her diary records that her attitude towards Kasartel changed from alienation at the beginning to closeness later, and accepted his confession. About 2 years later. And Gordon also learned about the story of the Mage Tower from the details of their quarrel, and learned about Gormadon from the side. That is, the image of the Tower Master in their mouths. Mysterious, not talking much. The rumored object of Her Majesty the Queen. In addition, he is indifferent, arrogant, and always the first to leave after the experiment. Only Kazart, the apprentice he personally rescued from the arena, has the opportunity to receive his personal guidance. As for Tang Jili and a noble girl named Shani, they were his foils. They couldn't even help Gormadon attentively, and the magic servants did it for them. Gordon also learned from the diary that the Wizard Tower had a total of 20 floors. The top floor was Gormadon Observatory and Divination Room. The second to last floor was his bedroom and treasure room. Tang Jili had never been there. She heard from Cassatel that he had accompanied Gormadon to the observatory, which made Tang Jili envious for a long time. After all, she always wanted to stand on a high place and overlook the desert. Unfortunately, the highest floor of the Wizard Tower she had been to was the 13th and 14th floors. These 2 floors were the sealed rooms in the Wizard Tower, which were the cages and dungeons in the words of the nobles. It's just that the unarmed prisoners, who committed political crimes, and the captured slaves were replaced by various extremely vicious and dangerous non-human creatures. If they are released carelessly, it will be a disaster. What about the 3-headed jackal who barks at himself when excited? And the green dragon who is obviously male, but always pretends to be female and discusses philosophy with Tang Jili right away? The Thorstone monster who eats and sleeps. And the abyss demon who is full of fire and seems to have endless energy. He struggles and curses Galmadon as a liar. These creatures have been taken care of by Tang Jili for a period of time. To say that he is taking care of them is actually to use detection magic regularly to see if the restraint array is working normally, and if there is anything unusual. Gordon didn't find it strange that there were these creatures in the Wizard Tower. You know, as a legendary wizard, it is normal to collect some interesting alien creatures for research. Some crazy wizards will even set their sights on the gods and evil spirits that everyone fears. It can be seen that the madness of this group of experimental lunatics has gone beyond the scope of human beings. No wonder some people say that the demise of Netheril, the once famous ancient magic empire, is doomed. Even if there is no madness of Karsus, there will be a second Karsus to lead Netheril to the grave. It is no wonder that the magic goddess Mistra will lower the authority of the magic network to the 9th level at that time, stopping at legendary spells. Otherwise, it is believed that it will not be long before the best of the group of mages will bring some surprises to the world full of scars. After all, after mastering powerful power, the group of mages, with their strong desire for knowledge, are too capable of making things happen. And they are also particularly strong in action. Of course, what is more worthy of Gordon's attention is what happened in the 3rd year after Tang Jili entered the Mage Tower. They were asked to leave the Mage Tower by Galmadon in the name of a mage trial. When they returned to report a year later, the tower where they had lived for more than 2 years had become different from usual and strange. First, the range of their activities was limited from the laboratory on the 11th floor to the reception hall on the 6th floor by the magic servants. They were not allowed to enter the library on the 7th and 8th floors. Even Cassitel was the same. His authority in the Mage Tower was also reduced to the 6th floor. You know, before leaving the Mage Tower, he could even go directly to the 15th floor of the Mage Tower, the workshop, through the stairs, and borrow the tower owner's instruments to make magic items and alchemical potions. Tang Jili once thought that this was the price of becoming a master. At that time, she was already a qualified 3rd-level mage who could use fireball magic. Similarly, she also gained love. After the successful confession, they were together through a year of adventure outside. Gordon didn't care about these. What he cared about more was that in the 3rd year of Gormadon, Tang Jili said that he was strange and became more withdrawn and less talkative. According to what his disciple Cassitel explained to his lover Tang Jili, it was because Gormadon found an ancient relic and found items related to the traces of the Time Dragon in it. But because he couldn't solve the puzzle, he was a little upset. He blocked the library and the upper part to protect the secret treasures related to the Time Dragon. He didn't intend to let others see it. Gordon was dumbfounded when he saw this information. A time dragon that is far away from the timeline of human civilization and only nests at the end of civilization or the timeline before civilization was born. Did Gormadon really find it? Not a delusion? But it continued to read. And then it breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that it just found a treasure that the Time Dragon had randomly buried. Although it was unknown why the Time Dragon did not reclaim this treasure. It was obviously a rare opportunity for Galmadon. Gordon naturally understood what Galmadon's lifelong wish was. Finding the Time Dragon. Mastering the power of time. Returning to the remote fishing village of Kalandu before it was destroyed by the Blue Dragon. And saving his dead parents and relatives. This has long become his obsession. But as a legendary dragon species, the Time Dragon is rarer than gods. Even if he is a legendary wizard, it is probably a waste of effort to search for it in the vast multiverse. Most people probably gave up long ago. But Galmadon, as a planeswalker, is naturally not an ordinary person. Through Tang Jili diary, Gordon speculated that it is likely that Galmadon made a deal with the god of this place, the Som god, Yohara, and thus obtained the traces of the Time Dragon and found the crucial key to finding the Time Dragon. A sealed 4-cornered golden long box, with a pattern drawn on the bottom of the coffin, which was left by the dragon that controls time. This is the information that Galmadon obtained after becoming a legendary wizard by reading a lot of adventure documents. and trading with wizard guilds and adventurer guilds in various worlds for treasures left by the Time Dragon, and even information about the Time Dragon itself. Whether it is the legendary warlock who was blessed by the Time Dragon and can teleport infinitely and travel through time and space, or the mark left on the item. It is exactly the same as the mark under the golden long box that Galmadin obtained. But if you can't decipher or open the item left by the Time Dragon, everything is in vain. However, according to Tang Jili Diary, not long after the 4th year of the new year, the martial law of the Mage Tower had ended, and she was practicing new energy spells in the special training ground for mages. She learned about the departure of the tower owner Galmadin through her lover, Casardal, and he continued to embark on the footsteps of looking for the Time Dragon. Although from the diary, Galmadin didn't know how Galmadin found the clues. It was obvious that Galmadin had obviously spent a lot of money to grasp the whereabouts of the Time Dragon this year. And Galmadin's departure did not mean that the mountain that weighed on Tang Jili and other mage apprentices disappeared. At that time, the affairs of the Mage Tower had been fully granted by Galmadin to the wise Taring Barton. At that time, Tang Jili Diary was almost full of complaints about the rigidity of the Taring, and she vowed that if she built a Mage Tower in the future, she would never use such a stupid Taring. After all, it was 3 hours of reading time in the library. If it exceeded 1 second, the tower spirit would not let Tang Jili stay any longer. The time limit and the task were to be exact. Obviously, unlike the Azure City in the main material plane of Galmadin, the tower spirit of the White Pillar seemed more rigid. However, Gordon thought of his previous inability to enter the Mage Tower because of his insufficient level as a planeswalker, and suddenly felt that there seemed to be no difference between the two tower spirits. It is worth mentioning that in Tang Jili Diary, the name of Shani, another apprentice in the Mage Tower, became less and less frequent with the confession of Casardal. Only in a diary after the confession did it say that Shani agreed to their relationship after knowing their relationship, and said that they could be good friends for life. Of course, these are all Tang Jili one-sided words. At least in the following diary, whether it is the adventure outside the tower or the communication inside the tower, Tang Jili Diary has mostly bypassed this former friend, except for the new discovery of magic, the sweet daily life with her boyfriend, and the troubles about the family. She rarely mentioned Shani, the noble girl, until the last few pages of the diary. Tang Jili mentioned Shani a few times. Shani seems to be a little bit abnormal recently. She looks pale. I asked her kindly if she needs to go to the temple for treatment, but she refused and looked at me with that look. Damn it! I let it go at the beginning. I take another scroll to ask her tomorrow. By the way, it seems that the well in Oasis City has no water. The plants have withered a lot. But didn't the teacher draw a magic circle leading to the water element plane below? How could this happen? Castell said he would go and have a look in a few days. And he also said that he could use this to improve the residents' favorability. In order to marry me? Hee. Dear Cossatel went to check with the temple staff. I hope they are okay. I wanted to go too, but I asked Sani to help patrol the 13th and 14th floors, but she refused. There was nothing I could do. Alas, her physical condition. This page is still slightly normal, but the weirdness comes in the next page of the diary. And it was only a week after Sani's abnormality. On the last page of parchment, there were crooked handwritings, totally different from Tang Jili elegant noble handwriting. But anyone who knows handwriting can confirm that this is Tang Jili handwriting. On the parchment, the red ink that the noble girl loved the most had turned black and red due to time. Just like dried blood. Shani! She crazy! She actually opened that box. She crazy! We will all be killed by her. Chapter 331 Library. Encounter we will all be killed by her. This sentence in Tang Jili Diary is a bit incoherent, but Gordon can easily infer from the previous information. The drying up of the wells in the city, the current appearance of Nardet, and the secret treasure of the Time Dragon. It can be easily inferred that Shani madness is likely related to the sand souls that are rampant here, although it is unknown who came to finish it at that time, and what happened to the owner of the diary. But from the deserted wizard tower, and the desolation of the surroundings, Gordon can judge that although the disaster released by Shani is limited to a certain range, it has not been eliminated so far. The next page of the diary does not record life as usual. Starting from the last sentence, it also implies the end of the owner. In other words, Galmadin did not return to Apal before leaving to find the treasure of the Time Dragon. Since that departure. Otherwise, His Planeswalker notebook would not have mentioned the current situation of the White Pillar, or the experience, unless Galmadon deliberately pitted him. But through a series of operations in the Fairy Wilds, Gordon still tended to believe that Galmadon had never returned to the White Pillar of the Dome in the Apal world. He just abandoned this high tower that cost a lot of money here, although he didn't know how the disaster that Tang Jili mentioned was solved in the end. But after knowing that Galmadon had never come back, Gordon was no longer interested in the follow-up. After all, the results were clearly in front of him. The ravages of the Sand Soul Legion were obvious, and the people who sealed the disaster failed. Now it just wants to put the relics of this tower in its arms, and then slowly fleece the Sand Soul Shadow outside, so as to improve its own strength, and protect itself and the people around it in the turmoil of the gods and the catastrophe of the saints. By the way, I wonder how Celia and Nina are doing, whether the shapeshifter has acted according to his plan, and whether the oral incident in the north has ended. Gordon was thinking while lying on the carpet in the bedroom. He quickly closed the diary in front of him with his claws and put it in the dimension bag, so that he could read it any time in the future. Then his front paws stretched forward, and stretched the cat body stiffened by long hours of reading. Then, regardless of the messy folds of the carpet, he left the room directly, with steady steps. Obviously, he had digested the information he had just learned from the diary, and was ready to continue to explore upwards. The 6th floor. Gordon learned from Tang Jili diary that there was a reception hall with a restaurant, a leisure room and other functions. The harvest. There must be nothing except the glass ball used for surveillance. However, when Gordon stood at the rotating hub on the 6th floor, looking at the transparent glass room made of unknown materials at the end of the suspended corridor, and the magnificent desert view outside the tower, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Mage Tower hundreds of years ago was so high-tech and so fun. The 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows are one way. It had not seen any glass outside the Mage Tower except the hexagram, all of which were black and gray. These mages are really willing to spend huge sums of money to increase their comfort experience, or to say that they have reached the realm of legendary mages, or are spellcasters with a legendary planeswalker profession, and are likely to have no shortage of money. Gordon is more inclined to the latter. After all, whether it is the Demon Lord of the Abyss or the Devil Duke of the Nine Hells, they who have the ability to travel through the planes at will seem to have no shortage of money, or are not interested in gold coins, silver coins, etc. The currency there is all based on biological souls, for the currency system of the multiverse or the dragon heritage of Gotan. These currency systems that seem unbalanced at first glance are not a big deal, because whether it is the Abyss or the main material plane, or the lawful Nine Hells, the essence is still the same. The bigger the fist, the harder the truth. Even if you are rich, when facing a life and death crisis, those wealth will only accelerate your death, rather than stagnate, or lose money to avoid disaster. The White Dragon is a good example. Any adventurer or businessman who tries to bribe the White Dragon is likely to die because of the amount of wealth he takes out, compared to others giving. Hunters and cunning nature of the White Dragon prefer to be a hunter to get its due reward. The search on the 6th floor is faster than the 5th floor, because there is nothing blocking the view, and the only valuable things on the 6th floor are probably the tableware in the restaurant, which are all made of silver, and a few are mixed with gold and broken gems. At first glance, it is elegant and precious. The overall value is about 2,000 gold coins. It was a pleasant surprise. Gordon helped to keep it. It would be bad to leave it in the restaurant to collect dust, and no one would use it. After the tableware was harvested, Gordon's luck on the 6th floor was not so good. In addition to finding a few bone carvings with artistic and ornamental value on the cabinet in the leisure room, there was nothing else. About 3,000 gold coins. That was all Gordon harvested on the 6th floor. Compared with ordinary adventures of the same level, this free wealth was extremely profitable. But for a dilapidated legendary wizard tower that no one had ever entered, obviously, this is the extreme. After sweeping the 6 floors, I didn't even get 10,000 gold coins. I'm afraid no one would dare to believe it if I told them. But the fact is that less than 7,000 gold coins are all that Gordon has gained. Of course, these don't include the books. If the books are sold, they can be sold for hundreds or thousands. Thinking of this, Gordon felt a little painful and happy about the next 7th and 8th floors. After all, according to the diary, the 7th and 8th floors are the most essential places in the White Pillar, except for the collection room of Galmadon. The library. The library of the Mage Tower is mostly an area for storing spell books, knowledge manuals, and records required by various mages. Basically, the library is a place to store books. Bookshelves and storage compartments are neatly arranged on the wall, and tables and chairs are placed in the center of the room for easy research. Some mages will also add some useful features to their libraries. As a legendary wizard library, the books collected by the legendary wizard are definitely not ordinary spells and knowledge. For example, enlightenment books such as How to Make a Mage are completely eliminated. Most of them are remote, unpopular, powerful and valuable books about spells. Thinking about it this way, you can imagine how spectacular the things inside would be if converted into gold coins. So, Gordon did not even stay for a moment on the 6th floor, the viewing platform overlooking the nearby sand dunes, and went to the next level without stopping, the Library of Galmadon. Unlike the magnificent and grand reception room on the 6th floor, the first impression of the 7th floor library on Gordon is mystery, because this floor does not have a floating corridor connecting the stair hub and the wall as usual. The hub railing has only one gap, which corresponds to the more than 5-meter high door with exquisite patterns on the opposite wall. With the diary as a knowledge reserve, Gordon was not panicked. He quickly realized why this was the case. Because the corridors on the 6th and 7th floors of the library were originally only for people to pass through after holding the token of Galmadon. That is, the recognition of the tower spirit. If the tower spirit does not recognize it, under the operation of the forbidden air array and the alarm trap on the door, any thief who wants to steal silently in the library and steal other people's hard work is basically eliminated. At that time, if someone in the Mage Tower dared to steal or destroy the array and fly close to the library, it would take less than 10 seconds. A small team of fine steel stone golems with a strength of at least level 8 would fall from the sky and trample the thieves into meat patties for their master. But it is different now. After the collapse of the Mage Tower, the Cataclysm, and the collapse of the magic network, judging from the situation on the 1st and 2nd floors, whether it is the alarm traps in the tower, the golem guards, or other magic arrays, they are probably all stopped. Even if there is no damage, the energy in the energy pool at the bottom has long been exhausted, and they cannot be activated. Therefore, Gordon was very relieved to change back to his original form. Then, a space ripple swept through, and the black dragon that appeared out of thin air in the spiral staircase and the center of the hub immediately spread its wings. It flapped lightly, carrying countless staircase wood chips that fell to the ground. And it had already left the hub and floated in front of the iron door on the 7th floor. Although the iron gate was not as fragile as paper in front of the dragon absolute power, the teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting and the irregular deformation of the iron gate in front of him showed that even if it was made of fine iron, it was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the dragon. Soon, with the appearance of an irregular oval hole deep enough to accommodate the tree man, the black dragon disappeared again in the tower, and only the iron door had scratches and indentations, proving that it had been there before. And Gordon, who had transformed into a black cat again, had already drilled into the hole that was emitting white light like the inner wall of the tower. When Gordon regained his eyesight, he found himself in a giant corridor about 8 meters high and 16 meters wide. On both sides and the ceiling, white crystals that emitted light similar to incandescent lamps were inlaid at any time. This magical mineral was obviously not affected by the magic tide and the collapse of the magic network. The withering and collapse in the tower did not affect its natural glow. Just like hundreds of years ago, it illuminated the road under Gordon's feet one by one. After passing a corner, a curved room that was taller and wider than the corridor appeared in Gordon's sight. At the same time, 7 or 8 bookshelves filled with thick books, more than 20 meters high, also appeared in front of Gordon. In the shadows behind the bookshelves, there were countless outlines of bookshelves, and there were hundreds of books on them. Really, Gordon looked at the rows and rows of books with information marked on the covers in various languages, and he was a little excited for a while. Books are the ladder of human progress. Even dragons are no exception. After all, whether it was the popular education in the previous life or the dragon heritage that was born in this life, it told it that knowledge is the most important. Sometimes, knowledge is power. It is also wealth. Even those colorful dragons who are greedy and love gold, silver and jewelry are eager for knowledge. And sometimes they have to sacrifice their freedom, such as the inheritance of various dragon advancements. This is one of the prices that most old dragons often pay in order to recruit young dragons to do things for them. However, Gordon imagined the beautiful dream of using the books in the wizard tower to hire or recruit powerful spellcasters to work for it. When the heir entered this closed library, the pages of the book turned into pieces of irregular fragments and woke up. Damn! I forgot this. Gordon looked at the books and wooden houses that were undergoing oxidation reactions in front of him and felt like crying without tears. Compared with ordinary parchment scrolls, scrolls that record spells and related knowledge require magic characters specifically for casting spells. And magic characters have higher requirements for paper quality than ordinary text, and are more easily damaged and torn. Of course, it stands to reason that this kind of fragmentation phenomenon similar to oxidation reaction is impossible to appear in the library of the wizard tower. Because any wizard who can afford to build a library is not stingy in casting a few constant spells in his library, such as Control Pests, Blessing of Water, Object Stillness. These characteristics can reduce any possibility of damage to books to zero. For example, Control Pests can summon tens of thousands of trace air elements in the air, which can drive all termites and rats within the range out of the library. Blessing of Water will automatically extinguish the fire on any book within the range, and extinguish all the sources of fire. Object Stillness can make all marked books within the range remain in the same state as when they were just put on the bookshelf, no matter how others read, fold, damage or tear them in the library. They will return to the bookshelf with the books and return to their original state. However, the library has lost all of the above. All Gordon can do is to watch these legendary wizard collections that can cause a stir in the outside world disappear in his eyes, leaving only a pile of garbage. At this moment, Gordon is calm, and he doesn't know whether it is because the loss is too serious or anyway. He is walking in the ruins of the library now, and he doesn't even plan to see the 8th floor. It must be like this. As for why the previous few floors are not as decayed as the library, Gordon guessed that it may be due to the safety of the library, which prevents a trace of air from flowing in. It's too late to say these, and he can only comfort himself that it's not his, so he doesn't need to force it. However, when Gordon was walking in the ruins of the bookshelf that was constantly collapsing, he saw a book that fell from the bookshelf intact. It was as thick as 2 bricks, and a valuable ruby was inlaid in the center. There are still fish that slip through the net? It seems that this trip is worthwhile. It is not in vain. But just as Gordon was about to approach, a faint female voice suddenly came to his ears. This voice was cold and chilly, without a trace of warmth. Chapter 332. The curtain opens, sir. That is a curse book. If you want your future to be dominated by an undead, then you can try it. A cold voice sounded in Gordon's ears, and his steps slowed down slightly, and his pupils shrank slightly, because this voice had no sense of direction. It was as if he was talking to it directly in his mind. Is there anyone else coming to this tower? Is it lollies? Or a force it doesn't know about? Who is it? It asked vigilantly, as the black cat looked around with a vigilant look. The library wall inlaid with white crystal stones rippled with an invisible ripple, and soon, a translucent ghost came out of the thick and tall wall. At the same time, her voice sounded in Gordon's mind. Are you asking me? Sir, my name is Tang. It's been too long. I don't remember it. The person answered like this, with a little warmth in the coldness, as if he was thinking seriously about who she was. Too long? How long have you been here? Gordon's heart trembled slightly, thinking of the diary, and then looking at the girl in front of him. He asked curiously, 110,000 days and nights? Or 120,000? I don't remember. I only know that a long time has passed. More days than the white crystals inlaid on the wall. The female ghost dragged her translucent body towards Gordon, communicating with the black cat in front of her through her mind. As she approached, Gordon also saw her translucent face. This is a very classical, intellectual female face, with curly hair on both sides behind her ears. At first glance, she looks like a knowledgeable female professor. Of course, all this is all in Gordon's mind, because the face of this transparent ghost in front of him was also transparent. Neither the nose nor the mouth was visible, and the only eyes that could appear lively were filled with scary whites. Gordon had some guesses in his heart, but he didn't dare to confirm. So he asked a few more questions, such as why she was here, why she helped it, and whether there were other people here. The answers she got were that she was chased and fled in. As for why she was chased, she said she didn't remember. And why she reminded Gordon. If she released the dead spirit, she herself would probably be in big trouble. And she was just saving herself. As for whether there were other people, this question was simply answered by her staying in the library and unable to go out. Do you really remember nothing? Gordon looked at the ghost girl with untidy features and asked unwillingly. As for this ghost, after thinking for a while, he slowly said seriously, it's not that I don't remember anything. I still vaguely remember something. But every time I continue to think about it, my soul will suffer the pain of being torn apart. It hurts. So I don't want to think about it anymore. The ghost girl smiled, then raised her hand with only her elbow, pointed at her head, indicating that her head was splitting. But she added, but I know that thing is very important. Very important. She gently picked up the cursed book on the ground, and then floated to a certain position in the void. She saw that the book was placed steadily above the void. And then the amazing thing came. Just now, when Gordon saw it, all the collapsed and destroyed books and bookshelves in the library seemed to have gone back in time in an instant, and became the same as when Gordon first entered. Gordon touched it curiously, and found that the claws passed through the bookshelf. He knew it was all an illusion, different from before, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, he caught a glimpse of a few familiar book titles on the bookshelf. He didn't look at it carefully. Just when Gordon looked up, the ghost spoke again. She didn't wait for Gordon to speak, and answered on her own. Because, if you forget, you will die. We will all die. They will die too. But aren't you dead? Gordon suppressed his inner complaints, looked up at the white ghost between the two bookshelves, 7 or 8 meters high, and smiled. Then what can I do? Or what should I do? Well, this lady. Can you tell me? Obviously, it understood the meaning of the ghost in front of it, and also understood her position. It was similar to the game NPC in the previous life. Anyway, it would not hurt to listen and ask. If it was dangerous, it would just kill it. After all, she had died once, and it would not be a problem to die again. As for strength, Gordon looked at the weak ghost in front of him as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind, and it did not think she could escape from its claws. Well, you need pain. This time it was the body that spoke, not the mind. But as the lips that suddenly appeared on the face without a nose opened slightly, the sweet words turned into a shrill wail like a banshee in an instant. Roar. The violent sound waves swept the surrounding bookshelves again. But before they could continue to spread outward, they were destroyed in one fell swoop by the suddenly appearing behemoth. Suddenly, there was silence, and the silence of death returned. Silent aura. Silence. After the huge black molten dragon appeared inside the library, the illusion that had not yet stabilized collapsed instantly, and the library returned to its previous mess. Calm down, it said. I don't know if it was because of Gordon's true body or the interruption of the banshee's howl. The pain seemed to be pulled away from the ghost girl, and she regained her sanity. And there was no white in her eyes, but intelligent eyes, which was enough to show that her current state was no longer rigid and stiff. But it was still a long time later that the nameless ghost bowed slightly and thanked Gordon, and thanked him at the same time. Thank you just now, Mr. Dragon, who came from afar. Every move showed the noble manners, which was extremely graceful. But from her movements and expressions, Gordon's identity as a dragon was obviously not hidden from her. And there was no surprise when she spoke. It's just a piece of cake. But have you recovered your memory? Gordon asked curiously, looking at the completely changed ghost girl in front of him. The appearance of the ghost in front of him was almost exactly the same as the classical beauty he had previously inferred from the only missing facial features. And the exquisite facial features combined together gave her an inexplicable noble temperament. Even a giant dragon would be amazed that a creature without scales and wings could be so beautiful. Yes, Tangeli Rhine Marfa. I remember everything, the ghost replied hurriedly, and at the same time, a rare cunning and spirituality appeared in her eyebrows. If Gordon hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, it would have seemed like a different person. However, after Tangeli's explanation, he also understood why she recovered her memory in such a childish manner. As long as this is Tangeli's self-salvation after being transformed into a ghost, she knew that long-term autism would definitely cause irreversible damage to her spirit, thus turning her into a ghost that hates life. Therefore, she had already sealed her wisdom and thoughts deep in her brain through the ritual in the library hundreds of years ago. Only a little instinctive consciousness was left in her body to act outside. The key to trigger it was a few books and traps in the library that would cause danger after opening. In other words, even if Gordon did not use the Ring of Silence, Tang Jili's mind would slowly recover in the next period of time. And just now, it just accelerated the process in the middle. Hearing this name, Gordon was already a little concerned in his heart. So he did not hide it, and directly threw the diary to her and asked, "Is this yours?" He asked this question, and his dark golden vertical pupils looked at her reaction on her face without blinking. Tang Jili's face was stunned at first. And then she looked at the slightly quaint parchment book, and a little nostalgia emerged. She did not answer Gordon's words, but asked another question. "Sir, have you searched the entire 5th floor?" "Well, what's wrong?" Gordon nodded, then looked at Tang Jili, as if he wanted to ask her why she asked such a question. "Isn't it obvious?" And Tang Jili seemed to have realized her slip of the tongue, smiled apologetically, and said, "It's okay. Thank you. Sir, this is indeed mine, and it's very important to me." She held the thick parchment book, as if she was stuffing it into her chest, hugging it tightly. "Now, can you tell me what's going on here? And here?" Gordon looked at Tang Jili, who had become an undead creature, and asked directly without much greeting. It just wanted to improve its favorability. It didn't plan to become a glorious undead knight. It just wanted to learn more about the White Pillar, the Wizard Tower, from the ghost in front of it. After all, it's not as convenient to ask in person as to read a diary. What's more, after the diary, Tang Jili, who became a ghost, stayed here for hundreds of years. Maybe he knew something. When Tang Jili heard this, a little embarrassment appeared on her face. It seemed that it was inconvenient to say it, but it seemed that she was a little embarrassed because of the book that Gordon had just given her. "It's okay. Don't worry. You can take a look at this first, and then consider how to tell me." Gordon didn't intend to embarrass her. He directly showed Tang Jili the 6-pointed star imprinted on the fine scales on his chest, which was one of the necessary credentials for a planeswalker. Tang Jili was filled with disbelief when she saw this. The ghost's face was distorted. She covered her mouth and screamed, No, this is impossible." She looked up at the black molten dragon standing upright in the empty library. The light from the white crystal made its scales shine with holy light. From her expression, it seemed as if she saw a god or a savior. "Are you the disciple of the Tower Master?" "Gul'dan is indeed my teacher. I followed his guidance and came here," Gordon answered without denying it. Facing a ghost, who was a former apprentice in the tower, he felt that there was no need to hide this information. "Oh!" After hearing the news, Tang Jili grabbed her ethereal and transparent wavy hair and cried with joy. 200 years or 300 years. I finally waited for you. "Sir! Wow! I'm sorry to the Tower Master. And I and Cassardal are also sorry to you. The White Pillar of the Dome shouldn't be like this." The excited Tang Jili floated in front of Gordon and chattered for a while, with tears constantly falling from the corners of her eyes. Gordon hurriedly used his claws to collect it. This is a rare magic material, which is still valuable. The most important thing is that it is rare and difficult to get, and there are not many circulating in the market. Nina once told Celia that if there is any in Winter City, she hopes to bring some back to her. At that time, Gordon was on the side, and silently remembered it in his heart. He would not let it go if he had the chance this time. After all, not every ghost can cry sincerely, and this regretful speech ended with a dragon-funny action of using his claws to hold the floating ghost girl. After Tang Jili's fluctuating mood was sorted out, Gordon spoke slowly. "Can you tell me in detail now, Miss Tang Jili?" It was no longer as smart as it was when it collected the ghost tears just now, but had a face full of majesty and solemnity. And this classical girl with a sad face stopped sobbing and wiping tears. After her face returned to calm, she floated above the bookshelf, looking into the distance, as if she remembered the past, and heard her say faintly, "When I learned from Cossatel that the Tower Master was leaving, I felt a little uneasy. After all, this time, he didn't say when he would come back. It was like a farewell. He left the Mage Tower directly after leaving only hurried words. The first time I discovered Shani abnormality was at the hub on the 14th floor. I had just finished checking the magic circle and came out of the sealed room. I met Shani coming down from the upper floor. At that time, she was full of anxiety and a little frightened. When she met me, she came down without saying hello. At that time, I thought she was called up and scolded by the tower spirit. It was not until later that I realized that things were far from that simple. The girl almost ethereal voice echoed in the library. And Gordon also understood the historical culprit of the destruction of the Sky White Pillar, and the ins and outs from her narration. He also learned that the secret treasure of the Time Dragon actually contained the original soil that gave birth to self-consciousness. It is said to be the earliest piece of soil in the earth element world. But this piece of primordial soil has been eroded by negative energy. To be precise, it seals a small part of the hellfire of the god evil. That consciousness comes from the hellfire. The obsession of burning everything. After combining with the original soil, it turned into the shadow of the sand soul that can give birth to infinitely. This kind of god-created creature hates living things, and wants to turn all the soil rich in vitality into sand and stone. And Shani Fall is related to it. And the birth of the roaring sand dunes today is also inseparable from it. So far, the truth is revealed. Of course, this is only the truth on the surface. Gordon thought of the doubts along the way. His face did not change, but his heart sank quietly. It continued to ask. Then Shani, you mentioned. Is she up there now? Gordon pointed to the ceiling. Tangeli nodded vigorously, and said worriedly. When the sand soul was rampant, the tower spirit's self-protection mechanism had mobilized all the combat power that could be mobilized in the tower. And only then did it seal her. Or more precisely, the primordial earth that possessed her. In the exhibition room on the 16th floor. But according to what you said about the outside world, this place has become a forbidden place for living people. Roaring sand dunes? I'm afraid she has also regained consciousness, and is plotting to leave here. And, most importantly, it is estimated that she has. Tangeli hesitated for a long time before hesitating to the black dragon in front of him. Found us. At the same time, leaving the tower, Lollies and his party, who had just descended the giant sand dune, were already standing there in a daze. They looked at the heavy black clouds in the sky with horror, and they didn't say a word for a long time. The Sand Soul Legion, which had been plundering life everywhere, has returned and returned to the roaring sand dunes. They roared heavily, like the roar when the curtain was opened. Chapter 333. It's up to you. You can hear a pin drop in the library. However, the black dragon expression did not change. It had been prepared for this in its heart. It would not overreact to Tangeli words. Of course, it did not forget to ask Shani, the host of the Sand Soul, whether its methods and strength were restricted. Tangeli thought carefully for a while, and shook her head with difficulty. Sir, I don't know. It's been too long. Well, is that so? What should we do now? Gordon asked again. Up. Always up. Her voice was loud and clear, and seemed to carry an unyielding determination. Didn't it mean that it found us? Gordon was a little confused by Tangeli's answer. Of course, his mind was also working fast at the same time, thinking about the information she had revealed before, as well as what he had seen and heard. Tangeli smiled miserably when she heard it, and while floating towards the wall, she motioned for Gordon to follow her. When Gordon came to her, she said faintly, Sir, I am a ghost, and I can see things you can't see through the wall. Look! As the ghost touched Gordon's scales, with a bit of biting cold, the scenery outside the wall appeared in Gordon's eyes. Through the wall that was unknown how thick, the vast desert was at their feet. The shared vision allowed Gordon to move with Tangeli vision, and he also saw the vast army of sand souls like a tide. Back so soon? And will it be? Gordon subconsciously looked up, as if he could see through more than 10 layers of thick walls, and thus saw the smug smile on the face of the person on the top. However, Gordon's eyes flashed, and he turned into the face of Tangeli, a classical noble girl, and she continued to speak. There is no way to leave. There are all Shani's slaves outside, those sand souls that absorb life. Now the only way to survive is to go up. Lord Dragon, I believe you. As the student of the Tower Master, you can do it. When she was emotional, she wanted to touch Gordon again to continue to share her eyes, but Gordon flexibly avoided it. Well, let me think about it. Gordon took a deep look and found that there was nothing strange on Tangeli's face. So he moved his eyes away and looked elsewhere, as if thinking. And Tangeli seemed to see the worry in Gordon's eyes, patted her not-so-full chest, and assured her, Don't worry. Sir, I was actually a little relieved when I saw the sand souls outside just now. You know? After saying this, Tangeli didn't care whether Gordon was listening or not, and just talked to herself, because this proves that her current condition is far from the worst. That is, she is still unable to escape from this tower, and is still trapped by the magic circle set by Mr. Tower's spirit. Tangeli showed a rare confidence on her face, full of motivation. And Gordon nodded. After all, it was true. This is also the reason why it dared to continue climbing up the tower. The King of Sand Soul in this tower must be like Tangeli said. Because of some reason or restriction, he can't take action. Otherwise, he would have taken action long ago to let them see what despair is. So, after listening, Gordon took the initiative to say, "Well, let's go up now and see if there is a chance to solve it. I guess you asked me to go up, so you must have a solution." It looked at the ghost girl Tangeli floating in front of it with a half smile. And Tangeli was startled at first, then nodded with a barely visible amplitude. And her voice rang in Gordon's heart. "Yes, Lord Dragon. I do have. But I can't say it now. I hope you can understand." Tangeli's words were meaningful, and Gordon naturally understood that there might be ears on the other side of the wall. And if it was spread out at that time, it would be bad if it was prepared. So it nodded very readily to show that it understood, and responded to her in the same way in its heart. Let her give it whatever she wants. As long as it can do it, it will never refuse. When Tangeli heard Gordon promise, she stopped talking and stood aside quietly, without urging, as if waiting for Gordon to go upstairs on her own initiative. Gordon didn't go up so fast. He was wandering around the library in a virtual way. He found that there were indeed rotten books on the ground, and nothing else except the bookshelves. Then he left the 7th floor. The 8th floor was also a library, and it was easier to enter than the 7th floor. Tangeli, who went directly from the wall of the 7th floor to the 8th floor, helped to open the door, so there was no need to go through much trouble. He entered the library again, not because he planned to continue to do useless work, looking for cursed books or secret books that could not be opened. But Tangeli's bones were here. If she didn't take the bones, Tangeli would not be able to leave the library. According to her words, she had been imprisoned in the library since her death, and turned into a ground-bound spirit, unable to leave. Only by taking her skeleton away can we leave. Not long after entering the 8th floor, Gordon found a slender and short female skeleton in a corner of the south side of the equally decayed and collapsed library. It was exactly the skeleton that Tangeli mentioned. However, the skeleton was found, but how to move it was another problem. Although the dimensional bag can be put in, the owner is right next to him, and it is a bit disrespectful to put it directly in the plane. So Gordon still asked Tangeli for his opinion. But what Gordon didn't expect was that Tangeli didn't feel any pressure at all, and directly let Gordon do it himself, whether it was put in a dimensional bag or carried with him. Anyway, as long as it was by his side. Don't be constrained. No matter what the situation is. I don't mind. I have seen it through. She smiled and said to the dragon. Since Tangeli said it so clearly, Gordon no longer hesitated, and directly stuffed the skeleton into the bag, and walked upstairs with a thump. On the 9th floor, with full firepower and without stairs. It took Gordon less than 10 seconds to rise to the height parallel to the floating corridor on this floor. However, this time, there was a beautiful ghost floating around its neck, accompanying it. This floor is the Tower Master blasting room, but he doesn't use it often. Cassatel and I sometimes come here to practice. Before Gordon was about to transform into a black cat to take a look, the ghost looked at this room surrounded by thick alloy and iron blocks with a nostalgic look. This is a test site specially used for casters to release large-scale, powerful destructive magic. It is said that the highest level blasting room can even withstand the impact of Yongyan explosion from inside to outside. Of course, ordinary legendary wizards, or those who don't care about damage like Galmadin, can only build a blasting room with elemental resistance that can resist firing spells. If Gordon really wants to open fire, this blasting room is useless, and will be torn apart alive. After all, it is no longer the young dragon that used to hesitate for a long time in the sewer before going out. But the actual purpose of building a blasting room is not to block spells, but to let the caster see the improvement of the spell power more clearly and intuitively. And through the feedback on the wall, the caster can always understand his own progress, whether it is intelligence or damage. The blasting room will give the experimenter a very intuitive list. Unfortunately, all the effects inside are now invalid. Gordon went in and took a casual look, picked up some worthless garbage, and then took the steps to continue to rise with Tang Jili. It will take some time for the Sand Soul Core to arrive here, and because of his obsessive-compulsive disorder, Gordon must visit every room below before he is willing to go to the exhibition room on the 16th floor to meet the guy parasitized by the primordial soil. The 10th floor is the golem room. As the name suggests, it is a place to place and repair golems. However, the golem team here has been mobilized by the tower spirit to the 16th floor. There are not many things inside, and it looks very empty at first glance. But the harvest on the 10th floor is still far more than the wealth of the 9 floors below, because it found several abandoned steel golem parts in the utility room of the golem room, and even a tall golem with a good appearance. It was obviously replaced, but not repaired in time for some reason. But even so, these parts of the huge monsters, all made of refined iron, mithril, and even gold, made Gordon take off directly on the spot. Even if the golems cannot be repaired, the money from selling the materials can make it rich instantly. After all, as an adamantine golem with an average level of 8 in the Mage Tower, its body is made of more than 2 tons of adamantine, mithril, gold, platinum and other metals, with a total price of nearly 100,000 gold coins. Of course, the most important thing is that after Gordon learned from Tang Jili that there were 8 corpses of adamantine golems lying in the exhibition hall on the 16th floor, he finally understood why the profession of mage is so expensive. There is simply too much money to spend. The guards alone can cost millions of gold coins. It's terrible. Evil dragons will cry when they see it. Moreover, a mage tower is so terrifying. Let alone those floating cities with railguns and thousands of golem legions that can be pulled out at any time. What a scene the cost would be. But it must be said that this kind of picking up rags tastes quite sour. Gordon also understood. No wonder those adventurers went to the floating city ruins of Netheril every day. After all, even if the things made by the Arcanists there were unusable now, the value of the materials would probably make them a lot of money. However, even so, Gordon still resisted the urge to run directly to the 16th floor. Instead, after searching the 10th floor, he set foot on the 11th floor laboratory. In the laboratory, there were many materials and props for making magic objects and spells. But as time passed, the valuable objects could only be sold as scrap metal. However, Gordon, who had not lost money on this trip, was not surprised, since it got the golem. It knew that as long as it held on to the golem as a basic plate, then its trip to the other world would be a bloody profit, and it would definitely not lose money. Now it would not lose money if it self-destructed and returned to the main material plane. No, if the dimensional bag is dropped, it will be a huge loss. Gordon was relieved for a moment. But in the end, he stepped onto the 13th floor, the sealed room without much hesitation. As a cage, this is qualified. Even after hundreds of years, Gordon can still see this unique 13th floor space surrounded by black metal. It is hard, cold, and a little bit murderous. This is Gordon's first impression of this sealed room. After walking in, what caught his eye was the mess and blood everywhere. Of course, the blood was not worth the smell. But the walls. There was almost no wall without dark red blood stains. And most of the blood stains were stained layer by layer. And under the reflection of the white crystal on the top, they were already a little shiny. Gordon quickly passed by, without any suspense. There was no living creature alive in the hundreds of cages. And Tang Jili, who was familiar with this place, silently accompanied Gordon and floated by together. At most, she would stay in front of the cage of the creature that had communicated with her more. Gordon naturally saw his own kind among the corpses. A dead dragon skeleton, leaning against the fence, never giving up until death. Half of a wing bone squeezed out of the dense iron fence. The deformed wing membrane was like a spider web that had lost its life. I killed them. At this moment, Tang Jili, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke, and mist floated out of the eyes of this undead creature, with a little mystery. Oh! As Gordon walked, he looked at other strange bones, trying to see what they used to look like, and responded boredly. Tang Jili didn't care at all, and just listened to her continuing to talk to herself. At that time, Lord Tower Spirit wanted me to be a backup force, and let me take the sealing blade that extracts vitality and magic from the sealed room, so that it could be used as a remedy when it failed to seal Shani successfully. But, while waiting, I hesitated. I watched the wailing of these creatures under the magic ball. And I threw away the magic ball in my hand like crazy and ran downstairs. At that time, I just wanted to be alone and quiet, because I felt that what I did at that time seemed to be no different from Shani. Whether it was Safin or Joel. What mistakes did they make as prisoners? But later, after I saw the declining city outside the tower, I realized that all this was worth it. But by then, it was too late to regret. Isn't this the Virgin Mary? Looking at the ghost girl, who couldn't calm down about the several animal skeletons in the cage, Gordon couldn't help but complain in his heart. Of course, his appearance did not change, but he communicated with it in his heart. Then you said it directly? Aren't you afraid that Shani would hear it? I've got it. Of course. There's no need to worry about it getting in the way. She floated past silently, and then picked up a dusty rune sword in the corner. The complex inscriptions made this sword particularly special. Tangeli came over and handed the long sword held in both hands to Gordon. Tangeli seemed to be particularly serious at this moment, as if she was saying her final goodbye. With this, you can seal Shani. As long as the sealing blade touches the golden long box, everything will end. From dust to dust. From ashes to ashes. Mr. Dragon, it's up to you next. Chapter 334. Well done, Mr. Dragon. It's up to you next. The gentle tone of the entrustment made it difficult for the dragon to say no. The dragon was no exception. Its expression seemed to have no doubts about what Tangeli said. It believed almost everything she said. As if everything you said was right? Yes. After all, Tangeli, as a dead and imprisoned soul, had an irreconcilable hatred with Shani, the hatred of stealing her husband. Her natural position was to stand on the opposite side of Shani, the incarnation of the Sand Soul. There was no reason not to trust her. Even before Tangeli continued to feed the dragon with free candied fruit, the dragon couldn't wait to speak. Since we have obtained the sealing blade you mentioned, we only need to go to the exhibition hall on the 16th floor, and then use it to seal the golden long box containing the time dragon's secret treasure as you said. Right. Yes. Sir. Then let's go. Since there is no way to retreat, I can only fight to the death. The rumbling sound of the dragon spread to every corner of the prison. But the ghost Tangeli was not affected at all, and emphasized with some complaints. It's us. Sir Dragon. I will help you too. When necessary. I will never be stingy with my second life that I stole. The girl was obviously a little angry, and seemed to be questioning why the dragon excluded her. Yes. Yes. We. Ha ha ha. After listening to it, the dragon also realized the mistake in his wording, and quickly changed it back, and then laughed a long laugh to cover up the embarrassment. Then let's go up. Gordon continued to speak to hide his embarrassment. Well, there's nothing worth exploring here. All life, at that moment, withered. The ghost girl nodded without comment, then sighed, as if remembering everything that had happened here. Let's go! Gordon didn't want to stay here any longer. If nothing unexpected happened, the Sand Soul Legion would come to trouble them soon. So it had to be prepared. By the way, let me keep the sealed blade first. I need its power later. You go into the hall first, and I come when the time comes. Okay. Gordon didn't hesitate, and exchanged the long blade he had just obtained with Tangeli again, his face unchanged. After receiving the sealed long blade, Tangeli followed behind Gordon, walking step by step. As Gordon left, the 14th floor returned to its former silence. The only difference was that a sealed blade that had been sealed for a long time had flown to the next floor with the sound of dragon wings, compared with the 14th floor sealed room with a metal shell made of black iron. The appearance of the 15th floor was even more chaotic, because the appearance here was a state of destruction that Gordon had never seen before. There was almost nothing left, and the stone walls were full of cracks, like unhealed scars on a person's body. Where is this? After Gordon flew to this floor, he naturally wanted to go in and take a look. But through the cracks, there was basically nothing left on this floor. Just like the library, or even worse than the library. The destruction of the library could only be said to be caused by nature at most, while the collapse of the 15th floor was obviously caused by man. Tangeli showed a sad face, and said in a low voice, "This used to be the residence of Lord Tower Spirit. All dispatches and instructions were sent down from here. This place also served as the last barrier of the Mage Tower, firmly guarding the safety of the Tower Master." Then how did it become like this? Gordon asked. I didn't know. I was so scared that I hid back in the library at that time. I only felt that the tower shook several times. Obviously, Lord Tower Spirit paid an unbearable price to seal the evil things in Shani. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me at that time. At the end, Tang Jili's words were full of self-blame, as if she was very ashamed of her performance. But Gordon had no intention of listening to her nagging. Because just when Tang Jili said that the tower was shaking, its legs were upright and fell on the stairs with its claws. And it clearly felt the trembling of the stairs. Something is coming up. Gordon looked down and saw a wisp of yellow wind coming out from the deep well of daylight reflected by the white crystal, which was no different from the one in the desert. But the will of the sand soul in its chest was screaming wildly. Warning. Obviously, the Sand Soul army has arrived. And the timing was very clever. It was almost not long after Gordon reached the bottom of the tower. The height of the 16th floor was almost a blink of an eye for them. Tang Jili seemed to have sensed something, interrupted her own words, and looked down along Gordon's gaze. After seeing the yellow sand for the first time, she exclaimed, Sand Soul Army. Shani Sand Soul Army. She has already taken action. We can't wait here any longer. Lord Dragon, she urged. Gordon naturally understood what she meant and the current situation. So he did not hesitate and flapped his wings again, leaving the 15th floor and flying to the 16th floor. Enter the exhibition hall before the endless sand souls below catch up. According to Tang Jili, there is still time, as long as nothing unexpected happens. So, an accident happened. After entering the luxurious gem corridor plated with mithril on the 16th floor, a roar that resounded throughout the white pillar of the dome came into the minds of Gordon and Tang Jili. It was the object of all the Sand Soul legions. The King of Sand Souls imprisoned on the 16th floor of the tower. I don't know if it was Tang Jili illusion. After the roar, the dragon looked at it with a bit of strangeness. But she didn't have time to think about it. So she said directly, Lord Dragon, according to the plan, after entering, you will rush directly to the third corner. 1. Follow the body of the adamantium golem on the way, and you will find the long golden box. I will attract it for you. Compared to you after the transformation, Shani cares more about me. Let's go in and communicate with each other through telepathy. Tang Jili was not surprised to hear the roar. After all, it was reasonable to be discovered. She began to repeat the tactics she had previously formulated. And Gordon had transformed from a giant dragon into a black panther with shiny black fur. Although it was more conspicuous and larger than the cat body, the Black Panther was undoubtedly fast in speed. And in this race against time, there was nothing more suitable than this. It stepped on the gem corridor, whose value could not be concealed even after hundreds of years, and then rushed into the exhibition hall, made of glass doors on both sides. The door had already been opened by Tang Jili, and Gordon saw the scenery inside. It was a long corridor that had long been dimmed, with glass counters on both sides, displaying all kinds of strange things. And there were corners leading to other directions in the depths. If not, Gordon took a quick look and saw the marks on many creatures' bodies. The horns of red dragons. The complete skin of Kodo beasts. Just like the purple dragon treasure house. As the owner, more or less liked to display some parts of their former defeated enemies to prove their former glory. But from the runes drawn on these surfaces, it is obviously not just a simple trophy to show off. A rough estimate allowed Gordon to find that every item present was of a level not inferior to magical wonders, and was not a useless ornamental item before. Obviously, those who could enter the legendary wizard exhibition hall were not ordinary things, and had long been transformed by Galmadon into magical items that matched their value. However, even though he had entered the sea of strange things, Gordon still did not forget his business. He rushed to the third corner of the corridor, according to what Tang Jili said. However, before he took a few steps, a hideous black shadow appeared in front of him, and the rumbling sound of a giant moving and Tang Jili warning sounded in his ears. Be careful. It's coming. The shadow walked upright like a human. But there was nothing else like a human. He bent his waist and hunched his back. But he had to let his scaly back stick tightly to the towering ceiling. Gray stones fell from his side, and a heavy tail was folded behind him with folded wings. The sandy yellow scales became his hardest armor. But even so, it was difficult to cover up the dryness under his body, or even the hollowness. Like a dried corpse. No matter how sharp the teeth are, they are pale and powerless. But the devil-like head is still particularly terrifying. Gordon didn't know what the monster in front of him was, but he knew that the breath contained in it was something he couldn't resist. Danger? Extremely dangerous. If the Sand Soul hadn't been closed in time, the trembling caused by the king might have crushed it directly. Just when Gordon thought he was going to be caught and thrown by the monster, a cold breath came from behind him in time, accompanied by Tang Jili's powerful shout. Shetty! Not calling it. Tang Jili's shout was indeed useful. At least the monster in front of him, which exuded a terrifying breath, seemed to be attracted by this ghost and rushed directly to Tang Jili's position. But at the same time, Gordon's anxious shout came from his heart. Hurry up! Go to the third corner. Everything is up to you, Lord Dragon. Gordon had no intention of showing off at this moment. After all, even if he fought head-on, he probably couldn't beat this monster. He turned into a black panther and quickly crossed 2 corners and rushed straight to the third intersection. On the way, he saw many exhibition counters, but most of them were empty, and some were even damaged. Obviously, this exhibition hall was also damaged. The things in front were not damaged, probably because they were simply of low value. So the more Gordon went inside, the fewer things there were, and the heavier his heart became. However, when the body of the first adamantium golem was displayed in the corridor, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since this was correct, his guarantee this time was enough to rival any adventure. The harvest of the legendary Wizard Tower was something that many adventure teams dreamed of, but could not get. Are we there yet? Tang Jili called me. She was a little tired, but she seemed to be in good condition. It was obvious that she still had some strength hidden. Otherwise she would not have the courage to fight with such a monster. I have seen the first adamantium golem, Gordon replied. Go further inside, and you will see a gate. Inside the gate, there is a long golden box, she warned me. Gordon followed the instructions and walked deep into the corridor. On the way, he found the remains of 2 adamantium golems. Gordon did not waste time on this. Just like before, he put them in his bag and kept moving forward. Sure enough, not long after, he saw the end. It was indeed a closed semicircular arch with a mural on it. A mural of a wizard looking up at the starry sky, on the wrist of the wizard holding a staff. There was a hexagram that Gordon was very familiar with. Planeswalker. Galmadon. Gordon listened to the roar of the monster behind him and tried to push the door. After finding that he couldn't open it, he asked Tang Jili. Tang Jili's answer was, use your hexagram mark to match it. You can open this door. My mark? Gordon looked at the planeswalker mark that didn't exist on his chest and asked in confusion. Yes, your mark. Only the planeswalker hexagram could open this door. Tang Jili's words were particularly urgent at this moment. It seemed that the pressure from the King of Sand Soul over there was too great, so that her voice was a little distorted. And Gordon even heard gnashing of teeth. Really? Yes. You will know if you try it, Tang Jili replied immediately. Don't hesitate. Think about what I told you before. After pushing it open and sealing the golden long box, what can you get? Before coming in, Tang Jili instilled a lot of ideas into Gordon, describing various beautiful blueprints for the future to it, just like free candied fruit, sending one him after another praising the greatness of the dragon to its ears. For example, after sealing the Sand Soul, it can completely control the white pillar of the sky, the dragon that inherits the legacy of the planeswalker. After having the resources of the adamantine golem as the first pot of gold, will inevitably be able to gradually expand its influence on the surrounding deserts, and then annex the nearby oasis, slowly develop, and finally unify the desert and become the only master of this yellow sand land. By then, any creature that drinks a sip of water here will have to pay taxes to the great dragon master and offer the yellow gold coins before being forgiven. The bewitching words seemed to be really effective, making Gordon involuntarily restore his original form, and let the hexagram mark correspond to the mage in the pattern. The hexagram on Gordon's chest seemed to come alive at this moment, and it attached to the gap between Galmadon's arms on the door, overlapping with the hexagram. Then, the hexagram on Galmadon's arm flickered slightly. The semicircular arch that had been closed for a long time also made a roaring sound of gears turning. With a creak, the giant door opened, and Gordon, who had returned to the shape of a giant dragon, squeezed in. At first glance, he saw the golden long box in the middle of the hall under the arched hall, surrounded by several golden golems. It was half open and facing the dome, emitting a distorted airflow that could not be seen by the naked eye. Obviously, it was the incomplete seal that affected the surroundings of the white pillar of the dome. I'm already in. According to the plan. After Gordon entered, he communicated with Tang Jili in his heart in time. It didn't have the sealing blade on it, and it was taken back by Tang Jili before entering the 16th floor. Good. In just a moment, Gordon heard Tang Jili's joyful response. In less than half a moment, accompanied by a rumbling roar, the ghost girl appeared at the end of the corridor and galloped towards the hall. Well done, Your Excellency the Dragon. This time, her smile was particularly bright, and compared to the ferocious monster chasing her, she looked like an angel. Chapter 335. Give it to me. The ghost girl Tang Jili was not slow. When she stepped into the hall that had been opened, the monster that had to bend its body to move in the corridor was still roaring towards her halfway, and the roaring sound permeated the entire space. But all these could not cover up Tang Jili's smile now. Her smile came from the heart, a smile that had been suppressed for a long time, and her voice was no longer as cold as when Gordon first met her. It was like the melting snow, the spring flowers blooming, the kind of heartwarming warmth. But these two expressions and behaviors produced a wonderful reaction, making Tang Jili's whole body temperament have a very uncoordinated and unpredictable feeling. Well done, she repeated again and again, while stepping lightly on the floor made of boulders. Moreover, when she saw that the expression of the dragon in front of her was still the same as before, she was sure that it did not notice, and her face was even happier. However, even if it noticed, it would be useless. Tang Jili snorted inwardly. Although she didn't show it, her tone was still arrogant. However, when she saw the pedestal stone tablet with a golden long box surrounded by 8 golems in the hall, the arrogance was immediately reduced, and almost the next moment she returned to her previous warm face, handing the sealing long blade in her hand to the black dragon in front of her as if nothing had happened, and urged with a gentle voice, "Sir Dragon, there is only one last thing left. Put this sealing blade on the golden long box, and everything will be over." "Oh, it's that simple?" The black dragon took the sealed long blade handed over by the girl and began to examine it carefully. He did not act immediately, as if he wanted to be safe and confirm it again and again before acting. Tang Jili's face did not change, but her voice and expression were a little stiff. But she quickly adjusted and explained gently as before. "Yes, as long as Your Excellency the Dragon reveals your planeswalker mark again. The Guardian Artifact Dimensional Guardian Steel made by the Tower Master under the golden long box will not be triggered. After all, if we go up, as soon as we get close, we will be teleported to a random plane by the Planeswalker teleportation spell engraved on the steel. And we can't even come back." Her voice was a little aggrieved and fearful, as if she had seen this most proud creation of Gormadon before. "Oh, is the Dimension Guardian Steel so powerful? Then how did your companion Shani open the golden long box and release the primordial soil inside?" Gordon showed that he didn't know much about the Dimension Guardian Steel, but asked Tang Jili, "I don't know about that. Maybe it was helped by the Tower Spirit. And, Lord Dragon, it's coming in soon. Don't wait any longer. It's too late." Tang Jili couldn't help but get anxious when she heard that Gordon was still in the mood to chat. After all, if she continued to chat like this, the time advantage she had gained outside the corridor would be completely disintegrated. She didn't want to face the monster directly now. "I know. According to what you said, just go forward, remove the warning of the steel, and then put the sealing long blade on the box. It's over. Right? Yes, Lord Dragon. That's it. As long as it's sealed, everything will be over." Tang Jili saw that Gordon was going to take action, and her heart was relieved a little. She replied very cheerfully, and the smile on her face appeared again. After the dragon heard it, it put the long seal blade, which was only as long as his fingernails, in its claws. It seemed that it had heard it, but its steps were extremely heavy, so that when Gordon just walked to the center of the hall, at the entrance of the corridor, the King of Sand Souls with wings and long tail, covered with czar scales, dragging a dry, even hollow body, and a devil-like head, also successfully walked from the low corridor and struggled into this square that allowed it to straighten its chest. However, everything was too late. As long as the dragon stretched out its claws, the long seal blade would lie quietly on the golden long box. "I hold it for you. Quick, Dragon Lord. Hurry up and put down the long seal blade." Tang Jili said the words of fearless death at the right time, and her figure appeared in the dragon peripheral vision, which made people feel heartbroken. But the King of Sand Soul ignored Tang Jili's flying attack. Although he hated it, he still let out an unknown roar and rushed directly towards the dragon. However, its body was immediately blocked or trapped by a magic ripple that appeared out of thin air. Countless transparent light beams from all directions, like fences, directly trapped the monster in place. No matter how it hit it, or how it turned into a sand and dust phantom to escape, it was like a castle in the air and unrealistic. 7th ring spell. Magic prison. Before breaking the magic prison, any creature cannot use any spells or leave the original place and form. It is equivalent to the effect of a dimensional anchor and can block time and space. And right in front of it was the ghost girl holding a white bone staff. Her lips moved slightly, and a trace of fatigue appeared at the corners of her eyebrows. Her spirit body seemed to be a little weaker. Obviously, after turning into a ghost, the cost of casting a spell was much higher than before. Hurry! Sir! I can't stop it for too long. Tang Jili resisted the fatigue after casting the spell, and turned to urge the dragon behind him. But even if Tang Jili said so, the sealed long blade in the claw of the dragon in front of him did not fall down, but hung in the air, waiting to be fired, and only a few meters away from the golden box. Just when Tang Jili's heart sank and doubts came, just when he was about to open his mouth to urge, he heard the dragon voice with a little hesitation. Will this really work? This sentence almost made Tang Jili choke with anger. It was already so late, and he was still dawdling here. He was totally unlike a dragon, but now he needed it. So Tang Jili could only resist the urge to complain. While paying attention to the Sand Soul King trapped in the magic prison, he comforted Gordon. It's okay. Believe me, I won't lie to you. As long as you put the sealing blade on the long box, it will all be over. Really. And the magic prison can't hold on any longer. When it comes out, we all be finished. Accompanied by the meaningless roars of the Sand Soul King, Tang Jili quickly and concisely said out the words she had prepared in her mind. At the end, in order to have momentum and oppression, she almost roared. These words could not only make the dragon feel pressured, but also make him subconsciously believe that she was in the same group with it. Okay. I got it. The dragon finally had a hint of firmness in his words, as if he had made a decision. That's right. When the time comes, a new country will rise in the desert, and you will be the only king. Countless wealth will surround you, and you can even roll on the pile of gold coins. Tang Jili smiled and continued to instill a beautiful future into Gordon. Since that's what you said, if I hesitate any longer, it's not like a dragon at all. Right, Miss Tang Jili. The dragon took a deep breath, grabbed the seal blade with its claws, and showed a very sincere smile. Then, let's end it. The straight blade of the seal blade did not break under the dragon's almost barbaric force, but the blade had been deformed, and the rune patterns that were originally lit also dimmed and collapsed one by one. Damn it! What are you doing? Tang Jili's smile froze. Her pupils and mouth expanded infinitely, and the ghost's face also stretched, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. Nothing, madam. I'm just following your instructions. Just finishing things. The dragon showed an unprecedented cunning look. Are you satisfied with this, Madam Liar? Or is it Miss Shunny? Gordon's voice was as sincere as when the two sides met just a few hours ago. But Tang Jili. No. Miss Shunny's expression looked even uglier. She did not wail in despair and unwillingness, but asked with a gloomy face. Greedy and stupid big lizard. When did you find out? My disguise is supposed to be perfect. Even if you have seen Tang Jili's appearance, you will not doubt me. Or is there someone behind you? Yes. Who? Stand up. Don't hide here. The wail of the ghost is like a shrill cold rain, which makes people shiver all over. Obviously, this ghost Shani does not believe that the dragon in front of her has seen through her disguise. Gordon could only sigh at Tang Jili's doubts. I didn't believe you when we first met. Why? Do I have any loopholes? Shani roared. She was so paranoid that she didn't even care that the magic prison behind her had been broken by the King of Sand Soul. No loopholes. Very clever. Perfect. But I just don't trust you. Because I never trust anyone. Gordon told her the answer straightforwardly. Of course, there were many doubts he found along the way, such as the cursed magic book that was the only one that was not decayed or damaged, and Tang Jili's attitude of not caring about his skeleton at all. which made Gordon suspicious of her identity. The reason why he obeyed her choice before was just to see what she was planning. In fact, he originally wanted to show his cards at the archway where he entered with the help of the hexagram. But suddenly he remembered the praise of Galmadon for his creation of the strange object Dimensional Guardian Steel in the Planeswalker notebook. And Gordon did not hesitate too much and decided to hold back. Anyway, if he guessed wrong, his ending would be death. Which was not much better. That's right. After entering this tower, Gordon met these two people one after another. And he had no intention of getting out alive. After all, although it now has the size and strength of a young dragon, facing one who controls the Sand Soul, and the other is an undead spirit, let alone a young dragon. Even an adult dragon would probably have to die here. There is no way. Who makes this their home ground? And their foundation is much stronger than the molten dragon that has just emerged not long ago. Therefore, Gordon's plan is to cause her some trouble before death, and then remember it in his heart, and come back to find this place when he is strong enough next time. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Hearing this explanation, Shani was a little crazy, and even lost her mind. She screamed for the first time. A scream that was enough to make the whole tower wail. Banshee's howl. Facing such a manic sound wave attack that was enough to shake the internal organs, and even the soul. The dragon showed an extremely weird smile, which made Shani, who originally thought that the dragon was dead, a little confused. Does it have any other tricks? It is just a young dragon with a spellcasting level of less than level 3. In front of the desperate 8-ring spell. What room does it have to struggle? This is impossible. But just when Shani comforted herself with the fact that she could not turn the tables, she found that the dragon in front of her suddenly disappeared. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she was not mistaken. But in the center of the bright hall, except for the lonely golden long box and the Dimensional Guardian Steel, it was already empty. Just in the gap just now, Gordon had already collected all the bodies of the adamantine golems. For this, it reluctantly discarded a lot of materials. Otherwise it would not be able to fit. Damn it! Get out of here! Looking around blankly, Shani did not find any trace of Goton. For the first time, she roared with extreme anger. Even if she saw the seal blade break and destroyed with her own eyes, she was not so painful. But after seeing Goton disappear, she panicked. And what was even more panicking was that she found that the King of Sand Soul was also missing. What was going on? Shani was at a loss. For a moment, she didn't even know what to do. At this time, Goton, who used the talent brought by Death Despair to escape the attack range of the Banshee's howl and hide in a different space plane, was looking at the King of Sand Soul standing upright on the opposite side, showing a strange smile. It liberated the will of the Sand Soul in its body, and then carelessly connected with the King of Sand Soul in front of it through its will. First eliminate its hostility. Previously, when Gordon was in the Roaring Dunes, his subordinates controlled many Sand Soul shadows. It could live in peace with other high-level Sand Souls, even though it had flesh and blood and was a living creature. But with the help of the Sand Soul will, it could still successfully get away with it. At that time, it was like a husky mixed into a wolf pack. As long as it didn't go too far, it would never be discovered. This was also the reason why it used the death-desperate situation to fleece the sheep before, and was so cautious, because it was afraid of being discovered and being discovered by them. However, although this method has been tried and tested, Gordon is not sure about facing the King of Sand Soul. But if it doesn't try, it will only die. Therefore, now, it can only try its best. The switch of the Sand Soul will was activated, and the Sand Soul King, who had been roaring at it, suddenly became quiet and stopped. It worked. A hint of joy appeared on Gordon's face. It seems that the IQ of these Sand Souls is not very good. Hee hee. It showed a satisfied smile. But just when Gordon was about to try whether the alien plane could directly return to the main material plane, in its heart, a command suddenly sounded. From the mind connection. Give it to me. Give the thing to me. Golden's smile froze immediately. Because this voice, it turned out to be a man. It looked at the King of Sand Souls, who was losing his hostility to it. Its hideous and dry face, like a mummy, actually showed a trace of desire. Chapter 336 Reactions from all parties. Give it to me. Give it to me. But in Gordon's ears, this voice carried a kind of tyranny that could not be questioned. He knew that this might be affected by the Sand Soul will that had just been opened in his body. There are always pros and cons. He had already known this very well after plundering so many talents. Since he had chosen, he must bear the price. And the price of the Sand Soul Will was the negative effect of being oppressed by the momentum when facing the Sand Soul King. Of course, if Gordon did not want to be affected by the negative impact of this disturbing spirit, he only had to shut down the Sand Soul Will, the source of his blood. But the consequence of this was that he could not continue to communicate with the big fool in front of him. Oh no! The little fool! Gordon looked at the Sand Soul King, who was only about 7 meters tall and only reached his chest 20 meters away, and was in a dilemma. It was thinking whether it should hand over the thing. That's right. It knew what it wanted 1 second after the Sand Soul King mental communication ended. The sealed long blade that had been damaged by it. Only it was the hub that built the connection between the three. After all, just now, it saw it clearly. Tang Jili. Oh no! Shani, who took the initiative to come forward, was ignored by it. At that time, it rushed to its side wholeheartedly. This is inconsistent with the state when they first met. The only difference between them is that when they first met, it was Shani who held the sealed long blade, not it. By the way, if the ghost outside is Shani, and the skeleton is not Shani, then whose is it? This idea suddenly popped up in Gordon's mind. At the same time, the law kept calling in his mind, asking him to hand over something to him, which also made Gordon have a vague guess in his heart. So, Gordon did not immediately hand over the sealing blade to the Sand Soul King in front of him, but carefully took out a white withered bone harvested in the library from the dimension bag and placed it in front of him. He wanted to try whether this skeleton was useful, or whether it had anything to do with the Sand Soul King in front of him. Soon, the reaction of the Sand Soul King proved Gordon's guess. The appearance of the white skeleton made the voice of this hideous monster in Gordon's mind stop abruptly. Although the light of the half-plane depends entirely on the free elements, the dark vision allows Gordon to see the turbid eyes of the Sand Soul King in the dark. They have been slightly opened, as if he saw something and was very excited. His body couldn't stop shaking. In its big mouth full of knife-like teeth, it also made an unprecedented whimpering sound instead of roaring. Through the whimpering sound, Gordon clearly discovered that although its word order was not like roaring, the sentences were chaotic and incomprehensible. It was obviously that its intelligence was insufficient to make it unable to speak a complete sentence. But even so, Gordon was able to detect several key words from it. My. Oasis. Sorry. Mar. F.A. When he heard Marfa, Gordon's eyes were clear, and the identities of the King of Sand Soul and the dry bones were also obvious. Marfa was a name that appeared in Tang Jili diary. It was different from the surname rules of the dragon. In the surnames of the Som people, if there are 3 words, the Rhine in the middle is the surname, and the third word contains a certain spirit. And this word name, only intimate people would call it. Just like the nickname of Gordon in his previous life. The person who can call Tang Jili Rhine Mafa intimately. And in this wizard tower. As long as you have read Tang Jili diary, you must know who is qualified to say this sentence. The apprentice rescued from the arena by Galmadon in the Apal world. Castel. The King of Sand Soul in front of him is Castel. Gordon cast his eyes to the open space not far away. Just a moment ago, the King of Sand Soul Castel had used his terrifying hands, with faint white bones, to carry away the female skeleton that was only as thick as his elbow. Walked to the empty space with no one, and sobbed alone. It doesn't look like the King of Sand Soul at all, but like a beast that has lost its partner. How pathetic. How lamentable. Gordon retracted his compassionate gaze, and took out the long seal blade that it had broken. Walked step by step to the front of the King of Sand Soul. Then silently turned around and put it down. Turned around. And left. All in one go. Without leaving a word of nonsense. The dead cannot be resurrected. What's the use of comforting him? He can only let him walk out by himself. After all, don't advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. Gordon has not experienced the torment and pain in his heart. And those empty words of comfort are just to disgust people. The twisted long seal blade was placed horizontally on the ground, making a crisp metallic sound. But Caschard, who still whimpered like a strong wind, did not move. It hunched over, holding Tang Jili bones, as if it would sit like this until the end of the world. At the same time, on the other side, all the people in Lolly's group looked depressed, surrounded by the heavy sand souls. They were held hostage and forced into the high Hades tower that they had never imagined. The unknown fear and panic entangled everyone's heart, like a poisonous snake hiding in the shadows, making people tremble with fear. Princess, what do they want to do? Just now, when the Sand Soul army attacked, Lollies, as the leader, stepped forward again to protect the people behind him. Everyone was already convinced. Whether it was the former favored son of heaven, the dragon trainer Blues, or the ascender Rylock, or other ordinary candidates, they were already convinced by the current Lollies. The title of princess was temporarily added because they had not returned to Mitsuki Spring. But it was not wrong to call her that way. In the face of the unknown fear, the female ranger standing next to Lollies could not help but ask out loud, trying to get the peace of mind she deserved from Lollies. After listening to the words, Lollies, who was walking forward with difficulty, leaning on her sword, smiled at the ranger beside her and comforted her. Quasina, don't worry. This time, the Sand Soul Core, as you said, suddenly became intelligent and no longer madly targeted living beings, which means that the person behind the scenes needs us. Otherwise, he would have ordered these Sand Souls to kill us. As long as we are not dead, we still have a chance. Don't worry. As long as the abnormal situation here is reported to Mitsuki Izumi, they will not ignore it. We just need to delay as much as possible and wait for rescue. Trust me. I will get you all out of this sand dune. Lolly spoke in a low voice for the last few sentences, but it was enough to cheer up the Som people who heard it, because there was a lot of courage and determination in Layla's tone, coupled with her resolute eyes. It was enough for people to believe in her unconditionally. Yes, Your Highness is right. As long as we are still alive, we still have hope. Yuhara in the sky will protect us. So, the 20 candidates once again faced the sudden predicament with high morale, and resolutely stepped into the black tower surrounded by countless sand souls. The hexagram on the tower still flickered under the blue sky even in the heavy sand and dust. On the other side, the Mitsuki Spring Square had also exploded with the loss of contact with the candidates. The square screen that could originally reflect everyone's actions had lost its color and turned black again. The signal was interrupted. The image in everyone's mind was still that the red-haired girl summoned countless heroes with a sword, and built a high wall to resist the numerous sand souls outside the wall like wronged souls. They are dead. The whole army was wiped out. Died in the Sand Soul Core. The future of the Som people is gone. Woo woo woo. Brother. Don't die. No. I don't believe it. This is impossible. How could the Sand Soul Core suddenly come back? This is a conspiracy. This must be a conspiracy. The square that lost order and the out-of-control crowd were already in chaos. The noisy shouting, crying, roaring, and screaming formed a symphony that was not pleasant to the ear, just as the order of the square gradually became chaotic and spread to other areas of the oasis. A sigh sounded in everyone's heart. Stop, people. This time, no loudspeaker equipment was used. The person who came directly used extremely powerful psychic powers, so that everyone in the square could be quiet at the same second. Whether it was the girl who knelt down and cried because of the loss of her loved ones in the previous second, or the residents who beat their chests and stamped their feet and cried to the sky, they all froze instantly. The whole square seemed to have been paused. After a while, the movement of the crowd was slightly restored, but it was still as if the mute button was pressed. There was no sound, and a pin drop could be heard, and everyone's eyes were already cast on the source of the spiritual sound. The tallest building in Mitsuki Spring, the Moon Tower. They knew very well who the source of this sound was. The God King of Mitsuki Spring, His Majesty Tassiman, had blocked countless invasions of the Sand Soul Legion in front of him countless times, and disintegrated the conspiracy of other forces in the desert against Mitsuki Spring countless times. And in the spotlight, the top of the Moon Tower, Tassiman was still wearing a simple white shirt and trousers. Apart from the agate gold scepter that represented the king's status, there was no other jewelry to prove his noble status. Only the ravines representing age and years grew wantonly on his face. Tassiman stood at the edge of the Moon Tower, looking at the crowd of people below with expectations and hopes, and sighed again. He also saw that scene, the strange movements of the Sand Soul Legion. Even he couldn't figure it out completely, but what he could confirm was that the candidates in the Roaring Dunes were not dead yet. Therefore, after he knew the news, he immediately used his ability to stop the chaos outside, and he made the next rescue plan public to reassure the residents of Mayuquin. I already know about the matter. I will take the members of the parliament to the roaring dunes and rescue the candidates one by one. You don't have to worry. According to the feedback from Kay's, Ryan, and Wendy families, they should not be in danger of life at present, and their physical signs are relatively stable. I will rescue them. Please believe me once. Now, go home. I will let the guards notify you if there is any situation. After saying all the words he had prepared in his mind, Tassyman disappeared from the moon tower. But at this moment, in the hearts of all the residents, the spark of hope has been born from the ashes, and not long after Tassyman's public speech, the people belonging to the Elders' Council under the moon tower had passed through the heavy guards and walked into the moon tower. Soon, hundreds of people gathered in the second-to-last floor hall of the moon tower. They included the well-known families of Mitsuki Izumi, powerful professionals who traveled alone, and the respected elders in the oasis. They all gathered here, and the atmosphere was very cold and solemn. There was even a sense of desolation. They naturally knew about the chaos in the roaring dunes. The return of the Sand Soul Corps directly caused the entire candidate team that could have left safely to be annihilated. If it weren't for the life gems that represented the life and death of important members of each family, they might have considered how to hold the funeral at this time. However, with the creak of the door, the old man walked to the most dazzling position in the hall with the golden scepter, and the atmosphere suddenly sank. When the old man in white robe sat on the high-backed chair, everyone on the long table stood up and called the old man name from the bottom of their hearts. Your Majesty, God King. As soon as Tassyman sat down, the tide of calls for His Majesty sounded neatly in this hall full of lights, including the Sphinx hiding in the wall frame with only one head exposed. They all greeted the king who was about to end. Here, Tassyman seemed particularly vigorous and resolute. First, he directly knocked the golden scepter hard. The scepter made a dull sound after it touched the ground, and the shouting people fell silent. After the silence, the old man in white robes sitting on the high-backed chair stood up and directly asked the people below with his psychic power. Those who are willing to go to the roaring dunes with me, stay. The rest, get out. The hall became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop again, with only slightly nervous breathing fermenting in the solemn air. However, the calm was soon broken. Someone stood up from his chair. This was a one-eyed old man with dark skin. He sat not far from Tassyman. Everyone recognized that he was Vita's Jello, a candidate in the same king selection ceremony as Tassyman. He was defeated by Tassyman and is now the commander of the city guards. But he is retired. He has a bad relationship with Tassyman. On the contrary, Vesta has not given Tassyman a face in public many times. The gossip was because of the jealousy of young people, and no one dared to ask anyway. This time, Vesta had no apprentices or descendants participating in the king selection ceremony. It should have nothing to do with him, so he could just watch from the left bank. But just when everyone thought that the one-eyed old man in front of them was going to leave as usual, and slam the door and walk out, the one-eyed old man was seen carrying a chair, walking to the door, and then sitting down. He said to the people behind him with a fierce look, "If you want to leave, leave quickly. Don't delay me from closing the door." Chapter 337. Beginning of the plan. There are no sun, moon, or stars in the sky of the demiplane, and Gordon doesn't know what he is looking at. Is it looking at the faint light emitted by the positive energy singularity at the top? Or is it looking at the various elements floating in the air? It is very confused now. After all, it was originally prepared to die, but due to some strange combination of circumstances, it seems that it can't die. At least that's the case for now. I don't know what's going on in the outside world. Is the ghost angry and crazy? The black molten dragon waited for time to pass quietly in its imagination. Of course, it would occasionally cast its eyes to another corner of the demiplane, where a huge monster curled up with a dark outline. Castel, the king of Sand Soul, was still holding Tangeli's skeleton motionless at this time, like a sculpture. If it weren't for Gordon's eyesight that could see any movement in the faint light, he might think that it was hit by a spell similar to dead soul immobilization. Gordon didn't know how many minutes it had been like this, but he saw that Castel had no intention of continuing to communicate with it. It was also happy and comfortable. Anyway, as long as it didn't fight, it could last until the end of the demi-plane. So, the black molten dragon continued to cast its eyes on the various elements floating in the air, until a certain moment, the sound of crackling in his ears attracted Gordon's attention again. However, when its eyes were focused on Castel again, This monster covered with sandy yellow scales and withered appearance was standing up with its tail, and its turbid eyes were fixed on the destroyed seal blade that Gordon had just handed to it. It said nothing, and Tangjili's skeleton had been placed on the back of its neck, like a koala hanging behind its head. The heads of Kassertel and Tangjili depended on each other, but there was an indescribable sense of coordination. Gordon kept silent and continued to observe Kassertel's next plan. So, Gordon saw that Kassertel seemed to have made a decision and took the sealing long blade directly into his palm, as if he was going to swallow it. But before swallowing it, what Gordon did not expect was the turbid eyes that never focused on it. At this moment, the two sides had a very abrupt look, and from the look, Gordon also understood what it wanted to express. Thank you. Although speechless, Gordon still recognized the grateful look. At the same time, a hoarse and low male voice also sounded in his mind. Thank you, Dragon. The simple and slightly clumsy reply was obviously not good at speaking. This was an expected thank you, but Gordon would not miss this opportunity to increase his favorability. So, in addition to the mental reply, it did not stop the movement of its hands. It waved its hands and said in its mind, "It's okay. This is what I should do. After all, you are all from Galmadon." Gordon began to talk non-stop, not caring whether it could understand or not. Anyway, it was done after a while of talking and getting familiar with each other. Only after confirming that the Kassertel in front of him had understood his identity did Gordon stop his stand-up comedy and hide the hexagram mark on his scales. And this long speech plus the introduction of himself did make Kassertel more friendly to the molten dragon in front of him. At least there was some friendliness in his cloudy eyes. Although he, as an undead creature, didn't quite understand why the inheritance of the planeswalker was obtained by a molten dragon. His empty head wouldn't think too much. Just confirming the identity. "Is this useful to you?" Gordon suddenly pointed at the damaged seal blade and asked. And Kassertel nodded, then pointed at his head, and then opened his mouth and pointed at the seal blade. "Is your thinking restricted? Can you liberate yourself by eating it?" Gordon followed Kassertel's clues, communicated and guessed. And Kassertel was too lazy to continue nodding to prove it, and directly demonstrated it on the spot. A little impatient. Obviously the chat between Gordon and it just now delayed it too much. So, Gordon saw that the huge monster stuffed the twisted seal blade into its mouth, and ate it like eating candy, and heard the hissing of metal being squeezed, and the sound of bones hitting it. The sound ended, and the strange phenomenon began. I saw that under each scale of the abdomen in the sand yellow scales, there was a faint light like the sky above the demiplane. The whole body of Kassertel was lit up. And as time went by, it became brighter and brighter, even a little dazzling, as if there was a small sun hidden inside. It must be said that even with the eyesight of a dragon, it would not be able to help but close its vertical pupils when encountering such dazzling rays. When Gordon felt the light was soft again and opened his eyes, the scales of the monster in front of him had fallen off one after another, falling to the ground and turning into a handful of yellow sand. And in the soft white light, Gordon saw the flesh and blood still wriggling under the scales. The flesh and blood were rotten and dry, with black liquid flowing around them, just like a terminally ill person. And as time went by, the condition became more serious. The previously dry flesh and blood had condensed into shackles and shrunk into a fist-sized tumor. Then, the tumor absorbed the little flesh and blood nutrition left in Kassertel. First, the giant tail withered, then the limbs, and finally the wings, all of which were only a skeleton and skin. At first glance, it was much more terrible than before it swallowed the seal blade. But Gordon looked at the increasing amount of fine sand on the ground and the happy expression on the head. And Gordon had some guesses. It was probably that the seal blade could remove the unknown curse on Kassertel, so that he didn't have to show his previous appearance. And just when Gordon was guessing, Kassertel's nearly 10-meter-long bones suddenly broke into pieces in an instant, like dominoes, collapsing. The Sand Soul King, who was so majestic just now, has now turned into a bloody tumor with a diameter of less than 2 meters lying on the ground, surrounded by bones and membranes from the previous monster. This strange change and way of removing the curse was the first time that Gordon had seen it, as the white bone membrane gradually transformed into the fine sand he had seen before. The color of the bloody tumor became brighter and brighter, until it exuded a refreshing fragrance. The tumor moved. Bang, bang, bang. A steady and powerful sound like a beating heart suddenly appeared in the demiplane, as if it was giving birth to a new life. Gordon observed the changes in the tumor intently. The green light representing life began to accumulate in the tumor's body, and the hot light flowed through its body along the bifurcated veins. As the green light lingered, the oval tumor gradually stood up, revealing its true body. He was no longer the hideous monster that Gordon saw at first sight. He saw the true face of this former apprentice. He was handsome with classical masculinity, and his eyebrows were as if they were chiseled by a knife and an axe, with beautiful lines. Even from a distance, Gordon could clearly sense that the elements in the demiplane were constantly converging in the direction of Casardo. The mysterious magic overflowed in his body, which was less than 2 meters tall. The new magic reshaped his body. The reconstructed skin had no scars and exuded shining vitality. The originally turbid eyes now burned with an extremely dazzling light. This is... Gordon looked at the creature in front of him, and spoke hesitantly. The knowledge of the dragon heritage was vast and boundless. It was not sure what kind of magic could make people come back to life after 1,000 years and be reborn. It was like a miracle. Only divine magic could change the rules of life and death at will, which was amazing. On the other side, Cossatel first fixed Tang Jili's skeleton, and then he had the heart to look at his own body. His strong and well-proportioned figure was full of muscles and strength, and no longer had those disgusting scales and unpleasant rotten smell. This made Cossatel, who rarely smiled, almost smile innocently. After all, his inner emotions now, the sadness of his lover's death and the anger towards his enemies accounted for 70%, and the remaining 30% was the relaxation and happiness after liberation. Of course, he still did not forget the proper etiquette. He looked at the black dragon not far away, showed a kind smile, and then bowed slightly. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, the dragon traveler from another dimension. After saying this, Cossatel immediately realized that he had made an omission and quickly added, "Oh, sorry. Hundreds of years of nightmares have entangled my soul, so I forgot to ask your name for a moment. Sorry. Excuse me. Do I have the honor to know your name?" Gordon. Gordon readily reported his name. He felt that there was no need to hide it. He was not one of the demons in the bottomless abyss. After saying this, Gordon did not forget to show his friendliness. He grinned. "Nice to meet you, Cossatel." The slender black tail came across the sky, stopped in front of Cossatel, and then swayed left and right. Cossatel smiled knowingly, touched the tip of the tail with his palm, and said the same thing. "Me too. Nice to meet you, Sir Dragon Gordon." He was not surprised that Gordon knew his name. Obviously, when Gordon took out the bones of Tang Jili, he knew that he knew a lot about the history of the tower, although he didn't know what the channel was. This was not the top priority now. So, before Gordon could even speak, Cossatel went straight to the point and spoke. "My memory has not been lost because of my rebirth. So you have seen clearly what happened just now, and what Shani did. If you have any questions now, you can ask me as much as you want. I will do my best to answer your questions." Gordon listened to Cossatel's words, and knew that he must be planning the next action against Shani. And the reason he said this to it was to give it a heads up in advance and reassure its ally. So, Gordon thought for a moment and replied to Cossatel, "You don't have to tell me this, since she is the culprit of this disaster. Whether as the heir or the owner of the Mage Tower, I have no reason to withdraw from this battle. Pride will not allow me to retreat." Gordon's righteous voice echoed in the demiplane, shaking the surrounding free elements to flicker. After hearing this, Cossatel had no worries and went straight to the point. "When will we leave? This space should be able to be released at any time." Although Cossatel looked indifferent, his clenched hands and slightly shaking feet revealed the fact that he was impatient. To be honest, he couldn't wait to see his magic tear the woman's soul into pieces and feed it to the lowest worms in the abyss as food. But reason told him that it was not time yet. That woman is not so easy to deal with. As the object of the original Earth, her current strength is not much inferior to his. Although he has now abandoned the last curse of the Sand Soul, the lost power of the Sand Soul will also return to the woman. And she is now stronger than before. Yes, it is possible. But before that, can you tell me? Oh no. Tell us about your plan. Gordon looked at the gift from the magic of the fairy wild on his chest, and a plan suddenly popped up in his mind. However, this plan requires the cooperation of Cossatel. Cossatel was stunned. What plan? He had no plan at all. The original plan was to do his best, regardless of his life, to fight with her until death. What kind of plan is needed for this? TSK. That won't do. Forget it. Since you don't have a plan, let's make one first. Would you like to hear it? Gordon saw at a glance that Cossatel didn't have any plan. But it was not his fault. After being imprisoned in that skin for hundreds of years, it was already good enough that he didn't go crazy. Gordon didn't expect him to come up with any earth-shattering plan. Okay, Kastel said briefly, with a curious look in his eyes. Obviously, he was a little interested in Gordon's plan, but he seemed to have thought of something and added, Shani spellcaster level can cast spells across levels thanks to the artifact in her hand. The Archmage Ring, which is higher than my spellcaster level. And she also has insight into the surrounding spells below the legendary level. If you want to use the trick you just used to deceive her, it is probably impossible. But you don't have to be afraid. In a head-on duel, my strength is on par with hers. Even with the Archmage Ring, she may not be my opponent. So the plan. Speaking of this, Cossatel showed a trace of embarrassment. It seemed that there was no need to continue talking. However, what Cossatel did not expect was that despite what he said, he still did not frustrate the dragon in front of him. He only heard it sigh and said faintly, That's right. But what if I tell you that in addition to you, there is another legendary mirage dragon on the scene? Come on, my friend. In the middle of the scales on Gordon's chest, the scale with the mysterious pattern was glowing green. The green light became more intense. And soon, the emerald green light filled the entire space. Forest Allies, a one-way portal to the fairy wilds opened. Chapter 338. Old acquaintance Lelisi turned her head and looked intently at the historical murals on the wall, which were slightly outlined under the dim light at the entrance of the passage. The other followers also slowed down their pace under the control of the shadow of the Sand Soul, carefully observing every detail on the wall, if they were not worried that the loud noise would arouse the few anger of the Sand Soul. At this moment, all kinds of surprised words might have emerged in this corridor, wide enough for 6 carriages to run in parallel. But even so, the sound of humanoid creatures inhaling can still be heard from time to time. Mage Tower. This is definitely a mage tower. There are many murals. And Lelisi, as an imperial princess, can find out about this huge building parallel to the mountain from it, and thus understand who the owner of this tower is. A legendary mage who once could cross various planes of the multiverse. In addition to being friends with dragons, countless adventures happened to him, and titles such as hero and sage were also imposed on him. Dazzling people can't look directly at him. Once the idea was opened, it was like a flood, and it could not be stopped for a while. Therefore, Lollies naturally thought of the mastermind who forced them to come here. The real master behind the Sand Soul Legion. Could it be the former owner of this magic tower? Has it been transformed into a lich? Or other undead creatures? Lollies was a little uneasy. But as a leader, she couldn't show any fear. Otherwise, if she was afraid, what would her subordinates do? Come on, Lollies. You can do it. While cheering herself up, she browsed the deeds of Galmanon as usual. Soon, they reached the end and came to the element pool and energy pool in the tower. But they did not have as much time to browse as Gordon. So soon, they accompanied the endless Sand Souls and walked into the entrance to the next floor. From then on, until the 16th floor, Lollies and others had nothing to gain except wasting half an hour of life and tens of thousands of steps. The only expectation was to guess what the next floor would look like on the stairs. It must be said that the panoramic seamless floor-to-ceiling windows on the 6th floor of the Mage Tower made everyone's eyes light up. But unfortunately they were prisoners at this moment, and could only watch with regret that the hub representing the 6th floor was getting farther and farther away from them. As the height increased, the scenery in the tower changed, and everyone's mood was like a roller coaster. Ups and downs. Especially when the rangers who were proficient in reconnaissance noticed and said that the gaps torn by claws on the wall on the 7th and 8th floors were very fresh. And recently, there were cat footprints on the dusty steps. Many people widened their eyes. In this high tower, there are other invaders besides them? What further proves this information is that they can see every floor they pass. There must be a lot of Sand Souls flying around. They are like the resentful souls wandering in the tower, spreading their fear to the world all the time. Lelisi guessed that they were looking for something, or someone. Moreover, according to speculation, it is very likely that the person awakened the powerful existence in this tower, which made the Sand Soul army, which had never been unusual for hundreds of years, become treacherous. The disappearance of the third party made Lollies and the others feel uneasy. Only the druid Tony-san, who was given the forest ally by Godin, looked pale and didn't know whether to speak or not. While everyone was worried and Tony-san was suffering, they had walked on this spiral staircase for about an hour without realizing it. Countless exquisite, graceful, and dignified floating bridges became smaller and smaller under their feet until they became a black dot in their vision. And the original towering wizard tower, standing high, was like an abyss filled with white light. Finally, the turning point came. The shadow of the sand soul in front no longer continued to float upwards, but stayed in the corridor made of gems, motionless, as if waiting for the king's soldiers to review the troops. This is the 16th floor. Are we there? Some people, with their super memory, have already recalled which floor of the tower their floor is located on. Lolly suppressed the restless people and turned back to whisper to them. We act according to circumstances, and keep quiet. After seeing everyone nod, Lollies took the silver cross sword and stepped directly onto the 2 steps. Lollies was no longer as nervous as when she first entered the tower. In this short hour, she had recovered and had gotten rid of the thoughts that would affect the next battle or conversation. She was now thinking about how to protect herself in the next incident. In her opinion, since the master behind the scenes summoned them up, he must have his reasons. Therefore, as long as they grasped his request, it would not be difficult for the entire team to escape unscathed. In addition, if her guess was correct, the team that rescued them should already be on the way. However, if the best outcome could be achieved, both sides would not attack each other and leave peacefully. This is the best, and what Lollies wants to do most. When Lollies walked up to the spiral staircase hub on the 16th floor, walked onto the floating bridge made of various gems, and entered the half-closed door, the exhibition hall of Galmadon. At this time, the exhibition hall was brighter than outside. Almost every 2 steps, an eternal flame was lit. It was extremely luxurious, but more luxurious was yet to come, when someone discovered that the most precious obsidian in the desert was used as slabs and walls here. They simply couldn't believe their glasses. Just the mineral deposits they could see were enough to arm a 5,000-man legion with weapons. Moreover, the decoration was so luxurious. How could the treasures inside be ordinary things? Get rich. Get rich. Someone had already squatted down and muttered, with a crazy look in his eyes. Although the candidates who came here were all wealthy and had seen money before, it was their first time to see so much. But it was not their fault. Even if a dragon came here, it would be dumbfounded and might be even crazier than them. Something is wrong. Lacey immediately noticed the strangeness of her companions. Some people's emotions had been aroused by the luxury around them. Faced with this phenomenon in the team, Lacey made a prompt decision and chopped the man's head with a sheathed sword. Then, there was a muffled groan, and the man fell. There is a problem here. Everyone be careful. Hold him and follow me. You too. If you feel anything wrong, be sure to tell me. Lacey first warned loudly, and then carefully instructed the companions around her. If possible, she really didn't want to give up anyone. These are the foundations of her hope to restore the country in the future. If they all die here, even if she becomes the king of Mitsuki Spring, she will be in a situation where no one is available. The urging roar sounded from the side, and the shadow of the sand soul stared at the group of motionless living people like a maggot on the tarsal bone. And the eyes that appeared revealed an endless desire for vitality. Lacey woke up from her fantasy, and her face did not change, because she knew that these humans were nothing more than a gluttonous feast for them. And the only chance of survival was the attitude of the people behind the scenes towards them. As the saying goes, they may have countless choices, but I am different. I have only 2 choices, either to die or to live. Whether it is to live in disgrace or to be dirty, it is to live. All this is nothing in front of the revival of the empire. So, the team started moving again. Anyway, if someone showed abnormal behavior, screamed on the spot, and showed greed, before Lollies could make a move, the people around him would knock him out decisively and disarm him. So, when Lollies followed the guidance of the Sand Soul and walked to the front of the hall, she saw the pale girl sitting on a pure silver throne with her long legs crossed and her eyes closed. Her entourage, including herself, carried a knocked-out ranger on their backs. Hee hee. The strange laughter sounded in the empty hall, where there was only a chair brought from nowhere, and a long golden box supported by a stone tablet. Yes, the quality of this group of people is beyond my imagination. There are so many of them. And they are all perfect experimental materials. Shani listened to the footsteps and knew that this time, under her 6-ring illusion spell Desire Devour, the number of experimental subjects she could choose from exceeded her imagination. And she couldn't help laughing. This really surprised her. After all, under her modification, this illusion was not to eliminate people according to their strength. The only standard was to select according to their intelligence and spirit. Only humans with intelligence and spirit that met the standards could survive the spell she released, and would not fall into madness and succumb to their own desires. In other words, those who were not affected had the necessary elements to become spellcasters, and their intelligence met the standards. This was also her main purpose of keeping these people. Although she had not yet solved the top priority of the seal, the black lizard that suddenly disappeared in the hall made her a little upset. And with it also disappeared the Casardal, who carried the Sand Soul curse for her. The haze worsened again, but the Archmage ring on her hand gave her some confidence. Never mind. Even if Cassatel joins forces with it, they are no match for her. She is sure of that. Moreover, Cassatel has been cursed for her, and has become that kind of monster for hundreds of years. He has lost his mind long ago. It is basically impossible to communicate well. It is likely that the big lizard will be killed, and then swallow the sealing blade before it can regain its mind. The final enemy is probably only him. Shani thought for a while. And every time she thought of the scene when the two met, she stopped thinking directly, and finally stopped thinking. Anyway, she has accumulated enough life crystals from the Sand Soul Legion. If it doesn't work, just give up that part and leave directly incarnate. But she can't control this magic tower. She looked at the luxury around her, and resentment appeared in her eyes, as if she recalled the oath she made in the past. At that time, the trio was still so carefree, innocent, and full of yearning for magic. The three became apprentices, in order to find loopholes in the tower mechanism. They fought wits and courage with the tower spirit, and then competed in experiments, constantly trying to show themselves in front of the great existence, the owner of the white pillar of the sky, Galmadon. Although it is likely that Casardal will win the game every time, Galmadon mostly pays attention to him, and he has only said a few words to Shani. But it does not affect her yearning for Galmadon and her efforts to maintain the coordination of the trio. She also thought about whether she could build such a high tower like her teacher one day, and then study magic knowledge to her heart's content. But later, when did it start to change? The images in Shani's mind were like a revolving lantern, and all the fragments hidden in the depths of her memory emerged one after another. Everything, whether fantasy or reality, was completely shattered from that afternoon. At that time, she was on the 5th floor, ready to knock on Tang Jili's door, intending to keep an appointment. Yesterday they agreed to go to the 13th floor together to check the rune array. And by the way, listen to the Unique Green Dragon adventure story in the North Dwarf Tomb. However, when she walked to the door, the intermittent panting and the conversation between the man and the woman almost tore the door apart, making her completely stagnant in front of the wooden door, her heart full of disbelief. Thinking of this, Shani couldn't help but clench her defeated hands. If it was a flesh body, she might have squeezed a few bloody marks. In the end, she didn't know how she got back to the room at that time. Nor did she know how she failed 4 or 5 times in a row in an experiment. It was the teacher Galmadon, who rarely spoke to her, who took the initiative to let her go back to rest, that ended the farce in public. She stayed in the room for a long time until Tang Jili came to her and announced to her that she was with him. The nightmare memory made Shani a little breathless. It took her a long time to recover, but she still didn't forget her main purpose. Her current priority is to prepare for the transfer of souls to other human bodies. It will be convenient for her to get rid of the shackles given to her by the Golden Long Box. Unlike Tang Jili and Casardal, she doesn't have the perfect soul brought by the wish spell. She can only rely on countless spell experiments to pile up a body that fits her 100%. This will allow her soul to stay in that body for as long as possible. But when Sunny opened her eyes and was about to carefully select the object to be her host, she saw the red-haired knight in the lead, who was looking at her proudly. She shuddered all over, and the surprise on her face was no less than the degree of astonishment when she recalled the moment when she broke into their room. How could it be? How could it be? How is it possible? Countless questions suddenly filled her spiritual chest. So much so that she didn't care at all that there were a few more fine sands on the ground. She stuttered and trembled as she said words that shocked everyone, including Lollies herself. Your Highness, Princess, why are you here? Chapter 339 Discover Your Highness the Princess. Not to mention that all the candidates, who had not fainted in the hall, were surprised by this title. Even Lelisi herself showed a very surprised look, because she did not know the person in front of her at all. But how could she know her identity? Or, countless thoughts flashed through Lelisi's mind, which was only a moment in reality. She looked at the ghost in front of her who bowed respectfully, and looked at the group of sand souls who were subdued around her. Decided to take a gamble. So, she first lowered her head slightly, so that Shani could not see the expression on her face, and then pretended to look up and see the face of the ghost in the hall. At this time, her temperament as the princess of the empire was immediately revealed on her face. In the hall, the majestic and sacred voice came out of her mouth calmly. It's you? You're not dead yet. This sentence is obviously a gamble. Lollies knew that the ghost in front of her entered the tower. Although it was a bit risky. If she didn't pretend, the situation would instantly become a situation where she was at the mercy of others. Then, Lolly's eyes quickly turned into a sharp knife, and every glance made the ghost girl sitting on the silver throne not far away feel like falling into an ice cave. No! This is all a misunderstanding. Your Highness the Princess. Shani stood up subconsciously and floated on the silver throne. Her twisted face suddenly changed, and she looked like she was about to cry. She argued, this is all a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Lolly secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, after she had done her best to show her momentum, the ghost girl in front of her, that is, Shani, really panicked. Everything will be easy if you panic. It seems that the unknown identity of her gave the ghost in front of her great fear. Just when Lolly's fell silent, Sunny, who had finished speaking, began to jump up and down in her heart, just like a naughty elementary school student who knew that he was about to be visited by the teacher. She was very awed and even afraid of the red-haired female knight in front of her, the descendant of Augustus. You know, Princess Lollies is known to everyone in Somt, especially after the collapse of the empire. Her series of actions can be said to be shocking. Moreover, before she officially entered the tower, the princess drove away and killed the Blue Dragon group occupying the Howling Hills in the north of the desert in the blooming year 5 years ago. The leader of the group, the ancient Blue Dragon Javita Sharptooth, was cut off the sharp horn by her with the sword of heroic spirit on the spot and fled. After that battle, she officially announced that she had become a legend and became the 15th legendary professional of the Augustus family. It is said that she is also a close friend of the Tower Master, the powerful wizard Galmadon. Later, she commanded the legions of the Somt people, fought in the desert, and took back most of the former empire's territory from the former empire slaves, the Tudun people. Moreover, in the 3rd year of Sunny's entry into the White Pillar, she vaguely heard the news that the princess had ascended to the gods. Hundreds of years have passed now. How powerful will she be? As Sunny thought about it, her ghostly body twisted in fear. She did not dare to let the Sand Soul Corps plunder everywhere wantonly, but was afraid of attracting large-scale encirclement and suppression periodically, worried about attracting the attention of powerful people. Moreover, she usually cut off contact with the Sand Soul Corps and adopted a laissez-faire policy. Even if those powerful people came to look for the root cause, they would at most think that the Sand Soul came from the corruption brought about by the previous magician's experiments. Not her. Damn it! Why am I sitting there so carelessly, without even observing? I am as stupid as a ball lizard in the desert. Sunny was extremely annoyed by her carelessness at this moment, and she would be very sorry later. Misunderstanding? Lelisi sneered, and those who knew her naturally understood that this was a sign of her anger. It must be said that it takes a big heart to bluff in such a group of enemies. Fortunately, as the eldest princess, Lelisi has experienced many storms and waves, and she has witnessed the disaster of destroying a country with her own eyes, facing an unknown ghost who has set foot on the legend with the help of magic items. It is not a piece of cake, but at least it is not difficult. It is a misunderstanding to kidnap us here? Do you think I believe it or not? She said, her eyes fixed on the eyes of the ghost, fearless, and still in the posture of a high position. Do you also want to bring shame to your family? Here, Lelisi left a trick, since she knew her and called her the eldest princess. Judging from her clothes, the girl in front of her must be a noble from a certain family. This sentence can let her know more about her background and continue to intimidate her. At the same time, the silver cross sword in her hand had been unsheathed. making a pleasant hissing sound. The sense of oppression must be done to the fullest. Although the ghost in front of her exuded a strength that Lacey could not resist. From the ghost's reaction, it was obvious that she was very afraid of herself. Therefore, as long as Lacey played her true colors, she would not have to worry about her daring to attack her. The premise is that she did not reveal any flaws. In order to prevent the true strength from being detected, Lacey directly exuded her own momentum as the silver sword was unsheathed. After reaching the 5th level of Dawn Knight, the knight can freely summon the sun for help. However, most Dawn Knights with the strength of only the 5th level can only produce a round of golden sun that is not obvious. It is said that after reaching the 9th level, the Dawn Knight will be transformed into a sun priest, and the incarnation of the sun god will be projected into the world. All darkness and dirt will be transformed into nothingness under the reflection of the sun god light. Sure enough, with the aggressiveness of Lollies, this made Shani, who was already weak in her heart, even more panic. After all, with her strength, she can easily deal with Kashatel, who is also a ghost, and the giant dragon that is less than the 6th level. But facing Shani, who has already had a record and grew up hearing the name of Lollies, her existence is like an unshakable mountain. Even if she takes the initiative to show, or even tell her true strength, she will never believe in her heart that her strength is only that. Because this subverts her worldview. You know, the aura of the long sword in Lolly's hand is a real ancient weapon. Shani, who has a high level of identification, can be sure this is the sword that has been passed down for thousands of years in the Empire. From the first generation of emperors to the last generation of emperors Gwyn, and finally to the only blood of Augustus, the eldest princess of the Empire, the Valkyrie on the battlefield, and the blood rose in the desert. Adding the two together, what is there for her to doubt? The weapon is real, and the person is real. So what's wrong? Therefore, Shani has recognized Lollies in front of her as the Empress, who once again led many ethnic groups to expand the territory after the Empire suffered a disaster. Lollies Augustus Uhara. Facing the Queen's questioning, Shani seemed particularly flustered. If it weren't for her dignity and pride as a mage, which prevented her from kneeling on the ground like her slave owner father, who was beheaded by the Queen and treasoned, she might have already knelt down. You know, during the 4th and 5th years in the tower, since she learned about her family information, she had always imagined that one day the Queen's guards would come to the tower, capture her from the tower, and then bring her to the Empire Sun Temple for trial. The fear of Lollies has become a nightmare that Shani can't mention or imagine in her heart. No! No! Princess. No, Your Majesty. I really didn't offend you at all. It was all the unconscious reaction of these sand souls that abducted you here. As for the family glory, the emblem of the white lion, it disappeared when you killed my father. She was anxious to clear herself of her responsibility and directly put the blame on the sand souls under her control. But when she talked about her family, she sounded a little depressed and lonely, obviously caring. And Lollies breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got a lot of information. Rongxian was no longer there. Killed by her own hands. The emblem of the white lion. These 3 pieces of information from the ghost made her understand the origin of the girl in front of her. The Ritak family, which had served the Empire for 1,000 years. Although she didn't know why the ghost in front of her said that she had ended this family with her own hands. It was obvious that they must have done something wrong. Otherwise, the family emblem would not disappear because of killing a father. And those who can cause the disappearance of a family emblem in the Empire are either rebellion or treason. Lacey chewed the message carefully. At the same time, she saw that the ghost in front of her seemed to be frightened by her, and did not say much, still looking at Shani with indifferent and cold eyes. Later, for the sake of authenticity and speculation, Lacey said in a tone of hatred, "Even so, you can't let yourself fall. Even if there is only one person, you must not lose the glory of the lion's heart." Lacey said later with some real feelings. Perhaps this sentence is also encouraging herself. After the collapse of the Empire, she thought about giving up countless times. But the responsibility made her still take up the heavy responsibility of reviving the Empire in the name of the eldest princess. Listening to Lacey reprimand, Shani showed her rare dazed look. He hesitated and replied, I know. Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. Sunny Ritak will fulfill the oath of the previous king. For Lionheart and for this land. Hiss. Lacey held back the cold air and didn't continue to breathe it in. because when the identity of the girl in front of her was revealed, she felt a little dizzy. God! If there is a God, tell me what happened. Why did Sunny, the youngest daughter of the Ritak family, who was still 8 years old in her memory, become like this? Before the identity of the ghost was revealed, she guessed many people, but she didn't guess that it was the little Sunny who looked at her with timid eyes at the garden party and asked her if she was tired. Her own memory. Lalisi felt that she was trapped in a vicious circle. Does she have another life? Silence. Deathly silence. When Lollies was questioning her past memories, Shani remained silent, and the others who were still awake naturally did not dare to say a word. For these candidates, every word they heard in this hall made them feel uneasy. But as the elite among the Somps, they could still control their emotions, and after what they saw and heard in the Mage Tower, their resistance increased significantly. Therefore, for their princess, who is the eldest princess, most Somps still hold the idea of as expected. As expected, only the princess is worthy of His Highness. Of course, there are deeper doubts. What is the Empire? For this generation, even all the residents of Mitsuki Spring are not clear. The only highest identity they know, besides the Mitsuki God King, is their God. He is the god of spring water and courage, who protects all living things in the oasis, drives away death, and resists withering. The Supreme Yohara has dragon-like scales to resist the attacks of all things, and camel-like wisdom to guide believers out of the shadows of despair and death. Her beauty is as moving as spring water, which makes people love her. Although the collapse of the magic network 3 years ago caused the gods to leave, there are still people who are willing to believe in him and pray day and night, hoping for his return. After hearing the latter, they gradually discovered that the discussion between Lallies and the ghost in front of them was always about which declining empire. The empire that belongs to the Som people? And she was the eldest princess of the empire many years ago? Both Shirui's and Reinhardt changed their expressions, and the look they looked at Lallies was a little wrong, and some random thoughts filled their minds. Is what the ghost said true? If it is true, then isn't Lallies even more powerful than my great-grandmother? Thinking of this, the two looked at each other and took a half-step back, as if to be modest. There is no need to elaborate on the small movements below. When Lallies pulled herself out of the vortex of chaotic memory, she could only stabilize her body, and still spoke to Shani in a tone of indifference and seriousness. No way. But this was what she said after careful consideration. If she said directly to let her go, it would easily be inconsistent with her character and arouse the suspicion of the ghost. And taking action directly would be a step down. This sentence was just right, leaving space for her to put forward conditions, which also echoed Laylis's character. And Shani understood Laylis's deliberateness, and naturally understood that she had something to ask for, and immediately replied, Your Highness, just give me your orders. If you have any request, Sunny Ritak will never refuse. In the name of Lionheart? Although she looks like a ghost now, every movement is in perfect accordance with the etiquette of the nobility, just like a noble lady walking out of the palace. Lalisi took a deep breath. Since God let her return here again, the goal that she had hidden in her heart for a long time also surfaced just right. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, she held her sword in place while using her other hand to brush the broken hair around her ears and said, I need you to help me open the underground city of Naldat outside the tower. I can't open it. The purpose of my coming here is to retrieve the treasures left here. Sunny was puzzled at first, and then suddenly realized. Nardat dungeon? Can't it be opened with an activation spell? No response. I tried. How could it be? Huh? Sunny was about to refute, but suddenly saw the normal ears of Lolly's hair swept back, and suddenly woke up, looking at Lolly's in front of her, and asked angrily, You are not Lolly's. Who are you? In an instant, the whole hall was filled with cold wind, and thousands of sand souls roared at the same time. Chapter 340 Call You Are Not Lolly's. Who are you? Shani's questioning voice was like thunder, shaking the sand and stone on the arched dome of the hall. What are you talking about? Is there anyone who dares to pretend to be the Augustus family now? Lolly's was very confident, but her voice was inevitably much lower. After all, she didn't have Shani of this age in her memory. The picture that remained in her mind was the night of her march to various parts of the empire to gather people after the collapse of the empire. As for Shani, who praised her, she met her 2 years ago, when the abyss had not yet invaded in a large scale, and the empire was just in its infancy. At that time, She was temporarily transferred to the imperial capital. In addition to training, she inevitably participated in the palace's balls and social activities in her spare time, and had many intersections with the descendants of many families. And Shani was one of them. Humph. Although I don't understand why you have the sword of heroic spirit, and have made a face exactly like the eldest princess when she was young. I know the history of the eldest princess very well. How could I not know that in the years of Luyan? With the help of the Tower Master Galmadin, the eldest princess awakened the red dragon blood in her body, and then broke through to become a high-level professional. Shani slowed down and continued to recall, although her appearance did not change at that time. Whether it was her ears or the tail behind her, she had all the characteristics of the red dragon flowing in her body. And you, who only have human characteristics, how could you easily deceive me? Tell me, who sent you here? Shani questioning came again. And for lollies, she fell into a strange dead loop. Her consciousness and body came to hundreds of years later, and the one left in the original era. Who could it be? Will it be herself? She fell into a state of trance, stammering and speechless, and the people around her looked at the ghosts on the Ginza in horror, because she came down with a graceful and proud step, overlooking everyone. The demeanor of a mage appeared on her face again, as if the timid Shani just now no longer existed, and her face changed 3 times faster than the shapeshifter. But for Shani, these are nothing. On the contrary, because she was relieved, her mood was much better than the depression caused by the disappearance of the dragon. What a magnificent experiment! And this sword of the heroic spirit that she had only watched from afar but never touched. Is it destined by God? She floated above everyone's head and sighed. Before lollies and the others could react, they were instantly transformed into statues that could only be seen but not moved by the complex and obscure spells that appeared in their ears after the sigh. The 7th ring spell. Human group immobilization spell. It instantly turned them into fish on a sticky board. Rinshani looked at the fresh bodies with wanton eyes. I am getting more and more interested in you now. There is no trace of illusion left on your body. This face looks like it was born. She floated in front of lollies and stroked the long hair of the red-haired girl with her cold hands, her tone full of surprise. Lollies remained silent, lowered her head, and let the ghost girl in front of her use her cold hands to manipulate her body. Although Lollies is confident that she can resist the immobilization effect brought by high-level spells with her high fighting spirit, the current situation is unclear, and she is not sure of defeating the enemy in front of her. It is better to wait a while to see if things will turn around. After all, reinforcements are likely on the way. As a commander, it is extremely unqualified and irrational to destroy the lives of the entire team in a moment of impulse. Lollies will not make such a low-level mistake. Tell me, how did you get here? Shani whispered in Lolly's ear. The cold air she exhaled made the red-haired female knight tremble. But she decided to keep silent. After all, she herself did not understand why she came to this era. At that time, her idea was to revive the empire. But from Shani's mouth, she seemed to know that another self was already on the road to revival. If there had been another her in this world, the ending should have been bleak. Otherwise, she would not have been born here. As she thought about it, Lalisi couldn't help but think about all the possible things that might happen. She had already guessed where she was in this timeline. Has she died? Or is she? Lalisi had a vague guess in her mind. That is her resurrection. If it was a plan of Lalisi in this timeline, then everything could be explained. Otherwise, how could she come hundreds of years later for no reason? Moreover, if she knew that these Sand Soul legions that were madly absorbing life would be eliminated, she would ignore them, or even maliciously indulge them. Lalisi thought of this, and didn't dare to think about it anymore. At this moment, the wailing in her ears also put an end to Lalisi's imagination. She looked back in horror, and saw that the ghost in front of her had floated to the back, and was hovering above a comatose woman who was closest to Lollies. It was a ranger who was extremely in awe of her, and the wailing came from her mouth. A visible torrent of spells was constantly pouring back into the ghost's hands. No! Shani, you can't do this. Lollies saw at a glance that the spell was a memory extraction spell that could damage the soul, and hurriedly stopped it. But her words were pale and powerless under the immobilization spell, and the torrent continued, and Lollies had no choice. For the sake of her teammates, she could only forcibly use the effect of the ancient weapon Sword of Heroic Spirit to exempt her will from the judgment range of the immobilization spell. So, when Shani saw the endless heroic spirits galloping out of the sword, She had to stop her steps and looked at the impostor with an unpleasant face. In her opinion, the person in front of her was undoubtedly a fake Lollies, and logically should not have the right to use the sword of heroic spirit. But why? Shani was a little shaken. But when she saw that the strength of the heroic spirit was obviously not like the heroic spirit guards made up of legendary creatures in the previous life, but a heroic spirit of about level 6 strength, she was relieved. This was still within her acceptable range. This also made her see clearly that the person who looked like the eldest princess in front of her was indeed strong on the outside but weak on the inside. She couldn't even exert 1/20th of the power of the sword of heroic spirit, and couldn't even summon a legendary hero. If this wasn't a fake, then what was it? So much so that when the two sides really fought, Shani knot in her heart was immediately cleared, and the haze that originally belonged to the eldest princess was a little lighter. There was no suspense in the battle. Not long after the heroic spirit that was enough to shake the hall came out, it was swarmed by the surrounding Sand Soul army. As a result, Lollies only had time to use a flash to leave the central battlefield, stand at the door, and then release a few spells to protect itself. The heroic spirit army fell into fatigue and entered a one-sided stage, like a reef in the sea, isolated and helpless. The number of surviving heroic spirits was also eroded by the Sand Soul army that poured into the corridor like a tide, and gradually disintegrated and returned to the sword of the heroic spirit. Suddenly, Lollies and his party fell into a precarious situation. But she herself did not regret it, because she really could not bear the companions in front of her to suffer the pain of soul searching. She could endure it, but there was a bottom line. In front of this bottom line, she would never take a step back. Otherwise, how could she talk about restoring the country? You know, if you give in one step, you will give in every step. By then, will she still be herself? Even if the Empire returns, I am afraid that Augustus's will to die rather than live in disgrace will also be annihilated in it. Madness is the fuel that runs through Augustus' blood and drives them to keep moving forward. Unyielding military spirit. Her cry also ignited the declining will of others. The immobilization spell was lifted, and the spiritual light contained in the heroic spirit became brighter and brighter. The only one who was weak was Lollies, who used a buffing war song similar to that used by war priests. But her eyes were still unyielding, holding a long sword to fight against the overwhelming Sand Souls, and others followed one after another. But even so, facing the terrifying number of Sand Souls, even if all 20 of them were there and filled in, it would be just a drop in the bucket. So, not long after, the closing song of the war was played in the short spell sung by the Ghost Girl. 7th ring spell. Exhaustion wave. The some candidates who could still stand, facing high ring spells, without the protection of magic items, were just like butterfly larvae, and would fall into the mud with a slight blow, and could never get up again. A strong wave of negative energy burst out from the white bones in the ghost's hand. A gray wave about 1 meter long turned from 1 meter long at the beginning to a gray wave that could sweep across the entire hall at lightning speed. All humans who came into contact with the gray wave, including Lollies, felt a strange nausea and dizziness. This was the effect of their will to resist. Without exception, everyone except Lollies collapsed to the ground. The paralysis effect, which was more terrible than the human immobilization spell, appeared on them. Now, it was a luxury to open their eyes. The only one who was struggling to hold on was Lollies, who was already strong-willed. But she had summoned the heroic spirit twice in a row, and had consumed too much physical strength in the battle just now. Her will was already close to the threshold. Facing this ranged spell again, it finally became the last straw that broke the camel's back. She fell down, and the long sword in her hand also fell off, making a jingling sound. The heroic spirits also returned to the long sword one by one due to the exhaustion of their masters. Finally, Lollies could only tilt her head and look at the pair of transparent deerskin boots floating in the air in her field of vision, which were gradually approaching her, and then stopped. She was talking, but Lollies' mind was now filled with all kinds of negative effects, and she couldn't hear what she was saying with the ringing in her ears. Vomiting, dizziness, weak hands and feet, nausea from inside to outside, like a dead dog. Huh, she sighed, closed her eyes as if she had accepted her fate, and let the winter shout in her ears. But now she couldn't make a sound even if she wanted to. And after an unknown amount of time, the world became much quieter, with only the occasional roar of the heavy Sand Souls in the hall as the noise of this quiet midnight. If it was midnight now. She was not sure that before entering this Hades tower, the sunset had released its few kindnesses in a day to this desert. The ghost girl had long disappeared. In her field of vision, apart from the body of her companion lying on the ground, there were the occasional sand souls floating by. Her sword of the heroic spirit was gone. Lolly's, who had just gotten rid of the negative effects of the exhaustion wave, but was still very weak, thought so. But the only thing to be thankful for was that she didn't have to worry about death now. But if she continues to sit there and wait for death, death may knock on the door soon. But now, she has lost her weapons, and the power she was proud of. How can she break through the Sand Soul Legion and escape the clutches of the ghost female wizard in this tower? The only thing worth hoping for is probably the support from Mitsuki Izumi. But when they will arrive, and whether they can find this place is still unknown. After all, she doesn't know whether the Roaring Dunes is a forbidden place for Mitsuki Izumi, or there is another ancestral precept. As time passed silently, the air in the hall became more and more dull, so that Lolly's lay on the ground, weak and powerless, and could only breathe while holding back the choking dust. Although she was not desperate yet, her eyes were a little empty, because she found that she seemed to be unable to do anything except waiting. This made her very uneasy. From childhood to adulthood, she had always faced various challenges in her life with an upbeat attitude. The hard training did not defeat her, and her delicate body could also become as hard as a rock. The disaster of the Red Dragon and the fall of the Empire did not break her down. Instead, she carried the burden forward, strengthened her faith, and was ready to fight for the revival of the Empire again. Later, when she first came to the world hundreds of years later, and was trapped underground for 3 years, it was this obsession that made her wait until the moment of being released from the cage. However, now, when she knew that everything about her birth might come from a conspiracy or plan, she felt as if she had been fooled. Like a puppet controlled by strings, living under the control of others. At the most helpless moment, she no longer had the fortitude she had in the underground palace. Her hope for the future had long been shattered in the midst of doubts. But as soon as Lolly's closed her eyes, she saw the scene of the demon invasion before the Empire suffered the Red Dragon disaster. At that time, every soldier who swarmed to cover her back had a look of fearless death. She couldn't remember what they shouted to her, but only a few words vaguely made her unforgettable. Your Highness, for the Empire, countless people need your help. Stay alive. Need me? Need me. Lalisi opened her eyes, full of hope again. Now, she is the eldest princess of the Empire, who never gives up any hope. A stubborn girl like a lioness. At this time, Lalisi, who was clear-headed, also thought of the emblem left by the statue dragon, who claimed to be her father backup after she entered the underground palace. She moved her hand slightly, secretly reached into her arms, and then held a familiar round emblem. She silently recited the prayer given to her by the dragon before. King under the lava, master of black fire, savior in despair, may your molten fire ignite this world and rescue those who are trapped in hardship and despair. Pray for you, my Lord Godin. Pray for you, my Lord Godin. No response. But just when Lalisi was about to chant it for the second time, a scorching heat ignited from her chest where the emblem was placed, and then spread to her whole body. A pair of dark golden vertical pupils appeared in her mind. Is it you? Calling me? Human!